Li Yue traversed through time and space. The good news, she possessed a space supermarket. The bad news, she was destined to marry and escape a disaster. But there was no need for panic. She had her space. While others faced famine, subsisting on meager rations, she feasted on sumptuous delicacies, her supplies abundant. The scoundrel husband and his family were filled with regret, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Alas, she was not inclined to forgive. She would never look back. Upon reaching her destination, she was taken aback. The promised paradise transformed into a desolate wasteland teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. Yet, as she cultivated the land and sowed seeds, her days flourished, with her straightforward husband doting on her. Chapter 1. The Crossing. In the 10th year of Tianyu, a devastating drought struck. Every household faced utter ruin. In a dilapidated, drafty earthen house in Wangjia village, a voice broke through the silence. "Mother, hold her down. Don't let her move and disturb the others." Under the moonlight, a handsome yet twisted face contorted with malice loomed over a woman lying on the bed, her face suffocated beneath a foul-smelling buckwheat pillow. An elderly woman, her bones protruding and clad in tattered white garments, sat atop the woman. The woman on the bed had withered to a mere skeleton, struggling in vain, her strength depleted from days without food. As she succumbed to asphyxiation, the old woman slumped down on the lifeless body. "Son, my child, what have we done? Mother, find a rope from the beams and hang her. Let's disguise it as a suicide. After all, we just had a quarrel, and others will surely believe she took her own life out of despair," Wang Enyi instructed coldly. The old woman, trembling in panic, fumbled for a belt. Wang Enyi regarded the motionless woman with a gaze devoid of emotion. "Li Yue, this is all you're doing. I warned you about the divorce, yet you insisted on causing a scene." With disdain, he glanced at the corpse on the bed and continued, "In this year of famine, a death is hardly noteworthy. We cannot take you with us when we flee. I will simply tell your family that you starved to death to save food for the children." He wiped his hands dismissively. "As for those girls, do not worry. I shall tell my mother I sold them to good homes, ensuring I fulfill my duty as their father." His words were brutally cruel. Once the old woman returned, he calmly lifted Li Yue's body, and with the frail strength of a scholar, they managed to hang her from the rafters. After everything was set, the old woman stammered, "Son, regardless of her faults, Li Yue did bear us several children. Mother, Qingyun carries my child, her belly growing day by day. To be candid, the barbarians are about to invade. Qingyun overheard that her family is preparing to flee. Thus, I must become their son-in-law and escape with them. As for the villagers, you and my brother will figure out how to shake off any pursuers, and the children, try to sell them for money on the journey. Our family is out of food. I fear Qingyun's family may not accept us, but you can assure them you will serve her well." The old woman felt a pang of dissatisfaction. How could a mother-in-law serve her daughter-in-law? But the fact remained that this daughter-in-law was now dead. Wang Enyi's gaze barely lingered on the small bundle on the bed. "Take the little one to the outskirts of the city tomorrow. Perhaps she will fetch us some grain. Let her stay here with her mother for now." The old woman wondered who would want such a small creature that only consumed food. The two didn't linger further, closing the door behind them. Once they departed, the woman hanging from the rafters swayed slightly. Li Yue awoke, sensing something constricting her neck. Struggling, she managed to shake herself free. The old woman had tied the knot hastily in her panic, and Li Yue fell to the ground, dust swirling around her. She spat out the foul, grainy substance from her mouth and touched her forehead, recalling that she had fallen while installing lights in her supermarket during the day. How had she ended up in this darkness? The ground beneath her was not the smooth floor of her supermarket, but rather soft and earthy. In the dimness, she examined her hands, skin stretched tightly over bones. A flash of white light surged through her mind, memories flooding her consciousness. She had traversed into the body of a woman named Li Yue, the daughter of the village chief from the neighboring village, who had entered marriage weighing 130 pounds but had withered to a mere 80 pounds over 5 years. The wail of an infant abruptly captured her attention. It was a baby girl, crying like a kitten. "Please, do not cry. If you do, you may attract unwanted attention," Li Yue whispered, covering the baby's mouth. The infant, born not long ago, was crying from hunger, a reflection of her own desperate state. Having never cared for a child in modern times, she could only stifle the cries. Fearing suffocation, it was likely the child was starving. The wretched Wang family had little to eat. If only her supermarket were here. Suddenly, she found herself within her supermarket. Li Yue disregarded the child momentarily and bolted towards the exit. Surely, She must be hallucinating. But when she pushed the door, it wouldn't budge. It dawned on her. She might truly have crossed over. This supermarket could very well be a divine gift, her golden finger. Rushing to the baby care section, she grabbed a package of infant formula for ages 1 to 3 months, hastily tearing it open and preparing a bottle according to the instructions. The supermarket provided drinking water for customers, and she scrambled to wash the bottle, then mix the formula, checking the temperature with her hand. Returning to the pitch-black room, she fed the wailing infant. It was the child's first taste of milk since birth. Though it was a bit hot, hunger compelled her to suckle eagerly. Li Yue caressed the baby's tiny face, no larger than her palm, her delicate hands seeming frail enough to break with a gentle touch. Her own stomach growled with hunger, while the child, satisfied, drifted into slumber after finishing the milk. After placing the child back in bed, she returned to the supermarket, tearing open a package of Oreos, grabbing a bottle of nutritional drink, and preparing instant noodles with a hot dog, remembering to include a marinated egg for the nourishment her postnatal body required. Feeling full at last, her stomach pleasantly distended, her thoughts began to settle. The beast of a husband, who had shown her no mercy, had taken her life while she slept. Now, though she had eaten, her body was still depleted after giving birth. She needed to escape, return to her family, and bring the children with her. Revenge could wait. Recalling that Wang Enyi had returned by cart today, a plan began to form in her mind. Li Yue quietly gathered the clothes of both herself and the child. Though they were called clothes, she had not acquired a single new piece in the 5 years since her marriage. To ingratiate herself with her in-laws, she had sent all her garments to appease her sisters-in-law, ultimately receiving back only the tattered remnants. The original Li Yue had been a quintessential love-struck fool, a fact Li Yue found difficult to judge. Once she had finished packing, she slipped out of the room and made her way to the kitchen. Her 2 daughters had been deliberately sent to sleep in the woodshed by their beastly father, to avoid disrupting her plans. The sisters were nestled together in the kitchen, sleeping soundly on a bed of straw, grateful for the warmth of summer. Otherwise, they would have surely frozen. Gently waking her daughters, the eldest, 5 years old, and the youngest, 3, rubbed their sleepy eyes and called out softly, "Mother." Not a sound. "Follow me." The originally used children were somewhat intimidated by her. Hearing their mother's words, they nodded timidly. The kitchen lay desolate, devoid of all but a basin and a cleaver. Li Yue cradled her child while balancing the basin and the cleaver, with her 2 little ones trailing closely behind her. As the wooden door of the Wang family creaked open, the sound echoed sharply through the night. A stark reminder of her need for silence to avoid alerting the Wang household. Thus, she opted to scale the wall with her 2 children in tow. Upon exiting the courtyard, she beheld a horse tethered by the roadside, grazing peacefully. "You too, no matter what transpires or what you witness, you must remain silent and stay here with your sister. Hold her tightly and wait for me," she instructed. The children, still bewildered, nodded obediently. Standing beside the horse, they clasped their tiny hands together tightly, watching their mother as she climbed back into the courtyard. Gradually, thick black smoke began to rise from the Wang family compound, followed shortly by flames that erupted from the kitchen. Dia, holding her sister, did not shield her eyes from the sight, tears streaming down her own cheeks. Chapter 2. Returning to Mother's home amidst the flickering flames, Mother emerged like a vengeful spirit, her face inscrutable. Li Yue had just returned to set ablaze her room, the kitchen, and several other chambers. Should she perish, it would be deemed a mere consequence of the years of famine, but let us see who ultimately meets their demise. She cast aside the fire starter, the flames gradually ascended, and then she scaled the wall, hastening to the cart to gather a few children before clambering aboard herself, brandishing the whip as the cart sped away from the village. "Run! Run!" The wind howled past her ears as cacophony erupted behind her. "The old Wang family is ablaze." "Oh no, the horse has bolted in fright." In this village, where water is scarce, their survival now rests upon fate. Daya had grasped a fragment of the truth and was consumed by uncertainty, daring not to voice her questions, her gaze stealthily following Mother's retreating figure. Tonight, her mother was strikingly different. Li Yue strained to maintain her composure, driving the cart back to her home village. The dawn broke with a pale light illuminating the sky. Upon reaching the village, all was eerily quiet. In these times, even the starving dogs had long been reduced to sustenance. A man approached, tall at 6 feet, with chiseled features and sun-kissed skin, a scar marring his forehead. He bore broad shoulders and a narrow waist, carrying a bloodied catch, evidently on his way to the city. Li Yue recognized him as Xiaoyang, the village hunter. Exhaustion finally overcame her as she tumbled from the cart. The man, with a frosty demeanor, regarded the woman sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. "Brother Xiao, save me. Find my parents. The Wang family wants to kill me." With those words, Li Yue succumbed to unconsciousness. As Li Yue fell from the cart, Ye, who had previously maintained a placid expression, now bore a hint of panic. Unable to suppress her concern as she called out for mother, Xiaoyang, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, took a moment to collect himself before lifting Li Yue onto the cart, hastily tossing in his catch as well. A swirl of questions flooded his mind. The Li Yue he remembered had been plump, somewhat willful and proud, not this frail wretch. Upon noticing the infant cradled in Ye's arms, his pupils contracted in shock. With an impassive expression, he drove the cart to the Li family's entrance, rapping on the door. The Li family, still slumbering, were jolted awake by the sound. Zhang Suiping, clad in her morning attire, opened the door and paused, taken aback upon seeing Xiaoyang. The incident between the Xiao and Li families had remained unspoken. What was this? Xiaoyang gestured towards the cart, lifting the burden of his catch onto his shoulder as he strode away. This child bears a grudge, Zhang Suiping thought, her curiosity piqued as she lifted the curtain. Meeting Ye's dark eyes, as well as the sight of the woman lying down, deepening her confusion. Tears welled in Ye's eyes as she tentatively called out, "Grandmother." Zhang Suiping felt as if struck by lightning. Ye. As she parted the disheveled hair from the woman's face, panic surged within her, and she cried out, "Old man, something has happened." Li Yue awoke to a tumultuous chaos in the household. Her parents looked at her with a mixture of concern and reproach. Zhang Suiping pinched her daughter fiercely. "You wretched girl, how did you come to be in such a dreadful state? That old Wang woman, I shall see her dead. What on earth transpired?" Li Yue gazed at her family, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. In her former life, she had been the youngest daughter of the village chief, cherished and spoiled beyond measure. The plan had been to welcome a son-in-law, ensuring she would live a life devoid of hardship. Yet she had inexplicably set her sights on marrying Wang Enyi, a man her family deemed unsuitable. Her parents were furious, yet they could not simply abandon her. The Wang family, having inquired about their poverty, had 3 sons and 2 daughters, all struggling to support the youngest, Wang Enyi, through school, with brides who came without bride price. Zhang Suiping wept daily, lamenting the family's fate. Li Yue's father, Li Tian, though uneducated, had served as village chief for many years, discerning the diligent and promising from the indolent with ease. Wang Enyi, with his dubious gaze, was clearly not a man devoted to his studies. Enchanted by him, Li Yue had stubbornly insisted on the union, even becoming pregnant, which ultimately forced her parents to relent. Zhang Suiping had secretly aided her daughter, but Wang Enyi's promises quickly turned hollow as he squandered their resources on frivolous companionship. Li Yue, though spirited, had initially protested, but even he managed to pass the examination for students. Wang Enyi manipulated her. "Now that I am a student, you shall be the wife of a scholar. Be good to my parents, and you shall ascend to the role of an official's wife." Determined to prove her parents wrong, Li Yue toiled tirelessly for the Wang family. Yet, with each daughter born, her mother-in-law would berate her, "You cannot bear a son. Serve us well. And when my son attains success, we shall speak favorably of you. You will still be an official's wife." You have you awakened? What has transpired? Her third brother had gone to the Wang family. "Do not worry, your parents will take charge." Take charge of what? This was all her own doing. The Li family's honor had been tarnished. Look at what she had become, a wretched shadow of her former self. In future, do not claim to be the daughter of Li Tian, her father, Li Tian, thundered, slamming the table in fury, scolding his daughter. Zhang Suiping nudged her husband, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What is the point of your words? Look at our daughter, so thin, my poor child, my treasure. I had your sister-in-law slaughter our chickens to nourish you, yet you resemble a mere chick. Crying, what is there to cry about? It is your indulgence that led to this," Li Tian berated his wife, pointing at their daughter on the bed, harshly declaring, "Return to the Wang family. You have the audacity to come back." Given Li Yue's temperament, she might have indeed returned out of anger, but she was not her former self. She was not foolish, returning meant death. Her father was soft-hearted yet obstinate, and the more one pushed, the more he resisted. With reddened eyes, she spoke in a sorrowful tone. "I'm sorry, father and mother, I was wrong." Seeing her daughter so distressed, Li Tian fell silent, retreating to smoke his pipe in contemplation. Li Yue coughed a couple of times, prompting him to extinguish the tobacco. She pondered that her former self must be filled with regret upon realizing her fate. Yet it was too late. From their earlier quarrel, she gathered that her third brother had gone to the Wang household. Did that mean all her efforts to escape were in vain? How long had her brother been gone? Did he even pursue her? What could he possibly do? What? Are you regretting not allowing your third brother to take you back? The old man's words were cutting. And no wonder the former self often quarreled with her father. Wang Enyi had entangled himself with the daughter of the dean, and when she became pregnant, he aimed to silence her, feigning her suicide in a fit of rage. Yet, she had managed to escape. The Li family gasped collectively at her revelation. You wretched girl. You've brought shame upon us. Seeing their once vibrant daughter now so frail, Li Tian slammed the bedpost, pent-up frustration evident in his glare directed at his unworthy child. I heard him say that marauders are coming. He intends to flee. This announcement landed like a bombshell, leaving the Li family reeling from the barrage of shocking news they had received that day. Chapter 3. The younger sister cannot accompany us. The Li family once boasted 4 brothers, Ri, Yu, Xing, and Chen. The little girl, originally named Li Yue, found her name unappealing and chose to adopt her elder brother's name, Li Yue. Being the sole daughter in the family, her whims were indulged, leading to her brother being renamed Li Yue. This reflects the somewhat willful and spoiled nature of her previous incarnation. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside, and the Li family assumed it was the return of their third son, Li Xing. To their surprise, it was Xiao Yang at the door. Li Tian, who had been wearing a stern expression, immediately transformed upon seeing Xiao Yang, his face lighting up with a smile akin to that of a father welcoming his beloved child. Ah, Xiao Yang, thank goodness for your presence. What brings you here, dear? It has been quite some time since we last met. Before he could finish his courteous remarks, Xiao Yang shot him a cold glance, causing Li Tian to mutter a few curses under his breath aimed at his daughter. There are rumors circulating in the city that the barbarians are approaching. We need to discuss our plans. What? Really? Li Tian exclaimed in disbelief, watching his daughter process this alarming news, clearly placing her faith in Xiao Yang's words. Li Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes, reflecting on how woefully inadequate the previous incarnation was as a daughter, relying on others for validation. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged through her, leaving her pale. Father, you and the others should step outside, she urged, as Zhang Suiping, her mother, grew concerned for her daughter's well-being after recently giving birth. My darling, are you feeling unwell? Don't fret, I'll fetch some herbal ash for you, and you should drink some chicken soup to regain your strength. Your father may be gruff, but he has a tender heart. Don't take his words to heart. Her mother's incessant chatter prompted Li Yue to hastily usher her mother and the other children out. Mother, I need to nurse. Please step outside. You child, why are you shy? I am your mother, she complained, yet she still took the grandchildren outside. Once they had exited, Li Yue quickly rose, wiping her pants, her face contorting with discomfort. Ugh, she grimaced, rushing into her space to change into a pair of sleep pants. With her pants damp, she hastily placed several sheets of tissue as padding, knowing that during the day, she could wash them and dry them with a hairdryer at night when no one was around. The new supermarket was well stocked with many new items. She caught sight of the baby bottle she had left at the checkout, hurriedly prepared the formula, and returned to find the little one still asleep. She didn't concern herself with whether the child was awake or not. She simply took the bottle and shoved it into the baby's mouth. Thankfully, the little one detected the scent of milk and began to suck eagerly. Once the child had finished, she wiped its mouth just as her mother cautiously entered with a bowl of chicken soup. Darling, drink this chicken soup. That old hag surely wouldn't want to nourish you properly. Hurry. After childbirth, one tends to feel quite ravenous, and Li Yue, not one to fuss, accepted the soup eagerly. The rich aroma of the chicken soup wafted through the air, enticing her. She caught her mother gazing at her with a smile, subtly swallowing. Her heart softened, and after a small sip, she set the bowl aside. In times of hardship, many families suffer, and her mother appeared gaunt, her bones protruding. Mother, you should drink. I'm not feeling up to it. Oh dear, you must drink. You've just given birth, and your body is weak. Even if you lack appetite, you need nourishment to produce milk. Just take a sip, and then I will have some. Seeing her daughter's reluctance, Zhang Suiping finally took a small sip herself, then urged her daughter to continue drinking. Li Yue, no longer hesitant, drank it all in one go. Nestling against her mother, reminiscent of her own childhood, Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the modern world, she had been abandoned by her parents, though not entirely orphaned, for her father was doting yet her mother lacked affection. Her father remarried, and her mother found another husband, leaving her to rely solely on her grandmother. Before her grandmother's passing, she advised her to ask her parents for a sum of money to ensure a decent life. After numerous attempts, her parents, exasperated, simply severed ties with her, each providing 50,000 to cut her off completely. Thus, she used that 100,000 to open the supermarket, which became her means of survival in this world. Having taken over the body of her previous incarnation, she vowed to live well in her stead, to care for her parents, raise the child, and seek revenge. She silently swore an oath, feeling the weight on her chest lift. Just as she was immersed in the warmth of motherly affection, her mother nudged her. "Oh dear. If the barbarians are truly coming, I must urge your sisters-in-law to pack their things and flee." With that, she hurriedly rummaged through the room, calling out to the outside. "Daya, come and take care of your mother." Worrying, she dashed to the kitchen to inform her daughters-in-law to prepare for a hasty departure. "Mother, should we escape? What about my younger sister? Shouldn't she be sent back to the Wang family?" The voice that interjected was unfamiliar yet displeased, likely belonging to her third sister-in-law. Li Yue guessed at the tension. Her fourth brother was yet to marry. The previous sister-in-law had been engaged to her third brother, but due to the chaos surrounding her incident, the marriage was called off. Just last year, he had wed, and at that time, she had been pregnant. Working hard at the old Wang family home, never having met this third sister-in-law. "What do you mean?" "Of course, my daughter is coming with us." "Are you planning a rebellion?" A sister-in-law she had never met before had returned, bringing along 3 burdens and evidently having taken the family's cherished chicken. If she were a new bride, she would find it difficult to accept such chaos. In the Wang family, it was likely that the other sisters-in-law would have already begun to hurl insults. The previous incarnation had caused enough turmoil at home. She didn't want her return to bring about the same chaos, especially during such a critical time when her only support would truly be her maternal family. "Father, mother. Something has happened at the Wang family." Li Xing's voice rang out from afar, loud and insistent. Li Tian, in conversation with his sons and Xiao Yang, emerged, his mood evidently sour. Seeing his third son, he couldn't help but reprimand him. "What is all this fuss about? Who died in the Wang family?" "Father. How do you know someone has died in the Wang family?" Li Xing blinked in confusion, staring at his father. Ignoring his son, Li Tian urged everyone to gather their belongings, deeming the affairs of the Wang family trivial. "Father, mother, are you not curious? The Wang family caught fire, and a child perished. It's said that a little girl sacrificed herself to save her grandmother, using her body to extinguish the flames." Upon hearing this, Daya visibly trembled, her gaze darting to her mother. The fire had been set by her mother, who had died. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around her younger sister, Arya, who was still asleep. Li Yue's expression remained placid as she processed the information. Disasters beget calamities for generations, she thought, knowing full well that the deceased had not perished willingly, but had been forced to act in such a tragic manner. The Wang family truly possessed hearts of stone. With the barbarians approaching, escape was certainly necessary. The concern lay in where to flee, as the villagers were already in discussion. Li Yue chose not to involve herself in the deliberations, for wherever her parents were, she would be there too. She felt weak at present, but once she regained her strength, she would protect her parents. "No, we must leave. My younger sister cannot accompany us, and my parents must come along too." Li Xing gazed incredulously at his wife. Chapter 4. Marriage. All attention in the Li family turned to the third daughter-in-law. It must be said that these sisters were truly brave. Li Yue was aware that her sisters-in-law were dissatisfied with her, but dared not voice such sentiments during this critical time, leaving them all to rely on her. Qian Zhaodi realized her words had likely ruffled everyone's feathers, particularly that of her in-laws. She awkwardly clarified, "It's just that our family's grain supply is limited. My younger sister may be in a disagreement with her husband. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to take her away like this." She had heard of the reputation of her sister-in-law in the village, a beloved husband who had passed away tragically. How could she bear to leave the Wang family behind? Qian Zhaodi had a brother living not far from Qianjia village, yet he was unmarried, and with her parents aging, any departure would necessitate taking them along. She grasped Li Xing's hand, caressing her abdomen. There is something I have not disclosed to you. I am with child, thus this matter no longer concerns only me. Her furtive gaze dared not meet the eyes of her in-laws. As long as she could keep her husband from believing his parents, she felt secure. Threatening her mother-in-law with the child within her, Zhang Suiping was infuriated. The pent-up frustration within her was unbearable. Her third son had finally taken a wife. And yet, she turned out to be such a disappointment. Had she known, she would have preferred him to remain single like the fourth son. Xian Jiaodi. Do not presume to act as you wish simply because you carry the seed of my third son. Do not even think of allowing my daughter to accompany you. How heartless can you be? Do you believe I wouldn't separate you and the entire family of Li San? I have plenty of sons. One more or less makes no difference. And what of your parents? They consume more than my daughter's family of a few. Li Yue felt a chill at her sister-in-law's words. Her elder brother's temperament was troublesome. Alas, it was all the fault of the original self. The very name evoked Voldemort, and chaos was sure to ensue within the household. Mother! Mother! She called out from her room. Hearing her daughter, Zhang Suiping rushed in, urging Li Yue and the other sisters-in-law to quickly gather their belongings. Mother, I understand my sister-in-law's concerns. After all, I am a married daughter. Do not worry. I will follow the family and not consume our resources. Her display of maturity brought tears to Zhang Suiping's eyes. Li Yue was aware that her father, being the village leader, commanded respect, and she did not wish to create turmoil at home. Zhang Suiping's heart ached as she wiped her tears. Li Tian stood outside, smoking, his gaze fixed intently on his third daughter-in-law. His heart felt heavy. After observing the commotion at the Li household, Xiao Yang coldly declared, I must take my leave now, village leader. Suddenly recalling something, Li Tian seized Xiao Yang's hand and dragged him back into the room for another round of hurried whispers. Curious about the commotion, Li Yue's brothers attempted to enter but were swiftly reprimanded by their father, who sent them back to the fields to gather grain. They exchanged glances, eventually shouldering their hoes and sickles to tend to the fields. In the current drought, the land was parched and the seeds had not even sprouted. There was no grain to harvest. They understood that this was merely an excuse offered by their father. Inside the room, Li Yue comforted her dear mother. She had already devised a plan to discreetly retrieve some food from her space, hoping that seeing it would alleviate her mother's worries. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing her father, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, with the sullen-faced Xiao Yang trailing behind. Daughter, listen to me. I have devised a plan. You can, without question, marry into our village. I have found a suitable match for you. You will marry someone from our village, ensuring that your mother and I can protect you for life. Li Yue responded, What do you mean? Who is this match? Father. Who would marry a woman just after childbirth, especially one with 2 additional burdens? She had initially thought of raising the children on her own. Zhang Suiping, upon meeting her husband's gaze and noticing Xiao Yang's presence, suddenly realized. This old man was still scheming. What could be so appealing about Xiao Yang? After much contemplation, she concluded that it might not be such a bad idea. Daughter, your father's suggestion is quite sound. Xiao Yang's wife has left him. And with your mother unwell, there is a child and a younger sister to tend to. You two have a prior connection. This is a match made in heaven. Later, your father will discuss this at the village meeting and also announce our plans to flee the famine. Li Yue looked incredulously at Xiao Yang. If you are being coerced, just blink. Xiao Yang merely advanced, his tone frosty. Can you escape? Li Yue, she thought. Forget it. Without further adu, Xiao Yang hoisted her onto his shoulder, cradling the sleeping child in his arms. The once tearful Zhang Suiping now wore a smile, leading her daughters, De Ye and Erya, behind them. Li Tian called out to the only son, Li Qin, in the yard, 4th son, bring a bag of grain from our home and follow us. Li Yue felt as if she were a sack of grain being delivered to the Xiao household. Oh, and a cart too. She wondered. Were her parents not fond of her? Just as she felt the urge to be sick, they finally arrived at the Xiao residence. Compared to her own home, it was indeed in disarray. The roof leaked, and in the yard stood a small, dirty boy with a large head and a tiny body, blinking at them in confusion. The lack of water meant no one had bathed in ages. Xiao Yang carried her into a dimly lit room where a coughing elderly woman, Xiao Yang's mother, greeted them politely. Why has the village leader come? In this time of drought, she had been unable to procure even a drop of water. Zhang Suiping approached with a cheerful demeanor. Dear in-laws, there's no need for formality. We are family now. Both Li Yue and Xiaoyang's mother were taken aback. What did this mean? Hadn't their families annulled the marriage long ago? Daughter, henceforth, Li Yue shall reside with us, and these are her children, Xiaoyang stated, his tone softening slightly as he addressed his mother. After uttering this, he turned and exited to gather things in the yard. Zhang Suiping pulled Xiaoyang's mother aside to whisper. The room was left with a bewildered Li Yue and the still sleeping child. After a while, Zhang Suiping returned. Taking her daughter's hand, Daughter, do not blame your father and me, it is your sister-in-law's fault. The other sisters-in-law are watching, you will have to marry eventually. I see no harm in marrying Xiaoyang. Trust your parents, we would never harm you. Li Yue sighed, what else could she do? Wang Enyi and the original self had been married for so long, and her household registration remained with her family. Now, she had nowhere to turn but back to her family. The original self had rarely ventured beyond the village, and now they were fleeing the famine. She was unfamiliar with the roads. Even with a space supermarket, carrying 3 little ones was overwhelming. Her family had sent her out like this. It was disheartening. It was unclear how much time passed until the outside fell silent, save for the occasional sound of items being organized and the cough of Xiaoyang's mother. Chapter 5. Mother is a fairy. The sound of the village gong echoed through the tranquil mountain village. Li Yue was roused from her slumber by the sound. Disoriented, she mistook it for an alarm clock and attempted to turn it off, only to realize she was dressed. The wailing of a small infant filled the air, causing her head to throb. In a flurry, she searched her space for milk when a knock sounded at the door. Awake? Is the child hungry? Here. I have prepared rice oil for her, and this is the chicken soup your mother left for you. At this hour. To have rice oil and chicken soup was a blessing. The warm chicken soup had a hint of saltiness. Xiaoyang's mother carefully fed the child spoonfuls of rice soup. In the original self's memory, Xiaoyang's mother was unlike the other women in the village. Her voice was gentle, her laughter warm, and she never lost her temper. She was the complete opposite of Xiaoyang. As the village meeting was underway, Xiaoyang had stepped out. How have you become so thin, my child? Xiaoyang's mother lamented, her heart aching for Li Yue, who had once been a robust and fortunate girl, now reduced to this state. In the dim light, she examined Xiaoyang's mother. Her expression was soft, without a trace of impatience. She too was slender, with hollow cheeks and cracked, dry lips. Watching the child drink the rice soup, she swallowed hard, but said nothing. Li Yue felt a lump in her throat, suddenly realizing she had forgotten that the original self had 2 daughters. Where are Dia and Arya? As soon as the words left her lips, 2 small children limped through the doorway. What has happened to your legs? I inquired. The children stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts. They were well-behaved, huddled in the corner, afraid of disturbing my rest, yet hesitant to approach. Even when I beckoned them to play, they remained motionless. Clutching their steamed buns, they shyly offered them to me, saying they were given by their grandmother. Li Yue felt a pang in her heart. What considerate children they were, and she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing Li Yue's discomfort in her presence, Xiaomu excused herself, citing the need to tidy up the house. Before leaving, she affectionately patted the little infant's bottom. The child has wet herself. I'll find a clean cloth to change her soon. In these harsh times, even washing diapers was a struggle. The 2 little girls, glancing cautiously at their mother, were filled with trepidation. Their grandmother had told them that their mother was to remarry. Would that mean they would no longer be wanted? With their big, dark eyes blinking anxiously, they timidly extended their buns. Li Yue, feeling the heat rise within her, had no appetite for the dry buns. Why don't you both drink some chicken soup? This is for your mother, as she is unwell and needs it, I urged. The elder sister shook her head thoughtfully. Yet the involuntary swallow did not escape Li Yue's notice. If I tell you to drink, you must drink. You are my daughters now, and I will take good care of you. Do you wish to return to the Wang family? She took her daughters away without ever considering their feelings. What if they still wished to stay with their biological father? Wouldn't that be tearing them apart? Upon hearing this, the elder sister quickly grabbed the bowl and gulped it down, fearful of losing it to Li Yue. She then passed it to her younger sister. Mother, please don't send me and my sister back. I promise we will listen to you and work hard. We will eat less so that you and our little sister can have more. The elder sister swore an oath, while the younger one, unaware of the implications, simply mirrored her sister's actions. Li Yue sighed. Children of the poor mature quickly. The 5-year-old elder sister was beginning to grasp the nuances of life. From now on, you must forget you are Wang family. You will take my surname, Li. I will give you new names. You shall no longer be called Big Girl and Little Girl. The two little ones nodded eagerly, their heads bobbing in anticipation of their new identities. The elder sister shall be named Li Yue, the younger one Li Hao. And I will be Li Yue. Our little one will be called Li Yuan. Together, our family will embody the meaning of harmony and happiness. The little girls, with their reserved personalities, clasped each other's hands tightly, while the younger one, at 3 years old, could hardly conceal her excitement. After a bowl of chicken soup, the thought of new names made her forget past grievances, and she bounced joyfully. Oh, I have a name now. Li Hao, what a lovely name. Laughter filled the room. Outside, Xiao Mu, moved by the joy, finally wore a hint of a smile on her troubled face. Unfortunately, the merriment did not last long as little Yuan began to wail. Li Yue, flustered and inexperienced with children, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, trying to recall how her original self managed. After all, her former self had been devoted to a man, leaving the care of the children to Li Yue. Mother, let me handle it. Did my sister make a mess? The scent of something foul filled the air, confirming her suspicion. Li Yue scooped up the child, assessed the situation, and hurried outside. Xiao Mu understood the child had soiled herself and handed over soft straw to Li Yue, who thanked her and went inside to clean up. Li Yue's eyes twitched. Straw for wiping? It seemed her original self had used straw and leaves for such tasks, leaving her feeling quite despondent. She simply could not bear the thought of using straw on such a delicate bottom. After a moment's contemplation, she decided it was unacceptable. Close your eyes for a moment. Wait for me to call you before you open them. The two children quickly covered their eyes, oblivious to the wriggling younger sister. Li Yue dashed to the supply area, grabbing a pack of wet wipes and dry cloths, and thought to take a diaper and several bottles of milk and mineral water, hiding them in her pockets. She guzzled down a bottle of water, discarding the plastic bottle carelessly, overwhelmed by thirst. Emerging from the space, she found the two little ones still obediently closing their eyes while she caught her breath. The girls perked up their ears, wondering why their mother was still panting in bed. All right, you can open your eyes now. Li Yue, with a hint of disdain, cleaned up her little girl with the wipes, followed by the dry cloth, and then changed her into a diaper. The two little girls watched intently, fascinated by the strange item in their mother's hand that seemed to produce water. What you see, hear, and eat must remain a secret. To be frank, I am a celestial fairy, and this is my magic. If anyone discovers this, I shall ascend to the heavens, and you will never see me again. Do you understand? The children's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Yue made a pinky promise with them, and the two sisters beamed at the prospect of sharing a secret with their mother. She patiently explained the purpose of the wet wipes and dry cloths. Planning to discard the used wipes, she was taken aback when Li Yue asked, "Can I have this?" Holding up the last piece that had not been soiled. Li Yue, puzzled, handed it over. To her surprise, she then watched as her elder daughter used the paper meant for wiping bottoms to clean her younger sister's face, and then her own. The little girls giggled, so refreshing. Such a frugal daughter, Li Yue mused. Chapter 6. I do not acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. The mother and daughters enjoyed a fleeting moment of harmony in their room when a weak voice called from outside. Mother, I'm back. I found nothing again today. The tone was laden with exhaustion and disappointment. Hurry, rest. You must be worn out. As Li Yue contemplated whether to step outside, the door swung open. The girl who entered had slender arms and a bony chin, her expression clouded with melancholy and irritation, far from that of a lively, cheerful young woman. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, she frowned. Mother, who are they? Two unfamiliar children had mysteriously appeared in their home, along with a strange woman seated on the bed. Xiaoqing was taken aback, her mood soured by the unexpected situation. Were these relatives? Why did the woman seem vaguely familiar? She is your sister-in-law from now on. What? I have a sister-in-law? I do not acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. Her voice, once weak, suddenly rose in volume, filled with impatience. She still harbored resentment over her previous sister-in-law's flight, though she did not blame her. The sister-in-law had claimed their family's poverty left her with no choice, promising to return when they were better off, ensuring they took care of her nephew in the meantime. From now on, she will be your sister-in-law. The cold voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. It was Xiao Yang returning. Quickly gather your things. The village head has decided to rest and depart in the middle of the night. Xiao Yang's tone brooked no argument. Why the rush? We have so much to pack. Xiao Mu, unable to suppress a cough due to her anxiety, interjected. Xiaoqing had heard about the village meeting regarding their departure, but the suddenness left her feeling unsettled. What about my sister-in-law? What will happen when she returns? She had clung to the hope that her former sister-in-law would return. Then you can wait for her. Xiaoqing was at a loss for words, her anger rising as she chose not to continue discussing the matter with her older brother. The elder brother's peculiar temperament might just compel him to remain here if the argument continues. Upon entering the room, she began to throw things about in frustration. Li Yue, cradling the child, hesitated should she venture down to assist. Yet, would it be inappropriate to disturb their belongings? Just as she felt awkwardly pinned to the ground, Xiaomu came to her rescue, entering to admonish her daughter. You go tidy up in the adjacent room. I will handle things here. Do not wake the little one. The little one? Xiaoqing queried, puzzled, for she believed the child was outside. It was then she noticed a small bundle by the bedside, resembling a kitten. She pouted, muttering softly, brother truly has no standards, bringing home anything filthy or foul. Hearing this, Xiaomu pinched her daughter sharply and shooed her away, turning to Li Yue to apologize. I am sincerely sorry on Xiaoqing's behalf. The original owner and Xiaoqing had never gotten along, so it was hardly surprising that Xiaoqing could utter such venomous words. In the village, the Xiao siblings were known for their contrasting dispositions, one cold and unapproachable, the other sharp-tongued and irksome, neither particularly well regarded by the villagers. She could reasonably suspect that Xiaoyang had agreed to marry her solely out of a recognition of their unpopularity, fearing they might be expelled from the village during their journey. With her family's cart and her father's provision of grain, they had indeed struck a profitable deal. Li Yue, having gleaned some insight into the village's dynamics, understood her father's good intentions. It was likely that her third sister-in-law would attempt to shift the blame onto her family, but whether her sister-in-law would dare to flaunt her pregnancy depended on her mother's acquiescence. The room she occupied was starkly bare. Xiaomu had little to tidy, merely gathering a few garments before heading to the kitchen. At that moment, her mother entered, concealing something within her arms. Mother, why aren't you at home packing? What brings you here? Take this for now. I will find you later when I have time. Keep it hidden from your mother-in-law and the men. Zhang Suiping whispered, her eyes twinkling as she spoke. Before Li Yue could respond, her mother had slipped out. A wave of frustration washed over Li Yue. Her mother had stealthily provided her with some hidden treasure. Opening the bag in the dim light, she discovered a small stash of brown sugar, salt, fine cloth, and some silver and jewelry. Brown sugar was quite a luxury in these times. Her mother had truly given her the last of her treasured possessions. Li Yue felt a pang of bitterness. The money and jewelry had all been taken from her by Wang Enyi and his family under various pretenses during her marriage. It made her seethe with resentment. Her mother had hardly ever possessed any fine jewelry herself. In her current vulnerable state, confronting the Wang family was not an option. It would be too easy for them to dismiss her. If only she could encounter them, she would ensure to reclaim her losses manifold. As her thoughts lingered on the need to return these items to her mother, Xiaoyang appeared at the doorway. His tall silhouette framed against the setting sun resembled a sword, his gaze cold and devoid of expression. I need to borrow your cart. Was this the manner of requesting a favor? Li Yue rolled her eyes, her response lacking warmth. Oh. The man, like a gust of wind, turned on his heel and departed. Through the window, she watched as the Xiao family hastily loaded their belongings onto the cart. They seemed genuinely impoverished, for they had scarcely gathered their things in under an hour. Li Yue felt her neck stiffening from the strain of watching. Just then, Xiaomu returned, smiling as she took her hand. Thank you for your cart. It has saved us a great deal of effort. Xiaoyang's temperament is such that he seldom speaks. What does it mean to seldom speak? He hardly speaks at all. Rest assured, Xiaoyang will care for you well once married. He will look after your child too. Since you have just given birth, it is best you remain in confinement for a few days. Do not rush to walk about, though the conditions are modest. Try to avoid drafts. Li Yue managed a smile that was both awkward and polite. She noted that Xiaomu was the most amiable member of this household. Remarkably, despite having borne 3 children, she displayed no hint of disdain. It was unclear whether her indifference was genuine or feigned. Frankly, Xiaoqing's attitude was what one might expect from a normal person. Li Yue was not one to dwell on grievances, choosing instead to conserve her strength for the time being. Her 2 children, Li Hua and Li Hao, had fallen soundly asleep beside her when her mother arrived. Gazing at the tender faces of her 3 daughters, Li Yue sighed deeply. She was determined to care for these 3 girls and her parents, and as for her brother, He must learn to be obedient. In the dead of night, a chilling voice broke through her slumber, resembling a ghostly whisper. It is time to depart. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring into a pair of glistening black orbs, and a scream tore through the quiet night. In her panic, she seized whatever was at hand, hurling it at the intruder's head in a fit of rage. A midnight ambush. It was not until the sound of a child crying broke her reverie that Li Yue realized what she had just done. Chapter 7. Setting off with ancestors. Li Yue was taken aback by Xiaoyang standing at the foot of her bed, announcing it was time to leave in the dead of night. It was truly frightening. In her haste, she had grabbed Li Hua's pillow, thankfully avoiding the child. The buckwheat pillow struck Xiaoyang's head, the filling spilling out from the tattered pillowcase, rendering the scene quite awkward. I apologize, it was unintentional. You startled me at this late hour. With that, she turned to soothe the still crying child, her earlier actions having frightened the little one. Can we still leave? Li recalled the plan to depart at midnight and resolved to rise. To her surprise, without a word, the man hoisted her, blankets and all, onto his shoulder, gathering the other children into his arms with a single sweep. Was such brute force truly necessary? Li Hua and Li Hao rubbed their sleepy eyes, bewildered by the sudden commotion, while the youngest, Li Yuan, who had been crying moments ago, now nestled into the warmth of his embrace, drifting back to sleep peacefully. What remarkable strength he possessed. Li Yue could not help but think back to the morning when he had carried a slain beast on his shoulder. Is everything all right? Came Xiaomu's worried voice. All is well, Xiaoyang replied, as he tucked Li Yue and her daughters into the cart. The spacious cart was now packed tightly, leaving just enough room for Li Yue and her daughters to lie down, albeit snugly. Why should she be permitted to ride in the cart while she and her mother had to walk and push their belongings? Xiaoqing, stifling a yawn, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Yue. She simmered with indignation. Why should the Li siblings get to ride in the cart while she and her mother were left to toil? How quickly one forgets their roots. She spat under her breath, careful not to let her elder brother hear. Xiaomu pinched her daughter's arm. Mind your tongue, your sister-in-law is still recuperating. Please help me push the burden up. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqing assisted in elevating the load, exclaiming in frustration at her elder brother, Brother, Mother and I are not allowed to ride in the carriage. Surely, you wouldn't deny little Bao a seat as well? With a stepmother comes a stepfather. I must keep an eye on that wicked woman to ensure she doesn't bully little Bao. While the whole family busied themselves with transporting their belongings, Li Yue lay idly in the carriage, feeling rather embarrassed. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and suggested, why not let little Bao come in? There should be enough space for him here. Before she could finish her thought, the curtain was abruptly pulled down by Xiaoyang from outside. It's fine. Little Bao's father will carry him. Quickly lower the curtain to keep out the wind. You wouldn't want to catch a headache later, Li Yue remarked. She had already endured enough wind while driving the carriage on the way here. Damn it, if I get a headache later, I'll blame that scoundrel Wang Anyi, she thought to herself. The oppressive heat inside the carriage was stifling. The thought of not being able to open the curtains made her feel despondent. As her mind wandered, the sound of the gong signaled their arrival at the village entrance. Her father's booming voice floated through the air. Once we leave here, we don't know when we'll return. We'll pay our respects to our ancestors and take some soil with us, and then we can depart. Following this, the sound of low sobs filled the air. Leaving behind their long-established home was a sorrowful affair for everyone. Li Yue had attempted to sleep through the day but found herself restless, while the children slept soundly. Grateful for her private space, she ventured into it for some convenience. From the space, she retrieved a mini fan, intending to cool the children down. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her that her weakened body could not frequently endure junk food. She headed to the food area to grab a package of a jiao red date cake to settle her stomach, then prepared a cup of silver fungus and red date soup with hot water from the supermarket. In a small section of the supermarket, she found some medicinal herbs to nourish her blood and qi, knowing she would soon finish her confinement period. Yet, she remembered the advice against exposing herself to drafts, so she returned to the space to retrieve a hat. This hat was quite luxurious, designed for head massages and temperature regulation, warm in winter and cool in summer. She thought of secretly gifting one to her mother later, wondering if her mother-in-law could be trusted, and perhaps giving her one as well. As for her sister-in-law and Xiaoyang, she decided it was best to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Just as she wished to linger in her space a bit longer, someone called for her from outside. Lifting the curtain, she found her father hesitatingly offering her something. Oh, the old man is still sneaking me gifts, Li Yue thought, a smile breaking on her lips. However, that smile faltered upon hearing his next words. Don't forget to bring the ancestral tablets along, and take this too. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. She was indeed the one he trusted the most. He handed her a jar, and when she curiously reached to open it, her father swatted her hand away with a fierce glare. Do not disturb the ancestors. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Father, you're not telling me that ashes, are you? Yes, I'm leaving now. Don't open it or I'll give you a beating. He threatened before turning away without another word. Dear sister, father truly values you. He entrusted you with such an important item, came Li Chen's naive voice from outside. He then slipped a bundle in, lowering his voice. She opened it to find several still warm eggs. These are for mother. Eat them while they're hot. She said you need to replenish your strength, and I was sent to take care of you. Don't trouble your mother-in-law or brother-in-law, with so many family members. It's hard for her to come over. Li Yue felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart aching. There were likely few eggs left at home, and her mother had gone to great lengths to prepare them, fearing that the Xiao family would treat her poorly. She wanted to send them back, but feared her sisters-in-law would find out, making things difficult for her mother and undermining her good intentions. Peering outside the curtain, she scanned for her mother and finally met her worried gaze. Her mother smiled and waved, signaling her to come inside quickly to avoid the wind. She was burdened with a heavy load, which seemed to weigh her mother down further. Chapter 8. The Merchant of Surnames Under the Starlit Sky. The oppressive heat enveloped them like a suffocating shroud as the Li family set off. Each household was represented, with men pushing carts or wheelbarrows, while women cradled children or carried their belongings, fanning themselves as they walked. The heat was unbearable. With so many belongings and people, progress was slow. And it took an eternity to reach the village entrance. The large tree there hung its head, long since dead. This year, the fields lay barren. Not a single crop had sprouted, and even the vegetables had failed to emerge. Even without the threat of marauders, such conditions could not be sustained for long. Many villagers had succumbed to hunger and thirst, particularly the elderly and children. In this harsh ancient world, only the strongest survived, as even a slight ailment could be fatal. Riding in the carriage was far from comfortable. The cracked ground made for a bumpy ride, and the atmosphere was stifling. Li Yue lay in Li Yue's arms, finding some comfort in her embrace, while Li Hua and Li Hao were less fortunate. They lay on the carriage seat, often jolted by the shifting items nearby, their heads and bodies colliding with the carriage's sides. The cramped quarters prompted Li Yue to struggle to rise and cushion the two children with some clothing to prevent them from bumping their heads. Faint conversations drifted in from outside the carriage. Is it true that Li Yue is truly married into the Xiao family? Is this carriage hers? I haven't seen her around. I recall she had a child. Did the child come along too? Several aunts, laden with their belongings, opened the floodgates of gossip. In the village, life was mundane, and even the smallest occurrences became the center of intrigue. Clearly, she had become the most enigmatic topic of conversation. The village chief's daughter, who had married years ago, returning to her maternal home after marrying a local youth, her father hadn't made a grand announcement. Yet it was impossible to escape the village's scrutiny. Fleeing famine had become a foregone conclusion, and the greatest challenges faced by everyone were hunger and thirst. When material needs went unmet, people turned to gossip as a distraction, a way to escape the gnawing thoughts of empty stomachs. Before long, the chatter ceased, punctuated by yawns and the cries of children. This was a sleepless night. Many were busy packing their belongings, fearful of leaving anything behind. During the day, the heat was unbearable, forcing them to travel by night. Delaying today would mean further complications tomorrow. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and any unforeseen events could spell disaster. Some small children were reluctant to move, crying for their family to carry them, but with so much luggage, there were few hands free to oblige. The night became even more chaotic than the day, filled with cries and scoldings. Li Yue distributed earplugs to her daughters and herself, squeezing her eyes shut for a brief respite, knowing she needed to conserve her energy. She drifted into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by the oppressive heat. Wiping the sweat from her daughters' foreheads, she gently patted them dry and used her fan to cool them down. The carriage was too rigid, leaving her with aching bones and a sore back. Brother, I feel utterly exhausted, famished, and drowsy. When shall we find respite? Do bear with it. The village will notify everyone when the time comes. Zhao's mother, weak in health, gasped as she pushed the cart, offering comfort to her daughter. Not far away, Xiaoyang struggled with a heavy cart, laden with an assortment of items, leaving no space to sit. The child named Xiaobao had a rope tied around his waist, suspended on his back, resembling a limp doll. Perhaps he was too weary, for even in such an uncomfortable position, he drifted into a deep slumber. Li Yue observed that the child was about the same age as her own Li Hao. In the village, other families had older children carrying younger siblings, while some older ones bore burdens or backpacks, leading children by the hand. The women were also seen carrying children or luggage, and the elderly had small bundles slung over their shoulders. Her brothers were pushing the cart while her sister-in-law cradled a child and carried a load. The little ones trailed behind, their small baskets filled to the brim, stumbling along in the uneven terrain. It seemed that among them, her mother and sisters were the most comfortable, having a cart to ride in. It was no wonder Xiaoqing was as irate as a pufferfish. This was not merely acquiring a sister-in-law, but rather welcoming an ancestor into their midst. At last, the sound of a gong echoed, signaling the halt of the procession. "Brother, how long have we been walking? We haven't even reached Qianjia village yet." Li Yue fell silent. Qianjia village was merely 10 kilometers from their Li family village, a journey that usually took about 2 to 2.5 hours on foot, allowing for a round trip in half a day. Now, as dawn approached and they still had not arrived at Qianjia village, it was no wonder they had set out early. Rumor had it that the barbarians rode horses. If they were delayed any longer, they might indeed catch up. Unable to sleep, Li Qin, her fourth brother, struggled to stay awake, nearly dozing off as he held the reins. Seeing his state, Li Yue decided to engage him in conversation. There was no other choice. Xiaoyang, that blockhead, ignored her entirely. It would be too cruel to casually converse with Zhao's mother while she huffed and puffed, pushing the cart. Through their dialogue, she learned that the village planned to journey south to Lingnan. This information had come from a traveling merchant who had visited their village previously, also bearing the surname Li. He traveled extensively, claiming that his goods were sourced from Lingnan, where his family resided. He had boisterously invited the villagers to visit Lingnan, and many of the village matrons had been quite supportive of his business. Her father, believing him, had decided to venture to Lingnan in search of a livelihood. Li Yue recalled that she had encountered the merchant once more at Wangjia village, where he had claimed to bear the surname Wang. Most of the exiles were sent to Lingnan, a region characterized by its sweltering climate, teeming with mosquitoes, snakes, and ants, yet it was neither arid nor snowy. Upon hearing this, the villagers were quite pleased. After all, they too faced mosquitoes, snakes, and ants in their mountains. The absence of snow was a relief, indicating it was not cold. For every winter, someone from Li family village succumbed to the freezing temperatures brought on by snowfall. As they conversed, the gong sounded again, and the village finally paused to rest. Her father wore a troubled expression as he cleared his throat, but alas, there was little water left. His parched throat felt as though it might ignite, and his cracked lips produced a raspy sound. "We have been walking too slowly. After all this time, we still haven't reached Qianjia village, and Lingnan is several hundred kilometers away. At this pace, we shall walk until the end of time." Village chief, it is not that we do not wish to proceed, it is merely that we have too much to carry. Could the news be false? What benefit would there be to us, impoverished as we are, if the barbarians come? The court does not even attend to them. Are these barbarians so foolish as to come and plunder? What treasures could they possibly desire? Li Tianbai shot a glance at the woman. Why not stay behind? Everyone, take the opportunity to rest, do not dawdle and complain. If the barbarians catch up, you will find it impossible to flee, for they ride horses. With that, he squatted down heavily onto the ground. At his age, who would wish to leave home? He had initially been skeptical, but with Xiaoyang venturing into the city to inquire, it was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Chapter 9. A Failed Quest for Water. As the sun rose, the ground began to heat up gradually. The people of Li family village had walked from dusk until dawn, parched and weary. Their last remaining water was nearly gone. Ahead lay Qianjia village, the nearest settlement. This was the maternal home of Li Yue's third sister-in-law, Qian Zhaodi, who had hurried home to summon her parents. Her family was destitute, with scarcely any grain to speak of. Within no time at all, she arrived at the Li family village's procession, carrying a few pots and bowls. The early risers of Qianjia village, who had started fires to prepare breakfast, noticed the throng of people on the road and curiously approached to inquire. Upon learning of the Li villagers' intentions to flee, they were incredulous. Is that true? We heard no such news. Just yesterday, someone from their village had returned from town without any mention of such matters. Li Xing approached, hoping to inquire whether Qianjia village had any water to spare. However, upon hearing his request, the villagers of Qianjia turned pale. Our village does not have enough water to drink. Why would we share with you? Leave, quickly. The people of Li family village were left frustrated and dejected. Here they were, trying to share valuable information, and yet they were met with such hostility. When they attempted to engage with others from Qianjia village, those villagers, fearing for their own resources, hastily departed, loudly accusing them of wanting to seize their water. In the early morning light, the villagers of Qianjia emerged, armed with hoes and kitchen knives, eyeing them suspiciously. The people of Li family village were left speechless. Li Tian, pointing at the villagers of Qianjia, erupted in anger, as if I care. If you have water, cling to it for the rest of your lives. We are leaving. With that, he signaled for the Li villagers to move on, not out of fear of confrontation, but because they needed to hasten their journey. Qian Zhaodi's parents cowered like quail, afraid of attracting trouble from either side. Once the Li villagers had departed, the people of Qianjia watched in curiosity as the large group trudged along on such a hot day when they could have simply remained at home and conserved water. What could possibly compel them to move their entire families and possessions? The man who had spoken with Li Xing scoffed. They cannot survive without water and wish to seek some elsewhere. Yet they deceive us, claiming the barbarians will invade. Do they not fear the magistrate's punishment? Did old Qian truly run off with his daughter-in-law's family? With his family's poverty, what could he possibly expect from us? The villagers of Qianjia nodded in agreement, dismissing the matter. Once the barbarians truly arrived, the consequences would be dire. The people of Li family village, having traveled all night, had just quarreled with the villagers of Qianjia, their tempers flaring with nowhere to vent. Weary, hungry, and fatigued, after much pleading from the villagers, the procession finally stopped for breakfast and a brief respite before continuing on their journey. The sun had risen high, probably around 9 or 10 in the morning, and its heat was relentless, even threatening to blister their skin. Li Yue lay in the cart, her back aching. She counted the remaining eggs and found only 4 left. With the heat, they needed to be consumed quickly, or they would spoil. She also had chicken soup to consider. She handed 2 eggs to her daughters. The 2 girls were clearly taken aback by their mother's unexpected generosity. Though she had been kinder to them in recent days, this was a rare treat. For eggs were a precious commodity. In Wangjia, eggs were reserved for uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. They had never even had the chance to see one. Li Hao remembered a time when she had seen an eggshell still smeared with a bit of egg white and had tried to scrape it off to taste, only to be scolded by her grandmother for stealing an egg and receiving a severe beating, while her mother did not intervene. The last time she had eaten an egg was at her grandmother's house, where her grandmother had given it to her. Li Hao, merely 3 years old, quickly peeled the shell and stuffed the egg into her mouth, then smiled as she broke off a small piece to offer to her mother. Li Yue, fighting back tears, gently pushed it back, her small voice resolute and understanding. This is for you to recover, given to you by grandmother. She said that since you have no milk, you need to replenish yourself to nourish my little sister. Such a little child, yet she bore so much concern. Li Yue gently patted her daughter's head, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Have you forgotten that your mother possesses magical abilities? Indeed, she does. Li Hua blinked her large, watery eyes and inquired, can I give some to grandma? She treats me so well and even hesitates to use the eggs at home. You can eat. And I still have 1 left for grandma. Finish it in the carriage before we get down. The 2 little ones nodded eagerly, taking dainty bites of the egg. Given the sweltering weather, she also provided them each with a box of pure milk. It was their first encounter with pure milk, and they curiously inspected the small, square boxes. Li Yue punctured a hole in the straw, demonstrating how to drink, while carefully licking away the small spills. Both children sported white milk stains at the corners of their mouths, their faces radiating satisfaction. Concerned that the little ones might not feel full, she produced 2 sandwiches. With meat, vegetables, and eggs nestled between the bread, they were utterly fascinated by the deliciousness of their first taste, declaring it the most delectable food they had ever experienced. Remember, do not disclose what you have eaten or drunk to others. Otherwise, you may never see your mother again. Before disembarking the carriage, she changed Li Yuan's diaper and fed her, reiterating her caution. The 2 little ones solemnly nodded and stepped down to stretch their legs. Li Yue cradled the child and navigated through a heap of belongings to locate her mother. Their families were neighbors, and she soon spotted her mother. Zhang Xueping was instructing two sisters-in-law to tend to the fire for cooking while reprimanding several children for their reckless running about. The older children had gone nearby to forage for wild vegetables. Her father and a few elderly men were gathered together, murmuring, likely discussing significant matters of the village. "Why are you wandering over here instead of staying in the carriage? Did your mother-in-law not prepare food for you? Hurry back." Upon seeing her daughter approach, Zhang Xueping shot a glare at the other daughters-in-law and raised her voice intentionally. As if I would let my daughter take advantage of her maternal family. "I'm leaving. Sitting in the carriage is making my back ache. You little brat, we walked until we were exhausted. And you complain about back pain from riding in the carriage? You must be asking for scorn." Despite her scolding, Zhang Xueping took Li Yuan from her hands, playfully cooing at the little one. Little Li Yuan squinted her eyes, revealing her delicate pink gums, her mouth still marked with the remnants of milk. "Do you have milk?" "Yes, I do." Li Yu considered for a moment and decided it was better to confirm the presence of milk this way. She could legitimately produce milk for the children at home in the future. As she peeled the egg, she glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. "Mother, open your mouth." She quickly stuffed half an egg into Zhang Xueping's mouth, nearly choking her. As Zhang Xueping chewed, she realized something was amiss. "This is an egg." Her eyes widened in surprise, and she shot an indignant glare at her daughter while scanning the surroundings, relieved that no one had caught on. Li Yue felt a surge of joy and promptly offered her mother some water from the water pouch. Given the current scarcity, Zhang Xueping, though hesitant, sipped carefully. After they finished eating, Li Yue again attempted to feed her mother, but this time, Zhang Xueping had learned and tightly closed her mouth, refusing to eat. "You little wretch. I offered you an egg, and yet..." Before she could finish her complaint, Li Yue deftly shoved the remaining half into her mother's mouth. Once the egg was in, it was difficult to spit it out, and Zhang Xueping had to wait until she finished the entire egg before she could scold her daughter. "I gave you the egg to nourish your body. Why did you take it back? At my age, I hardly need such a delicacy. Your cousins have not even had a taste. If they find out, your sister-in-law would be furious with me." Chapter 10. The stepmother is always evil. Zhang Xueping smacked her lips in reminiscence, lamenting, "Your father hasn't even eaten yet. I can't believe I consumed an egg. It feels surreal." Li Yue glanced at her father in the distance, abandoning the thought of delivering the egg to him. What if she shouted loudly? And it ended up in her little cousins' bellies? It wasn't that she was stingy, it was simply imprudent to draw attention to their provisions at such a time. Her purpose for coming was solely to bring her mother water and eggs. As for anything else, it was best to keep it hidden for now. After delivering her gifts, she left with the child, not bothering to greet anyone else in the family. After being rushed by her third sister-in-law and witnessing the silence from her other siblings, she felt a twinge of sadness, which also led to a sense of resentment toward her brother. Observing that she had not acknowledged anyone upon her arrival, Li Xing commented to Li Yi, "Is little sister still upset with us?" Li Yi sighed, "This is also my fault, brother. Why didn't you stop her? Wasn't it your sister-in-law who called me out to move things? And what about you?" My wife kept signaling me to pay attention to the two children. I was completely oblivious." They both glanced at their younger brother, who had unwittingly drawn their ire. Li Xing felt uneasy, lowering his head in guilt. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, his wife was pregnant, and he needed to think of ways to appease their sister. The wives of Li Xing and Li Yu exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken thoughts of their husbands. They couldn't entirely blame them, given the current circumstances. There were too many people in the household struggling to fill their stomachs, and they were aware that their mother-in-law would certainly sneakily provide for their sister-in-law. They resolved to treat her better in the future. When Li Yu returned to the Xiao family, Mother Xiao greeted her with a warm smile. Presenting a bowl of chicken soup, drink it while it's hot. The soup was shimmering with a layer of oil, and upon closer inspection, it emanated a faint, almost rancid odor, causing Li Yu to furrow her brow. Noticing her reaction, Mother Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. What's wrong? How much of this chicken soup is left? There's still a potful. I saved it all for you to enjoy slowly. Mother-in-law, you must have cooked it all. Right? I can smell it going bad. We should divide it while it's still good. Mother Xiao was taken aback by her words. What did she mean? I can't drink much. You and Xiaoyang and Xiaoqing should have some too. Just leave me a bowl to take to my mother. After an entire meal. Mother Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. We won't drink it. You're in confinement and need to nourish your body. You must drink it. Trust me. It's all cooked. It would be a shame to let it spoil. Seeing that they were still reluctant, Xiao Yang, working on fixing a wheel, chimed in. Just serve it all. I'll prepare more for her later. Xiao Qing scoffed. In this desolate place, where would you find more? Mother Xiao had no choice but to reheat all the chicken soup. Li Yue noticed her two daughters squatting in front of their carriage, counting ants and playing, the wind making their cheeks flush like ripe apples. She approached them, patiently wiping the sweat from their foreheads. The cloth quickly became muddy against their little faces. Xiao Yang caught sight of the scene and, glancing at his son, chose to remain silent and continued his work on the wheel. Li Yue lovingly patted her daughters' heads. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a timid gaze fixed upon her. This little one seemed to be called Xiao Bao. Since yesterday. He hadn't uttered a word, his expression mirroring that of his father, utterly devoid of emotion. As she approached him, unexpectedly, Xiao Qing, protective like a hen, stepped in front of her, extending her arms. What do you want? You shall not harm Xiao Bao, you wicked woman. Li Yue is speechless. Xiao Qing. Have you lost your mind? Which of your eyes saw me trying to harm Xiao Bao? Where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Stepmothers are always wicked. Li Yue was at a loss as to why Xiao Qing was reacting so strongly. After all, a biological mother could abandon her husband and children. She only thought about it internally, not daring to voice it, as she could only imagine how dark Xiao Yang's expression would turn. Little Bao, do you eat eggs? I still have one left. Li Yue extended her hand kindly towards the little one, but Xiao Qing swiftly swatted the egg from her grasp with a disdainful huff. Who knows how long that egg has been sitting around? Trying to poison little Bao with a rotten egg, you wicked woman. The egg fell to the ground with a thud, fortunately boiled, its shell cracked, exposing the egg white now tainted with dust. Xiao Qing glared at her, a triumphant eyebrow raised. In the next moment, Xiao Yang picked up the egg, wiped it clean, and handed it to Li Yue. Standing before Xiao Qing with a cold reprimand, apologize. His towering height exuded an undeniable pressure, and Li Yue felt herself enveloped by shadows. Xiao Qing, taken aback by her brother's repeated admonishments towards this woman, shot a fierce glare at Li Yue, then stomped on her brother's foot before darting off to their mother. Xiao Yang, maintaining his stern demeanor, cleaned off the dust from the egg and presented it. He won't eat it. Their mother was busy tending to the fire while chastising her daughter for her behavior towards her sister-in-law. She is not my sister-in-law. I have a sister-in-law. Xiao Yang's expression darkened further as he strode forward, grabbing his sister by the collar and tossing her out of the group. Go. If you want to find her, do so yourself. With that, he hurled a bundle forcefully into Xiao Qing's arms. Stunned, she clutched the bundle, realizing she had once again pushed her brother's limits. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Now that you have a new wife, you no longer want me, your sister. Meanwhile, their mother, having finished preparing the chicken soup, hurried over to mediate. What are you making a fuss about this early in the morning? Come, drink your soup. If you truly provoke your brother, I will not intervene. Li Yue, indifferent to the family squabble, carried the chicken soup away, leaving the uneaten egg behind to give to her mother. Upon reaching the Li household, breakfast was ready. The Li family had noticed the commotion from the Xiao family and inquired about their daughter's well-being. What trouble are the Xiao siblings in now? Zhang Suiping asked anxiously. Did they bully you? No, mother. I brought you some chicken soup. The weather is hot, and I worried it would spoil, so I made it all. Xiao Qing threw a tantrum and wouldn't let little Bao have any. She refrained from mentioning the egg incident, subtly shifting the focus to the soup. Given Xiao Qing's attitude, it was clear she wouldn't allow little Bao to have the soup either. Being a stepmother is challenging. Just manage your own household and refrain from meddling in others' affairs, to avoid raising ingrates, she remarked, casting a stern glare at her sons. Zhang Suiping divided the chicken soup into portions, giving some to Li Tian while keeping the rest for herself. The children can drink it. I have no need for chicken soup. Unceremoniously, she poured the entire contents into her own bowl and gulped it down in front of her daughter. The Li sons and grandsons stared in astonishment at their grandmother. Chapter 11. Wow, so much grain. The weather was sweltering, and after breakfast, the village chief of Li village inquired if they could continue their journey, as the villagers voiced their complaints. This won't do. We shall rest once we reach Wang village. Hold on a little longer. Li Yue pondered, who knows what schemes her father is concocting. Having not slept a wink, their minds were muddled, yet their bodies pressed on, determined to reach Wang village. Wang village is great, she thought, familiar and convenient for her plans. By the time the people of Li village reached Wang village, it was midday, the sun blazing overhead. Go to Wang Nes house. The villagers were so exhausted they hardly uttered a word, following the village chief's orders. Li Yue had already consumed several bottles of water while in the cart but remained parched, the sweat never ceasing, the heat outside unthinkable. Li Hua's two children curiously wondered where their mother had procured so much water, as if it would never run out. In Wang village, every household had tightly shut their doors and locked their gates, and after a thorough search, they discovered the village was deserted. What are you doing? The people from Li village, searching from house to house, stirred a few elderly residents who had been resting inside, prompting them to come out and inquire. Li Yue dismounted from the cart. The elderly woman across from her swayed slightly, almost losing her balance. Wang Nes? Are you a ghost or a human? Li Yue recognized the elder as Granny Wang from the neighboring house, a kind-hearted woman who had once offered her a corn bun when her former mother-in-law had starved her. Granny Wang, I am human. I have returned to my mother's house with my children after parting ways with Wang Enyi. She refrained from mentioning the divorce, as the reality of her previous situation with Wang Enyi was complicated. The original's birth date and time had been meticulously concealed by her parents during the marriage. She had to pay to marry, and aside from money, there had been no exchange of nuptial documents. This was partly her father's doing and partly Wang Enyi's deceit. The truth was clear: when parents disapproved, one should never force a marriage, lest one be ground down or suffocated. Granny Wang sighed, looking at the Li villagers behind her. Are you all planning to flee too? There was a hint of envy in her gaze towards the elderly who followed behind. Li Yue nodded, explaining their purpose for coming to the village. With so few people left, most had fled, and the elderly were left behind to watch over the homes and fields, not wanting to burden their families. You all do as you see fit. With a heavy heart, she returned indoors. Since the village was nearly deserted, many homes had been left unlocked. In these times of desperation, even the poorest would cry if they came across a mouse, so valuables like locks were surely taken. The Li villagers casually entered a few empty houses to rest. The Li brothers kicked open the door of Wang Nes' house, but Li Yue's former residence had long turned to ash, the stove reduced to rubble. The only salvageable rooms belonged to the elderly couple and her brother and sister-in-law. Li Yue guided her children closely behind. Everyone set aside their reservations about the state of the beds, laying down some straw and quickly falling asleep. While the others rested, Li Yue remained vigilant, heading to the kitchen to dig through the remnants. Why aren't you sleeping? Mother, you should rest, don't mind me. Zhang Suiping, too fatigued to pursue her daughter's activities, let her eyelids droop and refrained from questioning further. Li Yue called her two daughters to assist her. Xiao Yang glanced at the mother-daughter group with a furrowed brow, squinting in rest while listening intently to their movements. As they moved the debris, it was evident that some had been previously disturbed, and Li Yue surmised it had been her former mother-in-law who had dug it up only to cover it back over again. This cellar was something the original had accidentally learned about but never had the chance to investigate. After clearing the rubble, they finally uncovered a narrow seam of the cellar. Li Hua gasped in astonishment. After years of stoking fires in Wang's kitchen, she had never discovered the cellar. How did mother know? Li Yue opened the cellar door, instructing, "You two stay here and keep an eye on things while I take a look." With that, she placed the younger Li Yuan in Li Hua's hands. Inside the cellar was pitch black, devoid of light. Li Yue retrieved a flashlight from her supplies to illuminate her path. The belongings had long been taken by the Wang family. The cellar was empty, not even a mouse remained. She unearthed several bags of rice and flour, placing them in the cellar along with a large wooden basin, pouring in mineral water until it overflowed. Above, Li Hua and the others shielded the baby from the blazing sun. Li Yue contemplated and added a basket of eggs, cured meats, cabbage, potatoes, and even a live hen, ensuring they could feed it along the way to encourage egg-laying. Having accomplished all of this, for the time being, it seemed sufficient. The Wang family's circumstances are rather modest, and the mere possession of this grain is indeed remarkable. She emerged from the cellar, noticing that her daughters were nearly wilting from the heat. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she hurriedly handed them 2 bottles of water, urging them to drink quickly. You quietly summon your grandmother and Xiaoyang over here, and do not disturb anyone else. Realizing her daughters were unfamiliar with Xiaoyang, she described him as the uncle with the dark expression from the past few days. Li Hao nodded and went to call for them. After a short while, Zhang Suiping yawned her way over, followed closely by the scowling Xiaoyang. Mother, come quickly. Zhang Suiping's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the cellar. She anxiously scanned the surroundings, realizing that she and Xiaoyang had indeed emerged from the cellar. Li Yue lit a fire stick, and upon seeing the contents of the cellar, her mother's mouth fell open in astonishment. Daughter, is all of this from the Wang family? No, it's what I had hidden before. It was only when Wang Enyi passed away that she came to me in a dream, revealing the existence of the cellar. Zhang Suiping's eye twitched, doubtful of her daughter's words. She didn't dream about anyone else but you, her granddaughter? Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. The items were undeniably present before them. She approached, touching this and that, utterly fascinated. Truly, my daughter, the rice and flour you hid are exquisite. I thought you might have foolishly subsidized the Wang family. She exclaimed, oh my, this cabbage is so crisp and tender. When did you hide this? How is it still so fresh even in such a state? And this water is so clear and pure. Resist the urge to drink it. We must not let it become contaminated. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of her claims. The grain before them did not seem to align with her frail appearance, which looked incapable of concealing such items, let alone enduring such hardship. Mother, Xiaoyang, you must find a way to take all of this away quickly, lest the Wang family remembers and returns to search for it. Daughter, this is truly remarkable. I shall go summon help, but do not inform your father. With so little, he would undoubtedly insist on distributing it among the villagers. Her heart raced, her face beaming with joy as she hurried off to gather people. After a while, Li Yue, and Li Chen arrived, sporting expressions of excitement as well. Your third brother has been rather self-serving lately. We must keep this from him, lest your sister-in-law demands that he share it with her family. Chapter 12. The petulant sister-in-law and the weak mother-in-law. The Li family busily transported the grain outside, while the neighboring villagers who had sought refuge awoke and also began to stir. Since the village head had yet to announce their departure, it was better to find some tasks to occupy themselves. The residents of Wangjia village had all fled, leaving the determined villagers of Lijia village to scavenge for any forgotten remnants. One household, larger than the others, had two families residing within it. In their search, they stumbled upon some moldy grain. Elated, the family that discovered it was about to conceal it when a child from the other household spotted them and cried out. The two families ended up brawling over the grain, with the matter escalating until they sought Li Tian to mediate. Fortunately, the Li family had many male members, and when they called for Li Tian, he did not enter the fray. Otherwise, the entire village would have set their sights on the Li family's grain. Mother, this won't do, Li Yue proposed. What if we separate from the villagers? The villagers were now desperate and would grasp at any glimmer of hope. Those driven to desperation can commit any act. Li Yue is not a saint. She did not wish to share her hard-earned supplies with others. If not for her mother, she would have considered her father and brothers as well. Though her space resembled a vast supermarket, she feared the day when supplies might run low. She had a long life ahead, and that supermarket was her lifeline and source of confidence in this world. With so many villagers, the resources from her space would hardly suffice for distribution. We cannot separate. Xiaoyang, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, and Li Yue regarded him with suspicion. It is too dangerous to separate. Perhaps motivated by the grain's presence, he spoke more than usual. After finishing, he hoisted a sack of grain back to the surface. Her three brothers, laboring like old oxen, also carried sacks upward. Zhang Suiping pinched Li Yue's arm and admonished, "What are you thinking, girl? Do you think your father would ever agree to that?" Her father's loyalty and sense of duty were both his strengths and weaknesses. "I know you blame your parents for arranging your marriage." "I do not," Li Yue retorted defensively. "You're ignoring your father because you're upset with him." Zhang Suiping rolled her eyes at her daughter, clearly understanding her little schemes. "Your thoughts are written all over your face." She patted Li Yue's head. "In this world, how difficult it is for a woman to return to her family after being divorced. Your parents cannot accompany you forever. Xiaoyang is a good boy. Even if he doesn't have feelings for you, he will treat you well." Li Yue rolled her eyes in disbelief. "As if a good husband would run away. He is decent. Had your father not mentioned his own family matters, would he have agreed to marry you? You will understand in the future. Marrying him is not a loss." With that, Zhang Suiping ceased the conversation and continued moving the items. Li Yue was left standing in a daze, pondering her mother's constant references to the future and what it might hold. From the memories of her past self, the Xiaoyang, aside from his poor temperament, was quite amiable. His father had a good relationship with Li Tian during his lifetime, and the two families had an arranged marriage for their children since childhood. However, it was the original self who had broken that promise, yet he seamlessly transitioned into marriage and fatherhood. Li Yue chose not to dwell further on this matter. Once all the items from the cellar were moved, she climbed onto the cart, only to realize it was completely filled, leaving no room for her. Zhao's mother stood by the cart, cradling a child, while Xiaoyang packed their belongings. Li Huan and Li Hao sat obediently in front of the cart. Your mother said her grain will be temporarily stored in our cart. The cart has curtains, so outsiders cannot see inside. Li Yue surmised that her mother was acting to protect them from her sister-in-law. It was a day fraught with caution, and such a life was hardly enjoyable. Outside, the sun continued to blaze, though it was slightly more bearable than at noon. Li Tian resolved the earlier dispute and hurried everyone to get on the road. As the group began to converse, they realized the seriousness of their situation. After all, the villagers of Wangjia were even lazier than they were. The residents of Wangjia village had already fled. They were slow to escape, making them easy targets. The villagers prepared their belongings to follow closely behind. The cart was packed, with only a small space left for people to sit. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Li Yue discreetly fed the horses some carrots and cabbage. To ensure the horses could work, they needed to be well fed. With the grass dried up, it was no longer available. The horses, panting heavily, seemed to have gone a long time without food, eagerly devouring the offerings without bothering to chew. Water was too conspicuous. She could only offer them several moisture-rich cabbages. Watching the horses eat heartily, a shadow fell over her. Li Yue froze, unsure how to explain herself, only to realize it was Xiaoyang. He had come over to pack and had caught her in the act of secretly feeding the horses. His expression was one of mild surprise, yet he remained silent. The grain belonged to him. He could handle it as he wished. Li Yue felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Fortunately, it was Xiaoyang who had seen her. He was not one to gossip. Once he walked away, she quietly stuck out her tongue, vowing to be more cautious next time. She patted the horse's head, whispering, "I'll feed you again at night." Initially intending to explain herself to Xiaoyang, she reconsidered and decided against it. He was not one to chatter. She would simply have to be careful in the future. Our ancestors have finally arrived? My dear, is this truly your daughter-in-law? She appears to be a young lady of considerable means, and yet she is expected to tend to the children. Li Yue approached. As Xiaoqing's tone dripped with sarcasm, Li Yue chose to ignore her, accepting the child with a simple expression of gratitude. The more Xiaoqing perceived Li Yue's reticence, the more her disdain for her grew, prompting her to shove Li Yue as she turned away. Li Yue stumbled, nearly losing her hold on the child, her pulse quickening in alarm. In retaliation, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Xiaoqing's face, causing it to swell instantly. "You audacious wretch, how dare you strike me? Brother, see what sort of wife you have chosen, and she has barely been in our home a few days. Xiaoqing, I have tolerated your antics for long enough. You incessantly hurl insults, yet who did you learn such behavior from in the Xiao household? Is this the standard of upbringing in your family? Just moments ago, I was cradling the child, and you chose to push me. What malice do you harbor?" Li Yue demanded, her eyes locking fiercely onto Xiaoqing, unwilling to be intimidated. Zhao's mother, anxious and distressed, implored her daughter to apologize. In a fit of anger, Xiaoqing retorted loudly, "Apologize? Mother, you are far too lenient. You allowed that sister-in-law of yours to run rampant, and now you permit Li Yue the same liberties. Must a daughter-in-law climb to the top of your hierarchy before you will take a stand?" Confronted by her daughter's reproach in front of her son's wife, Zhao's mother felt a wave of shame wash over her, her face oscillating between shades of green and white. Overwhelmed, she began to cough violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. The commotion drew the attention of Xiaoyang, who, upon seeing his mother in tears, scowled disapprovingly at his sister. Feeling guilty, Xiaoqing abandoned her quest to provoke Li Yue, muttering a few words before hastily gathering her belongings and fleeing. Li Yue, at a loss for words, thought to herself that if only Xiaoqing could muster such defiance towards her brother instead, it would serve her right. Until now, she had never noticed. But it had become painfully apparent that her mother-in-law was nothing but a weakling, devoid of any assertiveness, her temper as soft as butter, allowing others to trample over her. Chapter 13, administering a lesson to my brother as the sun began to set in the west, casting a gentler light than at noon. The gong of Li family village echoed through the air. Under Li Tian's prodding, the villagers set forth once again. The elderly residents of Wang family village, who remained behind, wore expressions of reluctance as they watched the departing group, unable to hold back their tears, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Before their departure, Li Yue offered some grain to the elderly Mrs. Wang next door, a token of gratitude for past kindness. However, it was clear that they could not take her along on their journey. These elders understood that once their children left the village, they would not return. They were the burdens left behind, professing it was to save their children from wasting resources. Yet the deepest agony lay not only in death, but in the living separation and abandonment by their offspring. The old men and women of Li family village felt a strange pride in their children, believing them to be dutiful. Some wished to keep their parents with them, but were met with harsh words from the loyal Li Tian, forcing them to reluctantly part ways. Your parents nurtured you from infancy, and now, as they reach their twilight years, you wish to abandon them? What kind of person are you? Do you desire for your children to learn from your example? His words struck a chord with those children who harbored such thoughts. The carts were laden with provisions, and this time Li Yue found herself unable to squeeze into a seat. The two children, the eldest merely 5, were at a vital stage of growth. She could not bear to see them leave, so she walked beside the cart, cradling the younger child. Li Yuan, frail at birth, had been weak during her pregnancy and remained so postpartum. At only a month old, she weighed less than 10 pounds. Li Yue felt a pang of sorrow for both her child and herself. Thankfully, it was summer. The thought of enduring this in the winter, with biting winds, was unbearable. This frail body of hers was already struggling after only a few steps, breathless and sweating profusely. She lamented sadly, contemplating the future of this weakened form, resolving to procure some ginseng later for a much-needed boost. Zhang Suiping walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at her, gradually slowing her pace. When Li Yue caught up, she expressed her concern. Here, let me hold the child for you. Take your time, you must not overexert yourself. Li Yue shook her head in refusal. Her mother was already burdened with a heavy load on her back. The petite woman was nearly bent over by the weight. Li Yue's heart ached for her mother, and thus, she could not allow her to carry the child. Nearby, Li Tian was engrossed in conversation with other elderly villagers, seemingly oblivious to the scene. The sight of her father engaged in light-hearted banter only fueled her frustration. Should she confront her father first or her third brother? Mother, what exactly do you have in that bundle? A large iron pot. It's the only one we have, and I couldn't entrust it to your sister-in-law. If it gets damaged, there would be no way to repair it. So that was it. She nodded and moved forward, approaching her father with an exaggerated sigh, feigning distress. Li Tian, still chatting with the old men, turned to see his daughter with a look of dismay on her face, alongside his little granddaughter. The child, with bright, curious eyes that sparkled with innocence, was adorably chubby, causing him to stifle his laughter as he extinguished his cigarette and reached out to hold her. Li Yue coughed lightly and sidestepped his hand. Father, you're still smoking? Don't let the smoke reach the child. Li Tian felt embarrassed before his peers, shooting a glare at Li Yue, who pretended not to notice. Father, it seems our third brother is becoming increasingly dutiful, remarked one of the villagers, further praising the Li brothers for their filial piety. Li Tian's brows relaxed. Of course, my sons are well raised. Who else would be filial if not them? Yet, as he turned around, he observed his wife shouldering a heavy burden while his third son cheerfully carried the weight of his maternal uncle. Both Shoshu and Shoan are walking on their own, and yet my brother insists on carrying our uncle. It's a pity we didn't gain anything in Qian family village. I can hardly blame him. The in-laws are rather soft-spoken. Perhaps it's better for my brother to abandon the Li name and marry into the Qian family instead. After imparting her scolding, Li Yue walked away with the child in her arms. Moments later, she noticed her father calling her brother over to reprimand him. Third brother, be careful with that pot. If it breaks, we'll have no food to eat. The Qian family will not provide for you. She regarded her brother with a challenging look, exuding an expression that seemed to say, I have reported you. What can you do about it? Li Xing felt a surge of frustration, but, recalling how his sister had always been, he could only suppress it. Meanwhile, Qian Zhaodi was incensed, feeling pity for her brother who had to walk. Thank goodness we sent that little sister away. Look at her still trying to stir trouble even while at the Xiao family. Li Xing, overwhelmed with irritation, ignored her. His sister had a long memory, and the fact that she had been married off to Xiao Yang had never sat well with her. He hoped that once this anger subsided, peace would be restored. The other two brothers-in-law exchanged glances, relieved they had not offended the youngest sister, especially since the third brother remained unaware of the grain situation. The other two sisters-in-law, mindful of the grain issue, dared not cross Li Yue. All of Li Yue's actions had not escaped the notice of the Xiao family. Xiao Qing, wary of approaching too closely, hid beside her mother and whispered, "What a disruptive presence." Zhang Suiping, having lightened her load, reached out for the child, causing Qian Zhaodi to fume with indignation. Fourth brother was assigned to drive the cart, while she merely desired her mother to hold the child, feeling that her mother showed favoritism towards her sister-in-law, neglecting her own children. Li Ri and Li Yi, the two brothers, took turns pushing the cart and the unicycle. Li Ri, aged 32, is blessed with a wife, Zhou, and they have 5 children together, Chuan Miao, aged 14. Sholi, aged 12, Shul, aged 10, Xioni, aged 8, and Shu Shu, aged 5. Meanwhile, Li Yi is married to Wu, and they have 1 son and 2 daughters, the 12-year-old Xiaohua, the 7-year-old donghua, and the 3-year-old Shouan. Upon hearing this, Wu gazes at her 3-year-old son, unable to hold him as she is burdened with other items. Instead, the older children take turns carrying him. At that moment, Li Chen calls for Chuan Miao to help Shouan and Shu Shu onto the cart, as the children will take turns riding. Chuan Miao, taken aback by the attention, looks at her mother. And after a moment's hesitation, Zhou nods in approval. Chuan Miao leads Shouan and Shu Shu onto the cart. Zhang Suiping remarks, "Your aunt cares for you. You are the eldest. So sit on the cart and keep an eye on the younger ones to ensure they do not fall." Chuan Miao expresses her gratitude with a soft "thank you, aunt," as she embraces the children and boards the cart. Li Yue nods in agreement. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, Chuan Miao has always been mature and responsible. Li Yue holds a fondness for this little niece. Xiao Qing, observing the situation, mutters in discontent, riding the cart, and all she thinks about is her own family. Not a thought for the Xiao family. What if the food is lost? Would you ride then? Li Yue rolls her eyes in response. As the two aunts bicker, Xiao Yang merely casts a disapproving glance at his sister, remaining otherwise unresponsive. As they continue on their journey, the sun begins to set, and the oppressive heat gradually dissipates. The breakfast they had consumed is long since digested, and Li Yue feels her stomach growl with hunger. After walking for 2 hours, her legs feel as rigid as lead from the unexpected exertion. Seizing the last rays of sunlight, the villagers of Li family village light their fires. Nearby, a river has long since dried up, and the villagers returned empty-handed, disappointed after failing to find even a drop of water. With every household running dry, the peril of thirst looms large. With hunger gnawing at them, they can only manage to swallow the last of their dry bread. As darkness envelopes them, Li Yue hurriedly takes the children to replenish their energy. Thanks to the water stored in the cellar, the Li family manages to provide each person with a bowl. Qian Zhaodi, astonished to discover water in the house, asks, "Mother, where did this water come from?" She eagerly adds, "Can I send some to my parents?" Zhang Suiping, who has spoiled her, responds with sarcasm, "Oh, isn't the Qian family village overflowing with water? Do you expect us to share? If you wish to send some, then you should refrain from drinking it yourself." Embarrassed by her mother-in-law's rebuke, Qian Zhaodi's face flushes crimson. She contemplates sharing with her parents and younger brother, reasoning that she could simply forego her own share. However, her optimistic thoughts are soon dashed. When Li Xing reaches out to fetch water, Zhang Suiping, with a smirk, informs him, "The portion your wife sent to her family does not include yours." Li Xing, hoarse from a day of thirst, casts a pleading glance at his mother. "Put away that look. Go ask your wife for water." "I've given what I had, there is no more," Zhang Suiping retorts. Li Xing is left speechless. And when he approaches his wife, he is met with dismay. His mother-in-law's family has already consumed every last drop, leaving even his own wife without any. His heart aches for his wife, who, pregnant and selflessly focused on her family, is left parched. Qian Zhaodi gazes at her husband with teary eyes, placing a hand on her belly, her expression one of quiet grievance. Li Xing, feeling a pang of sympathy, steels himself against the impending scolding and once again implores his mother while simultaneously seeking assistance from his father. Just as Li Tian is about to speak, Zhang Suiping interrupts. "This water was given by my daughter. If you wish to defend her, then you might as well give up your own share for him." The head of the family, Li Tian, glares at his wife, his authority challenged. Zhang Suiping, with a mocking smile, nearly snatches the water from before him. Remembering the previous incident with chicken soup, Li Tian hastily gulps down the water. The rest of the family, fearing that the younger uncles and brothers might turn their attention to them, quickly finish their bowls. Savoring the sweet and clear water, Li Xing feels a tumult of emotions. Li Tian pats his son's shoulder, stating, "Your mother distributes fairly. There is no need for you to ask for another bowl, or else there will be chaos at home." Li Xing's heart is heavy with mixed feelings, while Qian Zhaodi, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, suggests, "Since it's your sister's water, why not ask her for some? You are her third brother, surely she wouldn't deny you." She gently touches her still-forming belly, as if to emphasize her condition. Finally, Li Xing, with some embarrassment, approaches his sister. "Sister, could you spare some water for your third brother? My wife is pregnant." Li Yue, preoccupied with feeding the children, feigns surprise. "Third brother. Didn't our mother already give you some? I saw her hand out one bowl per family, and since there are fewer people in your household, you were given a bit more." Xiao Qing, seizing the opportunity to provoke, interjects, "Li Yue, how heartless can you be? Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and your third brother has come to you begging, yet you refuse even a drop of water." Xiao Yang glances at his sister and then takes the bowl of water from her, offering it to Li Yue. "Be generous, this bowl is for him." Xiao Qing stares in disbelief at her elder brother, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Li Yue stifles a laugh, feeling a newfound respect for this man. "Mother, look at brother. Why should my water go to him?" Xiao Mu, having finished feeding her grandson, calmly replies, "The water belongs to your sister-in-law. She can give it to whomever she pleases. This is a matter for the Li family. Why must you meddle?" Xiao Qing, fuming, snatches the water and drinks it all in one go. As her throat burns from thirst, she feels no sympathy for Li Xing. A hint of resentment brews within him for his sister. "Third brother, one must learn to bear the consequences of one's actions. My consequence is being cast out by you and Qian Zhaodi, and in turn, you must bear the consequences as well. If you can drink your share. I am not denying Qian Zhaodi any. You may inquire if the Qian family has any water left." Initially, Li Yue felt guilt for delaying her brother's marriage. However, she soon learns of his actions and feels cold disappointment. Qian Zhaodi entered the Li family through her own machinations, while she can endure being bullied by her third brother. She will not stand for any mistreatment toward her mother. After everyone departs, Li Yue continues to care for the children, seemingly unfazed. Xiao Yang's gaze drifts over her face, deep in thought. Qian Zhaodi, anxiously waiting for her husband to return, is incensed to find he has not brought back any water. "Your sister is truly petty and holds grudges. It's a blessing she could marry into the Xiao family." Li Xing, affected by his sister's final remark, feels an inexplicable wave of despondency and cannot help but ask, "Wife, do your parents truly have no water left?" Upon hearing this, Qian Zhaodi's eyes grow red with anger. "Li Xing, what do you mean by that? You want to take out your frustrations on my parents? Do you think it was easy for them to raise me? If your parents have water, why don't you ask them instead of turning to mine? If my parents had water, would they claim otherwise?" Her voice grows louder, as if she fears no one can hear her. Li Xing, worried that his parents might overhear, quickly covers her mouth. Qian Zhaodi, furious, bursts into tears. Fearing her tears, Li Xing softens and apologizes, taking considerable time to soothe her. Their quarrel has already drifted on the wind and reached the ears of the other Li family members. Zhang Suiping pretends not to hear, engrossed in her work. Currently, everyone wears straw sandals, which, while cool, cause blisters from the long journey. After witnessing her daughter's feet covered in blisters, she realizes that sturdier shoes could protect her soles. The other two sisters-in-law of the Li family were notably subdued, lacking the audacity to speak up. Only the third sister-in-law failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Li Yue's feet were sore and blistered, prompting Siha to remove her shoes. Xiao Yang was busy twisting hemp rope when he caught a glimpse of her plight, turned back to the cart, rummaged for a while, and then returned to toss something at her without uttering a single word. Li Yue was taken aback by his actions. Upon opening the item, a strong medicinal scent wafted towards her. As she pondered its application, Xiao Mu, still twisting the rope, remarked with a smile, "This is quite effective. Apply it, and the pain will subside." A casual application of the ointment brought a refreshing coolness that alleviated her discomfort significantly. Li Hao and Li Hua were yawning and rubbing their sleepy eyes. Xiao Yang, noticing his son was also drowsy, laid a blanket on the ground and gestured for Li Yue to place the children upon it. He was a man of few words, but possessed a kind heart. Chapter 15. Diverging Paths. With no carriage to shield them, Li Yue spent her first night tossing and turning on the ground. The summer heat rendered the earth, baked by the sun during the day, unbearably hot, yet she was untroubled by the chill of the night. However, the mosquitoes proved to be unexpectedly vicious. She applied mosquito repellent to herself and occasionally fanned the children. This approach was unsustainable. The space contained tents and mosquito nets, which were too conspicuous, and she needed to find an opportunity to store them in the cart. If the space allowed for items to be taken out, could it not also permit items to be put in? Sleep eluded her, and in a haze, she heard the village's summons to continue their journey. Li Yue yawned as she followed the procession. The children, abruptly awakened, protested with cries of reluctance. The adults shared their discontent. Village chief, could we not sleep a little longer? This plea was met with a stern refusal from Li Tian. The hot weather dictated that they travel more at night when it was cooler, allowing for less travel during the day to avoid the risk of heatstroke due to dehydration. As the group continued, they encountered further difficulties. Walking at night was fraught with peril due to poor visibility, causing several to stumble and fall. Even on the second day, it was evident that some within the group could not endure this hardship and wished to return home. After all, death was inevitable. Waiting for it at home seemed preferable to perishing in such a grueling manner. The villagers from Qianjia had fled, while those from Wangjia were timid, fearing that the news might be false. At this juncture, there were still individuals doubting the veracity of the information, clinging to a sense of hope. The decision to flee was made privately by Li Tian and the other elders of the Li family. A meeting had been convened to inform everyone, who were left with no choice but to comply. Now, as the reality set in, arguments erupted, and dissent began to brew. To Li Yue's surprise, her father approached Xiaoyang to inquire about his intentions, a rather delicate matter. When hearts are divided, collective strength dissipates. Xiaoyang coolly responded without elaboration, leaving Li Yue astonished at how aligned their thoughts were. The village of Li was composed of several prominent surnames, including Li, Zhang, and Jiao, alongside the Xiao family as outsiders, forming a small community of around 100 households, with the Li family comprising the majority at 45 households. Her father was the village chief, supported by the Zhang family's deputy chief and other elders. The uproar originated from the Zhang family village, who had long harbored grievances against her father's authority. Li Tian's expression turned grave. In light of this, let each household send a representative, so we may deliberatively discuss our next steps. If anyone wishes to part ways, do so promptly to avoid hindering the progress of others. The Zhang family members exchanged knowing glances, having anticipated this moment. As a woman, Li Yue was not permitted to partake in these village meetings, and she did not mind cradling the children as they slept. Meanwhile, the others argued vehemently. When she finally awoke, dawn had broken, and Li Tian, with a dark expression, urged the Li family members to hasten their departure. It turned out that the Li family had diverged from the Zhang family. She noted that the Zhang family's group appeared significantly larger, perhaps intent on outpacing them. Brother Li, I have long suggested that we heed the opinions of the community. Yet you chose to act unilaterally. Look at the outcome now. Zhang Youfu, the deputy chief of the Li family village, smirked at Li Tian. After years of service as village chief, Li Tian had fulfilled his duties diligently. He was a man of strong loyalties. Yet he possessed a fatal flaw, a volatile temper that led him to lash out in anger, causing resentment among the villagers. Within Zhang Youfu's group were some of the Li family members, cowering at the back with downcast eyes, afraid to meet the gaze of their kin. This was primarily because Zhang Youfu had learned from the elders of Wangjia village that the Wang family intended to journey to the capital. He and the Zhang family surmised that going to the capital was far preferable to heading south to Lingnan. The arduous journey was daunting. Yet proximity to the emperor promised safety. In the capital, where land was precious, those willing to endure hardship could surely find prosperity. Li Tian, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at the opposing group, but he was met with the retort, I believe that going to the capital is better than heading to Lingnan. If you go to the capital, I will follow you. This sentiment began to sway other Li family members, though it was ultimately the result of discussions with Xiaoyang. Zhang Youfu disdainfully scoffed, this is a decision made by the esteemed scholar. His information is far more reliable than that of the insular Xiaoyang. No matter how educated Xiaoyang may be, he has yet to achieve any notable rank. Li Yue, holding her child, regarded Zhang Youfu with a smirk. Uncle Youfu, I suggest you lead your motley crew swiftly. Perhaps you can catch up with those from Wangjia village who abandoned their families and travel alongside the esteemed scholar. The facade of civility was torn away, and Zhang Youfu's wife dropped her pretense. Li Yue, do not think we are unaware that you were sent back by the Wang family. It has barely been days since your return. And already you seek refuge with the Xiao family. Could it be that you were engaged in some unsavory business that the Wang family discovered, prompting your expulsion? Zhang Xueping, witnessing her daughter being insulted, picked up a nearby stone and hurled it at Zhang Youfu's wife. Get lost. If you don't, be wary of your esteemed scholar abandoning you. Qian Zhaodi, amidst the crowd, watched the Zhang family retreating further away, growing increasingly anxious as she clutched her husband's hand. She had enlisted her parents' help precisely because the Li family was numerous, her father-in-law being the village chief who would look after her family, yet now, with so many departing, he was becoming increasingly isolated amidst a perilous situation. Li Xing, you must persuade father at such a time. It would be wise to soften our approach towards Uncle Zhang and negotiate amicably. After all, going to the capital could be quite advantageous for us. We are but a small group. Li Tian, currently in a fit of rage, found his daughter-in-law's words to be fuel to the fire, glaring at her with fury. His finger pointing accusingly, yet he was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Xing quickly intervened, shooting her a warning glance. Qian Zhaodi, feeling guilty, fell silent. Zhang Xueping approached and slapped Qian Zhaodi. I have tolerated you long enough. If you wish to accompany us, take your family and leave now. Li Xing, if you intend to follow, you should also go. Qian Zhaodi's mother, witnessing her daughter being struck, offered apologies without uttering a word. Li Xing, realizing the inappropriateness of his wife's comments, felt concern for her but had yet to reach the point of disloyalty. He promptly bowed his head in contrition, slapping himself several times, which finally quelled Li Tian's anger. Li Yue could not help but sigh. This propensity for romantic folly seemed to be a hereditary trait within the Li family, passed down from her original self to her third brother. She cast a glance at her foolish fourth brother, thinking, fourth brother, if your future wife resembles third brothers, I shall ensure that mother casts you out. Li Chen patted his sister's head. What are you saying? I am your fourth brother. Other Li family members stepped forward to mediate. Li Tian recognized that this was not the moment to quarrel with his daughter-in-law and swallowed his indignation, urging the family to hasten their preparations lest they fall too far behind the Zhang family. His resolve was to surpass them. Li Yue approached Xiaoyang, cradling her child, and coldly proposed, let us discuss a matter. Standing at a towering height of 6 feet, Xiaoyang cast a formidable shadow over her, exuding an air of intimidation. However, Li Yue remained undaunted. Chapter 16. The Robbery of Wang Enyi. Li Tian, bolstered by newfound determination, addressed the remaining villagers of Li family village. We may be few in number, but we shall not be outdone in spirit. The broad road allowed the 40 households of Li family village to trail behind him, seeking to outpace the contingent led by Zhang Youfu. The rival group, unwilling to concede, hastened their pace as well. This back-and-forth pursuit brought them swiftly to the gates of Fuyang town, where a lively scene awaited them. On the Li family village side, Xiaoyang and Li Chen had gone to gather information. Upon their return, both bore grim expressions. Fuyang town had now adopted an exclusive policy of exit, with entry fees soaring to 100 won per household. The villagers gasped collectively. This was nothing short of extortion, given that the usual entry fee was merely 3 won. With such inflated prices at the city gates, they feared the cost of grain within the town would be beyond their means. As the city gates opened, several horse-drawn carriages emerged slowly from within. Li Yue, with keen eyes, spotted a familiar figure atop one of the horses, her blood running cold as she signaled to her mother to alert her sister-in-law. Mother, let us find out who requires grain. She pointed at the riders, and upon recognizing one of them, Zhang Xueping began to curse vehemently. Since the day of the fire at his home, Wang Enyi had been scouring for horses, finding none. Assuming they had fled in fright, he borrowed an ox cart from a neighboring family to make his way to town. Arriving at his in-laws, he appeared disheveled, prompting a frown from Director Li, who chose to remain silent. Li Qing'an, filled with concern, inquired, how did everything go? Have you dealt with that woman from the countryside? A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she learned that she was finally rid of the issue. How much did it cost? Did I provide enough? Wang Enyi, under the disapproving gaze of his father-in-law, reassured his wife that all was well. Meanwhile, The Li family began to pack their belongings in preparation for a journey to relatives in the capital. With many family members and an abundance of luggage, their preparations took longer than anticipated. Director Li grew impatient, questioning the need for so many items and suggesting they simply bring more money to purchase what they needed later. His wife chimed in times of hardship, it's better to travel light and have cash on hand. What if grain prices skyrocket and we find ourselves unable to purchase it? It is far better to have ample provisions for the journey. Wang Enyi, eager to curry favor with his father-in-law, chose to remain silent. Before their departure, he sought out a doctor to check Li Qingyun's pulse, knowing the grain prices were on the rise, prompting a nagging suspicion in his mind, which he dared not voice to his father-in-law, but shared only with Li Qingyun. Feeling guilty for causing her father distress due to her issues with Wang Enyi, Li Qingyun refrained from speaking up, choosing silence. Despite this, the Li family's cart was packed to the brim, leaving only 2 empty spaces for the women and children, while the men rode on horseback. Wang Enyi, riding for the first time, felt apprehensive and clutched the reins tightly, too afraid to show any weakness before his father-in-law. As he feared falling, Li Yue rushed towards him. Startled, Wang Enyi's horse reared up at the sight of her provocatively defiant expression, sending a surge of adrenaline through him. You! How dare you! Did you expect me to perish? Li Yue taunted. Is that the Li family young lady seated within? Are you not concerned that I might cry out for retribution against you and your daughter? Wang Enyi, alarmed, swiftly turned back, relieved that he was the last in line and that the others from the Li family had not noticed. Li Yue, what do you intend? Do you truly believe my horse could crush you? Begone. Touch my daughter, and you shall see. Zhang Suiping interjected, jabbing Wang Enyi's foot with a pitchfork. He stumbled, nearly falling off his horse, grimacing in pain. I shall not impede your affairs, but for your previous actions, I require compensation. Will it be in silver or grain? Seeing the Li family's procession grow increasingly distant, Wang Enyi, gritting his teeth, asked, How much do you want? 1,000 taels, Li Yue declared. Are you out of your mind? Where would I procure such a sum? The most I can offer is 50 taels. Li Yue, relishing the moment, had intentionally inflated the figure to 1,000 taels for amusement. I estimate you have yet to solidify your position with the Li family. 200 taels, flat rate. Should you utter another word, I shall raise my voice. Wang Enyi, seething with hatred towards Li Yue, hesitated, fearing the prospect of encountering this bothersome woman again in the future. You know who I am. Do not fret, our family is heading northwest, far from your path. Ultimately, with reluctance, he pulled a banknote from his pocket and tossed it to Li Yue before hastily riding away. The women of the Li family were astonished at how effortlessly they had acquired 200 taels. Zhang Suiping, having never seen such a sum, was overcome with joy. Mother, when the time comes, I will give you 100 taels. If only I had asked for more. Upon receiving the banknote, Li Yue recalled a critical point. A banknote was of little use. She needed silver ingots, for who knew if the money houses would collapse amidst the chaos of war. By the time she sought out more, Wang Enyi had already vanished from sight. Zhang Youfu's group of villagers was still deliberating whether to enter the town when Li Yue called out to him, Uncle Youfu, I just spotted Wang Enyi. He was on that carriage just now. Why aren't you following? Upon hearing this, Zhang Youfu urged the villagers to hasten their pace to catch up with the carriage. It was better to pursue those they recognized than to remain in ignorance. Meanwhile, Li Tian and his companions remained in discussion over whether to enter the city, only to witness Zhang Youfu's group suddenly depart. Li Yue returned, her face aglow with excitement. Father, I wish to enter the town to purchase grain. Zhang Suiping followed suit, adding, regardless of whether we buy grain, our daughter certainly has the means. Converting it into silver ingots is the safest option. Others in Li family village were also contemplating whether to purchase grain. At this juncture, Li Yue took the initiative, stating, Xiao Yang and I shall enter to assist you in purchasing. This way, we can save on the entry fees. We can share the cost. And those who are uneasy can accompany us to several shops. She exchanged glances with Xiao Yang, who was most familiar with the situation in the city, thus ensuring they could save time. Ultimately, it was decided that the couple would venture into the town, accompanied by one other household, Li Dazhuang. Known for his honesty and strength, everyone trusted him, confident he would not resort to trickery. The entry fee was shared among them. And even though they paid a mere few won, it still stung slightly. The villagers trailing behind Zhang Youfu looked back at Li Yue and her companions with envy, having witnessed Wang Enyi bestow something upon her, leading them to believe she had the funds to procure grain. They, however, lacked the money to enter the city for grain purchases, with their own supplies dwindling, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. As Li Yue entered the city, the streets were filled with a frenzy of people desperately scrambling for grain. You all stand in line to buy grain. I will check over there. She sought to ascertain the location of the money house and made her way directly there, where a lengthy queue awaited her. Uncertain of how long she would have to wait, she began inquiring if anyone would be willing to exchange silver ingots for her banknote. After several inquiries, she finally found someone eager to convert their silver ingots into banknotes. Her family had ample money, and carrying too many ingots on the road felt unsafe. Miss, are you certain you want to exchange silver ingots with me? It's safer to carry banknotes on the journey, the person cautioned. Li Yue shook her head. She had her own means, and the silver ingots would undoubtedly prove useful. Chapter 17. Third brother, quickly shield third sister-in-law from the sun. Having completed her exchange, Li Yue emerged from the money house and returned to the grain shop. Li Dazhuang was waiting outside, and as the tall Xiaoyang emerged from the crowd, 100-pound sack of grain slung across his shoulder, onlookers regarded him with envy, extending their hands to offer the shopkeeper payment. Those who had successfully acquired grain wore pained expressions as they departed the shop, while those still deliberating haggled with the shopkeeper, hoping for a lower price. Allow me to speak candidly. It is prudent to make your purchases promptly, for our granary shall cease operations by tomorrow. You may inquire elsewhere, but be forewarned. Prices are likely to be exorbitantly higher. With the barbarians encroaching, one must consider the value of life in this tumultuous era. Natural disasters and human calamities abound, and the duration of this conflict remains uncertain. The most secure course of action would be to seek refuge in the distant and elevated regions of Lingnan, where the mountains rise high and the waters run deep. As for the likelihood of warfare in Lingnan, history shows that no one has ever expressed an intention to seize those lands amidst the shifts of dynasties. Li Dazhuang approached with his cart. A solitary bag of grain perched atop, leaving it feeling rather empty. Our funds suffice only for this meager quantity. The prices for steamed buns and dumplings sold by the roadside have soared to 20 or 30 won each, exceeding even the cost of a pound of millet in more prosperous times. In this world, money loses its value, no matter how exorbitantly you price your goods. There will always be buyers, akin to profiting from national calamities. Li Dazhuang is more gullible than the folk of Xiaoyang. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyang ventured to a nearby shop for sundries, Li Yue led Li Dazhuang into a narrow alley. The few households within had long since locked their doors. Li Yue guided him to a small mound covered with straw, which, if not for a deliberate search, would appear to passers-by as mere firewood. Brother Dazhuang, a family nearby is departing. I exchanged some of my dowry for a few items. When the time comes, you can distribute these among the villagers. Li Dazhuang, unsuspecting, eagerly lifted the straw, his mouth agape in astonishment. Hurry and move, I shall keep watch. Li Yue refrained from further explanation, hastening to the mouth of the alley. Li Dazhuang gazed at the large heads of cabbage and a sizable vat of water with excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In these lean years, such water-laden cabbage could sustain one for 2 days. As Li Yue stood guard at the alley's entrance, Li Dazhuang hurriedly loaded the precious cargo onto the cart, fearful of being discovered, for this was indeed a rare treasure. Li Yue proved to be clever. Upon exiting the shop, Xiaoyang spotted Li Yue waving to him from a distance. Hurry and assist Brother Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang, upon seeing Xiaoyang approach, grinned widely, his dark complexion contrasting with his gleaming white teeth, encouraging him to hasten. In a matter of moments, the two men had loaded all the items onto the cart, covering them with a layer of straw. Xiaoyang led them through a less crowded alley, while the neighboring street remained bustling with people queuing for grain and buns. At last, they reached the city gate, where the guards conducted cursory inspections. Li Yue's forehead glistened with perspiration, pondering what excuse to use to blend in. Previously, she had focused solely on alleviating the water scarcity for the remaining households. Now, the city gate presented a daunting challenge. She bore a large basket on her back. And Li Dazhuang too felt a pang of guilt, for their cabbages were now treasures more valuable than grain. Xiaoyang calmly instructed, Brother Dazhuang, you shall push my cart outside. Do not look back. Li Yue, I entrust Dazhuang to you. When Li Yue heard her name called, it was as if a cool bowl of water had been poured over her in the sweltering summer, instantly calming her frayed nerves. The cart brimming with cabbages and water made Li Dazhuang anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As the officials conducted their patrols, Li Yu's heart raced with anxiety. Li Dazhuang's furtive glances, laden with apprehension, prompted her to engage him in conversation. Brother Dazhuang, how long do you think it will take us to reach Lingnan? Still distracted by his glances at Xiaoyang, Li Dazhuang was abruptly pinched by Li Yue, redirecting his attention to respond truthfully. When the officials learned they were headed to Lingnan, a mocking smile crept across their faces, and upon observing the duo's rustic appearance, they permitted them to pass, subsequently halting Xiaoyang behind them. Li Yue helped Dazhuang push the cart a considerable distance, where Li Tian and the other villagers awaited. She cast a worried glance behind, wishing she could accompany Xiaoyang, perhaps even stash some of the cabbages away. When they turned back, Xiaoyang had fallen far behind, no longer visible. Sister Yu, do you think Xiaoyang will be all right? Li Tian and the villagers, having not seen Xiaoyang, were filled with curiosity. Upon reaching the village, a swarm of villagers rushed towards them. Dazhuang, how did you procure all this grain? You haven't embezzled it, have you? The honest and straightforward Li Dazhuang shook his head repeatedly. Li Yue recognized this woman as a notorious gossip in the village. Her intentions were not malicious, but she relished speaking her mind. Auntie, if you suspect Brother Dazhuang of wrongdoing, then do not take any of this grain. We can simply pool our money to repay you, and you can buy your own provisions in the city. Xiaoqing, anxious about her brother's absence, approached Li Yue. Where is my brother? He is preoccupied with matters and will join us later. She refrained from divulging the cabbage and water situation, as the crowd's expressions were difficult to conceal. Xiaoqing, still intent on creating a fuss, was interrupted by a nearby young man who muttered, "What if Xiaoyang absconds with our money? That's quite a sum." Xiaoqing retorted, "Li Taizhu, how much do you think your family's money is worth that my brother would abandon my mother and little Bao?" Li Yue frequently glanced towards the city gate. Li Tian and the villagers found shelter beneath a large tree near the gate, wary of openly distributing the grain in broad daylight. As they awaited, nearly losing patience, they finally spotted Xiaoyang emerging from the city as the last rays of light faded. Li Tian and the others hurried to greet him. What transpired? Xiaoyang shook his head, signaling for them to move quickly. The villagers of Li family village, eager to distribute the grain, were urged by Li Tian to press on and find a secluded spot before dark to share their bounty. The ground beneath their feet was scorched hot, the path strewn with sharp stones, making each step uncomfortable, while the cart creaked loudly against the thoroughfare. The villagers, parched and weary, with throats aflame and spirits dampened, trudged along the path, their heads hanging low, devoid of any inclination to gossip. After walking for about an hour, darkness enveloped the land, and the road remained desolate. It was only then that Li Tian signaled everyone to halt and distribute the goods. They plopped down onto the ground, craning their necks to see what mysterious item Xiaoyang had brought in his cart. When the straw covering the cart was lifted, the villagers from Li family village gasped in unison. My daughter is truly remarkable. She purchased these at a high price from a household in the city while escaping, and now they are lined up to buy them, at a mere 10 when each for the first comers. Zhang Suiping boasted, her voice booming with pride. The brothers and sisters-in-law of the Li family sparkled with astonishment. Our little sister is incredible. Just a bite of this crisp, sweet cabbage would make all our toil worthwhile for the day. Some families were reluctant, having already spent money on overpriced grain in the afternoon. The cabbage, ordinarily rotting in the fields, was now sold for 10 won, which seemed exorbitant, and they clamored for a lower price. Zhang Suiping surveyed the crowd, declaring, "My daughter has thought of everyone. She could easily resell these cabbages at a high price in the city without even waiting until dawn. Who knows? They might fetch a tael each." What she said was indeed true. Those affluent households might readily purchase the entire cart. Plump, glistening cabbages could sustain them for days. And soon, generous hands began to reach for their coins. "I'll take 10 for my family," declared one of the wealthier uncles from the Li family, his wife's objections falling on deaf ears. With many mouths to feed, the 10 won seemed steep, yet the size of the cabbages, weighing 2 to 3 pounds each, meant that one leaf could provide several meals. The villagers grew restless, fearing the cabbages would sell out. In no time, the cart of cabbages was completely divided among those eager to buy. Qian Zhaodi watched with envy as these cabbages changed hands, her heart pining. "If only my sister-in-law hadn't married into the Xiao family, all this money would have stayed in the family," she lamented. Ultimately, Li Yue accepted a sum of money for 2 cabbages from her mother, considering it a gesture of filial piety. With approximately 300 cabbages, the sales totaled around 3 to 4 taels of silver. As the clinking coins captured Qian Zhaodi's attention, she calculated just how much her sister-in-law had made. The villagers, noticing the cabbage supply depleted, stood in curiosity around a large vat. Pickled vegetables? They wondered. As Xiaoyang lifted the lid, an audible gasp escaped the crowd. And upon realizing they were alone with the Li family, they relaxed. Qian Zhaodi rushed forward, eager to quench her thirst, but as her hand reached for the vat, Zhang Suiping swiftly struck her hand with a large ladle. "Ouch!" cried Qian Zhaodi, retracting her hand. "Mother, are we going to share this water as well?" she asked, her eyes gleaming with greed. Water had become more precious than food. This vat could sustain the Li family for 10 days if rationed. The children, having not seen water in ages, were far more excited about the water than the cabbages, clamoring to drink and rushing towards the cart. "Yue, how do you plan to distribute this water?" Li Tian asked hoarsely, licking his cracked lips. The remaining villagers felt a surge of gratitude for not having followed Zhang Youfu, relieved that those who left had done so, for they could never have shared this precious water. "How do you intend to sell this water, Li Yue?" inquired one eager uncle. Those who had purchased cabbages fumbled in their pockets, uncertain of how much they could afford. With such a large vat of water and the cabbages priced so high, the cost of water was unfathomable. Some families, having spent all their money on grain and cabbage, gazed longingly at the vat. Li Yue scanned the crowd, relieved that no one had lost their senses, and rushed to seize the water, recognizing the integrity of the villagers remaining in Li family village. "This water is my way of thanking everyone for standing by my father. Each family will receive a ladleful, and any excess will be distributed based on the number of people. In the future, we must support one another, and if anyone feels indebted, you may bring something from your home to share." Upon hearing her words, the crowd's smiles widened, and they praised Li Tian for having such a wonderful daughter. Li Yue, beaming with pride, exchanged glances with her father, whose smile stretched from ear to ear, remaining until the last drops of water were dispensed. Qian Zhaodi's head swirled as she whispered to Li Xing, "Does your sister have a screw loose? Water is more valuable than cabbage. Yet, she's giving it away for free to the villagers. She could keep it for our family." Li Xing, fixated on the water, paid no heed to his wife's complaints. He hadn't had a drink in nearly 2 days. If this continued, he might perish from thirst. When the water finally reached him, he eagerly took a sip. Seeing his wife still dazed, he snatched the bowl from her hands. "If you want tea drink, I will." "Drink, drink, drink." Qian Zhaodi's mother, nearby, coughed loudly, hoping her daughter would bring her some water. Qian Zhaodi, her throat ablaze, feigned ignorance and hurriedly gulped down a mouthful. When her parents could bear it no longer, she reluctantly passed the water to them, drinking it all in one go. Once satisfied, she asked Li Xing for more, but he had already quenched his thirst and sought out his mother for cabbage. Xiaomu poured a spoonful of water into her grandson's mouth, then smiled and took a sip herself, offering him a cabbage leaf to chew. "Xiaoyu, thank you. Without you, our family wouldn't have had water or cabbage." Thanks to her daughter-in-law's kindness, they had received these without cost. Chapter 19. Dividing the money. On this dark and windy night, it was the perfect time to count the coins. Li Yue calculated that the cabbage sales brought in only 4 to 5 taels. The significant sum came from the 200 taels given by Wang Enyi. She realized that the Wang family had funded his education using her original self's money over the years, so they hadn't spent anything from their own. She resolved to reclaim that money when she encountered the Wang family. That evening, after receiving cabbages and water, some households generously cooked cabbage porridge, enjoying a hearty meal. The Li family was also preparing dinner. After discussing with Xiaoyang, they decided that on this journey, they would share meals with her maternal family, providing some grain each time to avoid inconvenience. Xiaomu, suffering from a persistent cough, agreed, and Xiaoqing, eager to eat a ready meal, had no objections. Xiaoyang, worried that his sister would only eat and not work, urged her to gather firewood with the Li children while he sought out wild game. Unfortunately, the fields yielded no grains, and he returned empty-handed. Zhang Suiping, sewing by the fire, noticed her daughter approaching with several eggs in hand, the only items she could spare from their space. "Sister-in-law, let us beat these eggs into the porridge to share a nutritious meal." The Li sisters-in-law, Initially feeling discomfort by their mother-in-law's suggestion to prepare more meals for Zhao's family, felt a twinge of guilt as their sister-in-law arrived bearing rice and vegetables. Zhang Xueping, upon seeing her daughter bring over several eggs, furrowed her brow, understanding her intention to support her maternal family. Eggs are quite precious, you need only take 1 or 2. Why such a large quantity? If you continue this way, do not expect to share meals together in the future, she admonished. Indeed, sister-in-law, just 1 egg suffices, echoed Li Yue, her sister-in-law. It's all right, I still have some left for the children at home, Li Yue replied, observing the thin frames of her own children. Zhang Xueping and the other sisters-in-law refrained from further commentary. As they prepared the meal, the Xiao family was not accustomed to dining alongside the Li family, so they served themselves and retreated to another area. Li Yue remained at the table with her 2 daughters. Xiaoqing, noticing her presence, felt indifferent and joined her, opting to eat less herself. The Li family, rarely enjoying a hearty meal, recognized that it was their sister-in-law who had provided the food, and even Qian Zhaodi, usually talkative, remained mostly silent. As for her maternal family, she dared not send anything their way under the watchful eye of her mother-in-law. Once satiated and observing her mother-in-law in good spirits while feeding Li Hao, Li Yue boldly asked, "Mother, could my family join us for a meal? It would be nice to have some company on the journey. Your family must provide their own food. After all, my daughter has brought eggs. What could your family possibly bring?" Zhang Xueping retorted, disdainful of any notion of comparison. Qian Zhaodi, feeling exposed, turned pale and attempted to leave, only to be called back by Zhang Xueping. "What, are you going to run off after finishing your meal? You'll wash the dishes later." There was no leftover food on the table, any remnants were quickly consumed. The washing of dishes here was not a proper washing with water, but rather a cleaning with dry leaves, as any moisture left in the heat would cause the dishes to spoil. Zhang Xueping suggested that Li Yue leave her and the children's dishes for Qian Zhaodi to wash, but she was met with refusal, as this method was deemed too unsanitary. Zhang Xueping decided it was better for her to discreetly use her own space. With time still before their departure, Li Yue, carrying Li Yuan, discreetly called her mother aside. Zhang Xueping, thinking her daughter was merely anxious about using the restroom, generously followed her into the woods. Qian Zhaodi, observing this, sarcastically remarked, "Mother and sister-in-law seem quite close, even whispering secrets while going to the restroom." The other sisters-in-law pretended not to hear, seizing the moment to usher their children to find a place to relieve themselves. As Li Yue carried her child, the warm breeze was not as oppressive as the midday sun, and Li Yuan's curious little eyes gazed at the torch in her mother's hand. Once they were a safe distance from the village, Li Yue presented her mother with a bundle of hard objects. Zhang Xueping, taken aback, peered into the firelight and gasped, "You foolish girl, you must hide this. Such a large sum of money." Li Yue had handed her mother 100 taels, as promised to share equally. Zhang Xueping frowned and declined. "I cannot accept this. You have your own family now. Keep the money for yourself. If your sisters-in-law learn of this, they will surely have ulterior motives." Initially worried that her daughter might squander everything, she had thought that with limited opportunities to enter town, there would be little chance to spend it. Yet, this amount was something she had never encountered in her life. Consider it a token of filial piety. "That scoundrel Wang Enyi has taken so much from us. This is merely a fraction of what he owes. I shall reclaim it when I encounter the Wang family." The 2 women exchanged refusals until Zhang Xueping, gritting her teeth, said, "You keep the silver. Just give me half of what you received in copper coins, and I shall take care of that." The clinking of the copper coins in her pocket was indeed impractical. Li Yue generously handed her mother half of the copper coins along with a silver ingot before departing. Though Zhang Xueping wished to chase after her, she feared making too much noise and alerting the villagers. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Her daughter truly understood her and cared for her well-being. Upon returning to the Li household, she couldn't help but smile. Qian Zhaodi, aware that her mother-in-law did not favor her, nonetheless felt curious, having noticed her sister-in-law discreetly giving something to Zhang Xueping. Zhang Xueping played coy, observing the glances of her elder and younger daughters-in-law, hastily sending Qian Zhaodi and the children away to play. Frustrated, Qian Zhaodi nonetheless forced herself to lead the children away, her ears perked up, anxious not to miss any commotion. She ostentatiously rattled a bag full of copper coins in front of her sons and daughters-in-law, who were drawn to the sound, intrigued yet puzzled. "What are you up to, you old hag?" Zhang Xueping's smile was nearly ear to ear. "What can I say? I have a wonderful daughter who brings me the fruits of her labor. Her heart swelled with pride, and she wished to announce it to the world. But she reminded herself to remain humble. Your elder brother and younger brother have worked hard over the years. I cannot keep a tight leash on you all. It is wise to have some money on hand for emergencies, she declared, handing 20 copper coins each to Li Yue's elder and younger sisters-in-law. They were astonished that their sister-in-law had been so generous after years of taking money out. Now she was giving back, and the amount felt unreal. The sisters-in-law exchanged glances, suppressing their joy as they grasped the coins. Zhang Suiping harbored her own thoughts, keeping the matter of the silver ingot to herself. Knowing she had amassed several hundred copper coins, which when divided among the family amounted to little more than a handful. Chapter 20. The grain heist in the village of Li. A hearty meal was a rare occurrence, invigorating the villagers as they trekked down the road. Quickly surpassing Zhang Youfu's group, Li Tian, feeling ill-fated, noted that Zhang Youfu's procession was long, with various groups stopping along the roadside. Hearing footsteps approaching, they suspected a grain theft and readied themselves, only to find themselves facing Li Tian's group. Li Tian, must you act so alarmed? I suggest you all get a good night's sleep. Beware of ghosts knocking at your door in the dead of night, Zhang Youfu quipped. No longer mindful of Li Tian's position as village head, Li Yue was surprised at Zhang Youfu's good fortune. He had not only caught up with Wang Enyi's caravan but also the Wang family village. The disparity in their numbers was concerning. She would need to strategize carefully when approaching the Wang family for grain. Sensing trouble, she stealthily retrieved a sharp knife from her space, handing one to Xiaoyang, followed by another to her mother. Zhang Suiping looked on with confusion, unsure of her daughter's intentions. Li Yue signaled her mother, who understood instinctively. If it were just Zhang Youfu and his crew, there would be little concern, but if the ruffians from Wang family village entertained thoughts of stealing grain, her family might not stand a chance. It was too late to turn back now. Traveling at night was fraught with peril. Zhang Suiping urged her husband to hurry, signaling him to move faster. Li Tian scoffed, ignoring Zhang Youfu and intent on departing. Unexpectedly, the Wang family, quick to notice, shouted, "Ah, Li Yue, you wretched girl. You're still alive. You swindled my son's money. Return it to me." The voice belonged to an angry Wang matron who glared at Li Yue, ready to strike her with the authority of a mother-in-law. Li Yue dodged to the side, trying to minimize her presence, but alas, she had been spotted. It seemed an altercation was inevitable that night. Madame Wang, after toiling like a beast of burden in your household for so many years, raising several daughters without any accolades, I find it utterly disheartening that you and that wretched creature Wang Enyi would conspire to bring about my demise. Li Yue urged her mother to guide the villagers to circumvent the commotion. The other members of the Wang family gathered around, clamoring for the money Li Yue had taken. Upon hearing the ruckus, Wang Enyi approached, only to witness Li Yue's eyes blazing with fury. Yet, he feared the repercussions of her grievances reaching his new bride's family. Casting a glance towards the still, silent cart, he spoke gently, "Forget the past, mother. Let us not dwell on bygone matters." He resolved to suppress this incident for the time being, planning to exact his revenge later, as his immediate concern was to hasten to the capital with Qingyun's family. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to rid himself of the unwelcome followers who had suddenly attached themselves to him. Li Yue, you argue with me and yet have the audacity to steal my cart. As a married couple, you have truly disappointed me. Wang Enyi sought to shift the narrative, intent on solidifying Li Yue's reputation as a thief. After uttering his words, he discreetly retreated a few steps. He was indifferent to the loss of the cart. Amidst the altercation between the crowd and Li Yue, he swiftly made his way back to hasten the departure of the Li family's cart. The villagers of Wang family remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Enyi had seized the opportunity to flee while they were embroiled in conflict with Li Yue. Sharp-eyed Li Yue pointed at the cart and exclaimed, "Why has he left? Could it be out of guilt, wishing to abandon you all?" Upon realizing Wang Enyi had indeed fled, Zhang Youfu and the others cursed under their breath, urging everyone to hasten their pursuit. Damn it, this slippery Wang Enyi. If not for him leading us to the capital, who would tolerate his cold demeanor? Despite some villagers having fled, many remained, forming a lengthy procession. The remaining households of Li family exchanged glances. Abandoning the Li family at such a critical moment would be utterly heartless, especially since they had provided cabbage and water earlier in the afternoon. They have cabbage and water on their cart. Someone with keen eyesight spotted a nearby household-esque cart laden with cabbage and the last remnants of water, their mouths watering at the sight. The moment this was proclaimed, the villagers of Wang family surged forward like madmen. Water, water. They had been parched for so long, water was more precious than grain. The villagers of Wang family greedily eyed the water, and the village chief licked his lips, his gaze menacing. Leave behind the water and cabbage. And we shall not trouble you. Otherwise, with the famine just beginning, to demand food and water was tantamount to condemning them to death. Qian Zhaodi, sensing the overwhelming numbers before her, timidly suggested, "Father-in-law, shall we yield to them?" Li Tian realized the dire situation, caught in a dilemma over whether to relinquish the water or resist. Meanwhile, the crowd grew increasingly impatient, reaching for Li family's belongings. "Fourth brother, protect my children," Li Yue cried, as her 2 children were still strapped to her back. "Shouldn't it be the little sister protecting the children?" Li Chen retorted, furrowing his brow. Another household, comprised mainly of the elderly and weak, attempted to seize their possessions, only to be repelled by the man of the house wielding a shovel. The water was knocked to the ground, and he watched in anguish as it seeped into the parched earth, weeping and lamenting, heartless beasts. Li Yue swiftly approached her children, her gaze fixed fiercely on those encroaching upon the cart. Fourth brother hoisted the children onto the cart. Li Chen grimaced and grunted, tightening his grip on the reins. Should they dare to charge, he would strike them with a whip. They had scarcely traveled a few steps when the reality of the famine began to unfold, revealing the darkness within humanity as the absence of legal repercussions unleashed their basest desires, transforming them into demons. Xiaoyang could safeguard the grain, and Li Yue harbored no concerns. The crowd slowly advanced towards the Li family. Zhang Suiping hurriedly gathered her 2 grandchildren, positioning herself protectively in front of the cart. The sisters-in-law of the Li family shielded their children as well. Qian Zhaodi and her brothers anxiously grasped Li Xing's arms. The Li brothers stood resolute before the cart, ready to wield their sickles should anyone dare approach. Those who had been driven away by the shovel, now humiliated and enraged, fixated on the spilled water, their lips curling into a predatory grin. "You dare defy us with such a paltry number?" One of them brandished their tool, swinging it towards the elderly man in front. They intended to teach these people a lesson. Chapter 21, Plundering Food and Wealth. With a swift whoosh, the man's hand, poised to push, found his machete knocked from grasp. He felt a tingling in his palm as he glared furiously in the direction from whence the arrow had come. Only then did the villagers of Wang family remember that Xiaoyang was among this group, rumored to be capable of slaying wild boars with a single blow. With a stern expression, he raised his bow. "Get lost." The villagers of Wang family swallowed hard and retreated in unison. Li Yue silently chastised herself for her carelessness. She should not have armed him with a knife earlier. He was far better equipped than she was. Wang Nes' elder brother, Wang Laoda, upon witnessing the retreat of the Wang family villagers, voiced his dissatisfaction. "They are few, while we are many. How strong can Xiaoyang truly be?" Before he could finish, Li Yue kicked him down, following up with a series of resounding slaps. The sound of her strikes echoed loudly in the night. "You wretched fiend." Before he could finish his retort, Li Yue delivered several punches, transforming Wang Laoda's face into a swollen mess. Wang family's eldest wife watched her husband being struck, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Li Yue. "You ungrateful wretch, he is your elder brother." Madame Wang scolded angrily, rushing forward to grasp Li Yue by the hair. Li Yue stepped on Wang Laoda's face, while with her other hand, she gripped Madame Wang's scalp, yanking her closer to deliver a series of slaps. The rest of the Wang family stood stunned by Li Yue's ferocity. The villagers of Wang family could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly the Li Yue they had once bullied, now transformed into a fierce force like a demon from hell, striking down anyone from the Wang family in her path? As her hands grew weary from slapping, she seized a stick and brought it down on Wang Laoda's legs and on the legs of several Wang children as well. "Xiaoyang, shoot anyone who dares approach." At her commanding tone, Xiaoyang's expression remained cold, yet he raised his sword. Should any of the Wang family villagers attempt to assist, he would retaliate with his slingshot. It must be said that his marksmanship was impeccable, and he wielded the slingshot with remarkable skill, delivering painful strikes to those who dared to come near. Zhang Suiping, witnessing her daughter in the fray, hastily entrusted her grandchildren to her daughter-in-law and seized a firewood stick to join the battle. "Ah, you old hag, dare to bully my daughter." Li Yue's fighting spirit surged. Having long suppressed her temper while working the fields for the Wang family, she now unleashed it, battering Wang family's two useless sons like they were mere dead dogs. The remaining members of the Wang family clutched their bruised bodies, howling in pain, while the children cried for relief. Li Yue, feeling exasperated, glared at the weeping children. "What are you crying for? Keep it up, and I'll break your legs." She surveyed the vicinity and noticed the absence of a young maid from the second household, a sardonic smile creeping upon her lips. Truly, what fine parents and grandparents they were. When calamity struck, it was always the little maid who bore the brunt of the blame. In their everyday lives, they derided her as a worthless burden, yet in critical moments, it was this very burden that saved their lives. Bah, wretched beast spawned by a dog. The villagers of Wangjia village. Has this Li lost her mind? I advise you to mind your own business and leave quickly. I intend to settle accounts with the Wang family. She cast her gaze over the Wang family members. The village head of Wangjia felt his authority challenged and was about to unleash a tirade of indignation. Li Yue, with a beaming smile, approached him, brandishing a knife that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, pressing it against his throat. The village head's eyes widened as he beheld the long, razor-sharp blade at his neck, forcing a nervous chuckle as he ingratiated himself. "Nephew, niece-in-law, let us speak amicably, let us speak amicably. How dare you, old beast? When I was tormented by the Wang family in Wangjia village, how could you feign ignorance?" Without hesitation, she slapped him across the face, the sound echoing as one side of his face swelled grotesquely. The village head felt his dignity shattered, a tempest of rage surging within him. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you while neglecting those that do? You're simply a nuisance. Get your people to leave immediately. Everyone but Wang Nes family must go. The Wang villagers, witnessing their own village head being seized, cursed under their breath, lamenting that this wretched woman should have been dealt with long ago. "Hurry up and leave." The village head, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted angrily at his fellow villagers. He could feel the warmth of blood seeping from his neck. Surely, Li Yue had been driven mad by the Wang family's relentless pressure. Reluctantly, the villagers gathered their belongings and departed, casting longing glances back as they retreated. Once they were all gone, Li Yue delivered a swift kick to the village head's backside. "Get out of my sight, I have scores to settle." With that, she brandished her knife again. The village head, terrified, stumbled away without a backward glance at Wang Enyi's family. The remaining Wang family huddled together, fear etched across their faces as they gazed at the knife poised at their throats. "Today, don't think I will let you off lightly. Compensate me for the losses I have endured over the years with money and grain. In your dreams." Wang Lapa began to curse, but before she could finish her tirade, Zhang Suiping slapped her across the face. "Did I give you permission to speak about my daughter?" She felt a surge of satisfaction. This old hag once looked down on her with disdain, but now that she had a scholar in her family, who was she to act so high and mighty? Zhang Suiping's deepest resentment stemmed from Wang Enyi's abduction of her daughter. The two sisters-in-law of the Wang family clutched their children tightly, trying to diminish their presence. Li Yue's gaze fell upon them, causing both to tremble involuntarily. A smile played upon her lips. "You too, hand over whatever you can. I won't press you for more." The Wang family's finances were tightly controlled by Wang Lapa, leaving little for these two daughters-in-law to offer. Seeing their hesitation, she advanced and struck the two ineffectual Wang family members. Infuriated, they urged their wives to gather the money quickly. Upon receiving the funds, Li Yue was still unsatisfied. These two paupers combined had not even amounted to the profits from her vegetable sales. Her gaze sharpened on Wang Lapa. "How much do you intend to compensate me? Where would I get money? We have to eat and drink, and little 3's education doesn't come free, does it?" She would rather endure a beating than part with her money, glaring at Li Yue with venomous hatred, wishing the wretched woman would strike her down. "No money. You've taken from my family for years. I estimate it amounts to at least 180 taels, right? Wang Enyi, that good-for-nothing, has always taken money from me, and you took your share too." Without further ado, she slashed at Wang Lapa. The villagers of Lijia watched in horror as this unfolded. Wang Lapa cried out in pain, I'll give. She sensed the murderous intent in Li Yue's eyes and inwardly cursed, vowing that once her son made a name for himself in the capital, she would ensure that this wretched woman met her end. With the knife still poised against her neck, Wang Lapa trembled as she approached her belongings and opened a wooden chest, retrieving the money. Li Yue took the money, intending to pillage the Wang family's grain. Ultimately, She only sees the white rice and flour, leaving the moldy remnants for them to consume. Any additional items that could be salvaged, she instructed her mother and brother to take back home. I was once blinded by the wretched Wang Enyi, but I see clearly now. I will ensure that every time I encounter your family, you will pay dearly. Now leave, lest you miss your precious eldest son. Li Yue spat vehemently, urging the Wang family to depart quickly. Once the Wang family had retreated, she handed the grain and money to her mother in front of the villagers, taking nothing for herself. Mother and father, I once acted foolishly, but thankfully, I have reclaimed this money. Li Tian felt a deep sense of relief, and the two sisters-in-law of the Li family beamed as they watched the money pile in their mother-in-law's arms, while Xiao Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the wealth. Xiao Qing scoffed. Li Yue, that foolish girl. So much money. Yet she returns it all to her maternal family. Chapter 22, Tanned to a Charcoal. After the Wang family departed, the villagers of Li Jia felt as though they had just awoken from a dream, still dazed by the events that had transpired. Unconcerned with any ill omens surrounding the place, the villagers were utterly exhausted from their day of travel. Li Tian urged everyone to rest quickly and instructed Li Dazhuang and Li Rai to take turns guarding the village against any potential raids for money or grain. Most importantly, he was anxious, his heart racing at the thought of the Wang family returning. Thankfully, the night passed without incident. The Wang family was preoccupied with pursuing Wang Enyi, and they suffered no real losses. The village head of Wang Jia seethed with resentment. That wretched Li Yue had humiliated him in front of so many villagers, leaving him utterly disgraced. His son tried to console him. It's Wang Enyi's family that pushed her too hard. This debt will ultimately fall upon them, and he will have to compensate for it. The village head glared at his son, as if it's not your face that was slapped. Wang Enyi's parents wanted to confront Li Yue, but the sting of the slap still lingered on their faces. Father, mother, we must go to Little Three and lodge a serious complaint. It's all that cursed Little Three's fault for marrying that harbinger of misfortune, leading us to this disgrace. We must demand proper compensation. They decided to keep the matter of the beating under wraps for the time being. Li Yue, feeling invigorated after dealing with the Wang family, slept soundly and sweetly. Upon waking, her stomach growled ravenously. Seizing the opportunity to nurse Li Yuan, she slipped into the cart to replenish her energy from her storage. The heat was oppressive, and having recently emerged from confinement, she disregarded any dietary restrictions as long as she avoided ice-cold beverages. She guzzled a bottle of milk that she had previously hesitated to indulge in, savoring its rich flavor, so different from the watered-down alternatives. She also opened several packets of snacks she had previously held back from enjoying. Initially, she had contemplated sneaking in some chocolates and candies, but the heat made her reconsider, fearing they would melt. After feeding Li Yuan, the little girl beamed at her, her big, sparkling eyes full of joy, melting Li Yue's heart as she couldn't help but kiss the soft, fragrant cheeks of her daughter. Throughout the journey, this little one rarely cried, displaying a remarkable demeanor that tugged at the heartstrings. Li Yue offered her 2 gourmet marinated eggs, the salty, spiced flavors bursting in their mouths. The 2 little girls savored the experience, their eyes squinting in delight. Isn't it delicious? In this heat, a bit of salt will give you strength. Recalling the ready-made meals section of the supermarket, where steaming meat buns and mantou were on display, she guided her children a little further away, each eagerly devouring a meat bun. The 2 little ones, upon seeing the soft, white meat buns, had tears streaming down their cheeks. In the Wang family, they could only savor the aroma while others indulged. Hurry and eat, we'll return once you're finished. She first wiped their hands and faces with a damp cloth, urging them to eat quickly while she stood guard. Yesterday, she had gathered provisions, which Li Yue had given to her mother, only to be squandered by her careless father, eventually distributed to several families in the village facing hardship. Qian Zhaodi had initially wanted to procure some for her maternal family as well, but upon seeing her mother-in-law's resentful expression, fearing reprimand, she reluctantly held her tongue. During their journey, Zhang Cuiping glared fiercely at Li Tian, wishing she could take a knife to him. When she saw Li Yue catching up, she quietly complained, "Why did you give those things to mother? You should have saved them for your own family. Look at how your father took them to play the benefactor, receiving nothing but a mere thank you in return." Li Yue stuffed a marinated egg into her mother's mouth, saying, "Calm down, it's hot. Be careful not to get overheated. You know how your father is." The original self was accustomed to skimping on her maternal family's resources to support her in-laws, perhaps learned from her father, enduring hardships for the sake of reputation and loyalty. That old fool, I won't give him any food at noon. Zhang Suiping continued to grumble, feeling no remorse in giving her daughters something, but feeling distressed about giving to unrelated individuals. With a sudden marinated egg thrust into her mouth, her attention swiftly shifted to the egg her daughter had given her, which was distinctly different from the usual eggs, imbued with a savory flavor. Her eyes widened in delight. Where did this come from? Only for me, not for your father. Li Yue giggled. Zhang Suiping's heart felt warmed. Her daughter was indeed thoughtful, while her son and husband were nothing but leeches. Whenever I'm with you, I always sneak food. Your sisters would be furious if they knew, and your nephews would be too. I always feel guilty about it. Every time Zhang Suiping indulged, she felt a pang of guilt. Her mother had spent a lifetime saving for the family, so what was wrong with occasionally treating herself? If it weren't for the overwhelming aroma of the meat buns, she would have stuffed one for her mother as well. As for the Xiao family, well, Xiaoqing's big mouth would likely spread the word if she noticed. Here, the Li mother and daughter shared laughter and conversation. Xiaoqing, pushing her mother-esque cart, found Li Yue's cheerful demeanor increasingly irksome. Holding a child was quite comforting, yet all the belongings at home were pushed by her and her mother, which felt unfilial. The provisions brought back from the Wang family were meant to support her maternal family, but her maternal family turned around and gave them to unrelated villagers. The Li family was truly out of their minds. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of her brother nearby, pushing a cart, and swallowed her words, casting him a disdainful glance. Her brother, too, seemed to have lost his senses, protecting Li Yue while marrying her. The more Xiaoqing thought about it, the more infuriated she became. As a daughter-in-law, those provisions were rightfully theirs. Xiao Yang silently pushed the cart, observing Li Yue's figure with a curious gaze. In his recollection, Li Yue had always been one to scold rather than fight. When had she become so agile? He had witnessed village women bickering before, but it was always hair-pulling or face-scratching. The journey was devoid of any excitement, leading the villagers to recount events from the previous night. They unanimously believed that Li Yue, out of love turned to hate, was exacting revenge on the Wang family, remarking how ruthless she was. Her love had been genuine, and so was her hatred. When the fighting commenced, no one had anticipated her ferocity. After their meal, as they walked on, the sun climbed higher and the heat intensified. Several children sat in front, and Li Yue, worried they would suffer from sunburn, draped an old piece of clothing over their heads for shade, while a fan provided a welcome breeze. Little Li Yuan, still small and delicate, had not lifted her head and could not remain strapped to her back for long. After holding the child for a while, her face turned a rosy red from the sun, and her chubby neck bore a similar hue. Oh dear, this weather is unbearable for the child. Why not strip her down? Zhang Suiping, seeing her granddaughter so sun-kissed, felt an overwhelming sense of pity and suggested. Li Yue shook her head. It's too hot. The child has tender skin, and she could easily get sunburned. The heat was relentless, and she cradled the baby in one arm while fanning herself with the other. She longed for the little hat with a fan she had in her space. The mischievous little one, after 2 days of sun exposure, had turned as dark as charcoal, with only her whites of her eyes visible amidst the darkness. Displeased with the heat of her clothing, she had stripped herself bare. As expected, by nightfall, her skin was peeling, red and sore. Each touch elicited cries. Li Yue retrieved a damp cloth from her space to wipe down Li Yuan. The little one found it quite agreeable, waving her tiny hands in delight. When she noticed the diaper had caused a rash after a day's wear, the poor child squirmed but did not cry. After changing her diaper, Li Yue dried her off, letting her air out and applying some ointment for her bottom. Only then did the little one fall into a comfortable slumber. Li Yue fetched a small fan to cool her down while her mother approached for a chat. You're nearly out of water. What shall we do now? Before sleeping, Xiao Yang and the villagers had gone in search of a water source, but returned dejected after a fruitless search. Chapter 23. The Unmasking. Over the next few days, the villagers of Li Family Village witnessed the unfortunate collapse of some due to the lack of water. One was Li Yue's elderly uncle, the oldest in the village, whom Li Yue called second uncle, and the other was a 3-year-old cousin from another household. Upon seeing the elderly and the child fall, the families cried hoarsely, "We have no water. We cannot even shed tears. Who has water? Help us, please." The son of second uncle, known as the most filial in the village, knelt on the ground, begging the villagers with his forehead pressed to the earth, blood seeping from the contact. The parents of the child cried out with hoarse voices, pleading with the crowd. The villagers of Li family village were moved to tears. Li Tian frantically searched through their water pouch, his eyes lighting up with hope upon finding it. Xian Zhaodi, seeing her father-in-law about to take the water pouch, clung tightly to it. "Father, please don't. There are so many of us," she cried hoarsely, "Mother, mother." Her voice was strained. Their household was already short on water. How could they use it to save others? You, how dare you?" Li Tian's forehead pulsed with fury as he dashed toward them. Xian Zhaodi, fueled by an unexpected courage, clung tightly to her father-in-law's water pouch, hastily stuffing it into her mouth. Rather than let others benefit, she would take it for herself, especially since she was pregnant. Her actions stunned the rest of the Li family, and Li Tian's fist trembled in rage, pointing accusingly at Xian Zhaodi. Zhang Suiping gripped her daughter's arm tightly, pinching her painfully. Though her heart was filled with resentment, she could not bear to hear the wails from the other side. After all, they were fellow villagers. Yet her husband's actions left her feeling cold. Li Yue frowned. This time, her father had truly hurt her mother's feelings. But she could not just stand by as the villagers suffered. "Li Yue, let us go find water," came a rough, hoarse voice. It was the first time Xiao Yang had spoken to her since her marriage into the Xiao family. He took her hand, disregarding the cries behind them. "Where will you find water in this scorching heat?" Zhang Suiping's voice called out from behind. His large hand enveloped Li Yue's, warm enough that she began to sweat. After walking a considerable distance, Xiao Yang released her hand, furrowing his brow as he gazed back at her. "Are you not her?" Xiao Yang is a keen observer. Generally quiet and reserved, he possesses a profound understanding of every household's character and every occurrence within the village, meticulously catalogued in his mind. He is an adept hunter. Once a target is ensnared, he will not let it slip away easily. Li Yue experiences a fleeting moment of panic. Who is this her he refers to? She knows all too well. Her expression is far from pleasant. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you still looking for water?" She lowers her gaze to the parched earth beneath her feet, her heart racing with anxiety. Her mother, who spends every day with her, has not detected her peculiarities. And Xiao Yang has scarcely exchanged a few words with her. How could he possibly know she is not who she claims to be? Surely, he is attempting to deceive her. The true nature of her relationships is not as intimate or affectionate as that of him and his mother. What is the purpose behind all his words? In a fit of anger, she shoves Xiao Yang, but his solid chest feels as unyielding as stone. Quietly, she draws a weapon from her concealed space. She may not be his equal, but if he uncovers her secret and coerces her, she will not hesitate to fight to the bitter end. A glint of murderous intent flashes in her eyes, and Xiao Yang smirks. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you." Li Yue remains vigilant, fixated on him. This place was once a river. After uttering this statement, he sets down a wooden bucket and begins to dig with a shovel. The ground is as hard as stone, yet he perseveres, resolutely breaking apart the unyielding earth. Sweat drips from his brow, mingling with the soil below. After excavating approximately 3 meters, he inquires, "Will releasing water affect you?" Li Yue furrows her brow, uncertain of his meaning. Little Bao does not appear to be in need of water. A tempest of emotion surges within her. Little Bao remains silent during the day. When she feeds her own 2 children, she feels pity for him and delicately dips a cotton swab to moisten his lips. Such a subtle gesture has gone unnoticed by Zhao's mother and Xiao Qing, yet the seemingly rough Xiao Yang has observed it. "I will keep your secret safe." Li Yue instinctively clenches her fist. What assurance do you offer, your misguided benevolence? It is not that she is unwilling to share her water, rather, the sudden risk of revealing it is too great. Should such a situation arise again, compelling her to disclose her secret, it would inevitably lead to its discovery. Moreover, she feels an uncomfortable sense of coercion. It is not that she has a heart of stone, her great-uncle and his ilk are good people. Yet this has no bearing on her as a solitary soul. Here, she only acknowledges Zhang Suiping. Were it her mother, she might consider sharing, for she senses her unwavering devotion. Xiao Yang continues to dig silently with his shovel, uncovering layers of soil that differ from the cracked surface above, revealing a hint of darkness beneath. "Go summon the villagers. There may be water here." Li Yue stands dumbfounded. Did he beckon her over like a schoolmaster reprimanding a student just to convey this? He pours water from his water pouch and follows it by scooping the dark earth back into the container. This action perplexes Li Yue. Once the water turns murky, he extends this precious little to her. Take it to them first. One cannot deny that Xiaoyang is indeed meticulous, cradling the scant water. Li Yue's mind is a whirlpool of conflicting emotions as she slowly makes her way toward Li family village. Fortunately, the main road is sparsely populated, and she is not overly concerned about her precious life-giving water being snatched away. The cries from that direction are more sorrowful still. We found water, she calls out, raising the bowl in her hand, shaking it slightly, catching a glimpse of her own gaunt face reflected in the murky liquid. The household rejoices, kneeling before Li Yue in gratitude, recognizing her as their kin. She is overwhelmed by the weight of their reverence. Another family rushes over, eager to seize the bowl of water. Xiaoyang has discovered water. Hurry and assist. The villagers swarm, hastily gathering their tools and rushing toward Xiaoyang's location. Li Yue hands the water to the two individuals who have collapsed beside each other. Though the quantity is minimal, in their eyes, it embodies hope. The two families, once despondent, now beam with joy, unbothered by the water's murkiness, for their lives have been preserved. Following this, they too grab their hose and hurry to assist Xiaoyang in digging. A chorus of cheers erupts. Li Yue's heart swells with joy. She had not anticipated Xiaoyang truly finding water. Zhang Cuiping mutters a prayer of gratitude. The other villagers from Li family village can no longer remain idle, eager to rush forth, but her mother calls out to them. What are you rushing for? You won't be of any help there. Stay here and watch the luggage. In the distance, they can see other groups gradually approaching, and everyone is forced to relent. They remain in place, their gazes drifting to those laboring ahead. Zhang Cuiping affectionately strokes her daughter's head, murmuring, "You have worked hard." This ambiguous statement sends a jolt through Li Yue's heart. Could it be that her mother has also noticed? She chastises herself for overestimating her cleverness. The wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Chapter 24. Shaving the Head. Li Yue and Zhang Cuiping have scarcely exchanged a few words when the distant groups draw nearer. These newcomers are in no better condition than those from Li family village, disheveled and weary. Upon seeing the villagers' belongings strewn about while everyone else digs fervently, curiosity sparks, and they all rush over. They have water. The leading individual exclaims with delight. The villagers of Li family, having finally struck water, are dismayed to find themselves inundated by so many newcomers. What are you doing? We found this. The villagers are furious, brandishing their hoes and sickles, glaring at the unexpected intruders. A small contingent continues to dig undeterred. The villagers from Li family, rushing to obtain some of the water, do not care how dirty it is, drinking eagerly from their hands. The small puddle is visibly muddied. The later arrivals, witnessing the villagers from Li family successfully unearthing water, hastily seek out a spot not far from them to begin digging. Their hands and trousers become caked in mud, some even smearing it on their faces. Their expressions exhilarated as they sweat profusely, grunting as they toil. The quantity of water unearthed by the villagers of Li family is scant. Each household can only ladle out a small portion, much of it tainted with black mud, and by the end, there is scarcely a drop left. Li Yue protects a few children, while Zhang Cuiping returns to safeguard her own children and grandchildren, fearing that someone might take advantage of the chaos to abscond with their children or belongings. The sun blazes overhead, and as more and more people gather around the water source, those who have dug it up find themselves unable to continue and are reluctantly forced to depart. The newcomers swarm over the muddy hole where the villagers had previously unearthed water, attempting to extract some for themselves. With a loud proclamation, they turn back to see the others still digging earnestly, hoping to uncover more water. Pits are scattered around, the ground pockmarked. Alas, the heavens have bestowed only this meager offering upon them. Once they have traveled a considerable distance, the villagers of Li family finally breathe a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, they owe their good fortune to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, if you ever need assistance, just let us know. Your discovery of water has saved the lives of the village. The villagers cast grateful glances at Xiaoyang. It was Li Yue who found it. You need not thank me. Xiaoyang remains indifferent, his expression unsoftened by the villagers' gratitude. The water may be scant, but it has at least alleviated their immediate crisis. The villagers return their appreciative gazes to Li Yue, subsequently extolling the virtues of her parents' upbringing. The water is exceedingly filthy. It must be thoroughly filtered before it can be consumed, lest illness ensue and trouble arise. Li Yue gazed at the murky liquid, which was tainted with silt and gravel. The water she had previously provided to those two individuals had been utterly unavoidable. There was no physician in Li family village. The only elder vet had departed with Zhang Youfu's group. The villagers, unable to suppress their fears of falling ill, resorted to Li Yue's suggestion of letting the water settle in bowls, which was the swiftest remedy. Xiao Yang had imparted to the villagers the method of filtering water in the wilderness, and they listened intently as he elucidated the process. He was the most experienced individual in outdoor survival within the village, and his knowledge was invaluable to the villagers, who recognized his cold demeanor belied a compassionate heart. For muddy water, a layer of gauze could be employed, with twigs and stones gathered from the surroundings to create a makeshift filter. By the following day, they would have clear water to drink. Xiao Yang took the initiative to demonstrate to the villagers, who eagerly followed suit in learning. Li Yue observed him. His lips pressed tightly together, beads of perspiration glistening on his high-bridged nose, his expression impassive yet his gaze intensely focused. His voice was crisp and clear, reminiscent of a babbling brook, instilling a sense of calm. Under the sunlight, the scar on his face appeared less grotesque, softened by the warmth. His long fingers, with distinct joints and a calloused middle finger, had once been adept at wielding a brush, but were now relegated to drawing a bow and shooting arrows due to that very scar. It was a pity that, had it not been for that mark upon his visage, he might have surpassed the likes of Wang Enyi in achieving scholarly distinction. Zhang Xueping, observing her daughter's fixation on Xiao Yan, mistakenly assumed it was his looks that captivated her. His eloquence eclipsed that of the brutish Wang Enyi. It was indeed a lament that he was now reduced to the life of a hunter. As the villagers filtered the water, they took a moment to rest before resigning themselves to the burdens of their journey. The heat was stifling, the ground scorching beneath their bare feet. Yet, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of water, their spirits were somewhat lifted compared to before. Li Yue felt utterly exhausted. Her legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Each step a Herculean effort, her feet prickling as if stepping on shards of glass. She trudged along, massaging her aching limbs. When evening fell, the men's first order of business was to shed their shirts and push the cart. Drops of sweat cascaded down their exposed skin. Their clothes soaked through and draped over the cart, drying in the heat. Xiao Yang, however, remained fully clothed, not following the villagers' example. The air was thick with the pungent odor of sweat. The children fared better, but the women were equally odorous. During the evening meal, Li Yue was taken aback to see lice crawling on the heads of Li family members. Li plucked a louse from his hair, crushed it, and continued eating, while the others in the Li family habitually ignored this behavior. As a modern individual, Li Yue felt utterly appalled. Li, is your scalp itchy? Li blinked his large eyes, unable to suppress a scratch at his head. A bit. Li Yue felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Xian Zhaodi, picking at her food, suddenly felt as though her own skin was crawling at the reminder. Sister-in-law, don't you feel itchy? Li Yue, feeling the phantom sensation of lice crawling on her, was equally unsettled. The 3-year-old Shoun, with his sparse hair tied into 2 little tufts, was fortunate to be lice-free. But she suspected the children in the family were not so lucky. As the saying goes, one inherits their physical traits from their parents. So she hesitated to suggest to her sisters-in-law that they shave their children's heads. After finishing the meal, Li Yue quickly checked her daughters for lice. Li Hua and Li Hao had been in close contact with the Li family children, and she feared they too might be infested, for lice were highly contagious. To her horror, upon examination, both Li Hua and Li Hao's heads were teeming with lice. Li Yue felt her skin crawl again, dreading the thought of being infected herself. She longed to retreat into her space for a thorough wash and to rid herself of the lice. Hauer, you both have lice. Perhaps we should shave your heads? Otherwise, you might end up with a nasty infestation. Upon hearing this, Li Hua quickly covered her head, now 5 years old and aware of what shaving meant. No, mother. I don't want to be bald. The little girl, too, had a sense of vanity. Li Hao, following her sister's lead, shook her head vigorously at the mention of shaving, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, Hauer doesn't want to be a little bald head. Having grown familiar with Zhang Xueping, her first instinct was to run to her grandmother. Upon hearing that Li Yue intended to shave her 2 granddaughters' heads, Zhang Xueping could not help but roll her eyes. What kind of girl shaves her head? Girls need to maintain their appearance. Undeterred, Li Yue was resolute in her decision, engaging her 2 little ones in a game of eagle catches chicks, causing little Li Yuan to giggle with delight. Chapter 25. The Flies Swarming Over the Corpse. Li Yue's small wish to shave her children's heads was ultimately quashed before it could take flight. She gently stroked the little bald head of baby Li Yuan, whose hair was just beginning to sprout. The heat had caused a sheen of sweat to form on her forehead. Li Yue found a floral sunhat from her space to shield the little girl from sunburn, the strings adorning her chubby round face resembling a delicate lotus root. The little girl curiously tugged at the strings, babbling happily as she waved her tiny hands. What a tender, adorable child she was. Yet she had suffered greatly on this arduous journey. Zhang Suiping gazed at the little one with affection, gently squeezing her tiny hand. Children change so rapidly. While Li Yue nursed her, she also supplemented her with DHA, and the formerly frail infant blossomed over the days, her limbs becoming plump and round. The children represented the hope of the group. After several days of travel, the Li family finally arrived at a village. The previous hamlets they had passed were all diminutive, with the prolonged drought forcing many to seek new paths of survival, leaving the villages desolate. This village appeared considerably larger, comparable in size to Li family village, marked as Willow Tree Village. The willow trees at the entrance had long since withered, their branches shriveled and clinging to the trunk, their leaves dangling low, swaying precariously in the breeze. Each household consisted of thatched cottages, some already in ruins, their walls sun-bleached and peeling. "Shall we rest here for a while? The heat is unbearable," suggested one villager. Along the way, all the trees had dried up, devoid of leaves, and there was no shade to shield them from the sun. Finding thatched roofs to provide some respite was already a considerable relief. Uncertain if anyone remained, they approached and discovered several doors left unlocked. Upon entering, they found the homes empty. Just as they had done at Wang family village, they occupied a house each. Given the size of the Li family, they sought out the nearest dwelling with 5 or 6 rooms. Upon entering, they found the courtyard barren save for a collapsed trellis, devoid of firewood or straw. A sight that would bring tears to a mouse. The large iron pot in the kitchen had long been removed, and the tables and chairs were all missing. While cobwebs filled the stove area, dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Qian Zhaodi, leading her parents, was the first to rush into the main room, followed by Li Yue and the others, who were trailing with the children. The heat emanating from the parched earth was almost palpable. Li Yue detected a foul odor wafting through the air. Her keen sense of smell heightened with each step closer, and she could not help but wrinkle her nose. Suddenly, Qian Zhaodi let out a piercing scream and dashed out, clutching the wall as she retched violently. Li Xing, in a state of panic, hastily dropped his luggage and rushed over to gently stroke her back. "What is the matter, my dear wife?" Upon entering, I was met with an overwhelming stench that I could not withstand. She spoke, then suddenly retched again, her face turning ashen from the effort. Finally, mustering enough strength to speak, she longed for a sip of water to rinse her mouth. Zhang Suiping, with a look of disdain, handed her a small amount of water to gargle, then snatched it back as soon as she finished. Qian Zhaodi's expression softened somewhat as she smiled and said, "Thank you, mother." Li Yue walked behind Qian's matriarch. The main house had 2 rooms, with the central space presumably serving as the hall, starkly empty save for an immovable cabinet that stood ajar, devoid of any furnishings. As Qian's matriarch approached the adjacent room, likely the bedroom, she noticed a bed and exclaimed, "Zhaodi, there's a bed here. Come and lie down." Reaching out, she aimed to brush away the dark substance on the bed. Li Yue, positioned at the doorway, keenly discerned what it was and shouted, "Don't touch that." She swiftly yanked Qian's matriarch away, urging the others to evacuate the house immediately. "What is wrong?" Qian's matriarch glared at Li Yue with displeasure, as if suspecting her of trying to claim the bed for herself. "Quickly, get out. That black mass is swarming with flies." The flies clustered on something beneath it, creating an illusion of density, and Li Yue surmised correctly that the foul odor emanated from the dark object below. After pulling Qian's matriarch away and hastening her family out, she dragged Li Hao and Li Yuan toward the exit. Qian's matriarch, her vision clouded with age, could not discern what it was, only recognizing it as a dark mass, while the younger members of the Qian family were quick to grasp the grim reality. Upon emerging, Li Yue spotted Xiao Yang, who shouted in alarm, "Xiao Yang, there's a corpse inside, covered in flies." If those flies, infested with whatever was on the body, took flight, the risk of virus transmission was severe, potentially leading to an epidemic. She dared not venture into the other rooms, quickly leading the children outside and leaving the subsequent matters to Xiao Yang. For safety, she tore a piece of cloth from the cart to cover herself and the children, calling out to her mother. At that moment, screams echoed from inside the other rooms as people rushed out. Li Yue, standing outside, witnessed the flies escaping from the house. It seemed something had startled them, and the faces of those fleeing bore expressions of distress. Qian Debao, looking guilty as if caught in a theft, was pulled out by Xiaoyang, his hands still smeared with 2 flies. It turned out that after Li Yue's warning, the mischievous child, upon hearing about the flies, had picked up a stone and thrown it, causing the flies to scatter. Some flew toward the window, while most buzzed chaotically in the air. Those who lingered too long turned back to see the bed, where the mass had already been ravaged by flies, revealing a decayed and putrid corpse. Qian Debao's face turned pale with fear, nausea rising within him. Meeting Xiaoyang's fierce gaze, he swallowed back the bile, threatening to escape. Xiaoyang, with a heavy heart, set the house ablaze, urging everyone to flee swiftly. Burning down someone's home was a last resort. He could not concern himself with the fates of others. Flies swarmed overhead like hornets, circling ominously. Run. If you get stung, it will be disastrous. Li Yue shouted from beneath the cloth to the villagers. The people of Li family village, not sensing the urgency, had previously been stung by flies without incident. Dismissing the danger, some families continued to search, eventually unearthing a piece of rotting meat from the yard. What a waste. This perfectly good piece of meat left here, they exclaimed, pondering if it could be cleaned and salvaged for consumption. Li Yue, exasperated, retorted, "Father, that rotten meat has been infested with flies. Consuming it would surely lead to an upset stomach. Without a doctor, we would be in dire straits." Li Tian, raising his voice in anger, urged the villagers of Li family village to leave promptly. After much delay, they finally found a place to rest, but were slow to move. With a creak, several nearby doors swung open. To their surprise, the Wang family was the first to emerge. Another door opened, revealing the Wang Any household. Old grudges flared at the sight of one another. "Li Yue, you shameless wretch." As Li Yue, using a stick, attempted to dispose of the rotting meat, Wang Lapa, quick as a flash, snatched it away. "What a waste. This will benefit me." She triumphantly waved the putrid meat at Li Yue, rolling her eyes. Li Yue noted it was precisely the refuse she intended to discard. The family that had initially held the meat tried to grab it back, but Li Yue blocked their attempt with her stick. "Fifth aunt, let it be. That meat is so spoiled, we cannot be certain if it would upset our stomachs." "Such a precious thing you are." Wang Lapa spat back. "In the past, we've eaten meat that had been stored too long and survived just fine." Alas, she remained oblivious to the true nature of the meat. With thoughts of corpses and decay swirling in her mind, Li Yue felt that lingering here was ill-advised. Ignoring the Wang family, she hastily urged her own kin to move along. Chapter 26. Alcohol Disinfection. Once Li Yue and her group had distanced themselves, Wang Lapa slapped her thigh in frustration. "Oh dear, I forgot to settle the score with that wretched girl. What of our money and grain?" Wang Enyi frowned, wishing to respond to his mother when Li Qing'an's voice echoed from within the house. Returning inside, he found Li Qing'an, feeling unwell, retching. "My dear, what is happening outside?" Wang Enyi tenderly supported her. After 2 days on the road, they had not anticipated running out of water so quickly. If they failed to find more soon, they would be left without any. "I am so thirsty. Where shall we find water tonight?" Li Qing'an, who was usually sheltered from the outside world, spoke with innocent longing, her eyes glistening with moisture, evoking feelings of sympathy in those who beheld her. Her gaze filled with admiration for him. Wang Enyi, appreciating this quality, felt his masculine pride swell. "Fear not, I will find water tonight." As the head of the academy, Wang Enyi was somewhat familiar with the route to the capital, leading them to Willow Tree Village, only to find it completely deserted, with not a drop of water to be found. His hopes of purchasing water had been dashed. Li Enyi's wife lamented that had she known they would be traveling, she would have brought more water. Their courtyard had a well that had yet to run dry. The servants and guards of the Li family grumbled, feeling frustrated yet powerless, as their contracts bound them to their masters. Wang Lapa, gleefully clutching the meat, returned home to boast to her daughter-in-law and son. Unbeknownst to Li Yue, she sprinted ahead, moving ever faster away from the tumult. The rest of Li family village, confused as to why they were running, followed suit upon seeing Xiaoyang hastily leading the way. As the most educated man in the village, Xiaoyang naturally had a greater understanding of the situation, bolstered by his extensive hunting experience, which inspired trust among the villagers. After running a considerable distance, Li Yue glanced back and realized the willow tree of Willow Tree Village was no longer in view, prompting her to sit down, panting. Recalling that fifth ant had touched the rotten meat, she retrieved some alcohol from her space and urged fifth ant to disinfect her hands. Why does it smell like alcohol? The air was thick with an aroma reminiscent of alcohol, yet purer than any liquor, devoid of impurities. This is medicinal alcohol. Since you touched that rotten meat, it's best to disinfect quickly. Anyone else who came into contact with it should come over for disinfection as well. The others, bewildered by the notion of disinfection, were left in a haze. This is Xiaoyang's a fine product. Some items she produced were rather jarring. She simply declared they all belonged to Xiaoyang, reasoning that he was a man of few words and the villagers would not go out of their way to inquire. To err on the side of caution, Li Yue proceeded to disinfect her daughter and Xiaoqing. Unfortunately, Xiaoqing dismissed it with a disdainful pout and walked away. Li Yue assumed she must not have been bitten by any flies, so she let it be. Those who had indeed been stung by the flies were soon to come for disinfection, as Li Yue called out loudly, "Mother, look at her. Using my brother's things to curry favor. How does she even have that from our older brother? I've never seen it before." Xiaoqing was somewhat puzzled but still sulked, refusing to engage with Li Yue. Li Yue rolled her eyes at her, thinking her spoiled, and felt no need to coax her. She then approached Xiaoyang, urging him to disinfect his hands and body, fearful that he might have been bitten by those pests. Xiaoyang felt the coolness of the alcohol in his hands at first, but it quickly turned into a stinging warmth, an uncomfortable sensation. His hands were large, and Li Yue poured quite a lot onto them, causing her heart to ache. As for why she used alcohol rather than disinfectant spray, it was simply that the smell of the spray was rather unpleasant, while alcohol was more palatable. Xiaoyang chose not to expose her, knowing she meant no harm. After making the rounds, only the Qian family remained undisinfected. Qian Zhaodi's eyes seemed to cling to her, and Li Yue was tempted to teach this family a lesson. Remembering that it was Qian Daba who had caused the flies to swarm by throwing stones, her expression soured as she urged him to hurry up with the disinfection. "It's just a few fly bites for a child," Qian Dama remarked, feeling disrespected by Li Yue's attitude. Her tone tinged with irritation, as if she was being treated as a beggar. Qian Daba found it amusing until the stinging sensation made him cry out. He was sunburned, and the alcohol burned against his skin, causing him much discomfort. "I advise you to disinfect, otherwise, the entire village may suffer the consequences." Qian Daba wanted to refuse, but the pain made him cry out. Qian Zhaodi, observing Li Yue, suspected she was deliberately pouring too much on her brother's hands, causing him pain. "Sister-in-law, why take your anger out on my mother and brother?" Seeing Li Yue's demeanor towards her brother and mother, Qian Zhaodi charged forward, pulling at her. As her brother's eyes brimmed with tears, she was convinced that Li Yue was seeking revenge. Li Yue felt an inexplicable aversion towards this entire family, the Voldemort-like sister-in-law, the ineffectual father, the doughy mother, and the useless second-generation son. Zhang Suiping, seeing her daughter's good intentions being misconstrued, stepped forward to pull her daughter away. Some people, like dogs biting El Dombin, fail to recognize kindness. When trouble arises, they shouldn't blame my daughter for not warning them. Qian Zhaodi silently gritted her teeth. She had seen through this old woman, who favored her own daughter over her daughter-in-law. Li Yue's sister-in-law and her two brothers' children were also compelled to apply alcohol. Qian Zhaodi felt both sister-in-laws were spineless and prided herself on her courage to stand against her mother-in-law. The little ones, experiencing alcohol for the first time, gathered around, sniffing the scent reminiscent of wine. The alcohol on their sunburned skin made them grimace in pain. Shoshu even pretended to be drunk, swaying and exclaiming, "Oh, I'm so drunk," prompting Zhang Suiping to give him a playful slap on the backside. Li Tian and the others, who enjoyed drinking, expressed interest in the alcohol, asking Li Yue if it was drinkable. "Is this disinfectant the same as what you drink? I wonder what it tastes like," he said, smacking his lips and looking at Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang ignored him, causing Li Tian to sulk and awkwardly smoke a cigarette. "No, you cannot drink this." Li Yue genuinely feared her father might impulsively drink the alcohol, hastily putting it away. With nearly everyone in the village disinfected, she finally felt a sense of relief. It wasn't he out of generosity, she was mainly concerned about the villagers falling ill without anyone to care for them. Her daughters were young, and children had weaker immune systems, making them more susceptible to infections. The filtered water from the village was finally drinkable, and before anyone drank it, Li Yue, under Xiaoyang's name, advised everyone to boil it first. "Brother, why does she always take it upon herself to use your name?" Xiaoqing complained to her brother. Your sister-in-law is so good to you, and you're still not satisfied, always stirring up trouble. Hurry up and boil the water for Xiao Bao. Xiao Mu observed this unfold. Li Yue was wholeheartedly devoted to her son, genuinely wanting to build a life with him. Otherwise, the benefits of her actions for the villagers could easily be attributed to the village head. The more she observed this daughter-in-law, the more she appreciated her. Once the water boiled, she first served a bowl to Li Yue, then one for her son and daughter, and lastly, one for herself. The water they had painstakingly dug out tasted undeniably different, a strong earthy flavor. Accustomed to the water from the space, even the tap water with a hint of disinfectant tasted better than this. As she pondered, a bowl was suddenly presented before her. Chapter 27. The Mischievous Bear Child. Before her was a pair of large hands, muddied from digging, holding out a bowl. Xiao Yang. He had not washed his hands after digging. His dark, sincere eyes encouraged Li Yue to drink. No, thank you. Li Yue awkwardly declined. The water was indeed unpleasant. Brother, if she won't drink, I will. Xiao Qing snatched the bowl from her brother and drank it all. At last, everyone had water to drink, and smiles returned to their faces. Even if the water had a bit more of an earthy taste than usual, there were no resting spots in the village, and the roadside trees were barren with no leaves. The people of Li family village found a sturdy dead tree and fashioned a makeshift canopy with cloth, taking shelter beneath it. The village was impoverished, and Li Yue's family was even poorer due to having a spendthrift father. Aside from the money given to Li Yue over the years, they had little else. The only families in the village with livestock were the Zhang Youfu family and a small donkey belonging to an old veterinarian. There had once been an old cow purchased collectively by the Li clan, but it had sadly died of thirst earlier, leaving each family with a bit of meat. Now, the only livestock in their group was Li Yue's horse, which she sought to protect from thirst. This earthy water was unappealing to her, so she walked over to feed it to the horse. The last time she had drunk water was at Wang family village, where she would secretly feed it at night, worrying it might collapse from thirst. Otherwise, she would struggle to haul that load herself. The horse, thirsty, breathed heavily, and the little bit of water she offered was insufficient. It wanted more, but there was no more to give. Xiao Qing, witnessing this, scoffed, "There's not enough for people to drink. Yet you're giving it to a beast, how idle." Li Yue retorted without hesitation, "If the horse dies of thirst, then you'll be the one to pull this load. It's not my stuff. Why should I be the one to do it?" Just as the two were about to argue, Xiao Yang stepped forward, snatching the bowl from Xiao Qing's hand to feed the horse. Xiao Qing was incredulous, her eyes welling with tears as she turned to her mother to complain, "Mother, look at brother. He's spoiled Li Yue so much that he's even stealing my water to give to a beast, leaving me with none." She simply could not stand Li Yue's smug expression. Xiao Mu, noticing the siblings were about to quarrel over a bowl of water, coughed incessantly while holding her grandson. Xiao Yang frowned and handed his bowl to his mother. "Mother, please drink. Xiao Qing has enough energy to meddle and argue, so she can surely wait. I am not thirsty at all. I feel as though I might perish from thirst." "Am I not still your sister?" Xiao Qing exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she stamped her foot and raised her voice, drawing the attention of the other villagers from Li family village. "You all must judge for yourselves whether my brother is in the right. I am parched and have no water to drink, yet Li Yue feeds this horse with water. Is a horse more precious than a human being? My brother could have simply let it be, but instead, he even seized my water to feed this beast. Is this how a brother ought to behave?" Her voice was hoarse from her outburst, yet she still had the energy to complain. Li Yue suspected that perhaps she was not truly thirsty after all. The other villagers felt that Li Yue's actions were somewhat unjust, but they acknowledged that a horse pulling a cart was far less laborious than a human and could carry more weight. Once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Xiao Yang has married and forgotten his sister. One rarely saw anyone in the village defending Xiao Qing, except for a petite young woman who bore a resemblance to Li Yue, her eyes slightly slanted, someone unfamiliar to her. "Little Zhuang's wife. My daughter is merely feeding her own water, not yours. Why are you meddling?" Zhang Suiping defended her daughter, recognizing that the horse would perish without food. Caught between two dilemmas, she firmly stood by her daughter's side, unwilling to let anyone speak ill of her. The woman who had confronted her retreated, clutching her child, while from a distance, her mother-in-law chastised her for being overly intrusive. "Mother, is that person Zhuang's wife?" Zhang Suiping spat in disdain. "She is nothing but a troublemaker, hailing from the same village as Xiao Yang. Little Zhuang's leg was injured because she was envious of Xiaoyang hunting wild boar on the mountain and urged him to climb after the rain while his mother was away, resulting in his fall. Little Zhuang was Li Dazhuang's younger brother, younger than Li Yue by a year or two. She had been married for 5 years. And apart from requesting money to return to her mother's home, she had little interaction with the villagers, thus unfamiliar with the wives in the area. Hearing that she was from the same village as Xiaoyang, Li Yue was curious about why that woman had left. Wasn't Xiaoyang able to hunt and earn money? Why did his wife leave? Just as Zhang Suiping was about to respond, Li Tian called out to her, seemingly in search of something. Next time I speak with you. Your father is a pest. He expects me to find everything. I must have owed him in my past life. Zhang Suiping grumbled as she departed, leaving Li Yue with a smile in her eyes. The villagers of Li family village did not rest for long before setting off again. Initially, after drinking water, they felt they could walk 2 miles, but after barely 1 mile, they were panting and eager for more water. The journey from Li family village to Ling'an would take several months, passing through Zhangxian Prefecture, Ningxian Prefecture, Yinxian Prefecture, and Lingxian Prefecture. Li family village belonged to the Beiling County of the Lingxian Prefecture in Fuyang Town. Under Lingxian Prefecture, there were several counties including Beiling County, Belil County, and Baho County. Fuyang Town was adjacent to Fuguang Town, and even after 4 or 5 days of travel, they were still within the bounds of Fuyang Town. Upon hearing such a lengthy list of place names, Li Yue felt dazed. In modern times, a mere press of the accelerator could cover this distance in a few days and nights, yet here, it would take over half a year. It was no wonder the elders of Wang family village were reluctant to leave, with no food or water along the way. They could very well starve or die of thirst. Carrying the little meatball on her back, Li Yue felt as though her back were being crushed by a mountain, growing heavier with each step. Little Li Yuan was also restlessly squirming. A warning bell rang in Li Yue's mind. The child was likely in need of a bathroom. She quickly stepped aside to address the child's needs, and indeed, the little one had wet himself. The day was unbearably hot, and the child had been exposed to the sun for too long. Even the thinnest of diapers could irritate his skin, resulting in red spots by evening. Li Yue began to explore the child's habits, a summary of her observations over the past 2 days. Unable to speak, the little one would squirm to indicate discomfort. Noticing the girl's lips were drying and cracking, Li Yue quickly scanned her surroundings for anyone nearby before using her sleeve to discreetly open a bottle of water from her space to moisten the little one's throat. In such hot weather, it was essential to supplement water alongside formula to avoid overheating, yet care had to be taken not to overhydrate, which could burden the child's digestive system. She quietly drank a bottle of water herself before returning to the group with the child in her arms. Qian Debo and several other village children, imitating her example, began clamoring to relieve themselves as well. There were hardly any people on this road, and the Li family villagers allowed the children to go, urging them to finish quickly and return to the group. After walking a little further, Qian Zhaodi turned to check on her younger brother, wondering if he was thirsty, only to realize he was missing from the group. Father, mother, where's my little brother? The Qian couple, preoccupied with their own belongings and focused on the journey, initially thought their son was merely playing. It was only when their daughter raised her voice that they recognized the child was nowhere to be found. My Debo. Everyone turned back, scanning the endless expanse of dirt slopes, but there was no trace of the child. With Qian Zhaodi's cry, other families in the village also began to realize their children had not caught up. Li Tian was furious, shouting, "How can you all neglect your children? Is this a time for play? Crying won't bring them back. Hurry and search." Chapter 28. You, an outsider. Aunt Qian was nearly fainting from distress, while old man Qian sighed heavily, grasping his daughter's hand and asking what they should do. What else can we do? We must search. Qian Zhaodi insisted on looking for her brother, but Li Xing stopped her, reminding her that his wife was pregnant. Meanwhile, other families were clamoring to return and search for their children. However, they feared that if they went back, they might not be able to find the larger group again. Casting pleading glances at Xiaoyang, hoping he would assist in the search. Why should I? My brother just sat down. You all failed to keep an eye on your own children. Why should my brother suffer to help find yours? If we search this time, what about the next? If another family loses a child, should we search again? We might as well abandon our journey altogether and just look for children. Li Tian first looked to Xiaoyang, hoping he would help find the child. Xiaoyang frowned, remaining silent, about to rise when Li Yue held him back. Honest people who remain quiet are often taken advantage of. Father, Xiaoqing is right. This is the first time and the village has never addressed this before. Everyone knows the situation now and should learn from it. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to Li Yue, his cold demeanor gradually warming. Li Tian glared at his daughter, displeased. We have only just begun our journey. These roads are still familiar. However, further on, we will encounter unfamiliar territory. If we come across a fork in the road and a child goes missing, it will be nearly impossible to find them. I say this for everyone's benefit. Li Yue met her father's gaze fearlessly. Old man Qian had initially thought the villagers and his son-in-law would help search, preferring to remain behind and rest. Old man Qian, your child is missing. Are you not worried? Li Yue asked incredulously, questioning how one could be unconcerned for their own child while expecting others to assist. My father is elderly. What if he becomes ill from running back and forth? It's so hot, Li Yue. You have a cruel heart. Qian Zhaodi retorted, putting her hands on her hips and pretending to shout that she would go find her brother. Li Xing was frantic. Then Xiaoyang need not go look. It is not our child. Third brother, you can go find your brother-in-law. Surely he can find his way back. It wasn't that she was worried for Xiaoyang, rather. He had been somewhat considerate on the journey, occasionally helping her carry her daughter, and she could not watch someone else suffer. Seeing her father about to intervene, Li Yue interjected, Father, you are the village leader. You should accompany them. Rest assured, we will wait here for your return. It was easy to speak of searching for someone, but the energy expended in back and forth was no trivial matter, especially in the current heat and water scarcity, where one could easily succumb to heat stroke. Li Tian pointed at his daughter, speechless for a time, clearly infuriated. Zhang Suiping found her husband's incessant good-naturedness tiresome, especially when he dragged their son-in-law along as a scapegoat. Xiao Yang intended to seek assistance, but those who had lost their children ought to offer something in return for the help they were receiving. After all, in such sweltering heat, the back and forth could prove fatal. It seemed their own child was not worth their concern. Discontent murmured among the crowd. If you truly care for your child, why aren't you out searching? Li Yue retorted sharply. The speaker fell silent, having indeed harbored the thought that the villagers ought to search for their missing children without any help. Li Tian frowned, stating, Let this serve as a warning for everyone. Those who wish to find their lost children must contribute something. It is not the responsibility of others. Your negligence has delayed us all. If you continue to dawdle, be wary of being taken advantage of. These times are perilous. With that, Li Tian firmly decreed that families who had lost children must either provide assistance or join the search. Old man Qian had initially hoped to shirk responsibility, but under Li Yue's scrutinizing gaze, he reluctantly set out to help. With only a meager supply of water at his disposal, he felt the sting of reluctance to part with it. Qian Zhaodi watched her father's retreating figure with a pang of pity, her resentment toward Li Yue intensifying. Li Yue simply shot her a disdainful glance. If you wish to lay blame, direct it at your mischievous brother. He wandered off and now claims injustice. Qian Zhaodi nearly ground her teeth in frustration, threatening in a low voice, Sister-in-law, if you continue to exacerbate tensions. Are you planning to sever ties with your family for good? My brother is not the only one. And you dare to threaten me? You think highly of yourself. Li Yue scoffed before turning away. Zhang Suiping approached, forcing Qian Zhaodi to suppress her animosity towards Li Yue. Do not take offense with your third sister-in-law. She is merely petty. Li Yue smiled, dismissing Qian Zhaodi's grievances, puzzled by the latter's audacity to assume she would dominate the Li household in the future. With 4 brothers at her side, her previous interactions with her sisters-in-law had not been particularly harmonious. At least 2 of them were dutiful to their mother and generally decent individuals. As for Qian Zhaodi, well, meanwhile, the villagers of Li family village busied themselves while awaiting the sunset, gathering dry twigs for fuel. This incident served as a reminder that one must always be prepared for the unforeseen. Li Yue returned to her space to retrieve several advanced tracking devices, seemingly ordinary red strings concealing intricate mechanisms. She tied one around her wrist and secured one each for Li Hua, Li Hao, and Li Yuan in inconspicuous locations. Initially contemplating equipping her mother as well, she ultimately decided against it, wary of prying eyes. Dinner consisted of fried noodles. The eldest sister prepared the flour, allowing them to grab handfuls to stave off hunger later. The aroma of the stir-fried noodles was enticing. Li Yue found her appetite piqued as she observed the 2 children sitting obediently, with no wild vegetables strewn about. Zhang Suiping handed each child a handful of dried grass. With nothing pressing to attend to, They could twist the grass into ropes, which could later be fashioned into shoes. Li Yue received her share as well. The stiff grass required considerable kneading to soften it for shoemaking. Having grown accustomed to such tasks, her calloused hands adapted well to the motion. She could not bear to see the children suffer as she once had, accepting the grass with a heavy heart. "You know," Zhang Suiping lamented, "you're spoiling them more than I ever did." It was commonplace for rural children to engage in such chores. They could learn and practice. Yet it was not mandatory for them to do so. Acquiring skills is vital. But she wished for them to avoid the hard life she had endured, working tirelessly like a beast of burden, only to reap no rewards. In this era, girls were expected to master household chores, and while they were still young, they should not be burdened with such responsibilities that would follow them into marriage, an unending cycle of hardship. By midnight, as Li Yue and the children slept, Xiaoyang and his companions returned, each bearing grim expressions. The children had wept, having faced harsh reprimands from adults along the way, their bottoms bruised by branches. Even Qian de Bao had rarely faced a beating from his father. "Next time you run off, be cautious of being taken away by beggars." Old man Qian scolded his son once more. Upon his return, Qian de Bao cried out for water, lamenting his thirst. "All our water has gone to Xiaoyang. Where do you expect it to come from?" Qian Dama grumbled. Qian de Bao, undeterred, barreled into Xiaoyang's arms, nearly knocking him off balance. "Who do you think you are, daring to take our water, you interloper?" His temper flared, unleashing a torrent of foul language. A resounding slap echoed as it landed on his face. Chapter 29, Discovering Amaranth. The mischievous Qian de Bao, having pushed his father's patience to the brink, was thoroughly chastened. Old man Qian, both weary and parched, found it preferable to chastise his son rather than suffer the wrath of Xiaoyang. Just after returning, they had barely rested when Li Tian urged them to continue their journey. "Village chief, can't we allow the child's father to rest for a bit before setting off? You all act as if this is a leisurely outing. If we delay any longer, we'll truly perish from thirst. Those unruly children are far too idle. Starting tomorrow, we shall not stop for a break until we have traveled 20 miles. The villagers resignedly packed their belongings and resumed their trek, painfully aware of their slow pace. As the villagers of Li family village prepared to depart, they were met with the sound of jingling bells and distant shouts. Turning around, they saw the old veterinarian and his family hastening toward them, leading a donkey. Panting heavily, he addressed Li Tian, "I'll accompany you. I have no intention of going to the capital. That Wang family boy is utterly unreliable." Li Tian fell silent, taken aback by the swiftness of the old man's change of heart. Recognizing that he was the village's only veterinarian, it would be impolite to dismiss him. So he reluctantly consented to their company. Curious villagers inquired why he did not join the Wang family's group. "That crew is disjointed and sluggish. The Wang family is no better. I'd rather preserve my life." It must be said, the old veterinarian was astute. Li Yue believed the Wang family's village chief to be quite unscrupulous, and Zhang Youfu's reliance on the Wang family was nothing short of a pipe dream. A conspiracy in the making. The old veterinarian recounted how, over a piece of rotten meat, Wang's wife nearly instigated a brawl with others from the Wang family village. Sensing something was amiss with the meat, the old veterinarian had hastily departed. With that thought, Li Yue produced some alcohol, insisting on disinfecting the old veterinarian's family. The old man, intrigued by the alcohol, inquired about its use, but Li Yue feigned dryness in her throat and evaded further questioning. Li Tian, growing impatient, urged everyone to quicken their pace, claiming they were moving faster than before. He was unburdened, carrying only a smoking pipe, while the others struggled under the weight of their belongings. After walking through the night, he finally agreed to a rest at the persistent request of the villagers. Shaking his head, he protested, "You're all moving far too slowly. Father, if you're not tired, why don't you try carrying our large iron pot next time?" Only Li Yue dared to speak back to her father. Li Tian shot her a warning glare but remained silent. Li Hao and Li Hua enjoyed the journey seated in the cart, their legs less fatigued. Although the prolonged sitting made their backside sore, they could nap along the way, far more comfortable than the adults. Li Yue, on the other hand, felt her feet throbbing painfully, wishing for roller skates to glide over the ground, but lamented that even those would be rendered useless on such terrain. As dawn gradually broke, Li Yue took a sip of water and cast her gaze around, discovering a patch of verdant greens tinged with red, not far away. What could that be? The ground was barren, with only cracked earth visible. So seeing such a vibrant green was indeed a rarity. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't mistaken, she entrusted her child to Xiaomu and gingerly made her way over. What a laborious trek. The village lacked even water, let alone wild vegetables. And here lay an expanse brimming with them, amaranth. Also known as dryland vegetable, this resilient plant thrives in arid conditions and is rich in calcium, iron, and potassium. It flourishes in drought yet withers in moist environments. She waved to the villagers, wondering why these amaranths had not been uprooted by passers-by. Perhaps fate had conspired to bring them together today. Zhang Cuiping was the first to rush over upon noticing her beckoning, her keen eyes spotting the greens, and she hastily grabbed her basket and small shovel. Other villagers, noticing her excitement, followed suit, tools in hand. Li Yue's luck was indeed extraordinary. How remarkable it was to find wild vegetables when there was no water. But had the villagers ever encountered these before? Were they even edible? The village's elder veterinarian arrived, munching on a stalk, squinting his eyes in approval. The bitter taste was absent. If he deemed it edible, it surely was. Li Yue hurried back to fetch her horse, while the elder veterinarian rushed to lead his mule. This vast expanse was filled with amaranth, and the villagers remained silent. Tethering their horses, they allowed them to graze while Li Yue crouched to gather the greens. Xiaomu, holding her child, wished to help but was gently halted by Li Yue. Just keep an eye on the child. With a sigh, Xiaomu returned to sit on the cart, cradling her grandchild as she observed Li Yue and the others gather amaranth. The two young girls, Li Hao and Li Hua, joined in the foraging. As the villagers harvested, they marveled at the lushness of the wild vegetables. Do you think there might be water beneath? They speculated, believing it to be a divine blessing. While the amaranth was drought-resistant, Li Yue found it difficult to dissuade their hopeful thoughts. Once they finished gathering, they began to dig small pits. But after excavating 2 to 3 meters without finding any water, they ultimately had to give up. Let us hurry on our way. We mustn't linger in case others catch up to us. Remembering how an entire crowd had appeared when they previously sought water, Li Yue felt a surge of anxiety. What if those who came upon this precious wild vegetable attempted to seize it? They hastened their pace, not minding the pain in their legs. By around 10 in the morning, under the blazing sun, they reached the vicinity of the city gate, where exhaustion overwhelmed them, and they paused to rest. After such a long journey, they gradually began to see more people, refugees from the neighboring county, escaping southward. These individuals, perhaps just having received news from the city, kept their distance from the villagers of Li family village. As they rested, they observed the destitute milling about outside the city gates, yearning to enter, yet being repelled by the townsfolk. The villagers of Li family village, utterly fatigued, could hardly move, leaving Li Tian to inquire about the situation. After a while, he returned, sighing heavily. Everyone is fleeing south, toward the capital and Lingnan, with some heading northwest. This world is truly descending into chaos. We must hasten our departure. I've heard the barbarians are indeed coming. A villager questioned, but don't these barbarians need water? They ride horses, and horses drink far more than humans. Li Tian replied curtly. With drought everywhere, where do these barbarians find the water to pursue us? Why not ask them yourself? He added, exasperated. The thought of being chased by barbarians sent shivers down Li Yue's spine. In times of turmoil, cannibalism was not mere folklore. Perhaps we should leave quickly. It sounds terrifying. A timid woman in the village exclaimed. Li Yue wished to flee, but her legs were too weary to carry her further. The pain was excruciating. Upon inspecting her feet, she found several blisters had formed from their trek, prompting Zhang Cuiping to lend her a needle to drain them. While she longed to retreat to her space for a soothing foot soak, time and circumstances prevented her from doing so. The villagers recollected that Zhang Youfu's group was still trailing behind them, and if the sky were to fall, they would still have others to lean on. Li Yue, undeterred by the thoughts of others, suggested they move further away to prepare a meal without the throngs. Amaranth, when served cold, was quite delectable. Lacking the means to make soup, they could season it simply with salt and garlic, pairing it with fried noodles. As they rested and observed the commotion around them, they suddenly noticed a throng of people rushing towards them in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, Li Yue realized it was Zhang Youfu's group, truly. What one fears often comes to pass. Father, we must go quickly. Zhang Youfu's group has arrived. The fact that they had fallen so far behind only meant trouble. With the earlier mentions of the barbarians still fresh in their minds, the villagers cared little for anything else and took off in haste. Zhang Youfu and his followers, having finally caught up to Li Yue's group, were momentarily taken aback to see them packing to flee again. Should we pursue? One asked, uncertain. We're too exhausted to chase, but we can't let them get away. It would be a disgrace. You ride my mule and catch up faster, Zhang Youfu urged. The realization dawned upon him that the elder veterinarian's family had fled, and it was imperative they follow suit. If the veterinarian were to fall ill, what would they do? Furthermore, the Wang family had suddenly developed high fevers and were behaving erratically, even foaming at the mouth, truly a terrifying sight. They were so frightened that they fled immediately amidst the chaos. With such a large group, the Wang family could not hope to stop them. Those who ran swiftly were soon lost from sight, as Li family village had been delayed by foraging for wild vegetables and searching for children. Li Yue and her companions sprinted ahead, their legs nearly giving out. The individual pursuing them on the mule, panting heavily, finally caught up. Only for the mule to collapse dramatically before the crowd, nearly knocking someone unconscious. Village head, we were wrong. Please take us in, he cried, clinging to Li Tian's leg as if mourning a lost father. Li Yue felt a sense of incredulity. Had he not previously boasted about breaking away from their group? What? Are you not heading to the capital? Not seeking your scholar? The man recounted the horrifying events involving the Wang family, which had truly shaken him. Casting a glance at Zhang Youfu's group approaching, he quickly withdrew, realizing it was time to retreat. Zhang Youfu, ever adaptable, knelt before Li Tian and began to slap his own face, pleading for forgiveness from the villagers of Li family. Old brother, we were wrong. We all came from the same village. Please help us. This sudden shift left Li Yue in awe. How remarkable. She wondered what had motivated them in the first place. Upon learning of the Wang family's plight, they hastily distanced themselves by 2 miles. You haven't been infected with anything, have you? They say the heavens bite those who are unclean. Could it be madness? A sense of alarm swept through Li family village as Zhang Youfu's group approached, for they had recently undergone disinfection. It's fine, truly. We kept our distance from that old woman of the Wang family. I suspect it was Li Yue's meat that stirred their greed. She warned us not to eat it, yet they did. Aunt Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful she had heeded Li Yue's advice to discard it, otherwise, it would have been their family in peril now. Upon the return of Zhang Youfu's team, the other villagers of Li family village furrowed their brows, primarily due to Zhang Youfu's notoriously cunning nature, which necessitated vigilance against any potential future attempts to abandon the group. Brother, it is far better to rely on our own kin than to associate with those from Wang family village. The Wang family members are utterly despicable. Although Li Tian had a temper to contend with, his loyalty and sense of righteousness were undeniably genuine. Zhang Youfu had merely been suppressing his temper while mingling with the people of Wang family village, a situation far more distressing than partnering with Li Tian. The boastful village chief from Wang family village fancied himself a local magnate. Why don't you all keep an eye on the front? They naturally refrained from informing Zhang Youfu about their discovery of wild vegetables that day, fearing that the people from Wang family village might follow suit and chase after them. Li Tian resolved to prioritize their journey instead. Zhang Youfu's mule had been utterly exhausted and parched, causing him great anguish. In a bid to demonstrate his sincerity, he proposed that they accompany his mule for a while, promising to share some meat with everyone later. The others in Li family village were not heartless. Accepting some meat would certainly not incite them to hasten their departure. In the sweltering heat, Zhang Youfu's family could not possibly consume an entire mule. Thus offering a small portion as a gesture of goodwill was sufficient. The remainder could be salted for preservation. Li Tian, feeling guilty for accepting the meat without offering something in return, contributed a small portion of the freshly unearthed wild vegetables. You actually found wild vegetables? The trailing group looked on with envy. Upon hearing that even the horses were feasting on wild vegetables, Zhang Youfu's tears flowed freely, a true display of his sorrow. He lamented the fate of his mule, contemplating if it might have survived had it also had access to wild vegetables. That evening, his grief compelled him to consume a few extra bites of mule meat. The original group of over 40 households had now swelled to around 100. Filling Li Tian's heart with an indescribable pride, he was indeed the most formidable village chief of Li family village. An elderly man, puffing on his pipe, appeared undeterred by the heat, while Li Yue found herself baffled by his indifference, wondering how he could smoke without choking. As they approached the county town, they realized they lacked the funds to pay the toll and would have to take a longer route, which could add 10 more days to their journey. Without water, those 10 extra days could prove fatal. After 2 days of travel, members of the group began to collapse from exhaustion, and this time, Li Yue found herself unable to render assistance in time. The old veterinarian shook his head, stating, they succumbed to heat stroke. In modern terms, heat stroke can indeed be lethal. With fewer people initially, Li Yue had managed to discreetly procure water from her supplies, but with the increase in numbers, she was reluctant to do so now. His mouth parched and barely able to speak, his eyes filled with golden stars, he stumbled as he walked. Li Yue feared that if they could not locate water soon, even the old veterinarian would collapse. She quickly retrieved some wild vegetables they had gathered days prior and offered them to him. They had nearly dried out, retaining only a hint of moisture. The horse also lacked energy, and it would not survive the night without water. After many days of travel, they finally encountered a mountain. Though conditions there were hardly better than those below, the mid-slope was a desolate expanse of yellowed vegetation. After days of silence, Xiao Yang suggested they ascend the mountain in search of water, hoping for a stroke of luck. When Li Yue expressed her desire to accompany him, he firmly declined. You stay here with the children. The mountain paths are treacherous. Li Yue was puzzled by his reasoning. Aware of her secret, he did not force her to conjure water. And she trusted his character. At that moment, Qian Zhaodi approached Li Yue, tears streaming down her face. Sister-in-law, do you have any milk? Please, save my Dabao. Her eldest son lay weakly, eyes half open, looking utterly feeble. The villagers were aware that Li Yue had been nursing Qian Zhaodi's daughter during their journey, and there was an undercurrent of envy. Now, with no water available, the fact that Li Yue could still nurse a child struck many as miraculous. Those who had previously lost family members suddenly regarded Qian Zhaodi's words with renewed hope. If only Li Yue had been willing to share her milk earlier, perhaps lives could have been saved. All eyes turned toward Li Yue, their expressions a mix of curiosity and expectation. Sister-in-law, I implore you. Your milk is abundant. Please feed my Dabao just a little. Just a taste, and my father and others are on the brink of death. I beg you. Li Yue felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. Did Qian Zhaodi even comprehend the implications of her request? Dabao was already over 10 years old. She could feed him herself. The thought of nursing him was repugnant, and the idea of caring for Qian Zhaodi's elderly father was simply unbearable. Chapter 31. Filial Piety. You are so dutiful. Why not offer your own blood to nourish your father and brother? Zhang Suiping swiftly delivered a slap to Li Xing, pointing at Qian Zhaodi. She unleashed a torrent of invective. How much water did you secretly siphon off for your brother? Do you think I am unaware? With so many children in the household suffering from thirst, you act as if you are the only one in need. Now you feign ignorance. Seeing his mother truly enraged, Li Xing covered his face and hurriedly pulled his wife aside. Old veterinarian, please provide her with some abortion medicine. No one can eat or drink properly on this journey. Where will you find food to sustain your child? All this while, you have used your pregnancy to assert dominance in front of me. Either you terminate the pregnancy today, or you and Li Xing shall part ways. Zhang Suiping showed no fear of being labeled a cruel mother-in-law. On the treacherous path of fleeing famine, anything could happen. She would not hesitate to sell the entire family for food. Her words were chilling. In Qian family village, there had been instances of families selling sons and daughters for sustenance, and Qian Zhaodi shivered at the thought. She had not anticipated her mother-in-law's fierce reaction, having acted out of desperation. With tears in her eyes, she clutched Li Xing's hand. Xingge, I truly did not mean to upset my mother-in-law. I was just anxious. Li Yue cast a disdainful glance at Qian Zhaodi and coldly retorted, Qian Zhaodi, I do not harm those who do not harm me. Do not assume that just because Li Xing is my third brother, you can repeatedly test my limits. How much have you covertly taken from your family to give to your parents? Do you think my mother and I are blind? Do not think others are fools. She intentionally exposed this matter in front of Li Xing and the other villagers, especially her father. Qian Zhaodi's eyes darted nervously as she attempted to counter. It was clearly my mother-in-law who took things to support you. Li Yue found it almost laughable. She coolly addressed Li Xing, Li Xing. Do you wish to rummage through your in-laws' belongings to see what they possess? Li Xing, noticing that she no longer referred to him as third brother, felt a strange sensation in his heart. His wife had always claimed that their mother supported her sister, having seen them together and heard it so often. He had come to believe it. But now, hearing his sister speak in such a manner, he turned to look at Qian Zhaodi. Her innocent face, now streaked with tears, stirred an unexplainable softness in him. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? Sister, we are family after all. Family? Once your precious wife gives birth, Will you let your father and older brothers drink her milk too? If she can manage that, then I shall consider her family. Li Tian's face flushed crimson, while Li Ri and Li Yue felt so ashamed they wished to disappear. Qian Zhaoti's earlier words had indeed been quite revolting. The two sisters-in-law exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable aversion towards their younger sister-in-law. Although they had been part of the Li family for quite some time, their bond with her was not particularly strong. However, their mother-in-law treated them kindly, unlike other families, and the Li brothers had maintained a relatively harmonious relationship. Since Li Xing married Qian Zhaoti, quarrels had become frequent. Yet her husband remained oblivious. Xiaoyang continued to watch the unfolding drama, and Li Tian, noticing the situation, warned, "Quickly go find water. No one will bully your wife." Upon uttering these words, he cast a fierce glare at his youngest son, questioning why he would choose to marry someone from Qianjia village of all places. Enough of this trivial matter. Why the uproar over an abortion and division of the family? He stepped forward to grasp his wife's arm. Little did he anticipate that this time, Zhang Suiping was steadfast in her insistence that Qian Zhaoti either undergo an abortion or separate from Li Xing. Initially, Li Xing dismissed the situation, but he soon realized that his mother was genuinely furious, kneeling and slapping her own face in despair. Being the subject of the village's gossip, his resentment only deepened. "Mother, I was wrong. In this circumstance, do you truly believe separating us is not tantamount to condemning us to death? Are you truly so heartless?" He cast a resentful glance at his own mother. Why did she hold such low expectations for his sister, but impose such high demands on Zhaoti? His sister, without a word of complaint, had supported the Wang family, while Zhaoti, merely dutiful to her parents and caring for her brother, had committed no wrong. In the Qian household, as the sole son-in-law, he was treated with utmost courtesy and warmth, feeling a sense of importance. Why were his parents so ruthless? He was their son. Yet they insisted on trampling his self-esteem. With numerous brothers and many nieces and nephews, his parents' attention was primarily on his elder brother and sister, leaving him feeling distinctively isolated both at home and in the Qian family. Meanwhile, Qian Zhaoti hung her head, weeping profusely. Her gaze, filled with venom, bore into the shadows of Li Yue and Zhang Suiping, cursing the aged matriarch and the wretched Li Yue. It's either the child or the family division. Zhang Suiping was equally resolute. This son had proven to be a complete disappointment, a wretched ingrate. She felt guilty over her daughter's predicament and had promised him a dowry of 10 taels when he wed. 10 taels, an amount surpassing the combined dowries of his other two sisters-in-law. Initially, a suitable bride was selected, a woman of decent standing without any complications. Yet he rejected her in favor of Qian Zhaoti, even going so far as to consummate their relationship in secrecy. 10 taels was one thing, but on the day of the wedding, they demanded a doubling of the dowry to 20 taels. Such a sudden increase was unheard of in the countryside. The Li family had to borrow from all over the village just to secure this daughter-in-law, leaving him utterly humiliated. It was only after their marriage that he discovered Qian Zhaoti had retained all her wealth for her maternal family. It would have been bearable if she had at least borne a child, but just days after the wedding, she hesitantly claimed that her monthly cycle had arrived, suggesting she had misjudged her condition. This felt like a deceitful marriage, and Li Xing, being naive, believed that Zhaoti had given herself to him. And it was normal for a woman to err in such matters. Qian Zhaoti had somehow learned of Li Yue's circumstances, often lamenting about the hardships faced by her family, that her parents had only her as a daughter. The other two sisters-in-law, influenced by Qian Zhaoti, occasionally entertained thoughts of returning to their maternal homes. Zhang Suiping, having endured much, could no longer contain her frustration. Why should my elder brothers remain united while we are cast aside? I refuse to accept this. Your wife is a troublemaker. Consider your own conscience. Has Qian Zhaoti brought anything into this household while she has been busy hauling goods back to her maternal home? What have your elder sisters-in-law taken back? Are they not as dutiful as Zhaoti? Li Xing muttered under his breath, prompting Zhang Suiping to feel an intense anger, nearly leading her to a breakdown. Li Yue, exasperated to the point of laughter, retorted, "If Qian Zhaoti is so dutiful, why does she not use her own money to support her parents instead of relying on the Li family's resources? Do not compare everything to me. I retrieved our money from the Wang family. Let SC Qian Zhaoti try to do the same. You might as well change your surname to Qian. Since you have married Xiaowang, why are you meddling in family matters? No wonder Zhaoti claims you were cast aside by the Wang family. It seems you are neither virtuous nor filial. only concerned with what you can take to the Wang family. Li Yue was at a loss for words. Shall we carry things from the Wang family and move them to your wife's family? Perhaps we should consult the village aunties to determine whether a daughter-in-law taking things back to her maternal family is an act of filial piety or a lack thereof. Now that Xiaoang had gone to fetch water from the mountains, it seemed prudent to gather everyone for a discussion. It appeared that the youngest brother had left all his intelligence at home. While he was foolish, it was also evident that he was easily swayed. Speaking of filial piety, you lavish praise on your wife. What contributions have you made to your own parents? What have you done for this family? The land is tended by your elder brothers, and the labor is done by your fourth brother. Beyond clinging to your beloved wife, what else do you do? Is merely procreating what you define as filial piety? Chapter 32, Grain Robbery. Li Xing, fists clenched in frustration, was met with Qian Zhaodi's tearful embrace as she knelt before him. It's all my fault. I've caused discord between you siblings. Li Yue, veins throbbing on her forehead, found no desire to engage with this troublesome person. Qian Zhaodi was determined to see this meddlesome daughter-in-law removed from the household. Li Xing insisted on separation, but only if his two elder brothers agreed to the same. And after a confrontation, they eventually beat him into submission, prompting him to obey his parents' wishes. One must endure sufficient hardship to recognize the folly of their initial choices. Regardless of the circumstances, the Li family's belongings could not be left for Qian Zhaodi to take to her maternal home. Li Tian observed Zhang Suiping's resolute heart as she insisted on a division, unable to restrain his outburst. What division? Are you forcing the youngest family to their doom? If you insist on separation, then divorce me. Li Tian gazed bewilderedly at his wife, while the brothers and sisters-in-law of the Li family approached to console their mother. Ultimately, it was Li Yue who stepped forward to comfort Zhang Suiping. The once indomitable Zhang Suiping could no longer hold back her tears, embracing Li Yue. Yue, my dear Yue, it is all my fault. The two sisters-in-law, having been married for years, had never witnessed their mother-in-law weep, yet here she was, brought to tears by the turmoil caused by her third son and his wife. Li Tian, softened by Zhang Suiping's sorrow, sighed as he looked at his ungrateful son. If your mother insists on division, then let it be. When you married Qian Zhaodi, our family had not yet repaid her dowry, and we want to require you to repay it. However, do not expect to take more. We have only a small bag of grain and a little water left. Li Xing clenched his fists, exchanging glances with Qian Zhaodi. She was reluctant to leave the Li family, but had irrevocably offended her mother-in-law. Her resentment towards her sister-in-law was all-consuming, especially when she considered that had Li Yue willingly given her milk to nourish her brother, there would be no issue. She looked towards her brother, still lying there, listless and lacking vitality, her heart aching for him. Li Xing thought that separation might be beneficial. He had little to carry during their travels. Little did he realize that the hardships were far from over. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the mountain, and the onlookers below, eager to witness the commotion in the Li household, rushed toward the foot of the hill. Had Xiaoang found water? Qian Zhaodi regretted her impulsive decision. Why couldn't she have just endured a bit longer? Someone from the mountain raced down to inform the villagers that Xiaoang had discovered water and needed assistance digging a well. The villagers, believing the announcement, hurried up the mountain with their tools in hand. Fearing that their belongings would be taken, they left a small portion behind to guard their luggage. The Li family was indeed divided, and Li Xing found himself separated. Li Yue sensed her mother's lingering sorrow as she comforted her grandmother, while she reflected thoughtfully, stroking Zhang Suiping's hand. Her mother's earlier tears seemed not solely for the division of the family. Perhaps she was aware that Li Yue was not truly Li Yue. Otherwise, her sudden outburst of grief was utterly unfathomable. Mother, why did you weep so unexpectedly? Zhang Suiping's mood softened as she caressed Li Yue's hand. I failed to protect you well before, but I shall ensure your safety from now on. After all, she had nurtured her daughter for so many years. How could she not be aware? Li Yue felt her mother's gaze pierce through her own eyes, reaching into the depths of another person's soul, and her heart inexplicably ached. Embracing her mother, she offered her comfort as they leaned against one another. Though her mother appeared formidable, her frail physique belied her strength. In the future, she must ensure her mother receives ample nourishment. On the ground, stones were laid out like a tapestry, with Li Yuan sprawled atop, gurgling and kicking her little feet in sheer delight. Li Hao and Li Hua joined in, playfully teasing their younger sister. Xiaomu consoled Zhang Suiping, assuring her that brighter days lay ahead. Your husband, who abandoned you, I cannot fathom how you have endured. Zhang Suiping wiped her tears as she recounted past grievances, prompting a sigh from Xiao Mu, who murmured something inaudible, as Li Yue, far off, could not hear. Xiao Qing adjusted her clothing, passing by Li Yue with a disdainful huff, labeling her a troublemaker. Li Yue, marginally better than Qian Zhaodi, had refrained from moving her in-laws' possessions back to her maternal home, otherwise, the two would have clashed daily. The villagers of Li family village toiled to transport water from the mountains, working diligently for 2 consecutive days. The flow increased, finally sufficient for the villagers. The elderly veterinarian's first priority was to feed his mule, allowing it to indulge to its heart's content, enabling it to traverse a few more steps. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted villagers from Wang family village approaching, prompting him to urgently ring his bell. He seldom rang the bell for trivial matters. By the time the remaining villagers of Li family village noticed, it was too late. The only ones left at the foot of the mountain were women and children, greedily quenching their thirst. Those from Wang family village, parched and desperate, were envious of their water. Taking advantage of the absence of the strong laborers from Li family village, they advanced to seize water and grain. Are you rogues? Do you not have any shame among fellow villagers? Wang Enyi, from a distance, spotted Li Yue. His teeth clenched in rage. His father had succumbed to severe illness after consuming spoiled meat from Li Yue, and he longed to exact vengeance upon her. He shouted to his mother and elder brother, "That wretched Li Yue is over there. Surely, her cart is laden with grain, let's seize it." Li Qingyun's family had abandoned him in search of water and fled to the city. Now, Wang Enyi was like a wild dog, ready to attack anyone, harboring particular animosity towards Li Yue. If not for Li Yue's tainted meat, his father would not have frightened Qingyun into a miscarriage. With Xiaoyang absent, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Li Yue. Wang Enyi, consumed by resentment, rushed towards Li Yue. In a swift motion, Li Yue gathered Li Yuan and her child, shielding them beside Xiao Mu and her mother. Grain was merely a material possession. She could always procure more, but a life lost could never be regained. The Wang family attempted to approach Li Yue, yet not a single finger could touch her. She brandished a knife, her keen eyes spotting Li Yue's cart. Greed propelled them towards it, believing it to contain 200 taels converted into grain. Xiao Qing shielded her nephew beside the cart, as the elder son of the Wang family swung an axe at her. Just as Xiao Qing braced for the axe to strike her neck, an arrow whizzed down from the mountain. Xiao Yang, his expression inscrutable in the shadows, demonstrated remarkable accuracy from dozens of meters away. Xiao Yang has returned, let's flee. Wang Enyi and the elder son of the Wang family shouted, commandeering Li Yue's cart and making their escape. Despite Xiao Yang's long strides in pursuit, he could not catch up with the villagers from Wang family village. The Li family's possessions had been ravaged, leaving Zhang Suiping seething with indignation as she clutched her chest, demanding to know why Li Xing had allowed the Wang family to pilfer their grain so brazenly. The 2 sisters-in-law from the Li family, being frail women, could only protect the children. Faced with his mother's accusations, Li Xing mumbled defensively, "Did you not separate us?" He felt fortunate that they had gathered enough water earlier, or else the elderly and young from the Qian family would have been left unprotected. Zhang Suiping was so furious that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Li Yue feared her mother might suffer a shock and gently reassured her, "Mother, it's all right. We have hands and feet. The grain will surely find its way back to us." Upon the return of several brothers from the Li family, they regarded Li Xing incredulously, wondering if he had been bewitched by Qian Zhaodi, for his wits seemed to have been utterly compromised. Chapter 33, Dividing the Dagger. The villagers from Wang family village had a clear agenda: to seize grain and water, then flee without inflicting harm. The villagers of Li family village mourned the loss of a significant portion of their grain, lamenting and wailing in despair. Zhang Suiping and Li Yue's brothers were aware of the treasures concealed within Li Yue's cart, as the eldest son of the family. Li Ri was incensed at the thought of their grain being stolen while his younger brother stood idly by. He angrily struck Li Xing with 2 punches. Once divided, "We are no longer brothers, you wretched ingrate." Fearing that his younger brother might be severely harmed, Li Yi restrained him. Li Xing now felt the sting of betrayal from his brothers, who failed to defend him, fostering resentment towards them as well. What mattered to him was that his own grain remained intact. Zhang Suiping, in a fit of frustration, stomped her feet, contemplating striking him, yet hesitated, fearing the pain in her hand. "You are the one who pushed him away. Can you blame him for the grain being stolen?" Li Tian, Witnessing the chaos in the family, wondered if it was worth such a fuss over a mere handful of grain. Unaware of the 200 taels that Li Yue had secured, he assumed her cart was filled with worthless items. Li Qin, unable to contain his bluntness, interjected. Sister managed to bring back 200 taels and exchanged it all for grain. Additionally, the stockpile in the cellar is concealed within the cart sufficient for our family to last half a month. He was wise enough to omit mention of the vegetables and water, lest the villagers blame his sister for hoarding resources in a time of need. Li Tian and the sisters-in-law of the Li family, upon learning that the cart was filled with grain, felt their hearts race with disbelief. Their gazes towards Li Xing filled with a mix of emotions that were hard to articulate. Should we not reclaim it? A cart brimming with grain. Xiaoyang cautioned against such an impulsive act. For now, let each household gather their belongings and prepare to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Zhang Youfu's team had only recently joined, and they had suffered significant losses as well. The Wang family village was well aware of their circumstances, with Li Yue's family and Zhang Youfu's family bearing the brunt of the theft. This was evidently a coordinated and premeditated act, igniting Zhang Youfu's fury, though thankfully, his mule had not been taken. The water that Xiaoyang and the others had laboriously transported down from the mountains had also been largely pilfered, leaving them with no choice but to ascend the mountains once again to fetch more. Our supply is dwindling. We must depart swiftly to avoid further encounters. The remaining villagers busied themselves collecting the last remnants of their grain. The ground lay in disarray, the wild vegetables they had foraged scattered haphazardly, with grain sacks strewn about. Zhang Suiping, heartbroken over the loss of her family's grain, felt utterly disheartened, her hair disheveled. Li Yue sensed her mother's distress. Mother, the grain may have been taken, but in time, we will reclaim what is rightfully ours. For now, we must prioritize your health. You cannot fall ill. If something were to happen to you amidst another such crisis, what would become of Xiao Hao, Xiao Hua, and the children of our elder and second brothers? Li Yue calculated. Her elder brother had 5 children, her second brother 3, and her own 3. Relying solely on her sisters-in-law was insufficient. Should another kidnapping incident arise, the women would be overwhelmed. She beckoned her sisters-in-law and the children to gather around. Zhou Xianglan and Wu Xiufang exchanged glances, assisting the children as they approached. Sisters-in-law, if such an incident occurs again, with the men absent, we cannot rely solely on them. She could persuade neither Xiaoqing nor Xiaomu, as it was unreasonable to expect the children to depend on them. From her pocket, she produced several daggers. Li Yue's sisters-in-law were taken aback as she distributed the gleaming blades among them and to Chuanmiao, Xiaohua, Sholi, and Shul. The daggers, pristine and sharp, drew blood at the lightest touch, a fine weapon indeed. These were hunting tools belonging to Xiaoyang, previously hidden within the cart. Should we face another such incident of theft, do not concern yourselves with anything else. Focus solely on safeguarding your younger siblings and your own well-being. If anyone approaches, wield your knives and drive them away, even if only through fear. As Chuanmiao and Xiaohua have reached the age of 12, they are now considered to be on the cusp of adulthood. Henceforth, the responsibility of looking after the younger children shall be entrusted to these older kids. Mother, you need not concern yourself with domestic affairs. Your focus can rest on supervising Chuanmiao, Xiaohua, and the little ones, Sholi and Shol, in the event of any nefarious individuals approaching. Will you be able to safeguard your younger siblings? With sharp daggers in hand, Sholi and Shol nodded earnestly, their eyes aglow with determination. They are, after all, the only boys in the village to possess their own daggers. Sister, do you think they can truly protect the little ones? Wu Xiufang harbored a tinge of anxiety. This is not merely a village setting, but a tumultuous world fraught with peril. What if those men do not hesitate to harm the children? Yet, we have Mother to rely on. Our duty, when the men are absent, is to safeguard the provisions, and when they are present, to protect the children. Zhou Xianglan and Wu Xiufang, having recently gathered provisions, noted the stark contrast in the strength of the men and women. Wangjia village remains feeble, and when faced with genuine threats, they are bound to suffer injuries. Xiaoyang and Li Tian engaged in hushed conversation until Li Tian called for the men of each household to convene a meeting. The purpose of the assembly was to reflect upon the recent experiences and to establish a system whereby each family takes turns keeping watch at night. During their travels, the men would push aside less vital belongings, while the women, elderly, and children would remain at the center, with the provisions securely nestled in the middle. This is a matter of great importance for the village, Even the Qian family, who wished to evade responsibility, had no choice but to participate. As they embarked on their journey once more, Li Yue's cart was lost, forcing the children to walk alongside the others. She carried Li Yuan on her back, while the older children bore the burden of those under 3. Shoshu and Li Yue, both merely 5 years old, stumbled and fell, their faces muddied, and cried out in distress. Li Yue's heart ached for them, yet without the cart, many items had to be carried personally to lighten the load. Li Xing attempted to help Shoshu and Li Yue, but Qian Zhaodi held her back with a tone laced with envy. You should focus on our belongings, they have someone to care for them. As they halted to prepare a meal, Li Yue felt faint. Placing down the children was akin to lifting a heavy burden off her shoulders. Seizing the moment to visit the restroom, she slipped away to her secret space for a brief respite, secretly consuming a few morsels to regain her energy. From her hidden stash, she retrieved several eggs, placing them on the ground and covering them with grass. She then called out to Chuanmiao, her voice laced with excitement. Chuanmiao, dear, I have discovered wild eggs. Take them back to your mother to cook with the porridge. Chuanmiao, upon being summoned, was delighted to find 5 or 6 eggs nestled on the ground. Ignoring her aching legs, she eagerly gathered the eggs and hurried back to the camp. Li Yue followed suit, returning with her own eggs, much to the delight of Zhou Xianglan, who was overjoyed at the prospect of finding wild eggs, considering it a stroke of luck for her sister-in-law. Mother, shall we cook them all at once? There are 5 or 6, we can stretch them over several meals. Before Zhang Suiping could voice her thoughts, Li Yue interjected, we'll cook them all to nourish the children. Reflecting on the hardships faced by her grandchildren, Zhang Suiping swallowed her words. The eggs belong to your sister-in-law, let her decide. Meanwhile, Qian Zhaodi and others from the village, having heard about Li Yue's discovery, had scoured the area for hours but found nothing. The aroma of eggs wafted through the air, causing her to swallow hard, feeling awkward as she remarked. In this sweltering heat, the eggs must surely be spoiled and foul. Be cautious of stomach ailments. Chapter 34. Unexpected Events. The journey had taken a toll on their bodies, and Li Yue wished to spare her stomach the same fate. Occasionally, she would extract eggs from her space to supplement her family's meals, leading to a throng of followers whenever she ventured to the restroom, compelling her to relent. As they traveled further south, the temperature seemed to rise, and the water they had found previously was depleting rapidly. The little mule, belonging to the old veterinarian, had collapsed multiple times from thirst. If water remained elusive, it might perish from dehydration. The number of refugees on the road was increasing, some collapsed while walking, and the sight of corpses became increasingly frequent, the stench growing more pungent. While traversing the path, Li Yue spotted several bodies, some of whom were from Wangjia village. These individuals, once vibrant and spirited, now lay lifeless, sun-bleached and motionless, their faces resembling wrinkled tree bark. Initially, the villagers of Li's family would circumvent the bodies, but as they multiplied, they had no choice but to pass by them. An unexpected event transpired. On this particular day, Li Yue, carrying Li Yuan, walked alongside Chuanmiao and a few young girls, who were guiding the little ones next to her. Ahead lay a corpse, and Li Yue intended to maneuver around it, while the children clung tightly to them in fear. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, gripping Chuanmiao's leg with a desperate plea, water, water. In an instant, he succumbed to death, his life force extinguished, and he could utter no more words. Terrified, Chuanmiao loosened her grip on the child she was carrying, causing Shoan to tumble to the ground, his head striking a rock, blood gushing forth as he lost consciousness. In her fright, she inadvertently pushed Li Yue aside. Li Yue's hands and knees struck the ground, skinning her flesh and inflicting sharp pain, while the startled Li Yuan awoke with a frightful wail. The other children, equally frightened, joined in a cacophony of cries, while the timid donghua fainted from terror. The sight of a corpse rising in broad daylight was more horrifying than witnessing death itself. Li Yue hastily cradled Li Yuan, soothing her, and led the other children away from the body. Shoan remained on the ground, blood still flowing from his head. Wu Xiaofang, upon seeing her son bleeding profusely, rushed towards the lifeless body, kicking it furiously as she scooped up her son. Shoan, Shoan, wake up. Don't scare your mother. She shook him vigorously until Li Yue intervened, cautioning, sister-in-law, do not shake the child, you might cause further harm. Mother, quickly summon the veterinarian. She called out to Zhang Suiping, who was not far away. The other children from Li's family continued to weep, their cries a tumultuous chorus, as some had witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the corpse rising during the day. The family members attempted to console the children while chaos erupted within the caravan. Li Tian rushed over in a panic. What happened? What happened? Upon seeing his grandson bleeding so profusely, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Donghua remained unconscious, and Zhang Xueping pulled the old veterinarian over, insisting, "You must attend to my grandson first." The eldest sister-in-law wiped her tears and slapped Chuanmiao twice. "How could you carry your brother like that? Look at the state he is in. How will you explain this to your uncle and aunt?" Chuanmiao shrank in fear, crying uncontrollably, overwhelmed by her fright. Li Yue, disregarding her own pain, comforted her two daughters. Addressing her sister-in-law, she said, "Sister-in-law, leave this to me. You should ensure our belongings are not taken amidst the confusion." Once her sister-in-law departed, she embraced Chuanmiao, softly reassuring her, "Your mother was simply frightened and anxious. It is not your fault. Will you help care for your younger siblings?" Chuanmiao, typically a sensible girl, felt both guilty and scared but nodded in agreement, promising to look after her younger siblings. Her gaze filled with concern for her brother in the distance. Li Yue observed that Donghua had only been startled, for she seemed unharmed. Pinching her own finger sharply, she brought Donghua back to consciousness. However, she remained speechless, likely rendered dumbfounded by the fright. With a sigh, Li Yue held her close, offering comfort. Meanwhile, the old veterinarian, upon witnessing the amount of blood, felt his legs weaken. Having only treated livestock, he was unaccustomed to tending to humans, especially such small children, and was at a loss in this situation. "I can handle minor ailments, but this? I truly cannot. The volume of blood is no trifling matter. I have some coagulants. Let us try to stop the bleeding first." The unfortunate events that transpired in the Li family elicited deep sorrow among the villagers. Such a young child, it seemed, would not survive. The loss of so much blood was utterly horrifying. Xiao Yang remained silent, retrieving his hemostatic ointment. Wu Xiaofang, on the verge of fainting from her tears, looked up at Xiao Yang with tear-filled eyes, expressing her gratitude. "Brother-in-law, you know how to treat wounds. Please save Shoan, he's only 3 years old." Her anguish resonated with Li Yue, who felt a pang of sorrow for her sister-in-law. Despite Shoan's mischievous nature, he was still an endearing and sensible child, the long-awaited son of her elder brother and sister-in-law. Her brother sat on the ground, rubbing his hands and stroking his head, overwhelmed with grief as he beheld his once vibrant son lying lifelessly before him. The other villagers, sensing the scene's sheer horror, hastily urged each other to leave. Particularly distressed was Qian Zhaodi, whose son Qian Debao had nearly been frightened to death, seeking refuge in his sister's embrace, causing her considerable discomfort. Clutching her abdomen in distress, she frowned as cold sweat trickled down her forehead, exclaiming, "Veterinarian uncle, please take a look. My stomach hurts terribly." Li Xing, witnessing his nephew lying amidst the crowd, felt a flicker of hope with Xiao Yang's presence. Despite his concern for his wife, he steeled himself and awkwardly suggested, "Veterinarian uncle, if you cannot help Shoan, could you at least check on my wife?" His furtive glances towards his elder brother and sister-in-law betrayed his guilt. Enraged by his selfishness, Li Yi struck him twice. Wu Xiaofang's eyes burned with resentment towards him, and Li Xing, feeling the sting of his brother's blows, caught the disapproving gaze of his sister-in-law, leaving him unsettled. Li Chen restrained his furious brother, urging him, "Brother, now is not the time for fighting. We must secure our belongings and prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos." He noticed several displaced villagers casting unfriendly glances in their direction. The crowd was chaotic, and it was indeed possible that someone might take advantage of the disorder. The elderly veterinarian accompanied Li Xing to examine Qian Zhaodi, who was too anxious to even meet the eyes of his parents and sister-in-law. Meanwhile, the other village children continued to cry, and the adults, overwhelmed by the noise, resorted to slapping their thighs in exasperation to silence them. Li Tian surveyed the area, concluding that it was unwise to linger. Noticing Wu Xiaofang still in tears, he softened his tone. "For now, let us carry the child to a quieter place to rest. This place is too crowded and chaotic." He signaled to his wife to soothe her. Observing the men of the Li family retreating, a woman among the displaced villagers, eyeing the grain, attempted to seize some amidst the turmoil, but was swiftly met with a knife from the enraged Zhou Xianglan, causing a gushing wound that left onlookers gulping nervously. Chapter 35, Fever Reduction. The child, being so young and frail, had a weakened immune system. The primary concern was to halt the excessive bleeding. In the heat of summer, such a loss of blood was untenable. The Li family sought a shaded area, with the second sister-in-law clutching Shouan tightly, her voice hoarse from crying. Zhang Suiping, feeling pity, offered her some water to conserve her strength. The wound ointment finally began to take effect, stopping the bleeding, but the child remained unconscious, leaving the adults terrified. They struggled to feed him rice porridge, fearing that if this continued, the child might indeed perish. For the first time, Li Yue grasped the harshness of this era. She retrieved a collection of medicine from her space supermarket, aware that injuries could easily lead to fevers, which would complicate matters further. As they cleaned the wound, strands of hair matted with blood and dirt became evident. With a heavy heart and tears in her eyes, the second sister-in-law decided to shave the surrounding hair to expose the wound more clearly and reduce the risk of infection. The gash on the little one's head, inflicted by a stone, was a gruesome sight, still oozing blood. Li Yue held tetanus antitoxin and ibuprofen in her hands, hesitating to use them. I have this medicine that I received from a doctor in the city, but I am uncertain of its efficacy. She struggled with her conscience, fearing the weight of responsibility for a living soul. The second sister-in-law, overwhelmed with worry for her son, nodded through her tears. In times of crisis, we can only resort to whatever remedies we have. Any medicine is better than none. Please consider, this medicine I acquired in the city is costly, and I am unsure of its effects. Li Yue cautioned her brother and sister-in-law once more about potential side effects. How much worse can it get? Sister, you should use it. Li Yue gritted his teeth, resigned to the fact that if it came to the worst, it would be Shouan's ill fate. After saying this, he turned away, wiping his face, tears welling in his eyes. That evening, the second sister-in-law had no heart to cook. It was the eldest sister-in-law and Chuan Miao who prepared the meal. The children at home, shaken, were in low spirits, and the dining table, usually filled with laughter, was now enveloped in an unsettling silence. After dinner, they resumed their journey. Every household had children who were startled, but these were minor concerns, and they could not let one person's plight delay the entire group. Li Yue carried Li Yuan on her back, her hands full as she assisted her family with the luggage, freeing a wheelbarrow for Shouan to lie upon. The cart was lined with quilts, allowing the little one to rest more comfortably, with soft cushions on either side to protect his head. The second brother and sister-in-law pushed the cart, their eyes never leaving the child, fearful even of the stones on the ground that might injure him. Xiaoyang pushed a cart loaded high with goods, almost obscuring him from view, and as he noticed Li Yue struggling with both the child and the luggage, he took some of her load and placed it onto his own cart. Thank you, Li Yue expressed sincerely. This man, tall and sturdy, bore a load that resembled a small mountain, yet he bore it all without a single complaint, which inexplicably brought a sense of reassurance. In the dead of night, under a starry sky, the gentle breeze provided some respite. The second sister-in-law, wiping Shouan's sweat, discovered that his body was burning with fever and insisted on covering him with blankets to promote sweating. The child was swaddled in 5 or 6 layers, nearly suffocating under the weight. In a panic, she called for the old veterinarian and Xiaoyang to come and check on him. Fever on the road was no trivial matter. Lacking hot water for sponge baths, Li Yue handed her own alcohol to the second sister-in-law, urging her, "Use the alcohol to sponge Shouan, do not stop." Qian Zhaodi, overhearing, scoffed sarcastically, "Isn't it enough to just cover him with blankets until he sweats it out? Sister-in-law, do you even know how to care for a child?" Zhang Suiping and the others were too preoccupied to engage in her petty quarrel, turning their backs on her. Initially, many agreed that covering him was the way to go, as it was the custom in the village, but seeing that the multiple layers were yielding no results, panic began to set in. The second sister-in-law was restless, her heart racing, and she reluctantly decided to try Li Yue's method. As the second brother pushed the wheelbarrow, the second sister-in-law alternated between sponging Shouan with alcohol and keeping pace. They walked through the night until the villagers could no longer continue and decided to rest. While Li Yue and the others fell asleep, the second sister-in-law remained wide awake, unable to close her eyes, continuously rubbing her son's little hands to cool him down. The village children, who had been frightened during the day, did not sleep soundly at night, often waking up screaming from their nightmares, only to be comforted back to sleep by the adults. Chuan Miao shared a bed with her sisters and Li Yue, lying on her stomach, her sleeves soaked from her silent tears, trembling in distress. Li Yue, filled with compassion, embraced her, soothing her by patting her back until she gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the second sister-in-law remained restless, her hazy silhouette anxiously worrying about Showen's fever and his lack of sweat. She dared not rest for even a moment, resolutely tending to her child. As dawn approached, Showen's fever finally began to subside, and he stirred, crying out for eggs. However, consuming eggs during a fever could lead to digestive issues, especially given the child's already weakened stomach. The little one's rare wish was something Li Yue could not refuse. She gently patted his head. "Be good now, dear. Your auntie will prepare some porridge for you, and I'll go fetch you some eggs." Second sister-in-law, aware of the child's pleas, lamented the impossibility of finding eggs in the dead of night, out in the desolate wilderness. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sighed. "It's no use. Where could one possibly find eggs at this hour?" "Don't worry. I'll call Xiaoyang to accompany me," she added resolutely. Xiaoyang, having pushed the cart all day, leaned against it, dozing lightly, his grip firmly around the handle while the other arm cradled his son. As Li Yue approached, he abruptly opened his eyes, his dark gaze resembling that of a lion feigning sleep, ready to pounce on its prey. The intensity of his stare startled Li Yue momentarily. Recognizing her, his demeanor relaxed. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, but the child longs for eggs, and I thought I might try my luck," she explained. Xiaoyang pinched the bridge of his nose, grunted in acknowledgement, and instructed his child to follow him, taking his bow and arrows along. The two ventured into the inky darkness, exchanging silent nods with the villagers they encountered. All around them, shadows loomed, punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of snoring, a mix of those merely sleeping and some long departed from this world. Despite the pervasive darkness, Xiaoyang remained silent, trailing behind Li Yue, who held the torch aloft, casting a slender shadow that was soon dwarfed by Xiaoyang's towering figure. Ahead, a few trees stood resolutely. She gestured for Xiaoyang to direct the torch upward to inspect for bird nests. As he took the torch, their hands inadvertently brushed, causing him to retract his hand in surprise, resulting in the torch tumbling to the ground. The sparks singed Li Yue's foot, prompting a sharp intake of breath, and she shot him an exasperated look. "Really? Must you be so careless?" Chapter 36. Scarcity of Water. Apologies. Xiaoyang retrieved the fallen torch and reignited it, the flickering flames illuminating his face. Raising the torch above his head to scan the trees, he found no sign of the nests Li Yue had mentioned. Seizing the moment while he looked away, she deftly pulled 2 chickens from her spatial supermarket, dropping them to the ground. "Look, Xiaoyang." The 2 chickens, having been startled from their meal in the supermarket, were now bewildered in this unfamiliar setting, their eyes wide as they flapped their wings in a frantic attempt to escape. Xiaoyang, hearing their squawking, looked down just in time to see the 2 chickens attempting to take flight, while the nearby villagers, too distant to discern the details, continued their slumber. Li Yue rushed forward, eager to catch the chickens. "Wait, leave one alive," she called out as she intended to wait for the hen to lay eggs. Xiaoyang, in the act of seizing one by the neck, paused mid-motion as she spoke, halting his attempt to wring its neck. The 2 chickens flapped and struggled, but ultimately found themselves firmly within Li Yue's grasp. "Are these roosters or hens? They hardly resemble wild chickens," she mused, feigning curiosity while casting furtive glances at Xiaoyang. The chickens, plump and glossy, appeared nothing like domesticated fowl. The man, lost in thought, did not suspect a thing, and she quietly exhaled in relief. "Come, we must hurry back before anyone notices." Li Yue and Xiaoyang cradled the 2 chickens as they stealthily returned to the village, the torch left unlit. Second sister-in-law was still awake, and upon seeing their return, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Suiping also sat up, peering in their direction. "Mother." "Second sister-in-law, look," Li Yue exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement as she noticed the villagers peacefully asleep. She gestured for her mother to come closer, proudly displaying one of the chickens and pointing to the one in Xiaoyang's hands. The attention of Li family members was immediately drawn to the chickens in their hands, and sleep was forgotten as they rose. Little Showen clamored to touch the chickens, having gone too long without meat and feeling quite hungry. He reached out, but Li Yue, concerned about his recent illness and the potential for germs, handed him a clean feather for him to play with instead. The little one thrilled. Delighted in the feather, his spirits visibly lifted. "You've had remarkable luck," Little sister-in-law, second sister-in-law remarked, her mood buoyed by her son's awakening and the chickens they had caught. Indeed, we may not have found eggs, but we have 2 chickens, 1 hen for laying and 1 rooster for meat. The commotion in the Li household inevitably roused the neighbors, who gazed enviously at Li Yue's good fortune. They had gone out searching for eggs and returned empty-handed, only to hear of Li Yue's success, prompting some to inquire about her whereabouts, still hoping for a stroke of luck themselves. By dawn, news of Li Yue's midnight chicken hunt spread like wildfire through the village, and the villagers praised her exceptional luck. In a year of scarcity, to find chickens was indeed a stroke of astonishing fortune. Qian Zhaodi rubbed her belly and nudged Li Xing. Yesterday, I was quite startled. Do you think I could have a bowl of chicken soup when it's ready? Li Xing furrowed his brow. Their relationship with the family was tense, and he hesitated to ask, but in the face of his wife's expectant gaze, he resolved that facing his parents' ire was a small price to pay. The couple eagerly awaited the chicken soup, yet it seemed the Li family had no intention of preparing any. Li Yue had assumed her mother would cook the chicken for the children, especially since the birds were still intact, their necks unbroken. Zhang Suiping fretted, we have chickens, but no water. Roasting them would be a luxury. A pot of soup would be far more practical and nourishing for everyone. Dividing a roasted chicken into pieces the size of a finger would hardly satisfy, and it felt wasteful. Water scarcity was their most pressing issue. The little water they had was reserved for the injured Shouwen, barely enough to quench their thirst. They needed to seek out more water, for the journey had been arduous and unrelenting. When they did manage to drink, they mixed a little salt in to sustain their strength for the road ahead. Their throats felt parched, and their eyes were heavy with fatigue. Around them, the landscape shimmered under the sun, devoid of any moisture. Ahead, more people had collapsed, and the village was plagued by a series of fainting incidents. Not evenly you could ignore the mounting strain. Deaths and cries pierced her heart, each wail tugging at her senses. Under the glaring sun, surrounded by expectant eyes, she felt as if she might melt away in the heat. Her clothes were already soaked through. The temperature soared to a sweltering 30 or 40 degrees. As the path grew littered with the fallen, the villagers of Li were gripped by fears of contagion and past terrors, keeping a wide berth from the deceased. Li Tian, hoarse from shouting encouragement, rallied the villagers. Just hold on a little longer. Once we reach Fuguang town, we'll find a fruit that's said to be juicy and refreshing. We can buy some to quench our thirst. Yet, Li Yue regarded this dream with skepticism. Such treasures seemed far beyond their reach. Unbeknownst to them, their desperate escape had spanned over 10 days, each day feeling like a lifetime as they sluggishly made their way to the neighboring Fuguang town. Their progress was painfully slow, and Li Yue's heart was in turmoil as she recalled the cold drinks she had once taken for granted, now unobtainable after their cart had been stolen. Damn that Wang Enyi. The old veterinarian's mule let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a thud, its large eyes gazing at the villagers as it took its final breath. The veterinarian's family, tearful, bid farewell to the mule, calling upon the villagers to help slaughter the meat for sharing. Such a small amount of blood was treated as a precious commodity, and the body was buried in the earth. An elderly resident of a household succumbed, unable to withstand the rigors of their plight. Li Yue felt a deep sense of sorrow, as the old man had previously shown kindness to her former self. Though she possessed water, she dared not reveal it, fearing she would be regarded as an outcast. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, before I die, I wish to taste chicken. Throughout my life, raising children, my mother-in-law never once allowed me a morsel of chicken during my confinement, and after giving birth, the chicken was always reserved for the children of the household. The family of the elderly man pleaded desperately with the Li family, and Li Tian, with a heavy heart, consented to slaughter a chicken. In the sweltering heat, the chickens were on the verge of succumbing to disease. If not killed now, they would surely perish later. We have no water now, let us roast it, she urged. Her family, trembling, assisted the Li family in killing the chicken and kindling a fire. The heat was intense and the flames blazed fiercely. The aroma of the roasted chicken mingled with salt, causing everyone to salivate uncontrollably. With tears in his eyes, the old man bit into the chicken, but his frail body could hardly manage as he lay weakly in his son's embrace, gasping for breath. Li Yue felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, tears streaming down her face. Was she too callous, allowing those she knew to perish out of fear for her own safety? As she observed the grieving family preparing to dig a grave to bury the old man alongside the mule, She remained engulfed in sorrow until she heard a plaintive voice call, "Mother, what's wrong?" Turning, her heart ached intensely. Chapter 37. Water Vapor. Zhao's mother and Xiaoqing rested against a wheelbarrow. The villagers encircled the elderly man, their faces etched with grief, and Zhao's mother could no longer bear it. Stumbling and fainting, prompting Xiaoqing to cry out in alarm. Quick as lightning, Xiaoyang caught his mother, his face a mask of concern. "Mother, mother." The Xiao family's young child, with wide, tear-filled eyes, could not utter a word, his face a portrait of anxiety as he clutched his grandmother's garment, crying out helplessly. Zhao's mother, already frail and afflicted with a cough, often relied on medication to sustain her. Now, with the lack of water, there was none to brew her medicine, forcing her to resort to chewing on dry herbs. Occasionally, Li Yue would add a little water for her family, but she dared not use too much, for she herself was barely drinking. The usually silent mother-in-law served as the stabilizing force in the household, easing the tension between her and her sister-in-law. It pained her to witness the demise of those she knew, one after another. The old veterinarian approached, thrusting a thick silver needle into her philtrum. Gradually, she regained consciousness, her throat parched and uncomfortable, leading to a fit of coughing that caused blood to spill, shocking the Li family. With a faint but resolute smile, she reassured everyone, "I am fine. It's just that Qing'er is being overly dramatic. Little Bao must be frightened." She gently patted her grandson's head, who continued to cry out in distress. Zhang Suiping hastily retrieved the last of their water, offering it to her. "In-law, we still have a little water at home. Drink it to ease your discomfort, and later we can search for more." Xiaoyang looked at his mother-in-law with gratitude, aware of her tough exterior masking a compassionate heart. Li Yue gritted her teeth, recalling a cough syrup she had brought from her space. The packaging was glass, and she stepped aside to tear off the label. She tugged at Xiaoyang's arm, signaling him to follow her to a secluded spot. Xiaoqing, lost in her mother's sorrow, could not be bothered to argue with Li Yue, embracing her mother to shield her from the sun. "I have medicine, given to me by my mother. She said it is a family remedy that can alleviate your mother's cough. This was part of my promise to you, and I know where we can find water. But we will have to wait until nightfall." She handed over a glass vial, the dark liquid glimmering in the sunlight. This syrup, made from loquat paste and various herbs, was potent. 300 milliliters of syrup, 10 milliliters to be taken 3 times a day, could last about 10 days, accompanied by cough relief pills. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow as he examined the small pill in his hand, skeptical of its efficacy, yet his mother's condition left no room for delay. Li Yue's clear and steadfast gaze reassured him that she meant no harm to his mother. "Thank you." He accepted the syrup, clasping his hands in respect to Li Yue before returning to administer it to his mother. Xiao's mother had consumed syrup before, but this one was far richer in flavor. Curiously, she inquired of her son, "Where did this come from?" "Li Yue provided it. Thank you, mother-in-law." He bowed in gratitude to Zhang Suiping, who remained bewildered as Li Yue led her away. Li Yue intended to share with her mother the matter of her finding water. In her past life, as an orphan, she endured hardship alone, now with family. Her compassionate spirit would not allow her to witness the deaths of her parents and kin without attempting to save them, some of whom had not yet reached their 5th year. "Mother, I have a feeling I can find water. Please inform father. I will lead the villagers to search for it." After discussing with her father, Zhang Suiping decided that each household would send a strong laborer to accompany Li Yue in the search for water. Once again, she saved the villagers with the last bit of water. As the sun set on the western horizon, Li Yue led the villagers westward. Naturally, Qian Zhaodi's family followed Li Xing in search of water. Look at her go. Qian Zhaodi still harbored resentment towards Li Yue for previously finding chickens and eggs without sharing. Xiaoqing was also displeased with Li Yue's boldness, but as she and her brother searched for water, she genuinely worried that their mother would not last and that she herself might falter as well. The villagers gazed longingly in the direction they had departed, their eyes filled with hope. They were the village's last hope. If they could find water, they could continue on. After walking for nearly half an hour, their legs nearly giving out, they finally reached a desolate area. A sunken patch of earth lay cracked, likely once a riverbed, now devoid of water, with fish and shrimp desiccated and stuck to the ground, emitting a foul odor. Our village once had a river, but it dried up long ago," Li Xing lamented hoarsely. "Little sister, do you think there is water here?" Li Chun surveyed the surroundings, feeling it was unlikely. The sweltering heat and lack of water made everyone uncomfortable, leading many to grumble that they would have been better off staying home. Li Yue was drenched in sweat, her body sticky and unpleasant, having not bathed for several days. She prodded the ground with a stick, pushing aside the dead grass. Undeterred, she used a small shovel to scrape at the earth. Observing her, Xiaoyang took the shovel from her hands. The villagers sat lethargically on the ground, watching her dig, uncertain of what she could possibly uncover. "I'll help you dig." A couple of individuals, noting their slow progress, leaned in to assist. "Is it really possible to find water?" "Trust me, I can catch wild chickens in the wilderness," Li Yue declared confidently. Approximately a dozen villagers gathered, but they could not dig in the same spot, so Li Yue instructed them to spread out. The villagers, half believing, took up their hoes to dig, knowing that if they failed to find water, their efforts would be in vain. Once the large holes were dug, Li Yue retrieved some clothing from her pack to cover them. "What are you doing? Have you heard of water vapor?" The villagers, all robust men, had never encountered such a concept. "I read about it in a book by Wang Enyi. It's a method to produce water. If we cover it with cloth, we should have water by tomorrow." The villagers remained skeptical, having never heard of such a thing. Li Yue fabricated her explanation, knowing full well that Wang Enyi was likely long gone, and his books had probably turned to ashes. Mentioning another man in front of their husbands elicited strange glances from the villagers toward Xiaoyang, who seemed oblivious, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It is indeed peculiar that throughout this journey, numerous couples have engaged in quarrels, yet this newlywed couple has not exchanged a single harsh word. According to the literature, this phenomenon is referred to as mutual respect. The pit has been excavated and a small portion of the villagers has been sent back to rest, leaving only Xiaoyang, Li Yue, and a few others to monitor the water. "We shall return now. Please take care." They bid farewell as their companions departed, their hearts fluttering with anticipation, hoping fervently that Li Yue's method would yield results. In the dead of night, someone contemplated lifting the curtain to inspect the water's status, but Li Yue, in a cryptic manner, insisted that the time had not yet arrived. Once the others succumbed to slumber, she stealthily poured tap water into the prepared pit, twisting the cap of the mineral water bottle without discernment. The water she poured was swiftly absorbed by the ground, causing her heart to ache at the thought of such wastefulness. To mitigate the wastage, Li Yue promptly returned to her spatial supermarket in search of disposable bathing bags. These transparent materials were less prone to leakage and of commendable quality. She excavated a hole on either side of the pit, burying one end of the bathing bag underground, ensuring it remained invisible in the night, with plans to retrieve it later. In the fruit section of the supermarket, she attached a hose to the faucet, and water gushed forth. Xiaoyang, with his keen senses, awoke from his slumber, perceiving the sound of running water. He opened his eyes to see a figure crouched beside the pit, holding something aloft. He scanned the surroundings, deliberately shifting to shield Li Yue from the gaze of the others who were still asleep. Oblivious to this, Li Yue felt a moment of relief upon observing that her companions were still in a deep slumber. She secured the transparent bag in one pit, allowing the water to flow freely, then proceeded to bury plastic bags in several other pits. With only one hose at her disposal, she had to wait for one pit to fill before attending to another. By evening, she had excavated around 10 pits and filled 8 with water. Having accomplished this laborious task, she was drenched in sweat. Noticing that everyone was asleep, she disregarded the confinement of her postpartum state and retrieved a bottle of Sprite, twisting it open to release a fragrant fizz. Taking a sip, she felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her, consuming the entire 500 milliliters of this delightful elixir in one go. Rejuvenated, she pulled out a piece of Dove chocolate, disregarding her figure as she hastily sought to replenish her energy. After indulging in a burst of flavor, she devoured a hamburger laden with spicy strips and could not resist gnawing on a large chicken leg, washing it down with another bottle of the heavenly drink. Life felt vibrant once more. Xiaoyang, feigning sleep, widened his eyes at the sight. Nearby, Li Xing, groggy and disoriented, turned over, prompting Xiaoyang to quickly cover his eyes and turn him back. Li Yue, hearing the commotion, paused her clandestine feast like a startled hamster. Her body tensed, and upon confirming that no one had awakened, she wiped her mouth and tidied her belongings. She then feigned surprise, rousing her sleeping companions. "There's water. Quick, summon the others." The group, still half asleep, caught a whiff of something meaty. "Are you dreaming? Just moments ago, you were gnawing on my toes." As they learned of the water, their joy surged, and they rushed to quench their thirst. Li Yue interjected, "I see there is ample water, but if you dirty it, how will we use it later?" She produced a ladle, leaving the villagers bewildered. Where had this ladle come from? Did they truly fear contamination in the wild? Taking turns, they each savored a sip, their faces lighting up with joy. "This water is so refreshing," they exclaimed. "It feels like a divine gift from the heavens. Isn't our girl remarkable?" They urged one another to gather more people, uncertain if the water would suffice. The villagers began to chatter excitedly, but, fearing eavesdropping, quickly hushed themselves. Xiaoyang stepped forward, accepting the ladle from her and tasting the water, which was pure and sweet, nothing like the earthy flavors typically found in their era. Unfiltered water often bore a muddy taste or even saltiness. This was undoubtedly the finest water he had ever encountered. He noticed that every time Li Yue provided water, it was exceptionally sweet, as if infused with sugar. A debate arose regarding who should fetch more people. The precious water made them reluctant to leave, fearing those left behind might indulge in it. "Xiaoyang, stay here. We will return with help. We cannot let anyone steal it this time." Half of the group remained behind, armed and vigilant, while others rushed back with fervor, eager to inform their families. As Li Yue waited, the villagers rushed toward the destination, reminiscent of a bustling cafeteria laden with supplies. "Is the water still there? Is it still there?" Upon arrival, they clamored to quench their thirst, no longer as obedient as before, fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity. Some families even quarreled over the water, pushing each other aside. Li Yue watched the scene with indifference, fearful that such chaos would prevent her from sharing the water. "If you continue to make such a racket, be wary of stirring the outside," Xiaoyang warned coldly. Recalling previous incidents of water and food theft, the villagers settled down. Li Tian, clutching a child and puffing on his old tobacco pipe, approached. "Well done, daughter," he praised, while his sister-in-law hurried over with her child, panting and drenched in sweat. "Little sister, get some water for the baby. He's nearly parched." Li Tian swatted away a hand reaching for the water. "If you dirty it, how will others drink? Show some decorum. Form a line, and let each person take a sip. Don't drain it all at once." He inspected the 10 pits, noting that 8 contained water. "This water is precious. Make it last. We will distribute it a bucket at a time, and those who finish first can go refill. No one is to steal." With a fierce glare, Li Tian admonished the crowd. "But village chief, not all buckets are the same size. My family's bucket is tiny. How can we survive with just one?" "Exactly. We have 10 people in our household, while there's only us 5. How are we supposed to manage with just one bucket?" Li Tian, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, grumbling. "If you keep complaining, you'll attract unwanted attention, and then no one will drink anything. Large buckets get 1 bucket. Small ones get 2. Hurry and grab your water, then hide it well." Finally, those with smaller buckets felt satisfied. Li Yue took charge of ladling the water as the villagers eagerly watched her scoop from the pit, filling their bowls. The water poured into the bowls, and those who received it cradled their vessels carefully, savoring the moment. Though there was no water to wash the bowls, every household-ass bowl had been licked clean. Appearing spotless at a glance, yet up close, a faint odor lingered. "Moon, I used to hold you when you were little. Make sure you give your auntie a generous serving." A cheerful auntie joked, trying to curry favor with Li Yue. "Don't try to ingratiate yourself. I'm the one with 3 blessings, while your family has 5. Another aunt grumbled from the back of the line. Li Yue, feeling exasperated, ladled the water into the bowls of those waiting, her hands trembling. "Why are you shaking so? You've poured 3 shakes for me, yet she only got 2. Auntie, hurry along, there are so many people behind you. If I don't shake, they want to get a drink, and then there will be an uproar. Don't worry about my 3 shakes, they're just as good as her 2. At that moment, Li Yue began to understand why the canteen ladies often seemed to have tremors. The limited supply necessitated a steady hand, and without a slight quiver, there would scarcely be enough to go around. "Hurry, hurry, it seems someone is approaching." The villagers lowered their voices, alerting each other. Chapter 39, A Murder. The dawn broke with a hint of light, awakening the heat of the ground that had lain dormant throughout the night. The people of Li Yue village were aflame with fervor, their eyes fixed intently on the group of unfamiliar figures drawing near. The villagers, having filled their buckets with water, remained vigilant, while those who had returned empty-handed after drinking quickly armed themselves with hoes, sickles, and various tools, forming a protective perimeter. Their movements hastened, determined to transport the water before these intruders drew too close. The pit was completely drained of water, yet some stubborn souls continued scraping at the bottom of their bags, intrigued by the strange sounds, even attempting to peer inside. Li Yue rushed over. If there's nothing left, grab the water and leave quickly. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the individuals ceased their greedy pursuits, hastily covering their bucket and following the others to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yue swiftly retrieved the soiled disposable bathing bags and stowed them away for future use. Soon, the ground bore only the footprints of the villagers, along with several large depressions. The approaching figures gazed at the items balanced on the villagers' shoulder poles with keen interest, speculating about their contents and growing increasingly curious about what had been excavated moments prior. One villager, whose bucket was overfilled, stumbled and slipped, causing water to spill onto the ground. The thirsty earth eagerly absorbed the liquid, leaving no trace, yet it did not escape the notice of those across the way. Water. Water. They have water in their buckets, everyone, come quickly. His voice brimmed with excitement, and upon hearing him, the others gazed at the villagers with eyes akin to hungry wolves spotting prey, their greed palpable. Li Yue discreetly drew a dagger and retrieved an electric baton from her space, flicking the switch. Should these intruders dare to approach, they would find her not easily deterred. Word of the water spread quickly. Some individuals hastened towards the spot where the villagers had dug, convinced that the water must have originated from there. Upon arriving, they discovered nothing but large holes in the ground, and despite their disappointment, they examined every inch, realizing the ground bore no signs of moisture. They shouted angrily at the villagers, "They've drained all the water." Upon hearing this, the newcomers glared at the villagers with eyes filled with rage, as if they had encountered the sworn enemies of their kin. One particularly menacing man, sporting a thick beard and an intimidating demeanor, blocked the villagers' path. Clad in a short jacket. "Brothers, this is unacceptable. You've drained the water. Do you intend to let us perish from thirst? Leave some water for us, and we shall spare your lives." He crossed his arms, his gaze cold and threatening, his jowls quivering as he spoke. With their numbers, they were certain to seize the water from Li Yue village. Having struggled to find this precious water, the villagers would never relinquish it willingly. Moreover, after experiencing repeated thefts, they understood that yielding even once would only invite further exploitation. In times of chaos, a single act of concession would lead to relentless demands from others. Xiaoyang thrust the shoulder pole loaded with water into Li Tian's hands. Li Tian, initially unencumbered, was caught off guard by the sudden weight of 2 buckets. Yet he quickly regained his composure. His son-in-law was capable, and all he needed to do was protect the water. He tucked a smoking pipe behind his waist, gripping the bucket ropes with both hands. Other villagers transferred their water to the women accompanying them, while the men armed themselves for confrontation. Li Chen scanned the surroundings, noting only his second sister-in-law and Li Yue, the latter cradling a child. His instinct was to pass the water to Li Yue. "Fourth brother, you guard the water, and second sister-in-law, I'll handle this." Li Yue's tone was icy. "What? Isn't she supposed to safeguard the water and second sister-in-law?" The man surveyed the crowd and immediately fixed his gaze on Li Yue, sensing she was no ordinary woman. He surmised that the man beside her was likely her husband. If he could use her as leverage, the man would surely comply with his demands for water. He pointed to the nearest man and barked, "Skinny monkey, seize that woman." Xiao Yan, still some distance from Li Yue, intended to charge forward but hesitated, for his father-in-law still carried water. Instinctively, he stepped forward. "Xiaoyang, protect the water and my father," Li Yue shouted. As Skinny Monkey approached, Li Yue's first instinct was to incapacitate him with the electric baton, swiftly following up with a stab. Her movements were rapid, precise, and fierce. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Skinny Monkey lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Li Yue had not killed him but merely wounded him. Both the villagers and the would-be thieves were momentarily stunned. This woman was ruthless. "Skinny Monkey!" The menacing figure shouted in fury at his fallen comrade, his fingers cracking ominously, a clear sign of his rising wrath. He charged toward Li Yue with determination. The villagers remained momentarily frozen, but Xiaoyang quickly shouted, "Protect your own. Move." He swung his blade at the approaching enemy, leaving their fates to chance. Li Tian, witnessing the man rush towards his daughter, felt an intense urge to abandon his water to save her, but was halted by his son-in-law's furious command, "Run." Although he felt offended, he dared not voice his anger. Grasping the shoulder pole, he sprinted towards Li Yue village, planning to return for his daughter later, trusting that his son-in-law would keep her safe. To his surprise, Xiao Yang followed closely behind. Li Tian felt a thunderous shock. "Aren't you going to save your wife?" "Don't worry, she can protect herself." Others had not seen clearly, but he had witnessed everything. The man had stumbled before Li Yue stabbed him. These intruders would find no advantage in confronting her. Meanwhile, Li Yue smirked as the man advanced toward her, ready to showcase her power. With the electric baton set to maximum voltage, she extended it just as the man reached for her. He felt a surge of pain coursing through his body, as if his very hair were singeing. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Li Yue quickly retracted the baton and delivered a follow-up stab, initially intending to kick the man away, but her attempt proved futile. He was too heavy to budge. As he toppled toward her, Li Yue sidestepped, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The man was tough-skinned. Her earlier stab had barely penetrated. In front of the onlookers, she swiftly made 2 more cuts, turning the man into a gory spectacle. Those who had gathered were paralyzed by the sight, stunned by the brutality. They had never witnessed murder before. The villagers of Li Yue were equally shaken, reflecting on their previous interactions with Li Yue. They had never spoken too harshly to her. Yet now she seemed to kill with the same casualness as one would slaughter a chicken, without pausing to check if the man lived or died. The villagers hastened their retreat, while those who had considered drawing closer recoiled at Li Yue's advancing footstep. Murder! Murder! Help! Chapter 40. My knife skills are exceptional. Li Yue's fierce reputation for killing spread, yet the other villagers of Li Yue were no cowards. Conflicts over land and water were commonplace, and each villager was accustomed to fighting fiercely. The memory of family members nearly perishing from thirst ignited a fierce flame within them. Their ferocious spirit repelled the intruders who dared to approach. The villagers successfully returned to their designated area in Li Yue village, collectively exhaling in relief upon seeing everyone safe and sound. The situation in Li family village remains precarious. Recently emerged individuals have attempted to seize belongings, but the villagers, having previously experienced theft, mounted a thorough resistance this time. As someone approached Zhang Zuiping and a few of the elderly and frail, she expressionlessly grasped the dagger gifted by her daughter and thrust it forward, as if confronting not a human being, but a mere scarecrow. Her reckless stabbing frightened the assailants, causing them to retreat several paces. Observing Chunmiao, a young girl surrounded by toddlers, some assumed her to be an easy target. Remembering her aunt's teachings, Chunmiao seized the dagger and fiercely thrust it forward, her trembling hands betraying her fear, yet the thought of starvation drove her to dismiss her trepidation. For the first time, Li family village achieved a comprehensive victory, exhilarated despite a few sustaining minor injuries. Fortunately, neither food nor water was lost this time. Li Tian and Zhang Youfu exchanged a glance, their faces creased with smiles. Excellent. Not only have we secured our water supply, but we also protected our provisions. The journey ahead remains long. Let us not become complacent after this stroke of fortune, but rather continue to strive diligently. As the horn sounded for departure, the villagers marched forth with renewed vigor, animatedly discussing the morning's events along the way. Li Yue exhibited remarkable prowess, unflinchingly striking down 2 men who towered over her. A jesting villager teased Li Yue, "Marrying Xiaoyang has surely transformed you. Even your wife demonstrates such strength. Xiaoyang, when you have a moment, do teach us a trick or two." Qian Zhaodi approached Li Xing, who was laboriously pushing a cart, inquiring about the morning's happenings. "Is Li Yue truly that formidable?" she asked. "Indeed." Qian Zhaodi pondered, relieved to have established her own household, considering her formidable sister-in-law. She then inquired about the amount of water procured for the household, concerned about whether it would suffice. Li Xing, struggling with the weight of the cart, answered her wearily. The exertion was palpable, yet with an entire family to care for, including a pregnant wife, he gritted his teeth, reminding himself of his role as the family's pillar and accepting the burden. Li Yue followed the procession, each step making her feel as if her legs belonged to someone else. However, seeing her 2 small daughters' tiny legs trembling yet determined to move forward, she chastised herself for her lack of resolve. She affectionately patted their heads, asking, "Are you tired? Would you like your mother to carry you?" Children, in their growth phase, risk long-term issues if they overexert themselves. She felt fortunate that the young women of Li family village had not bound their feet, otherwise, traversing the road with such small feet would be unbearably torturous. Up ahead lies Fuguang Town. Li Tian's voice rang out with excitement. Li Hua and Li Hao had heard their grandfather speak of a delicious fruit unique to Fuguang Town, sweet and tangy. This was the first time Li Yue had heard of such fruit, and her immediate thought was whether it could be Fuguang apples. With a cultivation history of over 2 millennia in Huagua, the presence of apples in this era, reminiscent yet distinct from Huagua's past, seemed entirely plausible. Zhang Xueping. Delighted to hear they had reached Fuguang Town, reminisced, I once tasted Fuguang fruit when I was pregnant. Your father insisted on buying it for me. He claimed that the first bite was so sour it nearly knocked his teeth out, but I adored it. Each bite became sweeter and more enjoyable. She gazed at her son. You are so handsome. It must be because I indulged in Fuguang fruit while carrying you. You were the fairest child in the village. Apples, renowned for their skin-lightening properties and rich in antioxidants, thrived even in drought conditions, and their sweetness was enhanced by a bit of aridity. Though prolonged drought could compromise their quality. Given the current dire drought, the existence of any apples was indeed remarkable and likely exorbitantly priced. Li Yue contemplated how to retrieve apples from her space to share with her mother. The variety of apples in her space was astonishing. Fuji, Red Commander, Gala, Mutsu, Ai Fei, Rue Shui, Gala, and Hongxing. After consideration, she decided against the Fuji, as it would appear unusual given the drought's severity. The green Rue Shui or Wanglin apples would be more fitting, appearing semi-ripe. Her personal favorite was the Black Diamond, a dark purple apple that could withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees, provided it was regularly watered. The thought of apples made her mouth water uncontrollably. Later that evening, while everyone rested, Li Yue excused herself to visit the restroom and slipped into her space supermarket. Searching for imperfect or slightly wilted apples took longer than expected. She regretted having stocked only fresh fruits when preparing for the supermarket's opening. Spotting a small, seedless watermelon, she selected it for herself, relishing its sweet, juicy flesh. After enjoying the watermelon, apples seemed less sweet by comparison. She retrieved several slightly blemished Gala apples, planning to let them wilt slightly before offering them to her mother, as the preservation in her space was remarkably effective. Unbeknownst to her, she also carried a few apples for the journey, which weighed heavily. After 2 days of concealment, the Gala apples were finally somewhat wilted. Reluctantly, she pulled one from her pocket and presented it to her mother. Mother, I just picked these from the tree near the restroom. Do give it a taste, she offered. Proudly presenting the fruit, also handing one to her mother-in-law, fulfilling her duty as a devoted daughter. Zhang Xueping hadn't eaten an apple in many years, but she still remembered their appearance. Holding the half-red, half-green Gala apple, she excitedly waved it at her husband. Look at our daughter's good fortune. Is this not a Fuguang fruit? Li Tian examined it closely before nodding. It resembles it, but I recall ours being redder and larger. Father, consider this drought. If the Fuguang fruits survived without sufficient water, it's a miracle they bore fruit at all, let alone be so vibrant, Li Yue fibbed. Her parents mulled it over, realizing that this was the first fruit they had encountered on their journey, a delightful surprise indeed. The sweet aroma of the apples captivated the children's attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Under the moonlight, the Li family stealthily enjoyed their apples. Zhang Xueping directed her daughter-in-law to fetch a knife to slice the apple. The apple was cut into thin strips, resembling potato shreds, hardly enough to satisfy their appetite, but a small taste sufficed. The children received slices no thicker than French fries. As Li watched the delicate, almost gossamer-thin apple slices, she marveled at her mother's impressive knife skills. Chapter 41. Trading Children for Water. The adults received apples roughly the size of fists, yet with 10 or so family members sharing, each bite barely filled their mouths. Even so, they were reluctant to consume more. The children, having their first taste of such sweet and tangy fruit, gazed at it in awe. Completely different from the fruits of their village, somewhat reminiscent of potatoes. A tiny piece, bursting with juice, was savored for as long as possible before they reluctantly swallowed it. Li Yue, considering the situation, retrieved another Gala apple for Zhang Xueping. Mother, we have water at home. Let us use these apples to make some apple-infused water. Cooking apple chunks to create water can alleviate digestive issues and boost vitality. While she did not expect it to cure ailments, the flavored water would surely appeal to the children and help prevent constipation. Zhang Xueping pondered for a moment before agreeing. That sounds good. When lunchtime arrived, she instructed her eldest daughter-in-law to brew some apple water. The resulting liquid shimmered with a yellow hue, exuding a sweet and tangy aroma. Before eating, The children were treated to a small bowl, slurping and giggling, their eyes squinting with delight. Fortunately, the residents of Li family village cooked their meals collectively, and the flavor of the apple water was not as overpowering as that of chicken or meat broths, merely possessing a faint fruity aroma that was soon overshadowed. After the meal, Zhang Suiping filled the children's small water pouches with the remaining apple water, allowing them to sip while on the go. Remember, don't drink too much at once. Once it's gone, it's gone. Understood, Granny? The children proudly clutched their water pouches, trailing behind with spirited energy. Alas, the oppressive heat rendered them listless, resembling droopy little roosters, devoid of vigor. Li Yue noticed her two daughters squinting against the sun, unable to keep their eyes open, and took out hats from her supplies to shield their heads. Yet, even with hats, the scorching sun remained relentless. The two little ones, following in the wake of the exodus, had their skin turned a sunburnt, darkened hue, leaving only their teeth visibly white. They were now sturdier than when they were at Wang's house, with a bit more flesh adorning their faces. Li Tian, with his smoking pipe in mouth, pretended to puff dramatically. Oddly enough, they had yet to encounter any villagers from Wang family village. Had they truly traveled so swiftly? What is the matter, Dad? Do you wish to be robbed again? At the mention of Wang family village, Li Yue's father shot her a disapproving glance. The path they were traversing was the same one leading to the capital as that taken by Wang family village. Was it possible that they were merely lagging behind? Casting a glance back, the long line of Li family village was nearly out of sight, and with such a large contingent, it was only natural they couldn't keep pace with Wang's scattered group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Enyi, abandoned by Li Qingyun and her family, harbored an intense hatred for them, as well as for Li Yue's family. After seizing the horse-drawn cart, he had fled far before stopping with the villagers to rest and assess. When he stealthily peered into the cart, he discovered it was empty. Furious, he let the curtain fall. That wretched Li Yue has played me for a fool. In the chaos, Li Yue had swiftly stowed away all the contents of the cart into her storage space, leaving Wang Enyi and his cohorts with nothing but an empty vehicle. The others in Wang family also seethed with resentment, believing that Li Yue, with her cunning demeanor, must have hidden something valuable inside. The only benefit of the cart was its capacity to carry people, significantly easing their journey. Unfortunately, the horse that had pulled the cart succumbed to dehydration and starvation not long after parting ways with Li Yue. Old Wang wept, lamenting the loss of the horse. After a few days of riding, who would wish to walk again? It's all that wretched Li Yue's fault, she sobbed, directing her family to butcher the horse. Following the death of old Wang, the responsibility for the family now rested on Wang Enyi, who, despite his ungratefulness, understood the necessity of maintaining good relations with the village chief. After the horse was slaughtered, he delivered a small portion of meat to the chief's home. The village chief, though dissatisfied with the meager offering, did not refuse. The horse meat was roasted over fire rather than boiled, and as the aroma wafted through Wang family village during mealtime, it stirred the appetites of all. The same was true for the chief's household. Upon reaching Fuyang town, they first sought opportunities to enter the city. However, doing so required a significant sum of money. The good news was that water was available. The bad news was that it came at a steep price. Wang Laopa gritted her teeth and conferred with several of her sons, deciding to sell off some of their young maidens to exchange for money and water. The girls were not valued highly, fetching only a bowl of water each, though the more attractive ones could garner 2 bowls. The Wang family had an abundance of maidens. The elder sisters were parched, and upon hearing that selling their own daughters could provide water, they hesitated, reluctant to part with their nearly grown daughters, who could soon demand a bride price. If we sell them, we will at least share a bowl of water with you later, the young girls cried, pleading with their parents not to sell them, promising to work hard to earn for the family. The elder sisters caressed their daughters' hair, tears brimming in their eyes as they comforted them. We do not wish for you to suffer, but with us, there is no hope for survival. They have water. If you go with them, perhaps you will have something to drink and work for wealthy families, which is far better than staying with us. The more they spoke, the more it seemed a wise decision, and their prior reluctance transformed into ash. Ultimately, amidst the weeping of the children, the Wang family obtained water. The young girls were taken away by traffickers, their fates uncertain. In an instant, the cries of despair from Wang family village echoed through the air as families sold their children for water. Some mothers, dissatisfied with their daughters-in-law, opted to sell them instead. prioritizing the daughters over sons, as sons were needed to carry on the family line. Some families, originally traveling with their parents, felt no burden, but upon reflection, realized it would have been better to stay behind, perhaps sparing themselves a chance at survival. They knelt before their parents, pleading, "Father, Mother, let us stop here. We truly have no water left. If we don't find any soon, your grandson will perish." They contemplated selling their own parents, but alas, traffickers refused them. Too old. What use are you? This young bride, however, is quite appealing. The glint of greed shone in the trafficker's eyes. In chaotic times, the line between humanity and monstrosity, good and evil, is often blurred. They looked down upon those who sold their children and parents with contempt, deeming the elderly worthless, unable to carry burdens, and lacking tender flesh. Oblivious to the plight of Li family village, their primary concern was when they might find water again. Chapter 42. The barbarians are coming. The heat was oppressive, and the limited water they had gathered earlier could last them 2 or 3 days if rationed wisely. However, after those days, every household began to face water shortages again. As was customary, the search for water commenced anew, led by Li Yue and Xiaoyang along with their group. As the sun dipped below the horizon, part of the villagers remained behind while others set out in search of water. Li Yue's legs ached as if they belonged to someone else, yet she persevered, determined to procure water. Along the way, they occasionally encountered families traveling together, for in these times, few dared to venture alone. Suddenly, Xiaoyang raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Li Yue exchanged glances with the men from Li family village, puzzled. Xiaoyang crouched down, straining to hear the sounds emanating from the ground. Li Dazhuang, with his naive demeanor, followed suit. After listening for a while, he knelt, scratching his head in confusion. "I can't hear anything? Listen carefully." "There's a vibration in the ground," Xiaoyang kindly explained. Li Dazhuang let out an "oh" and continued to listen intently. His eyebrows perked up, a smile splitting his face. "Is that the sound of water? It sounds like the waterfall from our village." Li Yue could barely suppress her eye roll. "Dazhuang, there are no mountains here. Where would a waterfall come from?" The village men erupted in laughter, teasing Li Dazhuang for his fanciful imagination. Undeterred, he chuckled along. Xiaoyang remained crouched, listening intently, when suddenly he sprang to his feet. "Let us go back quickly. That sounds like the sound of hooves, more than one horse." The villagers gasped in alarm. How could there be horses out here in the wilderness? Li Dazhuang, skeptical, pressed his ear to the ground again. As he listened, the muffled sounds indeed resembled the rhythmic clatter of hooves. "It seems rather heavy, does it not? Could it be that the barbarians are upon us?" "Surely not. We have already traversed through Fuguang town, and the barbarians would have reached it first." Without further consideration, and neglecting the search for water, Xiaoyang hastily led his group back. The villagers of Li family village, having prepared their belongings, were just about to settle down when they saw Xiaoyang and his companions rushing back in haste. Li Tian, filled with joy, asked, "Have you found water?" "Oh dear. What water?" "The barbarians are coming." Li Dazhuang, who was rather simple-minded, blurted out. Li Tian's expression changed dramatically as he craned his neck to peer into the darkness. It was too late at night to discern anything. What was happening? Xiaoyang remained silent, crouching on the ground, intently listening to the sounds beneath. He glanced around, noting that the villagers were still brandishing their torches. "First, let every household find a place to hide and extinguish the torches," he instructed. Li Tian, skeptical, also crouched down to listen. This was a grave matter, and some voiced their discontent, murmuring, "Xiaoyang, are you sure you heard correctly? Don't frighten yourself over the search for water. Why don't you go look for it yourself? We're hiding, after all." Li Yue, backlit by the faint glow, listened closely to the dull sounds, which were indeed unusual. Upon returning, she heard someone mention Xiaoyang, prompting her to retort. She did not spare the others any pleasantries, instead searching for any ditches or channels nearby. She first helped her mother and brothers conceal their belongings in a small grove not far away before finding another hiding spot for herself. The other villagers of Li family village followed suit, mimicking her actions. Curious onlookers from neighboring groups inquired about their activities. "We heard sounds that suggest the barbarians are pursuing us. You all should hide quickly." The travelers were taken aback, and just as one was about to shout, they were swiftly silenced. "If you don't want to die, refrain from shouting loudly. It will only attract more attention, leaving us with no place to conceal ourselves." In a moment of reflection, some, stricken with fear, hurriedly shoved their belongings and ran forward as fast as their legs could carry them. A suggestion was made to also flee. "We are so many, look at how few they are. Are you proposing we run in batches?" The group from Li family village consisted of 200 to 300 people, indeed incomparable to the small contingent of a mere few dozen. They dared not light torches, instead seeking nearby holes and pits to hide in. The cart was cumbersome and challenging to transport. What should be done about the cart? Some proposed leaving it behind, planning to retrieve it once the coast was clear. "No, if the barbarians see the cart without any people, they will certainly search for us, and that would be troublesome." "Xiaoyang, how many soldiers do you estimate are coming?" If it were an army of thousands, the common folk would have no choice but to await their fate. "Not many. Shall we slay them?" Xiaoyang looked at Li Yue with a peculiar expression, questioning her propensity for violence. He estimated that within half an hour, the horses would catch up. He shook his head. The situation between the two armies is peculiar. The barbarians are likely seeking any excuse to advance. If they were to kill someone on our territory, it would only serve as a pretext for their actions. Xiaoyang's words were surprisingly numerous today. The villagers of Li family village were too preoccupied to think of anything else, wishing they could find a hole to burrow into. Once hidden, Xiaoyang remained on the ground, continuing to listen intently. Li Tian lay beside him, anxious, but lacking understanding. The hiding place was cramped, and the children, restless and noisy, were silenced by their parents, who punished them soundly, leaving them in tears, which was quite pitiful. The villagers of Li family village were in a state of panic, fearing both the swift approach of the barbarians and their potential absence. Anxiety gripped their throats, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet they dared not sleep, terrified that any sudden movement would leave them defenseless against the pursuing barbarians. Only the children managed to find sleep. Travelers continued to pass by, but the villagers, concealed in the shadows, no longer dared to inform them, fearing that more people would crowd the area, rendering it uninhabitable. By midnight, Li Yue could no longer withstand the fatigue and dozed off, her head striking against a stone, causing a sharp pain that brought tears to her eyes. In her half-slumber, she glimpsed figures riding tall horses on the road. The sound of hooves echoed slowly, followed by a long line of people. She widened her eyes and hurriedly shook her sleeping parents awake. Li Tian, roused from slumber, quickly alerted those who had succumbed to sleep, particularly the loud snorers. As those awakened began to speak, Li Tian swiftly covered their mouths, gesturing towards the front. In the silvery moonlight, those atop the majestic horses yawned. The group seemed to consist of a dozen or 20 individuals, but behind them trailed a long line of captives, primarily young men and small children. One suggested, "Having traveled this far, shouldn't we rest?" The leader, referred to as Old Master, glanced back at those bound by ropes, yawning as he stretched, dismounting to inspect the captives. Li Yue silently inquired of Xiaoyang whether these were slave traders or barbarians. Xiaoyang shook his head. Typically, slave traders would also have young women among their ranks. Yet these groups consisted mainly of young men, likely conscripted due to a lack of manpower. This was not the most dire of situations. If they rested here, would they not inevitably discover the hidden villagers of Li family come dawn? The distance made it difficult to discern whether they were barbarians or slave traders. Chapter 43. I will lure them away. The villagers of Li family exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. If they were to sleep here, what would happen if they were discovered? Each looked to the others, their eyes seeking guidance from Xiaoyang and Li Tian. Li Tian felt the weight of their gazes upon him, involuntarily turning to Xiaoyang. "How should we handle these individuals? Should we kill them or merely incapacitate them?" Li Yue leaned closer to Xiaoyang, whispering in his ear, her breath tickling him. His ears flushed crimson at her closeness. "I will devise a way to lead them away. As long as they depart from this place, it will suffice. When dawn breaks, they should move slowly. And we should be safe. Murder is a last resort. For self-preservation, remember that if they attempt to harm us, we must not hesitate to retaliate. To leave the barbarians far behind is an unrealistic notion. Another possibility is to take a detour, keeping a significant distance from them. We need to ascertain their destination and intentions." Li Yue lamented the absence of a potion in her possession that compelled truthfulness, enabling one to speak freely. Xiaoyang and Li Tian conferred, planning for him to take a detour and return to find the others, while the villagers of Li family village would take a different path. Under the moonlight, the villagers quietly observed as several figures gradually receded into the distance. Xiaoyang led a few men from Li family village, those men still pushing the cart, reluctant to abandon their burdens. The cart contained items they had planned to forsake that afternoon. Fearing that not all the barbarians had departed, leaving some behind, Xiaoyang exerted great effort. With his face covered, he pushed the cart, causing it to rumble ominously, stirring the slumbering barbarian troops. The barbarian soldiers, alerted by the noise in the darkness, ignited their torches. The villagers of Li family, terrified, crouched low in their hiding spots, burying their heads deeply, fearful of making any sound that might alert the barbarian troops. The soldiers, leading their captives, mounted their horses. Pursue! At the command, some of the barbarian troops mounted their horses to chase after Xiaoyang and his companions, while a smaller faction remained to escort the bound refugees. Some who could not run were a burden on the journey. The barbarian soldiers thrust their blades forward, and blood splattered across the ground. The bound captives trembled in fear, their footsteps faltering, some dragging themselves along the ground like livestock. The sight of blood exhilarated these inhumane beasts, who brandished their weapons and shouted at the fleeing Xiaoyang and his companions, then lashed their whips at those trailing behind. In this moment, they were no longer human, but ferocious beasts, while these unfortunate souls were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Xiaoyang and the men from Li Yue village, upon witnessing the scene, abandoned their carts and fled. The frenzied barbarians, shrieking, charged towards them on horseback. Ultimately, there were still many behind, and the horses, lacking vigor and water, collapsed under the strain after days of torment. As the group moved further away, the people of Li Yue village emerged from their hiding places, patting their racing hearts. Should we escape now or wait for Xiaoyang to return? The barbarian soldiers were devoid of humanity. They had witnessed their cruelty firsthand. A few young men, including Li Yue, stealthily approached the fallen refugees, feeling for their necks. After a moment, they returned, shaken. Father, they're dead. Some villagers searched the bodies, hoping to find something of value. Alas, these people were poorer than they, their bodies cleaner than their faces. What shall we do with them? Should we help them find peace in death, or what? Li Tian shook his head resolutely. If those scoundrels return and discover the bodies buried, they will surely suspect someone was here. We must not delay. Let us hastily take another route. Who among you dares to wait here, only to join Xiaoyang when they come looking for us? The villagers, having witnessed the earlier scene, felt their hearts leap into their throats, their legs trembling with fear. Who would dare wait here? What if they were met with a sudden ambush? Even if there was no ambush, encountering unfamiliar refugees would lead to unimaginable consequences. I'll stay, Li Yue interjected at the opportune moment. Zhang Suiping hurried over to pull her foolish daughter away. Is this a matter for you to take charge of? It's far too dangerous for a girl to remain here alone. Father, it's all right. I can hide here without being noticed. You all go ahead. Brave and resourceful. She had her space and an array of weapons, and without any dependence, she could fend for herself. I'll stay too, Li Ri spoke up. My little sister is still a woman. It's too perilous for her to be here alone. What if, brother? Don't say what if. We still need you to help push the cart with Xiaoyang's things. Mother, please look after the child. Li Yuan was quite obedient. She had already fed her and could sleep soundly until dawn. Even if she awoke, she could amuse herself with her teething stick and would surely catch up. Zhang Suiping was reluctant to let her daughter stay. Mother, quickly take the girls and go. It's dangerous to remain here. Hurry, take another path. Others from Li Yue village also wished to stay with Li Yue, some believing it was too dangerous for a woman to remain alone. After much discussion, they finally agreed to let her hide and wait for Xiaoyang's return. Qian Zhaodi scoffed. This sister-in-law truly loves courting danger. She must be mad for attention. Xiaoqing worried for her elder brother, yet she could not bear the thought of leaving him alone here. The barbarian's brutality was indeed merciless. Perhaps Li Yue, the scourge, could be of some use. Thus, Li Yue and Li Yue village parted ways. She believed in Xiaoyang's promise to return for them. The rumbling of carts echoed on the ground as Li Yue village hastened in another direction, while a group that had hidden nearby followed closely behind. In the darkness, no one dared to light torches, fearing unnecessary trouble. That night was fraught with anxiety. As they pushed the carts, the uneven terrain made it difficult to see, leading some to collide with those ahead, causing others to stumble. Children were pulled along by adults, muffled cries stifled by tight hands, threatened by the horrors they had just witnessed. When the area was nearly deserted, Li Yue, using the dim moonlight, peered out from her hiding place. The surroundings were eerily quiet. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid, especially with corpses lying not far away. She slipped into her space to take a warm bath. Calling it a bath, she filled a basin with hot water and wiped herself down with a damp cloth. After unwrapping a new bar of soap, the water turned black and the cloth became as grimy as the bottom of a pot. After several washes, she finally stopped when the hot water ran out. Li Yue was grateful that the water in her space was recycled, initially reserved for guests in the supermarket. The warm water would become hot again after some time. Feeling refreshed, she looked at her foul-smelling clothes with disdain, while she felt comfortable. The state of her attire was unacceptable. Unable to bear it any longer, she donned a layer over her stinking garments. Then she lay down on the ground. Drifting into a deep slumber, she slept through the night without anyone coming near. Chapter 44. Xiaoyang pushes his wife. Do not blame Li Yue for being bold. The ditch by the roadside, once a channel for irrigation, was now dry and perfect for hiding. Anyone unaware would not think to look in the ditch for people. Who would intentionally check a roadside ditch for travelers fleeing famine? As the first rays of dawn kissed Li Yue's eyes, she awoke, drenched in sweat from the heat. Peeking out from the ditch, she noticed pedestrians slowly making their way down the road. Those who passed by and saw the dead on the ground did so with expressionless faces, mechanically accustomed to the horror. Some rummaged through the bodies, but finding nothing, they spat in disdain, never considering burying them. As for the carts left behind by Xiaoyang and the others, Li Yue, with nothing else to do, moved them one by one to hide them before going back to sleep. She had refined her technique. A thick layer of straw covered the top. When the time came, hiding them in her space would be swift. Li Yue discovered that if she wanted to conceal something in her space, it was far quicker than retrieving items from it. As long as her hand touched the object she wished to hide, it would vanish in an instant. Hiding a person, however, was impossible. She had once attempted to hide little Li Yuan, but it had failed. After sitting in the ditch for a while, feeling a bit numb, Li Yue saw no sign of Xiaoyang and the others approaching. So she retreated into her space to eat and drink to her heart's content before re-emerging to wait for them. The smell of food was strong. These starved individuals had a nose sharper than a dog's, and she certainly did not want to attract trouble. Once sated, she returned to her post. But the sun beat down, threatening to turn her into a statue. Surely Xiaoyang would not forget the way, would he? Li Yue waited until around noon. But the sun had nearly melted those who were squatting. Unable to bear the heat any longer, she dashed into her space, only to come back outside. This constant fluctuation between heat and cold worried her. She feared falling ill and was quite busy managing her situation. The spot she chose was safe, with no one around. Just as her patience wore thin, she finally spotted Xiaoyang and the villagers in the distance. They were unencumbered, their hands empty save for their weapons. The refugees, eyeing them, showed no inclination to search for anything, merely curious about why these individuals were heading the wrong way. Li Yue climbed out of the ditch and waved. Xiaoyang and the others spotted her and broke into smiles. Li Yue. Upon arriving at the pit, it became evident that apart from Li Yue, no one else was present. Where are my parents? Where is my wife? Li Yue explained. My father took everyone along a different route to evade these people and set off ahead. We will meet them later in the town up ahead. Xiaoyang, noticing the absence of anyone but Li Yue, frowned in dissatisfaction at his father-in-law's decision. Just you alone? Indeed, it is far too perilous to leave you here unaccompanied, Li Dazhuang concurred. Li Yue chose not to dwell on these trivial matters. Are you all weary? If not, we should pursue them now. If you are tired, we can rest for a while. My father mentioned that he will wait for us there for 3 days. And if we do not catch up within that time, he will proceed without us. He will leave markers along the way. With their speed, they would surely catch up to them in less than 3 days. The markers, represented by Li Yue's character for moon, would be inscribed on trees by the roadside, using the crescent moon as a substitute for those unable to write. Li Dazhuang and the others led the group away, distancing themselves from the ruffians. And soon they had already hidden elsewhere to rest while feeling rejuvenated. Upon their return, they deliberately took a longer route to avoid encountering those brutes, and fortunately, everything went smoothly. Everyone was eager to reunite with their parents, children, and wives. Li Yue lifted some grass to reveal a hidden cart, beaming with pride as she showcased her clandestinely obtained treasure. I managed to sneak this over while no one was around. Sister, you are remarkably bold, Li Dazhuang praised, giving her a thumbs up. Xiao Yang glanced at Li Yue's triumphant expression and sighed, saying nothing, though the corners of his lips curved slightly upward. She resembled a cat seeking admiration. The cart was rather empty, so he fashioned a spot, stuffing some grass to create a makeshift cushion. Casting a sideways glance ahead as he awkwardly suggested, "You should sit on it, and I will push you along." Li Yue's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The other men from the village chuckled at the scene. Xiao Yang, understanding her exhaustion, encouraged Li Yue, "You should take a seat, it has been a tiring journey." Since they were all from the same village, Li Yue did not hesitate and boldly climbed aboard. She truly wished to avoid walking, reminiscing about modern conveniences like airplanes and cars, and lamenting that even an electric bike or a tricycle would suffice. Speaking of bicycles and tricycles, Li Yue recalled that Xiao Yang seemed skilled in woodworking. "Xiao Yang, I just thought of something that might save us effort. It operates on a similar principle to a horse cart." As she spoke, she picked up a stick, scorching one end before sketching a model of a tricycle and a bicycle on the cart. Pointing at the wheels, she remarked, "We may not have a horse cart, but we have these wheels. Wouldn't it make traveling easier?" She remembered that in the 70s and 80s, bicycles could navigate rural roads, albeit a bit bumpy. "We could place a basket or a small seat here for a child. Riding would be more convenient." The bicycle she envisioned was an early model, not the later women's designs. The crossbar of the bike could be modified to accommodate a seat, allowing a child to rest within, while additional seating could be affixed at the back and a basket at the front. If they could construct such a vehicle, she could ride with Li Hua and Li Yuan, as well as carry the little one. Observing her animated enthusiasm, Xiao Yang quickened his pace, pushing the cart without feeling its weight. He contemplated that while the task might require effort, it would ultimately be advantageous. Li Yue even sketched a children's bicycle with training wheels, enabling Xiaoqing and Xiaomu to ride as well. The other men pushing the cart watched the couple's engaging conversation and exchanged glances, beginning to tease and banter. "Who would have thought? Xiao Yang's stoic demeanor suits someone like you perfectly. Look at how he has become more relatable now." "Indeed, Xiao Yang, who is superior? Li Yue or your previous wife?" Some individuals simply lacked tact. Having spoken, they immediately noticed Xiao Yang's expression darkening. Li Yue rolled her eyes. "Taiju, why must you bring up old matters? A true hero does not dwell on past glories." "I misspoke. I want to mention it again. We have neither water nor provisions. What shall we do if we cannot catch up?" Li Yue retrieved her cloth pouch. Xiao Yang had noticed her carrying a large blue-black checkered pouch, curious about its contents. Li Yue opened it to reveal some cornbread. "These were given to you by your parents. I have kept them for you." By evening, the cornbread shared among them had nearly been consumed, and their water supply was insufficient. The group was exhausted, their breaths heavy with fatigue, sweat cascading down their bodies like beads of water. Li Yue sheltered herself under her straw hat. Having just bathed yesterday, her skin was now sticky and damp, as though she had just emerged from water. "Xiao Yang, should we find some water?" She blinked at him suggestively. Xiao Yang seemed to grasp her intent, nodding in agreement, and directed the cart to a nearby tree, informing the others that they would be searching for water. After walking a short distance, Li Yue and Xiao Yang glanced back, ensuring that Li Dazhuang and the others were out of sight. "You drink first." Li Yue handed him a bowl, which he gratefully accepted and drank in one go. They both understood without needing to ask where the water had come from. What excuse could they use to return it later? When Li Yue had left, she had taken a few water pouches, but they could hardly expect much from such a meager supply. "There's a small hill over there, let us check it out." Xiao Yang pointed to a nearby mound. The hillside was barren, devoid of grass and trees, and from its peak, they could see Li Dazhuang and the others in the distance, along with the wandering refugees on the road. It was uncertain when the rain would arrive. Li Yue gazed at the parched sky, sensing that a significant storm was brewing, and a rainfall during this sweltering heat could potentially save many lives. Dry ice sublimates at room temperature, absorbing a great deal of heat. Once the temperature drops, the cooling effect would cause water vapor to condense into droplets, resulting in rain. However, the quantity of dry ice in her space was entirely inadequate for artificial precipitation. "Let us just take this water back. Every drop counts," she resolved, shaking the pouch in her hand. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, the water pouch was snatched from her grasp. The thief was an old man with a scraggly white beard. Li Yue felt an urge to stab him with a dagger, but he was elderly, and his days were likely numbered. Infuriated, she stepped forward, intending to give the old man a piece of her mind. "I warn you not to approach," she shouted, Don't blame me for not warning you. Xiaoyang swiftly positioned himself in front of Li Yue, delivering a kick that sent the old man sprawling. The old man rose, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, showing no respect for the young. Li Yue rolled her eyes at him. You have the audacity to complain after stealing from others? You didn't just take water. You took a life. The road is wide, let each go their own way. The old man clearly intended to cling to Li Yue and Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang had kicked him down, he did not pursue further violence, understanding that the man was indeed elderly and another strike could be fatal. Yet, he continued to follow them. Why are you trailing us? Li Yue turned around, fuming with indignation as she glared at the little old man. They still intended to return. You truly lack manners, you little brat. Look at him, just look. The old man, reveling in mischief, pointed at Xiaoyang. Following the direction of his finger, Xiaoyang's face darkened in an instant. It was not the usual shade of black, it was a deep, sickly hue, reminiscent of poisoning, with his lips tinged in a purplish hue. Xiaoyang, are you all right? The old man raised 3 fingers, and Xiaoyang felt himself swaying dangerously, on the verge of collapsing. His head spun, and he cut a gash in his own arm, barely restraining the flow of blood, the pain jolting him back to lucidity. Li Yue, ever vigilant, eyed the little old man warily, stealthily retrieving her stun baton. This old man was no ordinary character. Hey. Why are you so harsh on yourself? I never intended to harm anyone. Why inflict pain upon yourself? The old man exclaimed, his voice filled with exaggerated dismay. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Li Yue jabbed the baton at him. The old man let out a yelp and stumbled to the ground. Sensing something amiss with this old man, fearing he might be toxic, Li Yue prodded him with her baton, clad in her protective suit. She conducted a thorough search and discovered several vials on his person, all containing poisonous substances. What a nefarious little old man. Could he be the fabled poison doctor? Donning gloves, Li Yue bound him, disregarding his fate, and once everything was secured, she removed her protective suit and gloves, beckoning to Li Dazhuang and the others. They hurried over, revealing their teeth in a grin. Sister, what happened? Who is this little old man? They all noticed the white-bearded elder lying on the ground. Who is this? What has happened to Xiaoyang? Li Dazhuang and the others observed Xiaoyang's dark complexion and purplish lips. An evil old man stole our water. We just found a little. Li Yue explained angrily, handing the water to the others. They shook their canteens, though not full. Finding water was a cause for satisfaction. The villagers could not help but give the old man a light kick with their toes, cautious not to exert too much force. After a while, Li Yue pondered that she could not allow the old man to remain in slumber. Xiaoyang's poison awaited his remedy. She picked up a nearby twig and poked him. The slumbering old man felt an itch in his nose and sneezed violently, awakening to find himself bound like a dumpling. Hey, how dare you bind me? Help! You're committing murder against an old man, he bellowed, feigning distress. A passerby on the hillside spotted the bound old man, his face lighting up with hope. But the next moment, he turned and walked away. The old man, undeterred, called out for a while longer, but no one paid him any heed. In these chaotic times, when people are preoccupied with their own survival, who would care for a feeble old man like me? This sentiment struck deep. You may do as you wish with me. I am prepared to accept my fate. The old man wore an expression of resignation, unbothered by the prospect of his remaining days, believing that in such tumultuous times, each additional day of life was a boon. You give us the antidote, and we will release you. Perhaps you could provide some additional water and food? The old man's eyes twinkled as he smiled slyly. What are you thinking? You previously stole our water and poisoned our people. I have yet to seek compensation from you, and now you dare to ask for more? Li Yue intended to slap him, but fearing contamination from the poison, she instead struck his leg with the twig, causing him to yelp in pain. The old man, in a state of submission, revealed which vial contained the antidote for Xiaoyang. After taking it, Xiaoyang's complexion indeed returned to normal. Take care of yourself. We must be on our way. Li Yue stated curtly, not wishing to engage further with the old man, as they still had to pursue their quarry. Behind them, the old man's anguished cries echoed. Girl, wait for me. In this desolate wilderness, you are risking the life of this old man. Li Yue, not entirely devoid of compassion, knew he could likely free himself from the ropes with some effort. Chapter 46, The Poison Doctor. Li Yue and her companions distanced themselves from the old man, facing the prospect of a dinnerless evening, forced to continue on with empty stomachs. She glanced back and saw no one. signaling to Xiaoyang and discreetly tossing a chicken from her storage space. This chicken was plump and roasted. It could provide ample sustenance. Suddenly, Xiaoyang released an arrow. Li Dazhuang rushed towards the direction of the shot, exclaiming, "Incredible! He actually found a wild chicken." The chicken, flapping its wings moments before, now lay lifeless. Not far away, a pair of eyes glistened with greed at the sight of the chicken. As dusk fell, Li Yue and her companions prepared for their evening meal. After plucking the feathers, they buried them in the soil to avoid attracting pests. A stick was inserted into the chicken and placed over the fire, its fat sizzling and popping as it cooked. A passing refugee considered approaching for a taste, but upon meeting the fierce gazes of Li Dazhuang and the others, thought better of it. In this desolate wilderness, these few individuals dared to venture alone, a testament to their formidable capabilities. Li Yue gazed up at the stars, reflecting on her first separation from her mother and daughter. Uncertain if they were asleep or if they missed her, she wondered if her precious little one, Yuan, was crying. And her heart ached at the thought of the small child going without milk. "Sister, here's a chicken leg for you," Li Dazhuang offered. Recognizing her status as the only woman in the group and her recent efforts in securing water. Hey, you're truly wasteful. Wait a moment." The familiar, boisterous voice echoed. Li Yue and her companions instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to find the pesky old man reappearing, seemingly impossible to shake off. His eyes were glued to the chicken, saliva pooling in his mouth. Use this, he exclaimed, waving a bottle in his hand. Li Yue and her companions readied themselves for defense, wary of a possible ambush. "A fine delicacy. Just smell it. It makes the chicken irresistible." The old man lamented dramatically. "Such a splendid chicken should not be wasted. Take me with you. I possess medical knowledge and expertise in poisons. Just provide me with some water and food. And I won't require anything else." He began to extol his own virtues. The group, caught off guard by the unexpected opportunity for water and chicken, realized the old man had managed to turn the situation in his favor and might just survive after all. He scanned the group, realizing that they seemed to heed the words of the poison man, who in turn listened to this girl. The old man made up his mind. "Bring me along, and I assure you a harmonious marriage, and you will have no trouble bearing 10 or 8 children. I can even help women become more beautiful and men grow stronger." Li Yue responded, "You can guarantee boys as well?" The old man retorted, "Do you understand why the sky is dark?" Because your boastful words have obscured the sun." The old man frowned slightly. "How can you doubt my medical prowess? Let me ask you, haven't you just given birth? You still walk unsteadily. And your child can't be very old. You've had more than one, haven't you?" The men in the village gaped in astonishment. This old man was impressive. Li Yue remained skeptical, recalling that they hadn't discussed children at all. How did he know? Xiaoyang scrutinized the old man with furrowed brows. "Can you truly practice medicine?" The village's old veterinarian was only a half-hearted practitioner. He was not truly adept at diagnosing ailments. The old man puffed out his chest proudly. "Then let me examine her first. After that, we shall make a decision." This could be a free consultation from the old man. From the expression he wore after speaking, Xiaoyang felt a strong desire to ascertain the truth. Li Yue extended her hand, eager to try. The old man placed his palm on her pulse, closing his eyes in a meditative state, at times furrowing his brows and shaking his head. How peculiar. What could be so strange? She is cold in constitution and recently indulged in something icy. Could it be that my medical skills are lacking? A chill ran through Li Yue at the thought. What if this legendary healer was indeed flawed? She couldn't help but recall her clandestine sip of something chilled, not expecting it to be uncovered. Fortuitously, the old man questioned his own expertise rather than suspecting Li Yue's indulgence in ice. "Age brings occasional missteps, but can you decipher headaches and fevers?" "Naturally. I could draft a prescription with my eyes closed." The others gathered at a distance to deliberate, ultimately deciding to take the old man along. Without a hint of hesitation, he tossed over the jar he had previously held, urging them to sprinkle it atop the chicken. To their surprise, the aroma was quite enticing. Li Yue caught a whiff of cumin, realizing that this foodie, who had yet to savor a proper meal, carried his own seasoning. The chicken, dusted with cumin, offered a flavor reminiscent of barbecue, and they sliced it into several pieces, each taking a small morsel to savor for a considerable time. After their meal, they engaged in light conversation, during which they learned that the old man was a wandering physician, following the crowd in search of refuge from calamity. We encountered barbarous tribes. Those people were captured, and they sought to seize me as well. Fortunately, I fled swiftly, only to find myself without water or provisions, stumbling upon you on the hillside." He shook his head sympathetically when mentioning the captured refugees. "Having survived numerous trials, I find myself at this age, confronted by barbarism and such a dire famine." The villagers listened intently to his words, enveloped in a contemplative silence. The brevity of life has brought them to such an unfortunate intersection. As night fell, the old man sprawled on the ground, using the earth as his bed, while the villagers leaned against the trees. Li Yue lay on the cart, plagued by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, rendering her unable to sleep. As she tossed and turned, contemplating whether to retrieve some insect repellent from her storage, the old man tossed her an item. "Use this. Your tossing and turning is keeping this old man awake." Li Yue opened the bottle, and the invigorating scent surged to her senses, revitalizing her. The minty aroma, along with an unfamiliar fragrance, was both refreshing yet elusive to identify. She applied some to her clothes, arms, wrists, and neck. While the scent was somewhat overpowering, miraculously, the mosquitoes ceased to bother her. Li Dazhuang and the others swatted at a large mosquito, successfully squashing it, then resumed their slumber. The sporadic sounds of palm meeting flesh echoed through the night as Li Yue gently prodded them awake, encouraging everyone to apply the repellent. Surprisingly, it proved effective, granting them a restful night. By dawn, the old man remained in a deep slumber, while Li Dazhuang and the others searched for any edible wild vegetables. Li Yue exchanged glances with Xiaoyang, using the pretense of searching for items to distance themselves. She retrieved a crisp fruit from her space, offering a prime specimen to Xiaoyang. "Aren't you worried someone might notice?" He bit into it, the crunch surpassing even the small piece they had tasted at Li's home. "With you around, why should I fret?" Li Yue raised an eyebrow at him. Their bond was one of solidarity. Xiaoyang, not one to solicit, accepted whatever Li Yue offered. After a few bites, he stuffed some into his pocket. "What are you doing?" "I still have some. I'm bringing it back for Xiaobao." Li Yue remarked, "This father is rather considerate, remembering his son only after a bite." Chapter 47. Eating Insects. Xiaoyang's wound, particularly in the sweltering summer, could not be left to fester. The old man, witnessing the condition of his injury, grumbled as he bandaged it. "I've never seen someone so relentless with themselves. Apologies for the sight. You brought this upon yourself." Attempting to intimidate us with poison, Li Yue retorted, acknowledging the old man's adeptness in treating wounds. The sky remained unchanged, yet the group saw no signs of life along their path. Li Dazhuang sought traces left by the villagers at the roadside, but after an exhaustive search, he found nothing. "Sister, have we taken a wrong turn? Where are the markers you mentioned?" "We cannot be mistaken. This is the only road. Perhaps we've yet to encounter any trees." Li Yue thought of her mother and child, while Zhang Suiping occasionally pondered her daughter. Cradling little Li Yuan, she couldn't help but chastise her husband. "With so many villagers, you chose to leave our daughter behind. You may be noble, but our girl suffers, and look at the poor child," her voice hoarse from crying. She tenderly caressed her granddaughter's small face, where glistening tears lingered. The little one was indeed pitiful, separated from her mother at such a tender age. She cast a glance at her two other granddaughters nearby. With Xiaoyang absent, it was Li Yi who pushed the cart. Xiaobao, without his father to carry him, waddled alongside his grandmother and aunt, his little legs struggling to keep pace. The adults moved swiftly and he remained silent, clutching his grandmother's garment. Occasionally, he stumbled, pouting and shedding tears. This sight tugged at Xiaomu's heartstrings, prompting Li Tian to extend his arms. "Shall I carry you, little one?" Zhang Suiping shot her husband a withering glare in an unnoticed corner. In a village plagued by water scarcity, the residents searched tirelessly but found none. At that moment, everyone longed for Li Yue, whose fortune seemed unparalleled. Meanwhile, Li Yue, having sat on the cart for an extended period, felt her legs grow numb and decided to stretch her legs. To her surprise, the old man unceremoniously climbed aboard, exclaiming that at his age, he could not walk too far. Since they had resolved to bring him along, Li Yue and the others refrained from disputing with the old man. "I see you are a genuine lad. This is for you, a great tonic. Consuming it will keep illness at bay." The old man handed over a dark pill, which Xiaoyang glanced at before retracting his hand. As they traveled, the number of people dwindled, and the refugees slowly fell behind the lightly burdened group. After walking a considerable distance, they finally spotted a tree. Li Yue searched the trunk and eventually discovered a small crescent mark, confirming they were on the right path. Nearby were signs of a recently extinguished campfire, indicating that these people had not wandered far. Li Yue's heart soared with joy as she shared the good news with the others. Li Dazhuang patted his chest. If we can catch up, that's all that matters. I didn't expect them to move so swiftly. Li Yue estimated that if they pressed on without pause, they could reach the others by evening. Though fatigue weighed heavily on their legs, the prospect of reuniting with their families invigorated their spirits. The old man lounged leisurely on the cart, fanning himself. Li Yue approached and gave him a gentle push. Zhao Laotu, you should step down for Xiaoyang to rest. She pulled him down, choosing not to climb up herself. Aware that Xiaoyang was straining himself, and with so many carts needing to be pushed, they could not afford to exhaust him. Having consumed the meager morsels of meat from the previous day, their stomachs began to grumble with hunger. She fanned herself while retrieving the gala's fruit from the morning to offer to Xiaoyang. Though his thirst was quenched, the more he ate, the hungrier he grew. His stomach churning with acidity. Li Dazhuang and the others, finding no other option, resorted to foraging for a handful of guanyin soil and grass to chew on. The guanyin soil was safe in moderation, but excessive consumption could lead to dire consequences. The old man observed as they resorted to such measures, shaking his head in disapproval. Wait. He scattered some medicinal powder on the ground, the composition of which remained a mystery. The group watched under the blazing sun as the powder transformed upon contact with the earth. As everyone anticipated that these powdered substances would attract small creatures indeed, they did draw in the tiniest of beings. The minuscule insects crawled across the ground like dark threads. Old Zhao captured these critters in a wooden jar, subsequently showcasing them to the onlookers. The plump insects swayed and wriggled, a secret recipe of mine that shall never be shared with the uninitiated. With great care, he placed the insects into his specially crafted seasoning, coating them with the powder until their writhing ceased. Zhao demonstrated how to consume them, revealing their remarkable elasticity. Do not worry. These insects are harmless. They have sustained me when food was scarce. Li Yue and Li Dazhuang, witnessing him devour the raw insects, gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his audacity. Why don't we roast them? Li Yue, unable to stomach the thought of eating live insects, suggested roasting them instead. She recalled how the people of Yun province in modern times relished insects, fried and seasoned to perfection, transforming them into a delicacy alongside roasted cicadas. The insects were too diminutive. She retrieved an iron spatula to roast them over the fire, the smoke stinging her eyes. She stifled her cough, her eyes reddening from the heat, as the sweltering weather combined with the flames made it feel as if she might shed her skin. Others joined in to assist with the roasting. The spatula blackened, and the crackling sound of charred insects filled the air, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Tears of longing streamed down Mao's face as he sniffled, offering a small jar of seasoning. The powder sprinkled over the insects infused the air with an intoxicating blend of spices and the delightful crunch of the insects, making one's tongue yearn for a taste. When they were finally ready, Li Dazhuang and the others, disregarding the heat, eagerly grabbed an insect. Delicious and crispy. Zhao, indeed, is a man of vast experience. Who would have thought insects could surpass meat in flavor? They nibbled on the small insects, their crunch echoing delightfully. Zhao, too, indulged, raising his eyebrows in pride. Naturally. Paired with my seasoning, they make for an exquisite accompaniment to drinks, if only we had some. The insects he had selected were those he had previously sampled: silkworms, bamboo worms, woodworms, grasshoppers, and even scorpions and spiders. Rich in protein and amino acids, these insects could adequately supplement human dietary needs. However, one must exercise caution. For some insects are indeed poisonous and bitter in taste, unlike these, which are the result of Zhao's lifelong experimentation. Such a meager portion of insects was hardly sufficient for so many. Li Yue urged Zhao to provide more powder so that they could savor a greater share. Do you happen to have snake powder? Snake meat is substantial, and with so many of us, we could surely divide it. Snakes thrive in dark and damp environments. In this dry and sweltering heat, finding one would be akin to chasing phantoms. Do not fret, for I have none left. Zhao lamented, clutching his pocket. In this desolate wilderness, foraging for herbs was no easy task, let alone concocting poisons. Chapter 48. Assembly. The freshly caught insects were roasted and stored for later consumption, providing a burst of energy whenever hunger struck, though the downside was that overindulgence could lead to digestive distress. In these times, having something to eat was a blessing. The group resolved to muster their strength to catch up with the main body. However, having consumed too many dried insects and insufficient water, they soon encountered other issues. As they trudged along, Li Dazhuang clutched his stomach, groaning in discomfort. "Uncle Zhao, please help me." The still slumbering Zhao was roused, checking his pulse. "You're suffering from excessive internal heat. I have a laxative that should remedy your plight." Zhao handed him a small pill. Shortly after taking it, Li Dazhuang urgently exclaimed his need for the restroom. At that moment, the cries of numerous children in Li family village echoed loudly, causing Li Tian's head to throb. The old veterinarian, flustered, could not discern the problem despite his prolonged examination. When Li Yue and her companions finally caught up, they could hear the children's wails from afar. "Is that our brother? Our brother?" Li Yue, seated at the front of the bus, waved excitedly at Li Yue, who turned to see her and flashed a bright smile. "Sister, you've returned. The village chief has been wondering when you would come back." "What is going on in the village? Why are all the children crying? Have they been punished?" "No, they are all complaining of stomach pains, unable to relieve themselves. Probably due to constipation. Heavens! Some may suffer severe blockages." The parents, distressed for their children, resorted to manually assisting them. As some stools had hardened to the consistency of rocks, lodged firmly. Some children were relieved once the blockage was removed, while others struggled painfully. "Old Zhao, it's time to showcase your skills," Li Yue shouted towards Zhao. Only then did Li Yue notice the unfamiliar elderly man accompanying Li Dazhuang and the others. They had found a doctor on the road, just when their village was in dire need of one. Surely he could help resolve their current predicament. Zhao smiled amiably at the villagers. The households at the back of the line, particularly those with several sons like the Li Hu brothers, were especially anxious. Li Hu's wife, soothing her own son, approached Zhao in desperation. "Old doctor, please take a look. My child won't stop crying, and nothing seems to calm him." Zhao remained at the rear of the group, tending to the ailing children. Li Yue, meanwhile, did not linger and hurried back to her own home. A day apart felt like an eternity. She pondered if her mother and daughter missed her, her heart aching at the thought. Without a cart, she sprinted ahead to find her mother and daughter, greeting others from the village along the way. In the distance, Li Yuan was being cradled by Zhang Cuiping, her big eyes wide with anticipation, melting the hearts of onlookers. Li Yue appeared behind her mother, playfully teasing her little girl. Li Yuan's eyes glistened, brimming with tears, her lips pouting as if accusing her mother of abandoning her for days. "Oh dear, have you missed your mother? Come here for a hug." Upon turning around, Zhang Cuiping spotted her naive daughter, casting a sidelong glance before depositing her granddaughter into Li Yue's arms. Li Yue embraced Li Yuan, her small, soft, fragrant form calming her restless heart. Holding her felt like possessing the entire world. Li Hao and Li Hua, the two sisters, could not resist rushing to wrap their arms around their mother's legs. Li Yue planted kisses on their dirty little faces, causing the two girls to blush deeply. "Where is my brother?" Xiaoqing beamed at the sight of Li Yue, her joy not stemming from her own presence, but from the return of her elder brother. She held her nephew tightly, nearly losing her grip. Xiao Yang, pushing a cart from behind, caught up with the group as they continued their journey. They shared stories of the events of the past few days. Little did they realize that their greatest treasure from this trip was the doctor they had brought back with them. From now on, we need not worry about the old veterinarian prescribing the wrong medicine. A woman jested, eliciting a bashful smile from the old veterinarian. After walking for about an hour, the group, fatigued, decided to pause and rest. Li Tian and Zhao conferred about putting some medicine in the village's remaining water supply. Upon hearing this proposal, the villagers nodded in agreement. The water was scarce, and they would need to seek out a new source. Li Yue felt that ever since she arrived in this world, her daily endeavor revolved around the relentless pursuit of water. The prospect of failing to find a suitable water source was unbearable, for it could lead to the dire fate of thirst and despair, leaving her uncertain of when this ordeal would come to an end. Old Zhao, stroking his beard with an air of confidence, reassured her, "Do not worry, there should be water ahead. I have been here before. And with a sprinkle of my medicinal powder, this water will be safe for everyone to drink." This powder, when mixed with water, was colorless and tasteless, rendering it quite palatable. However, once the villagers consumed it, they soon clutched their stomachs and scurried in search of relief, their bellies churning violently. accompanied by the unmistakable odor of excrement and flatulence that permeated the sultry air, an utterly dismal scene. Li Yue believed she could forego this concoction, as her daily intake of fruits and vegetables ensured she was well supplied with vitamins and dietary fiber, sparing her from such gastrointestinal distress. Yet, her two children were not so fortunate. They followed suit, occasionally clutching their stomachs and darting into the woods. Ultimately, their little faces turned a sickly yellow, their lips pale, evoking great sympathy. Given the state of affairs in the village, it seemed unlikely they would be able to travel today. Everyone was preoccupied with emptying their bowels. This pause presented Li Yue with a prime opportunity to forage for fish. She took Li Yue on and hid behind a tree, retrieving a bottle of freshly prepared milk from her storage. The little one clutched the bottle, eagerly consuming the milk as if it were a matter of life and death. Li Yue gently caressed her head, urging her to drink slowly and not to rush. Before long, her small belly swelled like a drum, and fearing she might overindulge and become unwell, Li Yue swiftly took the bottle away. Li Yue extended her tiny hands, voicing her discontent with cries and kicking her legs, desperately reaching for the bottle. "We cannot drink anymore. Your tummy will burst." She patiently soothed her daughter. Li Hao and Li Hua clung to Li Yue's legs, unwilling to let go, having not seen their mother for 2 days, and were genuinely afraid she might abandon them. "Have you two been starving these past days?" "Mother will treat you to something delicious," she promised, glancing at the villagers busy with their own affairs, some even sharing the insects they had foraged without a thought for her and her daughters. Li Yue quickly produced a few apples and placed them in her daughter's hands. "Nibble on these to ease your stomachs. It might still be unsettled from that concoction." The girls hesitated, for the nearby grass had been stripped bare by the villagers. Emerging from her space, Li Yue retrieved a creamy custard bun and a red bean bun, both sweet treats that children would undoubtedly relish, their flavors subtle enough to evade detection. The two girls took small bites, savoring the soft, tender texture that was even softer than their hands, overwhelmed by the delightful surprises their mother had brought along. Unable to contain herself, Li Hua pinched Li Hao. "Ouch! Why did you pinch me?" As the night drew near, Li Yue, seizing the moment while her family slumbered, nudged her daughters awake and retrieved 2 bottles of yogurt from the refrigerator. The little ones, experiencing the sweet and tangy delight of yogurt for the first time, found it to be the most exquisite milk they had ever tasted. The cold sensation lingered in their mouths and they were reluctant to swallow, fearing they would run out. "Hurry and drink, then we can sleep," Li Yue whispered gently, mindful not to awaken Li Yue. In the village, some stayed behind to guard while others moved back and forth. Xiao Yang was among the first group, returning to find Li Yue and her daughters still awake. Assuming they were unable to sleep, he offered his deworming powder. Li Yue thanked him, embracing her children as they settled down for the night. They slept soundly until dawn, a rare occurrence on their arduous journey. Rejuvenated, they set off, covering several miles until they reached the next town. As they approached, they found the city gates crowded with displaced persons clamoring to enter. There were no soldiers in sight. "Should we take a look?" suggested a villager from Li's family. However, with their number, it would be challenging to push through. So the village dispatched Xiao Yang and Li Dazhuang to investigate the situation. Xiao Yang and Li Dazhuang squeezed into the city and returned just before noon. Chaos reigned within the town. The county magistrate had fled in fear of an impending invasion, leaving the city leaderless. Soldiers abandoned their posts, and the streets were littered with the bodies of those who had perished from trampling or heat. The shops had been looted clean, and there were hardly any locals remaining. The villagers exchanged concerned glances. Within moments, Li Tian made a firm decision. They should flee at once to avoid attracting the attention of the frantic refugees. "Let us move quickly," urged Li Tian. Initially, they had planned to stop for a meal, but now, with urgency pressing upon them, they dared not eat. Stowing away their cooking pots to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, they hurriedly gathered their belongings. Some refugees emerging from the city sought to seize their possessions amid the chaos. Fortunately, the Li family's strongmen, the Li 5 tigers, formed a protective barrier at the rear of the group, fiercely repelling the attackers. The refugees were left battered and bleeding, dissuading them from pursuing further. As Li Yue glanced back at the town, resembling a fortress besieged by the living dead, she reflected on the fragility of human life in such tumultuous times, less than that of livestock. Concerned that her children might lag behind, she carried Li Yue on her back while holding Li Hao in her arms. Her mother, too, bore a child on her shoulder. and they pressed on for what felt like an eternity, everyone exhausted to the brink of collapse. Li Yue's arms grew weary. Yet, she still found the strength to massage her mother's shoulders, aware of the burden two children placed upon her aging frame. Spring Meow, also burdened with a child, was visibly fatigued, while the sisters busied themselves carrying their belongings. Stopping briefly, the two sisters began preparing a meal. At that moment, Li Yue longed for the convenience of takeout, but alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. The most comfortable among them was Qianzhaodi, who had everything carried by Li Xing, leaving her free to occasionally pull her brother along, lamenting her own exhaustion. With a bit of water remaining, Li Yue realized her sister-in-law's struggles with the tedious task of cooking were overwhelming. She decided to take out instant noodles from her space, tearing open the package of dry noodles. "Let us have this for lunch, just add some meat. It's simple but nourishing for everyone," she suggested. The sisters-in-law's eyes lit up with delight. "Where did this come from?" they inquired. "Who cares? As long as there's something to eat, let us get it boiling," they replied, closing their mouths in resignation. After all, meat and noodles were a real treat, and Li Yue had indeed kept a treasure trove hidden away. The chicken breast she had retrieved from her space resembled finely chopped rabbit meat. Though chicken breast was not the most delectable option, the mere availability of meat was a source of satisfaction. As the noodles cooked, their delightful aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of villagers who gathered around the Li family's pot, eager to discover the source of the enticing scent. "Cui Ping, what are you cooking? It smells amazing," one villager exclaimed. "Oh my, those are white noodles. Cui Ping, you still have white flour at home." Cui Ping attempted to maintain a low profile, but the delicious aroma was impossible to conceal. "Heaven, is that meat?" Someone with a keen eye noted the meat in the Li family's pot, their mouths watering with envy. Cui Ping shot her daughter-in-law a glare and hastily covered the pot's lid. "You all know my son-in-law is an excellent hunter," she defended herself. As children caught a whiff of the savory noodles enriched with meat, their own dry cornbread suddenly lost its appeal. Old Zhao, a notorious foodie, was drawn to the pot's aroma, having just scoured the village and determined that Li's household had the finest provisions. Zhang Youfu observed that the Li family still had some meat hidden away, and his competitive spirit surged. He urged his wife to slice off a small piece of their own secret stash of cured meat for cooking, tantalizing everyone present. Zhang's wife shot him a disapproving glance and scolded him. Meanwhile, their son, daughter-in-law, and little grandson were all elated, with the child clapping his hands and exclaiming joyfully. Old Zhao, inhaling the delicious aroma, felt it was simply irresistible, yet he sensed something was lacking. He watched as the daughter-in-law of the Li family tossed in a handful of coarse salt, swallowing hard. No, you're wasting it. Let me add a little something," he insisted, pulling out several porcelain jars from his pocket and sprinkling their contents in. The villagers from Li's family collectively swallowed hard at the overpowering fragrance. The Zhang family's cured meat suddenly seemed less appealing, and Zhang's little grandson, drooling, ran over to the Li household. Zhang Dabauer implored Sholi. "If you let me taste your noodles, I'll give you some of our cured meat." Sholi stifled a laugh, shaking his head with pride. "Humph. I don't want that. Our meat is even more fragrant than yours." His grandmother had advised them to keep a low profile. When mealtime arrived, the Li family huddled over their bowls, fearful that the enticing scent would waft out and attract attention. Qianzhaodi savored the steamed buns that Li Xing had prepared for her, relishing the aroma in the air. "Are your parents not your real parents? They devoured the meat without leaving you even a spoonful of broth." Li Xing, utterly exhausted, held his bowl and panted, noticing his wife's lack of appetite. "I've saved the last bit of water to make porridge. You should eat it quickly, or there won't be any left for the next meal." Some villagers speculated that the Li family had become overly extravagant with flour and meat, prompting envy among others. It was no secret that Xiaoyang was an adept hunter, and with Li Yue's extraordinary luck, this couple was thriving, leaving many others in their wake. Previously unnoticed, it became apparent how well they fared during the harsh years. Zhang Dabauer and Zhang Xiaobao, overwhelmed by the aroma wafting from the Li household, wept inconsolably. "Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, I want to eat Li's noodles." Zhang Youfu, unable to contain his embarrassment, retorted, "Why don't you just go to the Li family then?" Chapter 50. The first bicycle in the village. The cries of Zhang's little brothers echoed throughout the village, their voices nearly hoarse. And soon the other children began to mimic their wailing. This commotion left Li Tian feeling uneasy. Should he He glanced at the pot at home, swallowing hard at the enticing aroma. Perhaps he should share some broth with the children? He had done similar things in the past. Zhang Suiping, recognizing the look in her husband's eyes, understood what he was contemplating. Standing up, she ensured not a drop of broth remained in the pot. Old Zhao unceremoniously extended his bowl, exclaiming, "Delicious." He smacked his lips, wondering why today's noodles tasted particularly delightful. Li Yue, sipping the noodle broth without any seasoning, found it surprisingly flavorful. This old man really had some fine ingredients. As she prepared to take the last sip, her stomach full. Just as she was about to bring it to her lips, a villager approached, pulling her grandson along with a piece of flatbread. "Suiping, could you spare me a bit of your broth? I'll trade this piece of bread for it." The villager, who had always maintained a good rapport with her family, was not one to take advantage, and she had a small bowl to offer. "If you don't mind, please take it. I'll gladly accept the bread." The villager happily took her grandson back home, while others murmured about how the Li family was not generous, trading their broth for a mere piece of bread. This villager, along with the others, looked adoringly at her grandson, knowing that they could add water to the broth for everyone to share, but doing so would lessen its flavor. And their own water supply was limited. The little boy, having gulped down the broth, widened his eyes when he reached the bottom of the bowl. "Grandma, there's still some noodles and meat at the bottom." Only then did the family realize that the meat had settled at the bowl's base. It was a worthwhile exchange for the bread. Others began to regret their decision to forego trading for that last bowl, wondering if the broth was truly just plain water. Yet they had seen the meat, which was substantial. After all, it was meat broth. Some thought the Li family was incredibly generous. Li Yue had not anticipated that the villagers would be so accepting, as she had shared her own broth with others. "Mother, isn't this inappropriate? I've already consumed it, and you still offer it to others. Aren't you afraid it might offend them?" "What do you know?" Zhang Suiping scoffed. After the entire family indulged in steaming bowls of meaty noodles, their spirits lifted. They felt rejuvenated, particularly her father, who insisted on continuing their journey. "Village chief, the cattle and horses need rest. Can't we take a break?" Li Tian began to persuade. "If you take one more big step now, you'll take one less small step later. Isn't it better to reach Ling'an before winter sets in? We'll need to prepare for winter there as well." Li Yue could not help but want to inform her father that winter in Ling'an wasn't as harsh. "The road is right there. If you don't walk, no one will walk for you, so endure it. After a few more steps, it will become second nature." In the following days, Li Yue noticed that Xiaoyang hardly stopped except for meals and sleep. He continually chopped wood along the way. Initially, she assumed he was merely gathering firewood, but soon realized he was crafting something round. As she approached for a closer look, she recognized it resembled wheels. This reminded her of her previous conversation about bicycles. The essence of a bicycle lies in its wheels and the chain that enables effortless pedaling. Li Yue was curious how he would manage to make the bicycle function without a chain. Each time Xiaoyang completed a wheel, he stacked it onto his cart, working on it during his spare moments, and even at night, the sound of wood being polished echoing intermittently. The village's sole carpenter, intrigued by his woodworking, approached to observe and learn. Days later, Xiaoyang's bicycle unexpectedly took shape. "You should give it a try." During a break, he assembled the parts and called Li Yue over for a test ride. Li Yue was taken aback by how daring and meticulous he was, remembering her words and crafting a bicycle that looked quite impressive. As the villagers paused their work, some cooking, some gathering firewood, and others making hemp ropes, their hands were busy. But their eyes were fixated on this peculiar creation. She handed her child to her mother and decided to test the contraption herself. "Li Yue, is this what your husband made? What is it? It looks like a vehicle." Li Yue smiled, but didn't respond, placing her feet on the pedals. A miraculous scene unfolded as the villagers watched the wheels turn. Li Yue initially wobbled, but soon found her balance, riding smoothly without any swaying. Xiaoyang's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. The villagers admired him not only for his hunting skills, but also for his ability to build a bicycle. The vehicle featured 2 seats at the front and another at the back, prompting some bold children to stretch out their hands, clamoring to take a ride. The villagers were envious and eager to give it a try. Some men mounted it, only to comically tumble off, causing the villagers to burst into laughter. "How come you can't ride as well as Li Yue? Be careful not to break someone else's bicycle." It was clear that riding a bicycle was not as easy for those who hadn't learned. When it was time to set off, the villagers recognized the bicycle's advantages. Li Yue sat at the front with Li Hao and Li Hua, while Zhang Suiping held onto Li Yuan at the back. Initially hesitant, Zhang Suiping was reassured by Li Yue to spread her legs apart, placing the child safely between them. To her astonishment, her daughter rode with surprising skill. The bicycle was a special design by Xiaoyang for Li Yue, perfectly suited to her height, unlike those exceedingly tall 28-inch models. Although her mounting of the bike lacked grace, it certainly conserved energy. The sole drawback was the need to be cautious of her skirt getting caught in the wheel while riding. "Brother, could you make me one as well?" Xiaoqing exclaimed, her envy palpable. She wanted to ask Li Yue if she could give her a ride, but felt too shy to do so. Xiaoyang remained silent, contemplating Li Yue's previous suggestion about modifying the unicycle into a tricycle, which would be less strenuous to operate. In the village, the most popular figures, aside from Xiaoyang, were Carpenter Li, who frequently visited the Xiao household to inquire about the bicycle's construction. Xiaoyang sought Li Yue's counsel and shared the manufacturing process with him. This sparked a fervor for lumber, as villagers pondered how to create their own bicycles. The primary advantage of the bicycle was that it significantly eased the burden for children and women, allowing them to carry items with ease. They gazed enviously at Li Yue, who managed to transport a child in front and, on the side, Zhang Suiping, while also carrying a large iron pot from the Li family. Having acquired the bicycle, Li Yue indeed found it far less taxing than walking, though prolonged riding did lead to discomfort. The path was not as smooth as modern asphalt roads, requiring a certain level of skill. With a heavy load on the back seat, she balanced it by placing additional weight in front, making it somewhat laborious to ride. Even so, it was far more convenient than for the other villagers. Many wished to learn, but without a foundational understanding, they struggled, often falling repeatedly and fearing damage to the bicycle. Chapter 51. The Rush to Build Bicycles. Whenever Xiaoqing found a moment, she would pester her elder brother to construct a bicycle for her as well. The unicycle was simply too cumbersome and difficult to push, weighing a ton. "Why don't you give your sister-in-law's bicycle a try first? See if you can ride it." "Pfft, how hard can it be?" Xiaoqing scoffed, dismissing any difficulty. If Li Yue could ride, surely she could manage too. After all, it was merely a matter of the two wheels spinning, wasn't it? The bicycle stood aside as Xiaoqing, with a serious expression, approached Li Yue, who was tending to a child. "Let me take your bike for a spin. Your brother made it. Why shouldn't I ride it?" Li Yue raised an eyebrow. "All right, but I need to remove some things first." Unless Xiaoqing was a prodigy, Li Yue doubted she would master riding on the first attempt. Not wishing to waste time, Xiaoqing simply aimed to ride. She was determined, convinced that she could handle a mere bicycle. As she steadied herself and attempted to mount, disaster struck. The bicycle veered unexpectedly, and a cry of dismay escaped her lips. Ouch! It was evident she had fallen hard. Her knees were scraped, her hands muddied, and she cried out in pain. In frustration, Xiaoqing kicked the ground in annoyance. "You foolish girl, why take your anger out on Li Yue's belongings? It's not as easy as you think." Xiao mother, concerned, pulled her daughter close to inspect her wounds. Old Zhao scrutinized the bicycle with curiosity, asking Li Yue how she managed to ride it so adeptly. It was evident that it was not her first time riding. Yet she handled it with remarkable skill, unlike the other villagers. Facing the old man's inquisitive gaze, she confidently replied, "Because I am clever. This invention is my own creation." Li Yue's eyes sparkled as she noticed the old man's covetous expression. "If you share some of your treasure with me, I'll have Xiaoyang craft you one too. And you can ride it," she offered. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise, unsure if he could ride at his age without risking injury. It was clear he was apprehensive about the prospect of falling and wasting medicine on wounds. "Rest assured, you will certainly be able to ride it. A child's bicycle is merely about pedaling, no difficulty at all. Even little ones can manage with training wheels." Unbeknownst to others, Li Yue and Xiaoyang had engaged in a hushed discussion, and soon enough, Zhao uncle observed Xiaoyang diligently working on a new bicycle for him. As they busied themselves, the villagers found their spirits lifted, and life became less monotonous. Xiaoyang worked with remarkable speed, as Carpenter Li completed a new bicycle. He soon finished the elderly version for old Zhao. "Would you like to give it a try?" At first, Xiaoyang had been skeptical of Li Yue's idea. But after careful consideration, he deemed it feasible and added 2 training wheels. Old Zhao felt trepidation, reluctant to mount the bike. Li Yue encouraged her mother to give it a go. "You'll be fine, trust me." Seeing her mother's firm refusal, Li Yue turned her gaze to Chun Miao nearby. "Chun Miao, come here and give it a shot." Chun Miao gulped nervously, hesitant to refuse her aunt's request. Her eyes pleaded with her mother for reassurance. Li Yue whispered a few encouraging words, and Chun Miao's confidence surged. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, she bravely mounted the bicycle. At first, she felt the wheels wobbling beneath her, fear creeping in. But as she swayed left, the training wheel caught her, preventing a fall. And when she swayed right, the other wheel did the same. With both sides providing support, her fear gradually diminished, and emboldened, she pedaled as instructed by her aunt. To her astonishment, the bike moved forward. If Chun Miao can ride, I surely can too. The villagers erupted in excited chatter, with Zhang Cuiping watching enviously. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together, eager for a turn. Little girl, let me have a go. Chun Miao, blushing with excitement, stepped down. Thrilled at having ridden like her aunt, she rushed to Li Yue, her eyes shining with delight. See? I told you I could do it. This newly crafted bicycle quickly garnered more admiration from the villagers than Li Yue's first model. As they traveled, Li Tian rode the bicycle with old Zhao, joyfully cycling far away before returning. Hurry up. When we reach the next stop, we can eat. Old Zhao exclaimed. Zhang Cuiping, filled with longing, regretted not seizing the opportunity to ride when her daughter had offered. Now it seemed the chance had slipped away. Xiaoqing, equally envious, dared to demand a bicycle from Li Yue, but when it came to Li Tian, she could only approach her brother and plead for him to make her one. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang agreed. As the villagers noticed Xiaoyang starting to craft new bicycles, they gathered around him. Xiaoyang, would you consider making one for my family as well? It would help carry my child and ease the burden. Look how thin the poor little legs have become. Xiaoyang remained impassive, saying nothing, while some of the village women sought out Xiao Mother, pulling her hand affectionately. Dear elder sister, I knew you were warm-hearted. Could you kindly speak a few good words to persuade your brother Xiaoyang to assist our family as well? We will not ask for this favor without offering something in return. We can provide a little something as a token of appreciation. Xiao Mother fell silent, her embarrassment evident, only managing a smile without uttering a word. The villagers remained puzzled by her demeanor. Some young girls gathered around Xiaoqing, disregarding her frosty expression, pleading for her brother to help them too, claiming they could ride with their younger siblings or mothers. Alas, this was a task entrusted by their own mother, and failing to fulfill it would result in punishment upon returning home. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? My own request has not yet been fulfilled. How could it possibly be your turn? The young girls, embarrassed, scurried away with flushed faces. Others, whose dispositions were already at odds with Xiaoqing, spoke coolly. What's the big deal? It's merely a rickety vehicle. It's not made for you. Yet you act as if you've accomplished something grand. Xiaoqing, infuriated, glared fiercely at Li Yue. It was all Li Yue's fault. Her brother had initially agreed to assist her, but she had ended up benefiting her maternal family instead. Li Yue had grown accustomed to Xiaoqing's inexplicable outbursts. Xiaoyang was indeed a capable individual. Chapter 52, The Craft of Vehicle Making. Xiaoyang devoted considerable effort to constructing the first tricycle for Xiaoqing, expending even more labor than he had on a bicycle. He improved upon the original unicycle design, adding a single wheel at the front for Xiaoqing to ride upon, while erecting side panels to prevent items from falling off. Xiaoqing found the vehicle somewhat unattractive, yet riding it was undeniably less laborious than pushing a cart. And per Li Yue's guidance, the side panels could lower, allowing Xiao Mother to sit behind with the child. A warm breeze swept through, yet she noticed her feet ached less. It was certainly better than constantly walking on the ground. This innovation drew envious glances from the other families in the village. Li Mu, are you even capable? Xiaoyang has crafted 3 already, and you haven't completed a single one. The villagers lamented Li Mu's shortcomings, and even his family voiced their grievances. How could a mere amateur surpass a skilled carpenter? Following Xiaoyang's lead, Li Mu attempted to learn anew, but alas, his previous approach of working sporadically had rendered his progress mediocre. Xiaoyang contemplated adding wheels to the cart, envisioning a design where 2 feet could press down on a central beam, facilitating the cart's movement. The Li family had several such projects underway. It was indeed a significant undertaking. As he worked, his hands became calloused and sore. Li Yue suggested to the villagers that they all follow Xiaoyang's instructions to prepare the wood, and when the time came, he would assist in assembling the pieces. This seemed straightforward. Everyone was familiar with chopping and sanding wood. The Li family was also industrious, with even Li Tian joining Xiaoyang in the task of sanding wood. Along the way, the trees lining the road had been nearly stripped bare by the Li family's efforts. It was truly a barren landscape. Passers-by, witnessing the villagers idly chopping wood, muttered under their breath, disparaging them for their foolishness. Rather than resting, they squandered their time on such laborious tasks. However, their perceptions shifted upon seeing Li Yue and Li Tian cycling past, their faces adorned with smiles. That vehicle looks remarkably effortless to ride. Why do they appear so cheerful? Some individuals attempted to replicate the vehicle's construction, yet they lacked the knowledge, resulting in unsightly failures that wasted both time and resources. Li Yue, possessing a bicycle, initially considered using it as an excuse to fetch water for the village. However, the bicycle was far too conspicuous. She feared it would be stolen before she had traveled far from the village. Thus, the responsibility of gathering water fell to Li Yue and the other villagers. Xiaoyang was entirely occupied with assisting the village in vehicle construction. Those wishing to procure a vehicle not only had to personally deliver the wood and prepare it, but also provide some form of compensation, such as grains, to the Xia family. Consequently, the Xia family's cart became piled high with various offerings. Zhang Youfu's family was particularly generous, contributing a small piece of cured meat. He coveted a bicycle, but, considering his family's needs, he resolved to order a tricycle instead, which would save time and effort, allowing him to transport goods and children. Each family was limited to one vehicle, requiring careful consideration. Some poorer families, possessing little, hesitated to part with their scant supplies, realizing it would be more pragmatic to push their carts themselves. Qian Daba was adamant about acquiring a bicycle, creating a ruckus with his sister. "Sister, I want that vehicle. My feet hurt so terribly." Qian mother, feeling distressed, lamented to her daughter, "Indeed, if we could have that vehicle, both you and your brother would save considerable effort. But alas, we have nothing to offer. Perhaps you could speak to your in-laws?" Li Xing frowned, remaining silent. They had already divided their household, and the belongings were his to manage. There was no need to undertake the burden of constructing a vehicle while also parting with their limited grains. He was already overwhelmed with moving items and cooking, leaving him little energy to sand wood. Li Xing was acutely aware that a mere word from his in-laws could leave him utterly exhausted. Why bother? Qian Zhaodi, at her brother's insistence, hesitantly embraced Li Xing, attempting to charm him. "Husband, why not speak on our behalf? Little sister will surely empathize with you. I'm doing this for your sake. There's so much to carry, and you're shouldering it all alone. A vehicle would alleviate so much of your burden." Li Xing, fatigued to the point of being unable to lift his hands, found Qian Zhaodi's closeness unbearable as an unpleasant odor wafted from her. He was in no mood to entertain her. "If you truly cared for me, you would prepare the meal today. I am utterly exhausted, with so much to transport." "What do you mean, Li Xing? You know I'm pregnant. Yet you treat me this way. Are you even human?" She intentionally raised her voice, hoping to draw the attention of the Li family, prompting them to pressure Li Xing into assisting her. At that moment, Li Xing was overwhelmed with fatigue, often regretting his decision to separate from his family. He envied how his elder and second brothers could rest after their labor, with their wives and mother preparing meals for them. Zhang Suiping rolled her eyes in exasperation, urging her family to hurry and eat. "Some people deserve their fate. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall enjoy our meal. Oh, today's dishes are truly delightful." Li Xing felt a pang of bitterness, as if his mother were chastising him for being an ungrateful wretch. Li Yue placed an egg onto Chuan Miao's plate, a promised reward for her bravery. "If it weren't for you, father, you wouldn't even dare to ride. Would you agree?" Indeed, Li Tian did not mind his daughter's playful jabs. The egg was hers to give to whomever she pleased, a condition set by Li Yue when she encouraged Chuan Miao to ride. As for the egg's origin, the family assumed she had merely hidden it away. Since acquiring a bicycle, Li Yue had taken to carrying a large satchel with her, making it off limits to anyone else. Li Yuan babbled gleefully, eliciting laughter from everyone. "Do you want to eat too?" "Yay!" Her eyes sparkled with joy, crescent-shaped as she engaged with the adults. "You are still too little to eat. In a few months, you can enjoy egg custard." Li Yue affectionately patted her daughter's soft head, unable to resist planting a kiss on it. Water is currently scarce in the household, and rice soup is not an option for Li Yuan. For the past few days, they have subsisted on baked goods, and it seems constipation is looming. The villagers have grown accustomed to this situation, frequently approaching old Zhao for remedies. The old man, patting his small bundle, cautions, "You all should conserve your intake. Refrain from consuming too much too often, as dependence may render the medicine less effective. Besides, my supplies are limited." Suddenly, an alarmed voice rings out from the dining area. What is that approaching? Chapter 53, Escape. Xiao Yang, tall and sharp-eyed, quickly identifies the source of the commotion. It appears to be rats. They're all swarming towards the cart. Hurry, hurry. A dark mass rushes forth, sending shivers down Li Yue's spine as she clutches her child and scrambles onto the bicycle, urging her mother to join her swiftly. Zhang Suiping, too, disregarding everything else, grabs her grandchild and frantically hauls Li Yue's garments, her back drenched with cold sweat from fear. At that moment, Li Yue believes the safest course of action would be to retreat to her space, but with so many eyes upon her, she cannot bring herself to do so. Rats are notorious climbers, and the thought of them sends chills through her. Steeling her nerves, she focuses on her inner space, remembering the rat poison and traps she had stored at the cash register. She retrieves a packet and hands it to her mother. Mother, rat poison. Good child, Huar. Cling tightly to the bicycle and don't let go. Close your eyes and do not fear. When I begin to ride, you must toss it down. By discarding the rat poison while cycling, she hopes to carve out a path. She turns Li Hao and Li Hua to face her, ensuring they do not witness the chaos unfolding. The rats, with their beady eyes gleaming ominously, are barely 100 paces away. Li Yue, covered in cold sweat, casts a glance at Xiao Yang, who is settling his mother and son onto the cart. Xiao Qing, sharing her brother's keen sight, is so frightened that her legs tremble, her gaze fixated ahead, paralyzed by terror. Xiao Yang, noticing his sister's state, swiftly gathers her and the scattered belongings, save for the large iron pot, which he cannot abandon. He hoists his sister onto the cart, gathering the children from the Li family and securing them in place. The villagers, witnessing the mayhem, follow suit, with elderly and children clambering onto the cart, while the other end rests precariously atop. Old Zhao hastily climbs onto Li Tian's bicycle, his legs flailing in the air. Old Li, I have powder, just ride and ignore everything else. Li Tian glances back at the villagers, some still frantically gathering their possessions. Quickly discard the food, the rats may not bite if they see nothing. Get on the cart. He hastily thrusts his prized tobacco pipe into old Zhao's hands. If any rats come near, use this against them. We just need to get through this stretch. Li Yue grips the handlebars tightly, reassuring herself with thoughts of the rat poison. She musters courage, believing that they will be fine. She and old Zhao notice the distance ahead and toss several packets of rat poison to the crowd. Some villagers tremble in fear, clutching the poison tightly, hesitant to share it with others, concerned about the consequences of a single bite in this desolate place. Hurry, distribute it quickly. I assure you, the efficacy is strong. Li Tian, anxious to move forward, pedals furiously. Li Yue exchanges a glance with Xiao Yang, tossing him another packet of powder. This is rat poison. Xiao Yang distributes the powder among the Li brothers, while their sister clutches the poison, the children wailing in terror, the adults too preoccupied to comfort them. Chuan Miao trembles as she holds her younger siblings, her hands quaking. Chuan Miao, do not fear. Xiahua, Sholi, when the time comes, scatter the powder on the ground. The rats will not dare approach. As the eldest male in the family, Sholi solemnly nods in agreement. Some villagers call out to Li Tian, pleading for assistance. Xianjiaodi, disregarding everything else, climbs onto Xiao Yang's bicycle. Brother-in-law, you cannot abandon us. I am with child. She pulls her parents and brother onto the cart, leaving Li Xing behind. Witnessing this, Li Xing feels utterly despondent. Li Yue cannot afford to engage in small talk, their lives are at stake. Mother, do not mind her, we must leave now. Hold on tight, we will return to help later. Zhang Suiping glances at her son and grandson, relieved to see them safe on the cart, and shouts at Qian Zhaodi. You wretched creature, you shall pay for this later. She grips Li Yue's clothing as they speed away. Li Yue pedals furiously, her bicycle wheels spinning rapidly as they collide with the rats. The ground beneath her slips slightly, but she steadies herself, urging Li Hao to toss the poison. The rats, catching the scent, scurry away, clearing a path. Sparks fly from the bicycle as they race onward, covering at least half a mile, finally leaving the dark swarms behind. The ground ahead is barren, stripped of all vegetation, with tree bark gnawed down to nothing. The sight is terrifying, and the end of this ordeal feels uncertain. The wind howls past her as Li Yue rides with reckless abandon, oblivious to how far they travel. The weight on her back is forgotten, her legs and rear aching. Yet, she pedals on without concern for her own pain. All right, daughter, it's over, it's over. Zhang Suiping calls from behind, prompting Li Yue to break her focus. Her clothing is soaked with sweat. She halts, her legs trembling, glancing at her two daughters, who cover their eyes with one hand while gripping the bike with the other. Li Hao, too, has closed her eyes, continuously tossing the powder. She takes her eldest daughter's hand, reassuring her that they need not throw any more. Little Li Hua cries out, having briefly opened her eyes, terrified by the sight, but thankfully remembering her mother's words, she continues to throw the powder, ensuring the rats do not bite her. Li Yue pedals faster than Li Tian. Zhang Suiping looks back, waiting anxiously for Li Tian's return, fretting over their father's well-being. Li Yue dismounts, concerned that the area where the rats passed may be toxic. She sprinkles a potent disinfectant on the ground, steam rising from the surface. Daughter. What is this? Li Yue sprays high concentrations of disinfectant around, ensuring her daughters and mother are also covered, causing them to sneeze. Li Yuan, who had been sheltered by her mother's back, remains blissfully unaware, sound asleep. Zhang Suiping, one arm hoisting the large iron pot, the other clutching Li Yue's clothing, stands with her legs pinched tightly around her sleeping granddaughter, feeling numb. She fears placing the pot on the ground, suspecting it may be contaminated, wiping the sweat from her brow as she anxiously watches the horizon. In the distance, a dark figure gradually approaches. They are coming, it should be your father. Li Yue waves at her father, as Li Tian, pedaling furiously, carries old Zhao on his bicycle, with his grandson Shoshu seated before him, his tired legs working tirelessly to escape. Chapter 54. The Rat Invasion. Shoshu, eyes shut and face streaked with tears, wails loudly. Zhang Suiping accepted her grandson's request to wipe his face, tears cascading down his cheeks, leaving two dark streaks. All right, stop crying now, you little boy. Your sisters aren't crying. She chided gently. Li Tian parked the car, longing to collapse onto the ground for a moment of respite. Old Zhao called out to him, scattering a mound of white powder on the ground. Once done, it felt as if all the strength had drained from his body, and he sat down, gasping for breath. What a nightmare to encounter such a thing in broad daylight. In all my years, I've never witnessed such a scene, he exclaimed. The drought certainly made the plague and locusts more prevalent. Li Yue handed her water pouch to her father and the others, allowing them a sip. I wonder how the villagers are faring, perhaps I should return and check? Her naturally restless and worry-prone disposition urged her to act. Escaping had momentarily quelled her fears, but she was not in favor of her parents returning to face danger. Instead, she decided to ride her bicycle back to assess the situation. As she pedaled along the way, she noticed the ground littered with small droppings of mice, tiny black specks, utterly revolting. She suppressed her disgust and pedaled faster. To ensure her safety, she donned a pair of rain boots, made of a resilient rubber material that mice would find difficult to gnaw through. The boots were long, reaching her knees, and she had chosen a pair that was black, tightly secured at the openings with string. If not for the desire to maintain a low profile, she would have donned a dust-proof suit as well. Inside the space, she found concentrated sulfuric acid, although it appeared as a common liquid, upon contact with skin, it emitted a hissing smoke. This highly corrosive substance could inflict severe damage on a mouse with just a single drop. She had purchased it to address the clogged drains in the supermarket. After approximately half an hour of cycling, she finally spotted the villagers of Li Family Village. Xiao Yang was ahead, his face slick with sweat, too preoccupied to wipe it away as he pedaled the tricycle with all his might. Behind him trailed a long line of carts and wheelbarrows, all connected in the same manner as before, resembling a freight train. The mice had yet to cross, but the last few individuals were in a panic, screaming and waving their belongings. Quick, grab a pot and bang it. Don't mind those things for now. Someone shouted. Mice are frightened by light and sound, and it was indeed ominous to see them active in broad daylight. Some villagers clung to their grain and packages, squeezed into the carts, nearly tumbling over the edges. With so many items crammed onto the small carts, it was a precarious situation, causing a chaotic shoving as panic set in. Upon spotting Li Yue's return, several villagers waved their belongings, pleading, "Li Yue, please take my child away." However, Li Yue had no time to attend to anyone else's concerns. She just needed to ensure her brother and sister-in-law were safe. Some mice attempted to climb onto the cart, but the powder she sprinkled sent them scurrying away. She keenly noticed Qianjiadi, who was still clutching a bag of grain, shouting towards her, "Qianjiadi, if you value your life, drop that grain bag immediately." Qianjiadi hesitated, unwilling to part with what was left of her family's food supply. The elder sister, witnessing the mice attempting to ascend and bite her child, snatched the grain bag from Qianjiadi's hands. The mice, drawn by the scent, flocked to the bag, quickly overwhelming it until nothing remained but a hollow husk. The villagers watched in horror, unable to fathom the consequences if a human were to be bitten. Surely the bones would be exposed. Li Yue scattered a handful of powder next to Xiaoyang, and as the mice scattered, he seized the opportunity to pedal swiftly past. Just as he passed her, Qianjiadi pushed Li Yue, nearly causing her to topple off her bike. Li Yue, steadying herself with her feet on the ground, was relieved her rubber shoes had withstood the mice's attempts to gnaw through. Seizing the chance, she tossed another pile of powder, driving the mice back several feet. However, she knew she would have to discard those shoes later. "Have you lost your mind, Qianjiadi?" Li Xing exclaimed in disbelief at the recent events. Qianjiadi, having been caught red-handed by her husband, averted her gaze sheepishly. Li Yue gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring daggers at Qianjiadi. The villagers had all witnessed the scene unfold. Once they saw the grain bag's fate, they abandoned their own supplies, casting them to the ground to avoid attracting the mice. The rodents swept through, leaving nothing but emptiness in their wake, while the villagers of Li Family Village cooperated, swiftly distancing themselves from the area of chaos under Xiaoyang's rapid pedaling. Fortunately, the mice did not return. After another half-hour of pedaling, they finally reached the place where old Zhao and the others were waiting. Li Tian, seeing them approach, urged them to hurry, unsure if it was safe to dismount. Old Zhao produced his mugwort powder, fumigating the area before allowing Li Tian to ride through. The villagers' carts remained in their original formation. Exhausted, Xiaoyang switched places with the Li brothers. No one dared to pause, and they only stopped to rest when the sun began to set. Village chief. That was far too terrifying, old Zhao lamented as he spread more powder around, feeling a pang of sympathy for the villagers who could finally disembark from the carts. Along the route, they saw the cleanly gnawed white bones. "I do say it would have been better to burn it all cleanly." Without hesitation, the villagers ignited a fire. The remaining dry branches and grass caught flame, creating a massive blaze. The high temperatures could incinerate the plague-ass bacteria. Everyone wrapped cloth around their faces to shield themselves from the smoke. Once they had settled, Li Yue finally found the time to confront Qianjiadi. "You, don't come any closer. Head of the household. Head of the household." Qianjiadi stammered, searching for Li Xing in a panic as Li Yue approached her, visibly furious. Li Yue wasted no time and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Qianjiadi. "You wicked woman." Qianjiadi's thick skin barely flinched. The sting of the slap resonated painfully in Li Yue's hand. "Mother, when I returned, Qianjiadi actually pushed me. I nearly had my foot bitten by a mouse." "What?" Zhang Suiping, upon hearing her daughter's complaint, rushed over, removing her shoes to support her daughter, while the other shoe came crashing onto Qianjiadi's face. Dazed, Qianjiadi felt tears of pain stream down her cheeks, calling out plaintively to Li Xing, "Xinggo, save me, Xinggo." Li Xing, witnessing her plight, rushed forward, only to be intercepted by his brothers, Li Ri and Li Yi. "Third brother, if your eyes aren't deceiving you, you should have seen what Qianjiadi did." Li Chen couldn't even bring himself to call her third sister-in-law. Their family had no room for such a venomous woman. Li Yue's sisters-in-law approached, each seizing an arm of Qianjiadi to restrain her, while the other swiftly delivered a slap to her face. "Our Li family village has no place for a viper like you, plotting against your own sister-in-law. Li Tian, if you don't drive those 2 out of the village today, I want to let this go." Zhang Suiping felt a chill of fear. Everyone knew just how perilous the situation had been, and Qianjiadi's malicious heart was truly perilous for her own daughter. Chapter 55, Jinhua was bitten by a mouse. Qianjiadi, having been slapped and threatened with expulsion from the village, was genuinely frightened, shrinking back in submission. Qianjiadi's mother approached, her demeanor akin to that of a submissive clay figurine, as she clutched Zhang Suiping's arm, attempting to ingratiate herself with a hollow laugh. "In-laws, in-laws. This time it's Jiaodi's fault. She acted impulsively. I will discipline her, truly I will. Please temper your anger." Qianjiadi's father feigned an exaggerated display of retribution, threatening to unbuckle his belt to chastise his daughter. The couple, desperate to appease, struck Qian Zhaodi with harsh slaps before the eyes of Li Yue and Zhang Suiping. Qian Zhaodi's face swelled grotesquely, her eyes bruised, yet she dared not resist, only sobbing and pleading for forgiveness. She had become so self-satisfied that she had forgotten her father-in-law was the village chief. The other families in the village harbored their own reservations, disapproving of a troublemaker like Qian Zhaodi. The elder women loathed having such a siren in their midst, one who bewitched their husbands and stirred discord within their homes. If this behavior were to become a trend among the young brides, it would spell disaster. Moreover, her alleged attempts to harm her sister-in-law had left families with daughters feeling utterly horrified. The village chief should expel the Qian family. They do not belong here, someone suggested, echoing the sentiment. If we expel this family, it would be for the best. Currently, every household has lost their grain, and if food is found in the future, we will all share it as a community. We cannot allow this contamination to spoil our porridge. In the end, the Qian family prostrated themselves, offering apologies, while Li Xing vowed that such incidents would not recur, allowing the villagers to relent and spare Qian Zhaodi from further punishment. With Qian Zhaodi's affair set aside, the villagers resumed their journey, having discarded all valuable provisions. Now, apart from a few iron pots and shovels for self-defense, every household was devoid of food, let alone water. Let us depart from here. We know not where these vermin have sprung from. The ground was littered with the shadows of rats, a testament to the unsanitary conditions. And the thought of bacteria was too dreadful to contemplate. Li Yue rode her bicycle, carrying her mother and child, while Xiaoyang continued to pedal his tricycle. The cart was secured with a rope to the rear of the tricycle, allowing it to be towed along with some effort. Yet it was far more efficient than pushing it. Other families in the village, with empty carts and wheelbarrows, finally had room to accommodate children and the elderly. A collective sigh of despair echoed among them. How could one survive without food and water? Their spirits were low as they trudged forward, the only solace being that they were all still alive. Oh dear, little gold boy, what has happened to you? A sudden exclamation captured the attention of the despondent group. Old Zhao dismounted from his bicycle, his small bundle bouncing as he hurried over. Li Tian parked his vehicle and followed to assess the situation, while Li Yue circled back. On the ground lay a 6- or 7-year-old boy, known as Little Gold Boy. His cheeks were flushed, and just as old Zhao reached him, the boy sat up and began to vomit. Gold Boy, my precious Gold Boy, what ails you? His eyes rolled back in distress, sending a shiver through the adults. His grandmother and mother were in tears, their panic palpable. Old Zhao lifted the boy's shirt to reveal thin, dark arms, where a silver needle had pierced him. Little Gold Boy expelled a stream of black blood, his eyes rolling back, intensifying the family's cries. How could this happen? Old Zhao meticulously examined the child and discovered a small bite mark on his calf. Had he been bitten by a rat? Upon hearing this, the boy's mother wailed even louder, covering her face in despair. His grandmother slapped her own face in remorse. It is my fault. I feared wasting the last of our grain and gave it to Gold Boy, attracting those accursed rats. She lamented, striking herself in anguish, while the boy's father sighed heavily, ready to strike his wife in anger. You wretched woman. If anything happens to Gold Boy, I shall divorce you. The family cherished the boy, who was lively and endearing. His sisters wept, their eyes red from crying, hesitant to approach. Enough. Even if you beat her now, it will not help. We must first see how we can save him. Li Tian sighed, pulling the boy's grandfather aside, urging old Zhao that the child's fate rested in his hands. In times of crisis, the villagers, all parents themselves, could not bear to hasten their departure. Along the way, they found no food or water. If this continued, they would surely perish from thirst. They wondered if foraging for wild vegetables would yield any results, and whether the deceased rats had already spoiled the area. Zhang Suiping, recalling the items they had abandoned, cursed in sorrow. Those possessions were too risky to reclaim, yet she worried whether future passers-by might encounter misfortune in retrieving them. At present, their primary concern remained their own survival. Li Yue, undeterred, informed her parents and called for Xiaoyang to join her in search of sustenance, accompanied by Li Dazhuang and Li Donghua. Xiaoyang, this cart is truly useful, Li Dazhuang praised as he rode Li Tian's bicycle. If not for the ingenuity of our village in crafting these vehicles, we would all be at the mercy of those rat bites. If a mere bite could render a child unconscious, one could only imagine the fate that awaited them. This world is indeed harsh. Not far ahead lay another village. Li Donghua wondered if they might find fortune there, but Li Yue felt the desolate wilderness would prove challenging. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were met with resistance. Outsiders with broken limbs and arms cried out in distress. "We advise you to return whence you came. Do not seek to bring misfortune upon our village." It seemed they had encountered many refugees, prompting the villagers to adopt a hostile tone. Xiao Yang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. However, the figures before him, marked with scars and bearing formidable physiques, brandished weapons, urging him to depart quickly. Li Dazhuang nudged Li Yue, suggesting she approach, believing her status as a woman might elicit a kinder response. She parked her bicycle, approached with a smile, and articulated her needs. "Might we exchange something? We encountered a swarm of rats en route, and in our haste, we lost everything." The villagers exchanged skeptical glances, their brows furrowing. They had observed the peculiar contraption Li Yue rode, intrigued yet cautious. "Begone, our village has nothing to offer you. We are suffering from drought and plagued with refugees. It is a struggle for us to survive. Depart quickly, lest we become unkind." With that, they brandished their weapons, keeping a wary eye on the group, ready to defend against any attempts to intrude. "Is there no food to be found nearby? In our village, we truly face starvation. We are unfamiliar with this area." She maintained her smile, which made the villagers somewhat uncomfortable. "You cannot come closer. Head south for 10 kilometers to the mountain. Perhaps you will find fortune there. But do not venture into the city." Those lingering at the entrance, upon hearing this, began to rise, planning to follow their advice toward the mountains. Li Yue and her companions decided to return and consult with the villagers. The child was placed on the cart, requiring no effort to walk. And whether they proceeded to the mountain or remained stationary, waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. Chapter 56. A mountain, yet not a mountain. Little Gold Baby lay on his family's cart, while old Zhao chose not to ride but instead followed alongside. Li Yue glanced at the lengthy procession and decided to ride ahead with a few others to scout the situation. The village had an abundance of men, rendering her presence as a lone woman unnecessary. However, she alone possessed the skill to ride her bicycle. Zhang Suiping perched on the rear seat of her bicycle, cradling the child, her only valuable possession being a hefty iron pot. Despite the several burly men accompanying her, they seemed unfazed. Ahead, men sought food and water. One rode a bike, while another sat behind, clutching a weapon. Others jogged alongside, while some remained with the cart, assisting in its push. Xiao Yang initially had no intention of joining, but Zhang Suiping expressed her unease and urged her eldest son to help Xiao Yang with his cart. Li Ri acknowledged with a grunt, taking over the cart and urging Xiao Yang to hasten in their quest for sustenance. Xiao Qing rode a tricycle, transporting her mother and nephew, while other village girls and aunties engaged her in conversation, hoping for a ride, only to be met with her haughty refusal. The villagers exchanged glances, bemused by the stark contrast between the siblings. This sister was undeniably selfish and oblivious to the world, which explained her status as an unmarried woman. Li Yue pedaled with all her strength. "Mother, I fail to comprehend why you insist on carrying that pot. Wouldn't it be better to leave it for the sisters? If she had one less pot, it would lighten her load." This battered pot, patched all around, weighed at least 10 pounds. She could practically climb inside for a bath. "What do you know? This pot is our family's most valuable asset. It is the largest, and I assure you, when the time comes, your father will expect me to offer it up for the communal meal. I must protect it." She tugged at the heavy pot, which was indeed cumbersome, and subtly leaned against the seat for support. "Then why bring the spatula and spoon? You chatter too much. It's not as if you have to carry them." Li Yue retorted, rolling her eyes. It was not her burden to bear, yet as she rode, the spatula constantly jabbed into her side. The villagers jogging alongside burst into laughter. It seemed a considerable weight to carry. In the front, a child sat in one pocket, while Chuan Miao cradled two in the other, ensuring equal weight distribution. Li Yue was grateful that in this era, there was no concern for overloading. Otherwise, she would have faced considerable fines from traffic police. "Hey, Li Yue, if you tire, others would gladly switch with you, and in the future, let Xiao Yang help you lift the wheels. Auntie could ride too." Li Yue considered this, imagining her mother experiencing the double burden. After joking and laughing for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the so-called back mountain. The term mountain was quite misleading. In her modern life, she could traverse its height in 2 to 3 hours, yet now it felt insurmountable due to sheer exhaustion. How could this modest elevation be less than the neighboring hill? Zhang Suiping remained silent, huffing as she carried the heavy iron pot. Pondering whether they might find something edible atop the hill, she had her doubts. Mother, will you and Chuanmiao wait for us here, or will you ascend with us? You go ahead. I won't be joining. Chuanmiao and I will dig for wild vegetables here. There were few people on the mountain, all engrossed in the task of foraging. The pot and bicycle were valuable possessions, and leaving them unattended felt unsafe. Thus, Li Yue chose to wait at the foot of the mountain while Xiaoyang and the others climbed. Li Dazhuang and his companions contemplated leaving someone behind, but Li Yue waved them off, urging them to proceed, hoping to find food before the villagers arrived. Chuanmiao set down her siblings and began searching for wild vegetables, demonstrating remarkable maturity. Li Yue looked around, ensuring no one was watching, and took out milk to feed her little daughter. Her mother planned to set up the iron pot, hoping to boil water for a hearty drink once they secured a water source. She wondered whether the mountain had been ravaged by mice. Upon glancing up, she spotted her daughter slyly feeding her granddaughter, with a white ring around her mouth, though Li Yue pretended not to see. After a while, she approached, offering milk to Xiu Xiu. Xiu Xiu, your sister didn't finish her milk. Would you like some? Xiu Xiu licked his lips, his tongue dry and cracked, gazing longingly at his grandmother. Zhang Suiping nodded. Go ahead, don't waste it. Xiu Xiu cradled the milk, sipping it slowly. Unlike the fishy milk he was accustomed to, this was sweet and delightful. His aunt was truly remarkable. The milk was sweet. Zhang Suiping discreetly pulled her daughter aside, fearful Chuanmiao might overhear, and whispered, Don't give any to Li Hao or Li Hua. Li Yue offered her a reassuring glance. They've all had some. Mother, are you thirsty? I have water. Zhang Suiping swallowed. Really? Of course. Li Yue produced a military water pouch, having discarded the old one, now filled to the brim. She handed Zhang Suiping a generous sip. After tasting it, Zhang Suiping hesitated to drink more, for water was a precious commodity, her gaze drifting towards Chuanmiao, still foraging for wild vegetables. Li Yue nodded in understanding. Zhang Suiping glanced up the mountain, where the villagers were busy digging for wild vegetables. Chuanmiao, come here. Chuanmiao obediently ran over, her hands still muddy. Li Yue looked around, conspiratorially instructing Chuanmiao to close her eyes and open her mouth. Without suspicion, Chuanmiao complied, and Li Yue poured her a sip of water. Caught off guard, Chuanmiao struggled to swallow quickly and coughed, spraying some out. You silly girl, your aunt is giving you water, and you still spit it out. Chuanmiao hadn't anticipated her aunt would have water. Li Yue wiped her down, reassuring her that all was well. Mother, you ought to be more discreet. Just because you see her doesn't mean we can't keep it a secret. Chuanmiao won't blab, right, Chuanmiao? Chuanmiao nodded in agreement. Li Yue produced the water pouch again and offered her more. This time, Chuanmiao drank carefully, savoring the sweet taste, which was oddly reminiscent of sugar despite its clear appearance. Zhang Suiping reiterated her caution to Chuanmiao to keep the secret from others. And what about your father and mother? Don't worry about them. I'll make sure they get some. Just don't mention it in the village. Your aunt has only this little water, and we can barely share among ourselves. It wasn't selfishness. Li Yue knew that revealing the water would lead to complications. What if someone suffering from illness targeted her daughter, mistaking her for a witch? Li Yue chose to ignore her mother's thoughts, cradling Li Yuan to the side to provide her with some hydration. The ground was adorned with vibrant green grass, and occasionally a few green wild vegetables peeked through. Most had been stripped bare by passing refugees. Looking up, she noticed the villagers had already climbed halfway up the slope. With other matters beyond her control, she led her two daughters nearby, searching for any overlooked greens. While Chuanmiao busied herself with her younger siblings, Li Yue wielded a small hoe, laboriously digging small holes, planting seedlings from her space, little vegetables, and even a couple of cabbages and carrots, all while perspiring profusely. Zhang Suiping, in search of her daughter, circled around the small hill, finally discovering her engaged in planting. She cleared her throat. Mother will keep watch for you. Hurry up. Grandma, Auntie. What are you doing? Xiu Xiu inquired, running over with his little legs, peering up curiously. Chapter 57. Concealing Vegetables. Li Yue's heart skipped a beat. Standing up, she patted Xiu Xiu's small head, signaling for silence with her finger pressed to her lips. Go fetch Sister Chuanmiao. Auntie has found something special. Don't tell anyone else. Xiu Xiu raised an eyebrow, nodding enthusiastically, and with small, swift strides, dashed off to find her sister, tugging at her hand to come along. Zhang Suiping and Li Yue exchanged knowing smiles, beckoning to Chuanmiao. Quickly, Chunmiao, hide. Don't let anyone see you. Chunmiao gazed in awe at the vibrant green vegetables and the plump cabbages on the ground, her mouth agape. How fortunate her aunt must be. Fearing that this happiness might slip away too quickly, she glanced up at the people halfway up the hill and hurriedly stuffed everything into her pockets. Zhang Suiping, having gathered the mud, placed it all into the pot without a proper cover. A sudden thought struck her, and she stripped Shoshu of his clothing, draping it over herself. After all, Shoshu was just a little boy, being bare-bottomed was of little concern. Li Yue could hardly bear to look. In this era, clothing was precious. This tiny child hadn't even been provided with undergarments, and now he stood completely exposed, revealing his delicate, pale backside and little member. Shoshu, blushing, had nowhere to hide and covered his bottom with his hands. Little rascal, what are you covering up for? There's nothing to be shy about. As it seemed he was about to burst into tears, Li Yue, both amused and exasperated, shielded him from view, finding the situation utterly hilarious. Zhang Suiping, however, couldn't allow her grandson to remain uncovered. She moved to gather some grass and leaves to cushion the ground for him to sit on. Yet, scarcely had he settled when Shoshu began to wail loudly. Li Yue rushed over, unable to suppress a sigh. Mother, I told you this wouldn't work. Look. His bottom was just bitten by a bug. Sister-in-law will be heartbroken. It was all for the sake of hiding these items. Enough chatter, look out for people coming down. They'll be here any moment. Make sure you hide everything well. Gradually, figures began to descend from the mountain, and with the items covered in the pot. It was rather conspicuous. Zhang Suiping devised a plan, instructing Li Yuan to lie atop the vegetables, covered by clothing. Passers-by merely assumed it was a makeshift sunshade for the child, while only Shoshu was aware of the predicament he was in, drawing curious glances from onlookers. They shook their heads, pitying the boy who was forced to part with his clothing for the sake of the little one on the ground. Li Yue kept a wary eye on the crowd, cradling the child in her arms as she steadied her bicycle. Chunmiao, clutching a dagger, remained vigilant. Her gaze fixed on the approaching individuals, her hand resting on the bike. A passerby scoffed disdainfully, what a worthless bunch. Can't eat or drink. And yet those scraps of wood are treated as treasures, they must be starving. After a while, the main group from the village finally appeared, sluggishly making their way towards them. Daughter, ride your bike and inform them that vegetables have been found, they're moving at a snail's pace. Li Yue hid behind a rock, reluctant to exert herself under the blazing sun, but seeing more people descending from the mountain, she had no choice but to hop on her bicycle. As soon as she settled onto the seat, a wave of heat rushed to her bottom. She disregarded the discomfort, pedaling vigorously to reach the group. Fortunately, the path was relatively smooth, save for a few sandy patches that made her bike skid slightly. Father, we've discovered some vegetables. Hurry, we must be cautious of those coming down the mountain. The villagers looked up and indeed spotted a group making their way down the hillside, robust and energetic, jogging towards the foot of the mountain. The precious vegetables must not fall into the wrong hands. Li Yue yawned, seeing the villagers finally rousing themselves, and nodded in satisfaction. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the group nearly collided with Zhang Suiping, prompting the villagers to hastily rush forward to her and the children. Those descending were taken aback by the sudden surge of people. Their plight was hardly better than that of the villagers from Li's family, some bore tattered skin. Li Yue frowned, urging the villagers to keep their distance from these individuals, lest they carry diseases from rodent bites. Li Yue, where are the vegetables you found? Can we give the little golden child a leaf? His lips are chapped. Zhang Suiping tore a large, water-laden cabbage leaf from the pot, stuffing it into the little golden child's mouth. It was a generous, succulent piece, glistening with moisture and looking refreshingly sweet. The villagers couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Where on earth did such cabbages come from? They scanned the area, unable to find any signs of a vegetable patch. You all know my daughter is incredibly lucky. When she happened upon that pit over there, it was just perfect timing. Zhang Suiping employed her persuasive charm, and although the villagers weren't completely gullible, they turned a blind eye, content with whatever food they could get. Li Yue has always had good fortune. Right now, every household is starving, and they're just hoping she'll find sustenance. You found these vegetables but no water? How ungrateful of you. Having vegetables is already a blessing. Wanting water too? What do you want me to do? Offer you my blood? Zhang Suiping raised her brows defiantly, standing with hands on her hips, looking fierce. The person she addressed was left speechless. The villagers hurriedly chimed in, urging Zhang Suiping not to be angry. and suggested they focus on how to distribute the cabbage among so many. Some glanced up the mountain, trying to spot Xiaoyang and the others, obscured by trees. They hoped Xiaoyang would share his wife's good fortune. Zhang Suiping's family divided the cabbage leaves in half. While eating only cabbage leaves wouldn't fill anyone's stomach, there was little choice. Having something to eat was better than nothing. When it came time to distribute to Qian Zhaodi's household, Zhang Suiping deliberately selected a smaller leaf for them, while the neighboring family received a larger piece. Mother. Isn't this a bit small? Why does her family get such a big one? Have you considered how many people are in your family compared to theirs? What is wrong with a slightly larger portion? It's shameful to argue. Zhang Suiping raised her voice, increasingly irked. When it was time for the little golden child's family to receive their share, he had already taken a large leaf for himself earlier. So Zhang Suiping handed them a smaller one. He already had his fill. Your family can only have this smaller one. As the last of the cabbages were about to be distributed, even those who were dissatisfied had no choice but to accept. Cabbage could be eaten raw. But the small greens posed a challenge. Everyone began to worry. These small greens are best in soup. If only we could sprinkle an egg on top. That would be delightful. Li Yue, could you try your luck and see if you can find us an egg? Zhang Youfu's wife smiled at Li Yue. Have some shame. My daughter isn't your servant. You want her to gather for you while you lie about. After being scolded by Zhang Suiping, Zhang Youfu's wife pouted, feeling slighted. Li Yue took the villagers' banter in stride, choosing to remain silent. Whether she shared or not was her own decision, primarily motivated by the bonds within the village. However, if some people took her for a fool, she would not comply with their wishes, for sharing also carried risks. The villagers nibbled on the cabbage leaves like hamsters. When will this life ever see an end? Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Chapter 58, Abundance of Meat and Vegetables. Just as everyone had nearly finished the cabbage leaves, Xiaoyang and his companions finally spotted some figures. The villagers at the bottom waved at them, while those on the mountain returned the gesture, their spirits evidently high. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Surely they had found something good, given their joyous demeanor. Li Dazhuang was the first to sprint down, grinning broadly. Xiaoyang, look. Let us hurry. The villagers have claimed their spots. Upon hearing those words, every household abandoned their dilapidated carts and dashed towards the mountains. Zhang Suiping, in a flurry, carelessly knocked all the greens from her large iron pot onto the ground, yet she did not hesitate to hoist the hefty pot onto her back. Daughter, wait here while I fetch water, she instructed. The Li brothers, determined to alleviate their mother of such a burdensome load, jostled to seize the pot. In the ensuing tussle, the pot clattered to the ground, causing Zhang Suiping immense heartache, prompting her to twist her eldest son's ear in dismay. You reckless fool. Are you afraid of breaking the pot or injuring your leg? Look what you've done, she muttered, repeating her lament twice. It was Li Yue who urged her to hurry up the mountain for water, lest they miss the opportunity to collect it, thus saving her elder brother from a dire predicament. Zhang Suiping inspected the pot once more before sprinting up the mountain with it. Watching her mother's retreating figure, Li Yue felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Xiaoqing scoffed as she climbed the mountain path, believing her mother was unfit for such exertion and should remain below. Once the crowd at the base thinned, Li Yue approached her mother-in-law, offering her a water pouch. Drink, drink. I'll have some once they return, Xiaomu smiled, politely declining, her upbringing making her hesitant to accept water from her daughter-in-law. It's fine, let little Bao have some too. Upon hearing her grandchild's name, Xiaomu hesitated no longer, thanking Li Yue as she took the pouch for her grandson to sip. Li Yue then distributed water to the children of her elder brother and sister-in-law who had not followed up the mountain. The older ones, like Chuanmiao, scampered up the trail, outpacing the adults. Meanwhile, the mother of the little golden boy stayed behind, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Li Yue. Softening, Li Yue stepped forward to offer water to the frail child, who was still unconscious. As he tasted the water, he instinctively swallowed, prompting tears to stream down his mother's face at the sight. Rest assured, old Zhao is quite skilled. With some medicine, little Jinhua should awaken. In just a few hours, the mother's eyes had swollen from weeping. She would rather endure the pain herself than see her child languishing. Li Yue, seeking a distraction, led Li Hao and the younger children from her sister-in-law's family to clean the dirt off the vegetables, hoping to save water when washing them later. The children obediently listened to their aunt, and she delightedly produced a few candies from her space. Open your mouths. she exclaimed, and the little ones, resembling chicks awaiting feed, obediently complied. Soon, each received a hard sugar cube, sweet and creamy, the finest candy they had ever tasted. They covered their small mouths in disbelief, their eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Li Yue smiled warmly, lowering her voice. Let us keep this a secret. You've all earned it. The youngsters nodded earnestly, their laughter bubbling forth, cautious not to choke as they savored the sweetness. Li Yue indulged in a piece herself, finding solace in the sweetness amidst the hardships of the journey. The rich flavor of the creamy milk candy blossomed on her palate, lifting her spirits considerably. As the figures on the mountain gradually faded from view, they were likely winding their way to the water source. Soon, she could obtain water without hesitation. Most households had lost nearly everything, primarily grains and bedding, but every family retained some means of carrying water. Some children even hid in the water barrels, ensuring that the villagers could hydrate adequately this time. One by one, unfamiliar refugees descended from the mountain, returning empty-handed. Li Yue, not inclined to share the news of the water source with them, observed as their hopes dwindled, clutching their bundles tightly. By evening, the refugees were nearly all back down the mountain, a distant group still visible. The absence of new arrivals might have been due to the rats chasing them away. One could only imagine the pitiful sight of those unfortunate souls being gnawed upon. Perhaps those who had consumed the discarded remnants would regain their sanity and escape unscathed. But who could say for certain? As boredom settled in, Li Yue and Jinhua's mother gathered firewood, preparing to cook. The sky darkened further, and at long last, the villagers of Li family returned from the mountain, their faces beaming with joy. Their water pouches and containers were filled to the brim, and even the large vat overflowed. Xiaoyang had managed to catch 2 scrawny rabbits, while others had snared wild chickens, perfectly timed for adding greens to their soup. The villagers began to kindle fires for cooking, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, especially the scent of meat, stirring their stomachs after such a long day without nourishment. Zhang Suiping approached, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Heavens, you won't believe what your mother encountered on the mountain. Li Yue's immediate thought was of wild beasts. Yet, it turned out to be Wang Enyi and his wretched clan, along with the lot from Wang village. You cannot imagine. My daughter, how embarrassing it was to describe them, such a miserable bunch, now frantically searching for water in the mountains. She frowned, worrying about their presence. If they were to taint their newfound water source, it would spell trouble. The thought of having found this precious resource, only to have it contaminated, sent a chill down her spine. She shared her concerns with Zhang Suiping, who gasped, surely not. Nevertheless, she hurried off to inform her husband, believing it wise to be prepared. This entire situation was indeed disheartening and unsettling. Regardless, she resolved to enjoy her meal for the time being, leaving the other matters to her father and his peers. Secure in the knowledge that they had access to clean water, albeit regretting the plight of the villagers. The aroma enveloped the base of the mountain, with every iron pot bubbling with broth, each containing a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. The villagers' eyes fixated on the pots, reluctant to look away, while Li Tian, feeling ignored, sent someone to watch over the mountain, only to be met with indifference. Frustrated, he inhaled 2 deep puffs of smoke, causing old Zhao beside him to cough violently. Try sending others away while you remain. After a day of hunger, no one can bear to leave the tantalizing aroma behind. If you chase them off now, they will surely blame you when they cannot have a warm meal. Old Zhao produced his own spices, advising that they be added to the pot, leaving the decision for others to add as they pleased. He longed to share a meal from Li's pot, having noticed it was brimming with more meat and vegetables than any other. The others merely had broth, while Li's was a thick stew of meat and greens, far more appealing than foraging for insects. Darling, darling, at last, I've found you. A distant, grating voice echoed, bringing Li Yue to roll her eyes and feign ignorance. The voice belonged to none other than Wang Enyi, and as he drew closer, he bore no resemblance to the refined scholar he once was. Disheveled, with hair in disarray and a face smeared with dirt, his tattered clothing obscured its original color, and he wore mismatched straw sandals that exposed his toes. The once confident glint in his eyes had faded, replaced by exhaustion. Seeing this spectacle, Li Yue could not suppress a laugh. What goes around comes around. The heavens spare no one. Darling, darling. With tears streaming down his face, Wang Enyi rushed over, attempting to reach out to Li Yue, only to have her deftly evade him by shifting the bowl she was holding aside. He had deliberately chosen to appear during mealtime, clearly with the intention of scrounging for food. Li Yue quickened her eating pace and muttered, "Bah, who are you calling my lady? You're ruining my reputation." In the past, the original body had relished Wang Enyi's affectionate title for her. Wang Enyi had insisted that it was quite different from the village's mundane terms for women. It had a poetic flair, befitting a scholar like himself, the scholar's lady. Only one so addressed as my lady was worthy of a scholar's temperament. The original body had often found herself enchanted by this appellation. As Xiaoyang approached, he stared incredulously at Wang Enyi. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his stature and serious demeanor made Wang Enyi feel as if he were somehow diminished in presence. Yet, at that moment, he was far too desperate to care about pride or dignity. The gnawing hunger and thirst were real, pushing him to the brink of despair. He lamented. Had Li Yue not divorced him, the food she was consuming could have filled his own stomach, and he would have been sipping from her cup, with her burdened by the weight of their shared responsibilities. Ever since Li Qingyun and his parents had departed from the village, he had been living in Wangjia village in a manner worse than a dog. People regarded him with peculiar glances, mocking him mercilessly. Were it not for the village head, who still clung to the hope of stabilizing his scholarly status, he would have been met with nothing but disdain. His feelings of regret and resentment were palpable, formerly. His brothers and sisters-in-law had fawned over him, but now they treated him with disdain, even scolding him for eating more than their children. Presently, with his mother standing beside him, Wang Enyi had contemplated many things since spotting the people from Li family village on the mountain. Even if he had to beg on his knees, he would make Li Yue soften her heart. After all, her father was the village head of Li family village. "What are you staring at? I advise you to be wise and get lost, or I'll make you regret it," he warned. Li Yue's elder brother frowned, shaking his fist in a threatening manner. Compared to Wang Enyi, who was incapable of physical labor, he preferred the taciturn but diligent Xiaoyang, who was honest and straightforward, while Wang Enyi came off as a slick-tongued scoundrel. Upon witnessing his brother-in-law's disdainful attitude, Wang Enyi felt a surge of anger. However, when he met Li Yue's gaze, his resolve faltered. He knew she was upset with him and needed to placate her before dealing with his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, we are family after all. Li Yue, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Truly, we have shared a bed for so many years." At his words, Li Yue's first instinct was to glance at Xiaoyang, who remained expressionless. She secretly sighed in relief before turning her cold demeanor back to Wang Enyi. "Get lost. We are not close. If you keep pestering me, do you believe I won't slap you?" Wang Enyi clenched his fists, his growling stomach forcing him to suppress the urge to strangle Li Yue. How dare she speak to him in such a manner? After years of marriage, she had only recently begun to assert herself. Previously, he had coaxed her into submission, hoping to speak to her gently. Now, it seemed she had found her backbone. "Li Yue, do not forget that I am a scholar. We have children together. Do you truly wish to treat me this way? Are you not afraid that Deya and Arya will resent you when they grow up?" Li Yue scoffed, arms crossed. "What? Now you're bringing up your two daughters? Bring me money. Children need food and drink, and they don't come for free. Settle the meal expenses. Have you lost your mind? Did I not already give you money before?" Wang Enyi protested. "The money I gave you should cover your current needs. I do not ask for more than a meal. I will remember your kindness when I prosper in the future." Li Yue, uninterested in engaging with him further, focused on devouring her meal instead. She waved her fist in warning, her eyes narrowing. "I advise you not to approach me, or I will seriously hit you." Wang Laopa had intended to scold Li Yue, but upon seeing the food in her bowl, she abandoned her plans and knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly. "Li Yue, my dear daughter-in-law, I know I was wrong. For the sake of our past as a harmonious family, please grant us some food. It will not affect you." Several of Wang's brothers and sisters-in-law chimed in. "Yes, sister-in-law, remember how well we all got along. Just a bite to eat is all we ask. We will still consider you our daughter-in-law in the future. What is Li Qingyun compared to you? Only you are our rightful, well-married daughter-in-law." Regret filled their hearts, realizing that their attempts to curry favor with Li Qingyun had yielded no benefits, while Li Yue had labored tirelessly in the Wang household over the years. Akin to a diligent ox, she had performed every chore, and with her around, they had lived like lords. Li Yue completely disregarded them, finishing her meal in a few bites. Wang Enyi, undeterred by his failed attempts, approached his two daughters, eager to speak. "Deya, Arya, do you miss your father?" Zhang Suiping shoved him aside with her backside. "Get lost." Li Hao and Li Hua, particularly Li Yue, who was older and had a deeper memory, recalled that their father had never smiled at them. Though she had once fantasized about her father smiling at her, now that he actually did, it filled her with dread rather than joy. His smile sent a shiver down her spine. Li Yue was practically terrified of the unfamiliar man smiling at her. It was no wonder she couldn't recognize her own father. He was nearly unrecognizable. Wang Lapa seized Li Yue's slender arm, attempting to snatch the bowl from her hands. With her dirty little face, teary eyes, and quivering lips, she looked utterly pitiful. This was the first time such an incident had occurred in Li family village, and Li Yue, frightened, cried out for her mother. Li Yue, infuriated, set her bowl into her mother's hands and, removing her shoes, raised one to strike Wang Lapa's face, scolding as she did so, "You old hag, I warned you to stay away from us. Why can't you remember?" The villagers of Li family displayed their displeasure towards the encroaching Wang family, guarding their bowls and glaring at them. The Wang villagers swallowed hard, eyeing the food in the bowls, their hunger emboldening them to plead. "It's Wang Nes family that has lost their humanity. We're still neighbors, please. Give us something to eat." The villagers of Li family were not foolish. In the past, the Wang villagers had not been close enough to merit sharing their food. Why should they share when they themselves were barely surviving? Get lost. After finishing their meals, the Li villagers armed themselves with tools, refusing to let the Wang family approach, fearing contamination. The Wang villagers cursed and grumbled, but the Li villagers steadfastly ignored them. Seeing the food being consumed to the last morsel, the Wang villagers could no longer contain their desperation. "We tried to reason with you. If you refuse to listen, we'll fight for our food." The consequences were predictable. Those who had not eaten could not compete with those who were sated. At that moment, even the once strong men of Wang family village were rendered powerless by hunger. Amidst the chaos, some Wang villagers ultimately collapsed from starvation. "You killed our people. You must pay for our lives." The Li villagers spat, pressing forward. "What is it to you? You brought this upon yourselves." Casting a glance at the devastated Wang villagers, who had suffered significant losses, the Li villagers showed no mercy as they pushed them away. "We have already shown you enough mercy. If you do not leave now, our fists will not spare you." This time, the Li villagers had learned their lesson well. Even the Wang villagers' attempts to launch a surprise attack were futile. In Wangjia village, a group gathered in hushed whispers, lingering nearby, reluctant to depart. Li Tian, sensing their intentions, vociferously urged the villagers of Li family village to intensify their patrols that evening, guarding against potential theft as one would against a cunning thief. The inhabitants of Wangjia village seethed with suppressed rage, caught in the stifling frustration of wanting to eliminate their adversaries, but finding themselves unable to do so. They spent the night in restless anticipation, plotting a surprise attack while the Li villagers slept. Alas, their plans fell through, as the Li villagers proved as impenetrable as a fortress. At dawn, when Xiaoyang and his companions awoke to find the Wangjia villagers peacefully slumbering, they stealthily ascended the mountain to gather water, relieved to discover it still clear and pure. Some Wangjia villagers, who had slept lightly, dared to follow at a distance, hoping for a stroke of luck. Water, unexpectedly, there was water. Those who accompanied Xiaoyang felt fortunate that their decision to venture up the mountain had borne fruit. Having found water, they knew they could stave off death, if not hunger. At least for a while. The supply was meager, enough for each to quench their thirst and, perhaps, if fortune favored them, they might even catch a glimpse of small fish. Once Xiaoyang and his group departed, the Wangjia villagers surged forward, eagerly gulping down the clean water. They were honest folk. And after satisfying their thirst, they descended the mountain to inform their fellow villagers of the water source above. The Wangjia villagers raced back up the mountain. Yet the Li villagers had already packed their belongings and set off ahead. As they glanced back, they caught a fleeting glimpse of Li Yue and her companions on their peculiar vehicles, but it was too late. They might miss the chance to drink it all. Even so, some among them, in their haste, jostled those they believed were ahead, causing one unfortunate soul to tumble down the mountainside, scraping their skin, yet they rose again, determined to continue their ascent. As the Li villagers descended, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon not encountering any more annoying adversaries, fearing the Wangjia villagers might cling to them like a stubborn adhesive. The little golden-haired child awoke from his slumber, stirred by a promise of candy he had heard in his dreams. Having not tasted sweets in ages, he had forgotten their flavor. Seizing the opportunity while his family was distracted, Li Yue approached him. "Open wide," she urged. The little one obediently complied, a bitter taste flooding his mouth as he opened it, his tongue tinged yellow. Li Yue placed a small piece of milk candy onto his tongue, transforming the bitterness into a flood of sweetness, prompting him to suck eagerly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he covered his mouth, wishing to prolong the delightful taste. As the Li villagers trekked further, the oppressive heat intensified, but they were grateful for the water found on the mountain. Without it, their journey would have been impossible. The sultry air hung heavily around them. "Mother, do you think it will rain?" Zhang Suiping extended her hand to silence her daughter. "Do not speak such words. It might frighten the heavens away." Such superstitions seemed absurd to Li Yue, yet she dared not provoke her mother's temper. The villagers quietly hoped for rain, yearning for relief from the sweltering heat, yet they faced the unfortunate reality of having no means to shield themselves from it. Their previous raincoats and hats had all been chewed through by rats. "Father, if we cannot find shelter from the rain soon, we may end up soaked." "And that would be unbearable." Li Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. "Eldest, you and Dehu go ahead and be cautious." Li Ri nodded in agreement, joining Li Dehu and others in search of a refuge. Li Yue and the others, riding bicycles and pushing carts, followed at a slow pace. Sometimes, life has a way of delivering what one fears most. Just as they advanced, ominous raindrops began to fall unexpectedly. The mood among the Li villagers was complex. Had this happened earlier, they would have rejoiced at the prospect of water, but now they found themselves exposed without cover. Everyone scrambled to gather whatever containers they had to catch the rain. Children, fearful of getting wet, were shielded by their parents' garments. At long last, the heavens seemed to open their eyes. The rain poured down, soaking their clothes, which clung to their bodies, yet the air remained stiflingly warm, making it difficult to breathe. Children extended their small hands to feel the refreshing rain. It seemed as if the heavens were intent on shedding all the burdens of recent days. The raindrops grew larger and fell more fervently. Li Ri and his companions, still seeking shelter, found their journey arduous. The once parched earth could not absorb the deluge fast enough, resulting in small puddles forming everywhere. Some water seeped into the soil, quenching the thirst of the long dry land. Back in the village, others had no means of protection from the rain, but Li Yue did. She retrieved a raincoat from her pack and donned it, allowing the child to hide beneath its cover. Zhang Suiping, struggling under the weight of a large iron pot, found it cumbersome and painful as it repeatedly struck Li Yue's back. "Mother, that pot is too heavy. You should come under my raincoat instead. It offers better protection than that pot." The ground became increasingly muddy after the rain, and fearing a fall, Li Yue dismounted her bicycle to push it along. Zhang Suiping called for the children to huddle under her raincoat and follow her. "Li Yue, do you have any more of that?" "There are so many children in the village. We adults can manage, but the children must stay dry." The rain blurred her vision like a curtain, making it impossible to discern the expressions of those around her. The little golden-haired child, just recovering from illness, was also present. Li Yue produced a larger piece of oilcloth-like material to cover the children's heads. All the village children clambered onto a bullock cart, but it was hardly enough. Only the younger boys and smaller children could fit, while the older ones trailed behind, watching enviously. Uncertain if her elder brother had found a place to take shelter, Li Yue pressed on, her own endurance waning. Chapter 61, Seeking Refuge in a Cave. Li family village could only be described as unfortunate. They had scoured for water, only to have it snatched away, faced with swarms of rats, lost all their belongings, and now found themselves with nothing amidst an unprecedented downpour. Truly, the heavens seemed unyielding in their cruelty. Fortunately, Li Ri soon returned, muddy and breathless from running. "Father, we found a cave ahead. It should provide enough shelter for our villagers." Everyone hastened their pace, following him toward the cave. Their clothes and shoes were thoroughly soaked, feet submerged in water, pant legs and skirts caked in mud, and straw sandals thick with muck, breaking apart as they trudged through. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached the cave entrance, where the villagers waved to them. There are still some people inside. They went out to gather firewood, were short on fuel. The cave appeared to have once been inhabited, with remnants of small tables and stoves, but the whereabouts of its former occupants remained a mystery. As Li Yue and her companions pushed their cart inside, the damp ground made it impossible for the children to sleep anywhere but on the cart, which was also soaked through. The villagers searched for suitable resting spots and eventually found some moldy wooden planks and damp straw in a corner. Those who had gone to collect firewood returned with wet branches. After several attempts to ignite the branches, they only produced smoke without catching fire. The damp straw proved useless, emitting a foul odor and choking smoke. In her supplies, Li Yue had some barbecue charcoal intended for camping. She rummaged through the stove, pretending to search for the elusive black stones, and finally succeeded in igniting a flame. This will do. As the charcoal began to ignite, thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, though the scent was not entirely unpleasant. Nevertheless, within the confines of this dim cave, it provoked a persistent cough. Old Zhao rummaged through his belongings and extracted some herbs. "Oh dear, quickly now, try this mosquito repellent," he urged. The flames from the burning charcoal consumed the herbs, releasing a fragrant aroma of mugwort. Lighting a small handful, a woman circled the cave, effectively dispersing the pesky insects. The Li brothers stood at the entrance, collecting clean rainwater in a large iron pot. Zhang Suiping approached, frowning in dismay. "What are you doing, you fool? Can't you see it's all muddy? Go over there, it's clean." Watching her clumsy son, she grew anxious, insisting he fetch water from the drier spot. Li Yue, observing the scene, called after her, "Mother, be mindful of your health at your age. Come quickly to warm Yuan, she's soaked." Zhang Suiping snapped, shoving the pot toward her well-meaning but simple son before hastening to tend to her granddaughter. "Just look at you. What would you do without me?" she scolded, though her hands continued to work diligently, removing the damp clothes from Li Yuan and drying her head and body. "Oh dear, my little darling, did you get soaked?" When Li Yuan sneezed, it tugged at her heartstrings. She drew the child close to the fire, determined to dry her off, while Li Yue helped warm the clothes. The little one must not catch a chill, so ensuring her comfort was the household's foremost priority. The second sister-in-law also tended to her young son, glancing at her fair-skinned niece. Yuan's little bottom is as soft as a bun, so delicate." Li Tian squeezed closer, eager to pinch his granddaughter's round bottom, only to be swatted away by Zhang Suiping. "You old fool, just leave her be. What does a tiny child know?" Li Yue could not help but push her father away. "Father, perhaps you should find more spots to start fires for drying clothes. Be careful, or you might catch a chill." The water they had collected was relatively clean, while the eldest sister-in-law busily prepared hot water to warm everyone up. Old Zhao contributed slices of ginger, reflecting on the diminishing supply of his herbs, pondering the endless needs of Li family village. "Old Li, after the rain, take my old bones and help me gather more herbs. I fear your village has nearly depleted my stock." Li Yue, noticing her daughter warming up, dashed into the rain to scrub the sweat from her daughter's clothes, provoking a flurry of reprimands from her mother. She pretended not to hear, only returning when the clothes were clean enough to dry by the fire, then turned her attention to her other two daughters. The other girls had also been caught in the rain and were now shivering by the fire. The village women urged their children to shed their wet clothes for a while to dry off. The younger girls, feeling bashful, clung tightly to their garments. They searched for fabric to warm the adults' clothes as well. After a thorough search around the cave, they finally found a tattered old sheet, which they used to separate the boys from the girls while they took turns warming by the fire. Li Yue could not suppress a couple of sneezes, luckily. She had sipped the ginger soup her sister-in-law provided to keep warm. The pungent ginger broth, devoid of sugar, was met with resistance from the children, who protested with cries of its spiciness, gasping for breath with tears in their eyes. The adults coaxed them, and amidst the clamor of the cave, the children reluctantly drank the ginger soup under the adults' firm insistence. The sounds of scolding and reprimanding echoed within the small cave, more chaotic than a bustling market. Some families had spare clothes to change into, and those with nothing to do took the opportunity to wash their garments in the rainwater. The men examined the carts, clearing the mud from the water's surface, while the children joyfully bounced around the cave. As darkness enveloped the sky, the path was no longer traversable, and the cave became a refuge for warmth and rest. The previously damp straw had dried sufficiently to provide a comfortable bed for the children. The elderly and the children settled on a cart lined with straw, while Li Yue and her companions found a spot against the wall to nestle. Cradling her child, who was already drifting into sweet slumber, she felt the fatigue wash over her and closed her eyes to rest. Alas, sleep eluded her. Rubbing her temples, she noticed the echoing sounds in the cave. The symphony of snores rose and fell like a contest, one ceasing while another began. Her limbs felt slightly numb, and a chill crept over her, prompting her to rise and pace the cave with Li Yuan in her arms. The others were deep in sleep. While the relentless rain poured down at the cave entrance, a curtain of sound, and the wind swept in, sending shivers down her spine. Li Yuan whimpered softly, her forehead pressed against the child's warm little head, likely warm from the rain. Her tiny hands and feet were also hot. And despite her efforts to feed her ginger soup, the little one stubbornly refused to drink, wailing in frustration. Seeing the child's flushed face, she hurriedly nudged old Zhao awake. Having never cared for a child before, she was hesitant to use any medicine on such a young one. Old Zhao, deep in slumber, dreamt of beasts gnawing at his leg, pulling him with all their might. Startled awake, he glared at Li Yue. What is it? But then he noticed the anxious eyes not far behind her, and his sleepiness vanished in an instant. Chapter 62. Werewolf Kill. In the pitch-black, rain-soaked night, emerald green eyes slowly approached their direction. Uncle Zhao, Yuan has a fever. Please take a look. Li Yue worriedly touched her daughter's small face. Upon meeting old Zhao's alarmed gaze, she urged, Li Yue, quickly call your husband and wake everyone. It seems there are wolves outside. Li Yue turned back and indeed saw several pairs of glimmering green eyes. Wolves at night are no trivial matter. Had she not awakened, the consequences could have been dire. She hurried back into the cave to alert the others. Li Tian was still fast asleep, and Li Yue shook her father awake. Father, wake up. There are wolves outside. Her voice was urgent, echoing throughout the cave. Wolves. Wolves. The villagers were jolted awake, startled. Xiao Yang grabbed his tools and strode purposefully outside, with the other men following closely behind. Wolves were no laughing matter, especially when their own wives and children were within the cave. As the pillar of the family, it was imperative to drive these beasts away. The flickering firelight cast elongated, sinister shadows within the cave. After a short while, the men of Li family village stood at the entrance. Old Zhao approached to examine Li Yuan. With a pained expression, he pulled out his precious anesthetic to offer to Xiao Yang. Only use this as a last resort. It's rare. Xiao Yang thanked him and glanced at Li Yue. You stay here. I will take good care of your mother and son. With a resolute nod, Xiao Yang strode out with purpose, his figure tall and steady as a mountain. The women roused the older children, gathering the little ones in a protective circle around the fire. Silence fell in the cave as everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, ears pricked to catch any sounds from outside. Xiao Yang and the others intended to use the fire to ward off the wolves. The fierce beasts, fixated on the unexpected feast, had been starving for quite some time. With a series of howls, they lunged toward the cave, one wolf charging in while the others followed suit. Starving and desperate, the wolves were consumed by a singular thought, to devour the unexpected food before them. What could Xiao Yang do in the face of such a multitude? The villagers instinctively turned to the experienced Xiao Yang for guidance. A flicker of unusual determination flashed in his eyes. These wolves, though numerous, were not particularly robust, having been emaciated from prolonged hunger. If the villagers banded together, they could surely vanquish these beasts, provided they could muster the courage. Do not fear, he urged. These wolves appear to have been starving for quite some time. Their steps lack vigor. We can certainly defeat them. His encouragement resonated with the villagers, though their skepticism was palpable as they gazed at him in disbelief. Is this truly possible? We are faced with a pack of wolves, after all. Clutching the knife that Li Yue had gifted him, a fine opportunity to test its swiftness, Xiao Yang rallied them further. Do not falter. Think of your wives and children within the village. If we allow these creatures to breach our defenses, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps it was the thought of their families that emboldened the men of Li family village, who collectively responded with a resounding affirmation. The fervent cheer startled the wolves, causing them to flinch. A tense standoff ensued, with both sides locked in a silent confrontation. Rain drummed upon the wolves' backs, their fur slick and matted. After what felt like an eternity, one wolf, unable to contain its instinct, lunged forward, aiming to sever the throat of a villager. The men of Li family village had never encountered such a scenario. With a startled cry, one raised a shovel, swinging it wildly. To their surprise, the makeshift weapon struck true, eliciting a pained yelp from the wolf. This outcry ignited the pack's fury, and they surged toward the villagers in a relentless assault. One cunning wolf seized the opportunity to dart into the cave, locking eyes with Qian Zhaodi. She gasped in horror, shoving the person beside her before collapsing to the ground, clutching her abdomen as blood seeped forth. The scent of blood sent the wolves into a frenzy. As the villagers helplessly witnessed the wolf sink its teeth into Qian Jinbao's leg, his anguished cries filled the air, and the women dared not intervene. Armed with a weapon, Li Yue considered stepping forward, believing she could handle the situation. However, Zhang Suiping grasped her arm firmly, declaring, "Stay here, I will go." With furrowed brows, she knew that Qian Zhaodi was with child and could not bear to witness her demise. "Mother." Li Yue's sisters-in-law gasped, unwilling to let their mother-in-law take such a risk. Just moments ago, Qian Zhaodi's family had occupied the prime position at the cave's entrance, and now it seemed cruel fate had led the wolves right to them. Clutching a dagger, Qian Zhaodi charged at the wolf still gnashing at Qian Jinbao's leg. Following her lead, Chuan Miao trailed behind, dagger in hand, intent on protecting her grandmother. Li Yue felt a surge of pride. Li's elder brother, in a state of panic, lamented the recklessness of the young girl. Is this truly the time for heroics? The chaos within the cave escalated, filled with the sounds of screams. Outside, the anxious villagers strained to discern the commotion within, desperate yet reluctant to enter the fray. Inside and outside the cave, a fierce battle raged on. Chuan Miao and Zhang Suiping fought valiantly against the wolf, thrusting their daggers with reckless abandon. Just as the wolf prepared to retaliate, an arrow found its mark in the creature's forehead, a shot fired by Li Yue. At that moment, she resembled a shadowy assassin emerging from the darkness, her aim unerring despite the throng around her. The villagers could hardly fathom her newfound skill with a bow. As the wolf fell lifeless, Qian Jinbao continued to writhe in agony, but Zhang Suiping paid him no heed, urgently pulling Qian Zhaodi deeper into the cave. Qian Zhaodi, now pale and trembling, clutched her abdomen. "Mother, the baby, my baby." Zhang Suiping dismissed her cries, instructing her to prepare herbal medicine for Qian Zhaodi. The harrowing scene sent the children in the cave into a chorus of wails. "Silence. This is not the time for tears. Your fathers are still outside. What does your crying accomplish?" Li Yue admonished loudly. The women quickly covered their children's mouths, fearful that their cries would distract their husbands. After what felt like an eternity, a jubilant cheer erupted from outside. "We did it. We killed them all." But what transpired in here? A man rushed in, only to be met with the sight of blood pooling on the ground and a slain wolf. The women explained the tragic events, Qian Zhaodi's miscarriage and Qian Jinbao's injury. Upon hearing of his wife's loss, Li Xing rushed inside, his own minor injuries from wolf bites inconsequential compared to the heartache. Meanwhile, other men bore more grievous wounds. One losing an arm entirely, his wife weeping inconsolably at his side. While there were no fatalities, numerous injuries were evident. What shall we do about this? Chapter 63, Relishing the Meat Broth. The villagers naturally inquired how to handle the wolves. Li Tian pondered briefly, "Let us distribute the wolf meat among the villagers, and the skins shall go to those who fought bravely against them. Every household could use the warmth of these pelts for their bedding." He rapped his smoking pipe against a stone, surveying the crowd. "I witnessed everything clearly. Those who sought to profit from this chaos shall receive nothing." Zhang Youfu felt a flush of embarrassment, fully aware that Li Tian's words were directed at his son. Some voiced their discontent, recalling the terror the wolves had instilled. Li Tian retorted, "If a woman can slay a wolf, what excuse does a man have for cowardice?" Indeed, if Zhang Suiping, an ordinary village woman, could confront the wolves, then the men should be ashamed of their panic. As matters settled, Qian Zhaodi lamented the loss of her child, weeping uncontrollably in Li Xing's embrace. Her parents held resentment toward her for pushing her brother into harm's way, offering no words of comfort. Zhao Laotu was overwhelmed, juggling the needs of the injured, including a feverish child from Li Yue's family, Qian Zhaodi's miscarriage, and Qian Jinbao's broken leg. The cacophony threatened to overwhelm him. "Be quiet. I'm just one old man. And you all expect me to be in several places at once," he exclaimed, tossing medicinal powder to the injured families and advising them to apply it sparingly to their wounds, lest they cause further pain. Despite his clear instructions, some, eager to hasten their recovery, recklessly applied excessive amounts of the powder. The cave echoed with cries of agony as the powder met bloodied wounds, causing many to faint from the pain. Li Tian organized the villagers to skin the wolves and distribute the meat. Zhang Suiping coordinated the care of the wounded women. With Qian Zhaodi's child lost, there was little to do but drink medicine and rest. Her tears flowed ceaselessly. Li Xing cast a pleading glance at his mother, feeling helpless in the face of such sorrow. "Don't look to me for answers, seek your mother-in-law," she replied, departing to tend to her granddaughter, still feverish. Outside, the rain continued to pour unabated. Little Li was feeling unwell, groaning softly, while Li Yue prepared some milk for her. The little one drank the milk but promptly vomited it back up, causing Li Yue great distress. Typically, wolves weigh around 70 to 80 pounds, but these ones were emaciated. Only around 40 to 50 pounds. Jiang Suiping sighed as she held the 10 pounds of meat allocated to her family. All of this was procured at the cost of your elder brother's life, and yet this is all we have. Li Yue's brother had his arm badly torn during the struggle. The weather was sweltering, and with no salt available, the meat had to be consumed quickly to prevent it from spoiling. Good food cannot be preserved for long. After such a commotion in the middle of the night, no one could sleep, so they decided to rise and stoke the fire to prepare some food. They boiled the cleaned wolf bones and entrails together in a pot for soup. Once it was ready, Li Yue asked old Zhao to bring out his carefully hoarded pepper. "This is all I have, make it last." The old man, busy with other tasks, retrieved a porcelain jar from his waist. Li Yue leaned in to sniff it. The strong scent of pepper wafted towards her. Not wanting to use his precious supply, she took out a small bag of pepper from her space supermarket and filled his jar to the brim. She even took a few extra jars. Approaching the stove, she waved the jars in front of the cooking women. "I brought back some fine goods from Zhaolaozheng. Let us add some flavor." The women, hearing this, were filled with delight, knowing Zhao's jars contained many treasures. Li Yue added a generous amount of pepper to the soup, urging the women to stir. While they stirred, she added salt and ginger powder. The strong aroma of peppery meat filled the cave, invigorating everyone and making sleep impossible. When it came time to serve, each person received a small bowl of spicy wolf bone soup. Delicious, delicious. Thank you, Zhaolaozheng, for your fine ingredients. The villagers couldn't help but express their gratitude to old Zhao as they savored the wolf soup. Were it not for his spices, they might have had nothing but bland wolf soup. Old Zhao took a sip of the soup, smacking his lips. Surely Li used it all up? He resisted the urge to check his jar. By the time he finished his first bowl and someone else served him a second, he quietly opened the jar and was taken aback. Did he really have so much pepper? Had Li Yue not used his? Confused, he pondered. When he received his second bowl of wolf soup, clarity dawned upon him. It must be that he had not known how to cook properly before, misjudging the quantities he used. Li Yue had managed to create such a delightful soup with so little. Resolutely, he decided that after the meal, he would give all his precious jars to Li Yue. She blinked at him, full of questions. "From now on, keep those spices with you. Use them sparingly. And stop bothering me every day." Li Yue was overjoyed. In her space, she had cumin, pepper, and a variety of other spices. In the future, when she cooked, no one would suspect anything when she waved the jars around. Outside the cave, it continued to rain. Li Tian, having finished his wolf soup, squinted and took a puff of his dry tobacco, looking quite content. Unfortunately, his moment of happiness was short-lived. His wife, concerned about their granddaughter's high fever, sent him out into the rain to avoid the smoke. "Isn't this just asking to freeze me to death? Uncle, this incessant rain is not a solution. Will we be able to travel tomorrow?" Li Dazhuang, whose arm had also been scratched by a wolf's claw, stood at the cave entrance, assessing the darkened sky. "It's unlikely. We'd better wait for the rain to stop before we leave and look for something good to take with us." If it weren't so dark, he would have liked to venture out right away to see what he could find with the wolf's skins. Unbeknownst to them, dawn was already breaking, and Li Yue had been cuddling with the little girls in sleep. As the only woman in the village to receive wolf skins, she naturally used them to cover her children. The small ones were comfortably covered by a wolf skin, while another piece was placed beneath them. Though the weather was warm, the rain brought a refreshing coolness. When dawn finally broke, the rain ceased. The cave was quiet, with her elder brother standing guard at the entrance due to the previous day's events, along with a few others still fast asleep. Li Yue awoke to find her mother and sister-in-law missing, feeling quite curious. "Mother, where did they go?" "They went up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables." Li Yue glanced at her brother's arm and asked with concern, "How's your wound?" "It's fine," Li Ri replied, shaking his arm and smiling innocently. The air was fresh after the rain, fragrant with the scent of damp earth. Overnight, the once barren ground sprouted tender green shoots. The mountain path was bustling with villagers. The wild vegetables had grown abundantly, as if they had been treated with ripening agents, all bursting forth from the soil. Li Yue spotted some purslane not far away, her eyes lighting up. "Good air, Huire, let us go dig for wild vegetables." Turning around, she realized her two daughters were nowhere to be seen. "Brother, where are Li Hao and Li Hua?" Li Ri turned to look, puzzled. "Where did they go?" "They were just here." Chapter 64. The Wang family village has caught up. "Mother, we're over here." Li Hao emerged from behind a tree, waving at her siblings. Li Yue hurried over. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Mother. Look. Is this wood ear? Li Yue ran over to join his sister. Indeed, the black mass on the ground was indeed wood ear, having grown wildly overnight. Li Yue nodded, praising her daughter for her keen eyes, while reminding them not to wander off again. The two little ones blushed as other children from the village, now awake, ran over. All the tools at home, such as hoes and sickles, had been taken away, and they eagerly used their small hands to gather. There was one tree here, another there. In no time, they had collected a great many wood ears. Zhang Suiping and the others returned with wild vegetables as well. With no baskets available, they all carried their haul in their clothes. Seeing the children gather so many wild vegetables, smiles spread across their faces. With such an abundance of vegetables and wood ears, they could dry them for later use. Everyone speculated that the heavens would not be so heartless as to continue the drought. Li Yue went off to gather some thin, pliable branches to weave baskets. This rain had brought hope to the entire village. With food available, families could finally begin to prepare for the future. The elders were also busy, searching for branches and dry grass suitable for weaving baskets. When it came time to travel, they could sit in the carts and continue to twist straw ropes and weave grass shoes. Zhang Suiping washed her hands with rainwater, huffing and puffing as she touched her granddaughter's little head. The heat had finally subsided, but she still scolded her daughter severely. With such strong winds outside, you should have stayed in the cave instead of coming out here to catch a chill. Everyone's feet were caked in mud. Li Tian considered their situation, suggesting that the villagers stay here to rest for half a day and gather food. Let us wait until the ground dries this afternoon before we leave. It's too wet now and walking is risky. The mountain path was also treacherous, but there was food up there, and with the wild vegetables and animals emerging, the gathered food could last them for a while. It was a pity they had no rice or flour. Relying solely on wild vegetables would not suffice to stave off hunger. Li Yue informed her mother of her intentions to try her luck. Upon hearing her plan, everyone wholeheartedly supported her. Some families in the village had broken bowls, and Li Tian organized the sawing of wood to make new bowls and chopsticks. The broken carts and wheelbarrows were also being repaired at this opportune moment. The wooden form was crafted, and by the time they set forth, they would refine it along the way. After all, embarking lightly could be seen as a means to engage oneself. Li Yue and a few others ascended the mountain together. The sight of a small patch of green was indeed uplifting. As they walked, Li Dazhuang stumbled unexpectedly. Goodness, I nearly fell to my demise. Grasping a vine for support, he inadvertently scraped his hand against a nearby stone, drawing blood. The sudden emergence of green vines filled Li Yue with joy. Brother Dazhuang is remarkable, she exclaimed, promptly seizing a hoe to begin digging. Suppressing her excitement, her heart raced as she unearthed a hidden lump from beneath the soil. The villagers watched her with curiosity, perplexed by her endeavor. Before long, they discerned that what lay beneath was a peculiar object that resembled neither stone nor anything familiar. Heaven indeed conceals surprises everywhere, they mused. What is this, Li Yue? It looks like taro. Although it bore a resemblance to withered taro, she recalled that some varieties were toxic, casting doubt on her exhilaration. Let's return and consult old Zhao, she declared. Given the numerous taro varieties, some toxic, others not, old Zhao, with his expertise in medicinal herbs and silver needles, would surely provide clarity. Upon her return, the villagers were astonished. What brings you back? They queried. Old Zhao! Old Zhao! Li Yue called, ignoring the chatter of her aunt, her smile unwavering. Old Zhao rubbed his ears, casting a sidelong glance at her. You little rascal, he chided. She presented him with a taro root. Isn't this a potato? He remarked. Well, you should test whether it's poisonous. It was found in the mountains. It will stave off hunger. Without needing his silver needles, old Zhao roasted the taro over the fire. Soon, the cave was filled with the aroma of baked taro, stirring the hunger pangs of all present. The fragrant taro, its skin torn away, revealed a soft, glutinous interior. As he sampled a piece, its tender texture proved delightful for an elder like him. The villagers stared, watching in silence as he consumed the entire taro without uttering a word. What's the verdict, Uncle Zhao? Is it poisonous? Old Zhao shrugged, casting a sideways glance at the inquirer. I've finished it. You tell me if it's toxic. The villagers erupted in joy, clamoring to join Li Yue in her excavation. A jubilant procession followed her up the mountain. They excavated thoroughly at the spot where Li Dazhuang had stumbled, unearthing numerous taro roots, some of which were bitter. Old Zhao, keen to join the excitement, advised, if it's bitter, leave it, it's likely poisonous. These taro roots, buried beneath the earth for an unknown period, had nearly withered away, only to be revived by a recent rain. Meanwhile, the people of Wangjia village, who had initially been observing the villagers from Li family village, now found themselves approaching. They had been tracking the villagers who had left, and when the mountain inhabitants rushed down to inform them of a water source, they drank heartily before setting off again, only to be caught in a torrential downpour halfway through their journey. Soaked to the bone, they frantically searched for shelter but found none. The Wangjia villagers cursed their luck. Li family village must be nearby. If we catch up with them, we might find cover from the rain. They trudged through the rain from day to night, refusing to halt, drenched and miserable. Yet, a flicker of hope resided within the Wangjia villagers, a belief that locating Li family village would lead them to salvation. After all, they had previously found water. Following the tracks in the mud, the heavy rain nearly obscured their path. Many children from the village fell ill from exposure. But the villagers pressed on. Wang Enyi encouraged his companions, saying, Li family village has a healer, perhaps we can plead for his assistance. A healer's heart is that of a parent. Some villagers scoffed at this sentiment. Who would believe that? Desperate times call for desperate measures. It's not like we have any other options. As they walked through the rain, Wang Enyi and his wife supported each other, slipping in the mud. Each tumble resulted in a fresh round of curses directed at Li Yue, their complaints becoming tiresome to those around them. Village chief. Why haven't we encountered anyone from Li family village? Have they perhaps found a refuge? Wang Enyi, drenched and shivering, suddenly felt a clarity of mind. Li family village has truly been fortunate. Surely, a stroke of luck won't hinder us, the village chief replied, wiping the rain from his face. There's only this one path. I refuse to believe we can't catch up with them. This time, they won't escape our grasp. Indeed, the determined soon prevail. They marched through the rain until dawn, eventually discovering a small hollow in the mountain. The villagers speculated that Li family village might be hiding within. Their eyes scanned the landscape like searchlights until someone with keen vision spotted a cluster of figures amidst the greenery. Village chief, Li family village has been extraordinarily fortunate. Not only have they found shelter, but they appear to be foraging for food as well. The villagers from Wangjia salivated at the sight of the lush greenery, confident that wild vegetables would suffice. Let us not hesitate. We'll gather wild vegetables to fill our stomachs before approaching them. The village chief resolved to attach themselves to Li family village, recognizing that a full belly would provide the strength to depend on others. The villagers set up a pot and began to forage for wild vegetables to prepare a soup. Remarkably, Li family village had chosen an excellent location, unearthing more wild vegetables than they had encountered on their journey thus far. Chapter 65. The young scholar must also reach the capital. The villagers from Li family village busily dug, unearthing all the taro beneath the surface, leaving behind a series of small pits. They gathered the taro leaves as well, for these could also be used in cooking. When resources were scarce, taste was of little concern. Li Yue, weary and sore, straightened her back and stretched. As her gaze relaxed down the mountain, she noticed a throng of figures below. There are people down there, she exclaimed, alerting the villagers who turned to observe. Given their numbers, it was likely another village. Could it be that group from Wangjia village? We must hurry. They needed to transport their findings back to the cave before the others arrived. Otherwise, if too many people began digging, their own village's share would dwindle. Li Yue, disregarding her fatigue, filled a small basket which Xiaoyang carried back to the cave. At this moment, those below remained oblivious to what was being unearthed above, mistakenly assuming the villagers were simply gathering wild vegetables amidst the abundant greenery. Wang Enyi's family, unusually diligent, saw no one slacking off, not even Wang Enyi himself, who assisted in foraging for wild vegetables. Lacking proper tools, he used branches and stones to dig. Wang Lapa, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern. Son, go rest, please. This labor is too much for you. Wang Enyi wished to rest, but he felt the weight of his siblings' scrutinizing glances, making him uncomfortable. His pace was slower than that of the younger cousins, and he only managed to uproot vegetables, leaving behind the leaves in tatters. Wang Jia's sister-in-law sighed in exasperation. Little uncle, if you're unwilling to work, just stop. Look at what you've done. Can this still be eaten? Wang Lapa, observing her daughter-in-law chastising her youngest son, shot her a glare. How can you speak to your uncle like that? He is a scholar. It's not surprising that he struggles with foraging. His protruding triangular eyes and gaunt chin made him appear rather ghastly. Mother, what does it matter at this point? Even a scholar must strive to survive in the capital. Wang Jia's eldest son grumbled as he continued to dig for wild vegetables. Madame Wang was so enraged that she felt choked, nearly succumbing to her fury. And in a fit of anger, she hurled wild vegetables at her eldest son. Meanwhile, those gathered around, eager to join in the commotion, picked up the fallen vegetables and stuffed them into their own clothes. This infuriated Madame Wang even more. She rushed forward to reclaim her wild vegetables, but was forcefully pushed aside, collapsing to the ground in tears. Unfortunately, everyone was preoccupied with foraging for wild vegetables and paid her no heed. After weeping for quite some time without receiving any attention, she wiped her tears and begrudgingly resumed her digging, muttering and cursing under her breath. Village Chief Wang cast a sidelong glance at her, noting that she must not be starving, or else she wouldn't have the energy to quarrel and fight. His eyes were enviously fixed on the mountain, wondering what treasures they might have uncovered. On the mountain, Li Yue and her companions returned to the cave with their haul. The children and the elderly were busy cleaning the dirt off the taro. In ancient times, sacks were crafted from hemp rope, woven in a manner akin to textile production. With a sizable pile of taro loaded onto the cart, the round tubers would scatter everywhere once the cart was in motion. She glanced to the side, observing that her hands were nearly raw from weaving baskets, and she had only managed to create a couple. You all stay here. I'll see if I can find something to hold these taros, she said. The villagers nodded in agreement, watching as Li Yue rummaged through the cave. Upon inspecting her space, she found it filled with plastic bags, a rather conspicuous sight. The supermarket's containers consisted of plastic baskets and metal shopping carts. She recalled that there were wooden tubs in the bathing area, specifically designed for soaking and foot baths. Rushing over, she indeed discovered sturdy wooden tubs, albeit quite heavy, all crafted from solid wood. Additionally, there were wooden items like dustpans, which she thought would be useful in the village. She decided to take them all out. When the time came, wild vegetables and mushrooms could be laid out on the dustpans to dry. Li Yue deliberately let out a gasp. Come quickly. I've found something wonderful. The village women rushed over and were delighted to see the dustpans and wooden tubs on the ground. One of the women remarked, How come we didn't find anything during our earlier search? Well, the ones looking for things were the village men. They lacked the meticulousness we women possess. Besides, these were discovered behind this rock, she replied. Upon inspection, the women noted a pit-like area, likely where these items had been hidden, thus evading earlier discovery. As they gathered the wooden tubs and dustpans, some secretly grumbled that they relied on Li Yue, as the men seemed utterly oblivious, missing such excellent finds. I suspect the previous inhabitants of this place were carpenters. Just look at the craftsmanship. It's far superior to the wooden bowls I bought in town. One woman tested the tub by filling it with water, marveling as it did not leak. They collectively praised the tubs as being far superior to large jars, which would crack with the slightest bump. Li Yue, let the ants handle these. You go find more treasures. The villagers had complete faith in Li Yue, allowing her to focus solely on searching for more items. Li Yue pondered that many of the porcelain bowls in the village had cracks, posing a risk of injury while eating. In her kindness, she retrieved wooden bowls from her space, which were even more valuable than porcelain ones. She realized that as long as she shared her resources with the villagers, the quantity of her items would remain unchanged, and they would return swiftly. However, the quantities of the ice cream and soda she secretly consumed increased only slowly. Essentially, indulging in those treats took several days to replenish, whereas sharing the wooden bowls led to immediate returns. Quite a marvel indeed. The devious interdimensional deity seemed to have made her a person overflowing with altruism, unable to hoard for herself. Having organized the items she could retrieve, she huffed and puffed, helping transport them a few more times. Meanwhile, those digging for taro outside began to return in small groups. Look, I found something amazing, Li Yue announced, showcasing the wooden tubs and bowls she had discovered. Joy lit up the faces of the village women, for these taros they had collectively unearthed were now safely stored in the deep wooden tubs. Those guarding the entrance kept a watchful eye on the movements below. Let us hide these taros so they don't discover them, one suggested. As anticipated, the people from Wang Family Village began to ascend the mountain. The village chief of Wang Family Village encountered Li Tian and Zhang Youfu, greeting them with marked respect. Oh, Dear brother, what a coincidence. It's always a pleasure to meet someone from the same place. We can look out for each other as we move forward. Doesn't that sound good? His face beamed with a broad smile, his gaze darting toward the cave, attempting to discern what treasures Li family village had unearthed. Li Tian responded with a cold snort, fiddling with his pipe, deliberately blowing smoke in the village chief's face. Such a humiliating act, yet the chief maintained his grin. The others from Wang family village chuckled foolishly, while the people of Li family village knew that beneath those smiles lay ulterior motives. They kept their heads down, continuing their tasks. The people of Wang family village were vexed. What was Li family village so proud of? Madame Wang, upon seeing Li Yue, felt a strange sense of familiarity, approaching her eagerly. However, upon noticing the items scattered on the ground, she let out a horrified shriek and collapsed to the earth. What? What are these things? Chapter 66. The tiger does not roar, and Li Yue is mistaken for a sickly cat. On the ground lay a grim mass of fur stained with dark red and black, with congealed blood. The villagers from Wang family village followed Madame Wang's gaze, spotting bones and blood, along with an unidentified skull. The sight resembled the hide of a wild beast. Li Tian stepped forward, pushing aside the villagers from Wang family village, proudly flipping over the wolf pelt to flaunt it. Oh, last night, some foolish creature dared to intrude upon our sleep and encroach upon our territory, naturally. We from Li family village had to show it a lesson, skinning its hide and feasting on its flesh. His tone was chilling, sending shivers down the spines of the villagers from Wang family village. The village chief of Wang family felt his scalp tighten. The people from Li family village were becoming increasingly formidable, daring to hunt wolves. The pile before them appeared to be more than just one or two, perhaps even a whole pack. Madame Wang scrambled to her feet, her mind racing with thoughts of wolf meat. How long had it been since they had eaten meat? She shot a sidelong glance at Li Yue. Li Yue, if you share some of that wolf meat and pelt with me, I will overlook all the things you've done in the past and acknowledge you as our daughter-in-law. You and the third can live harmoniously, and we can continue to coexist peacefully. Li Yue, inexplicably summoned into the conversation, was left speechless. Have you forgotten the slap I gave you? Do you want me to remind you? With that, she drew a blood-stained knife from nearby, its cold glimmer striking fear into Madame Wang. Did she think Li Yue would remain meek and submissive? Stepping forward, she seized Wang Enyi by the neck and delivered several sharp slaps. Did I not mention that every time I see you, I would strike you? Did you take my words lightly? Wang Enyi, caught off guard by the sudden slap, glared at Li Yue, cursing her as a shrew. The sting of her hand was enough to make her release him, hurling a furious "get lost" at him. The villagers from Wang family village stood dumbfounded. Li Yue was genuinely disinterested in continuing her association with Wang Enyi. Casting a glance at the disheveled and dirt-covered Wang Enyi, she then turned her gaze to the clean-faced Xiaoyang, realizing that his strength would surely bring prosperity. The villagers of Wangjia were utterly devoid of entertainment, having been driven away by Li Tian and his companions, leaving them in uncertainty about what treasures Li's village might have unearthed. Observing them ascend the mountain, Li Tian curled his lip and signaled to the villagers that it was safe to descend. He fashioned a makeshift display with the wolf fangs and skull, binding them to a stick to intimidate any wandering refugees. One fang was affixed to his bicycle, enhancing its allure. The children giggled, playing with the wolf fangs, while the adults utilized knives to bore holes into them, hanging them around the children's necks as talismans against malevolence. All the taro from the village was gathered into wooden barrels, filling several to the brim. Alas, without woven sacks, they could not accommodate more. The remaining taro, Li Tian organized to cook swiftly while there was water, boiling them until they were steaming hot, hastily stuffing them into pockets for sustenance on the road, to avoid drawing attention to their provisions. In these times, even wild vegetables were considered precious. The people of Wangjia swiftly arrived at the spot previously excavated by the villagers of Li. The ground revealed nothing but pits, decayed leaves, and some withered taro. Village Chief Wang pounded the earth in frustration, lamenting the ungraciousness of Li's village. Search again. If there is nothing else, we shall follow them, he commanded. His eyes glinting with malice. Since they had meat and vegetables without sharing, they ought not to expect courtesy in return. The Wangjia villagers hurriedly foraged for wild vegetables, trailing the Li villagers down the mountain. Upon seeing the previously barren cart now laden with barrels, they murmured about their origin. Once they leave, we shall investigate that hole ourselves. Some villagers, having been caught in the rain the previous day, were now feverishly ill. They approached the village chief, flushed and fervent. "Chief, you mentioned seeking their village doctor for aid. How have you forgotten?" Chief Wang's face reddened. He had been too engrossed in the commotion at old Wang's household to remember. "Quickly now, let us catch up, bring some water and forage for wild vegetables." Unfortunately, they carried nothing, and even the water they had was lost when the large iron pot tipped and spilled during the ascent. As Li Yue and her companions descended, their bicycles were also pushed down the hill. The ground was damp, having been scorched by the sun for half a day, making it barely traversable. The village sorted and bundled the goods transported down from the mountain. Currently, there was no shortage of hemp rope in the village, as the elders had taken the time to twist plenty, now proving useful. Li Hao and Li Hua found themselves stuck in the mud, unable to extricate their legs after a prolonged struggle. "Get on the cart. I'll push you," Li Yue said, watching her daughters transform into muddy little creatures, her forehead twitching at the sight of their recently cleaned clothes now sullied. Their combined weight, coupled with the beloved iron pot from their mother in the back, made pushing the bicycle increasingly arduous as mud clung to the wheels. Zhang Suiping, witnessing this, offered, "Let me push. You hold the pot steady. And you two ensure the cart doesn't topple." Most villagers were on foot, and Li Yue cast a glance at her cart, which lay strewn with vegetables. "Brother, the vegetables are resting on the edge of the pot." Ignoring her mother's protests, she placed the only iron pot atop the cart, spreading the wild vegetables evenly around it to dry. Zhang Suiping, her forehead throbbing with frustration, protested, "Your brother is clumsy. If he doesn't support the pot, what will become of my precious vessel, which cost me 101? Hearing her mother's complaints, she secured a piece of rope around the pot, fastening it firmly to the cart. Now there's no need to worry about it breaking. She similarly devised a way to secure the barrels with rope. Finally, Zhang Suiping ceased her complaints, spotting her little grandson still on foot, calling him to hop on for a ride. Li Ye's wife cast a grateful glance at her mother-in-law. She too wished to try pushing the cart, but felt too shy. Instead, she steadied her son, fearful of him falling off. Shoen sat on the cart, giggling with delight. The children's laughter served as a motivation for the adults' endeavors. The village now had water, grains, and meat, brimming with vigor. After walking for about 10 li, they turned to find the Wangjia villagers had finally fallen behind. Li Tian called for a rest. The ground remained damp, and with no proper seating, they sought out stones to sit upon. The Wangjia villagers were exhausted, famished, and weary as they trailed behind, lamenting, "Had we known, we might as well have rested in that cave before continuing our journey. We are truly fatigued." Their grumblings echoed as they pondered why they had followed Li's village, who would not share their food. The people of Li's village, having feasted on wolf meat, had transformed into a formidable pack, unwilling to yield even a scrap. Chief Wang huffed, "Whom can you blame? You were the ones insisting on seeking the village doctor. Now that we are on the road, you blame me." Following this burdensome group, he yearned to set out alone, yet without water or food. Such a venture would lead to demise. The morale of the Wangjia villagers waned, while unbeknownst to Li Yue and others, the incident with the wolves had only served to unite the people of Li's village further. "Father, where's our next destination?" They were unsure of their whereabouts, wandering aimlessly under the sun's guidance. Li Tian glanced skyward at the sun, which dimmed his vision. Chapter 67. They have escaped. Quick, pursue them. In the vast expanse, the long-awaited rain had birthed new life. The barren road lay damp overnight, with tiny sprouts breaking through the surface. The parched earth along the roadside seemed to have revived overnight. Alas, such pleasantness was fleeting, as the summer heat was merciless, and by nightfall, the ground was scorching once more, no exaggeration. Upon reaching the city gates, the officials here were far more diligent than their predecessors, who had fled the city. For this group was resolutely barricading the entrance, not allowing even a fly to pass. The soldiers at the gate were adamant in their eviction. "How much to enter the city?" "We are here to purchase goods." Li Yue overheard from a distance. The soldier brusquely shoved the refugees, brandishing his sword. "Scram. There's not enough to go around in the city, let alone for you lot to purchase. Get lost, try the next town." The ones outside wished to enter while those inside longed to exit. Both sides were at a stalemate. The soldiers, overwhelmed, grumbled, "I'll tell you, getting out is easy, but getting back in is another story." Li Yue and her group were merely passing through. Observing the situation, they quickened their pace to leave. Their cart was laden with food and water, drawing unwelcome attention. Li Tian called out, urging everyone to move swiftly. The refugees, undeterred, commenced begging at the city gates. All were destitute, and none had surplus provisions. As they journeyed further, Li Yue pedaled her bike around the village, noticing a group of individuals trailing behind them. These figures, both male and female, followed at a distance. Keep a close watch on your provisions. If they are lost to these people, there will be nothing left. The villagers sounded alarms. This is a matter of life and death. They wanted neither food nor their lives to be jeopardized. The road belonged to all, and Li's village could not force them away as long as they did not attempt to seize their belongings. As darkness loomed, they resolved to halt once more after a long day of travel. Li Tian rallied the group, encouraging them to press on. Li Yue glanced at the sky, which appeared murky, not as promising as she had hoped. The last time they had found refuge in the mountains during the rain, should another torrential downpour occur, they would be at a loss for shelter. Father, since we cannot enter the city, shall we check out the nearby villages? We are lacking in so many essentials. After walking 10 or so miles away from the city gate, the heart of Li Yue village had utterly perished, with only a fervent hope that the weather would be fair today, sparing them from rain. As night fell, the villagers of Li Yue prepared to cook. Not too far behind, a group of people had caught up with them, prostrating themselves before the villagers in a dark throng. Please, we implore you, grant us some food. We shall repay your kindness in the future, they beseeched. The men knelt, pleading with the newly softened women and elderly, while the women begged the men, some even cradling children in their arms. Some villagers felt their hearts soften at the sight, but Li Tian merely scoffed, causing one man to withdraw his neck in fear. Li Tian approached them, declaring, "You must leave. In these chaotic times, who has food to spare for others? Hurry along. Look at the ground, it has just rained. Perhaps you might be fortunate enough to find some wild vegetables. Where would we dig for wild vegetables in this bitter winter?" They thought, having seen nothing but emerging buds and no greenery along the way. Li Tian shook the wolf fangs and skull he held on his cart. "Go quickly. Our village is starved, and we have hunted wolves. You cannot endure, so be gone." The group swallowed hard, retreating a little further from Li Yue village, where they resorted to peeling tree bark and boiling it for sustenance, which was a meager yet flavorful option. Li Yue observed them with pity, lamenting that in such tumultuous times, it was already a feat to ensure the safety of herself and her family. The villagers of Li Yue hesitated to cook wolf meat, knowing it would incite resentment. Even when they prepared taro, the aroma wafted towards the hungry crowd nearby, causing their stomachs to grumble. Undeterred, the group attempted to approach once more for more food. The villagers, growing impatient, waved their hatchets dismissively. Wang family village, hastily catching up to Li Yue, was filled with frustration. They had arrived too late, finding that Li Yue had already finished their meal. They inquired along the way, but the wary refugees initially ignored them, except for the village chief of Wang family village, who had ulterior motives. A peculiar pair, a man and woman, pushed a strange cart with a child seated atop it, showcasing wolf bones. Did you see that? They have unearthed food and meat in the mountains. The refugees, who had been begging in line that afternoon, suddenly realized the significance of this information. "I saw them sneaking away quickly this afternoon," they murmured. "So that's it. Hunger breeds audacity." These refugees conspired with Wang family village. "We can't infiltrate the city. If they have those people, how can we not overpower them? There's strength in numbers." Wang Enyi, fervent in his speech, rallied the crowd, unaware of the source of Wang family village's influence, as they trailed behind with a force of 400 to 500, plus at least an additional 200 from their own village. Wang Enyi harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Li Yue, disregarding all ties of marriage, seeking to destroy what he could not possess. This ravenous, red-eyed group of refugees, driven to desperation, continued their relentless pursuit under the cover of night. By the time the people of Wang family village and the refugees caught up to Li Yue village, the night watchmen remained alert, keenly observing their surroundings. The sound of footsteps grew loud enough to awaken the nearby refugees, who were startled by the scent wafting through the air. Li Yue and Xiaoyang, both possessing a keen sense of danger, were abruptly roused from their slumber, spotting a large group of torches approaching. She hurriedly awakened her mother, as well as her brothers and sisters-in-law, then roused the other villagers. Upon opening their eyes to the sight of torches behind them, panic set in, and one villager leapt up. "We must go. So many torches indicate a great number of people. We need to move swiftly." The belongings they had prepared before sleeping were still on the cart, ready for a hasty escape. Children, rudely awakened by the adults, cried in protest, their sleep disrupted. But the adults quickly covered their mouths. Stop crying. If you do, they'll take you away. They noticed the swarming torches nearby, far more alarming than their previous encounter with marauders. Father, they urged the villagers, we must leave quickly under the cover of darkness. Do not light torches. They could not afford to extinguish the bonfire that had initially illuminated their surroundings, creating a deceptive illusion for their pursuers. Navigating through the night without torches proved challenging for the villagers. As they trudged on, the refugees followed closely behind, oblivious to the unfolding events. Li Yue felt on the verge of vomit from anger. You refuse to give us food, yet you expect us to remain here? This path belongs to everyone. Li Yue's frustration reached a boiling point. If you want to extinguish the torches and follow us, do so at your own risk. We have killed before. We know you have slain wolves, but do you truly believe you can kill a person with such ease? She retorted, growing weary of their futile dialogue. Pedaling her bicycle swiftly, unwilling to detach from the group, Li Yuan was bound to her front and back, fearing the chaos that might ensue. Mother, please protect the children. Zhang Suiping was displeased with her daughter's command. I have killed wolves before. Li Yue, drenched in sweat from anxiety, thought, what time is it? And you still speak of killing wolves? The people we face are far more cunning. Then she heard a familiar shout. They've fled. Quick, pursue them. They have food and cannot run fast. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Yue's blood surged with adrenaline. If she could not recognize who it was, she would be foolish beyond measure. Father is from Wang family village. Li Tian glanced back at the torches, frowning. Why are there so many torches from Wang family village? The crowd exchanged anxious glances. The sheer number of torches indicated a vast assembly, whether true or false. They could not allow this pack of wolves to catch up to them. Li Yue longed for a machine gun to dispatch her pursuers, but alas, she lacked such prowess. Xiao Yang, brow furrowed, seemed to surmise their pursuers' intentions. They likely aim to gather those refugees to seize our provisions. What nonsense is this? These heartless fiends are not merely after our food, they seek our lives. With the supplies barely in their possession for 2 days, how could they dare to attempt seizure with such a formidable force? Wait a moment, Li Yue thought, recalling Wang Enyi's previous ruthlessness. Father. It's not merely about stealing food, perhaps he wishes for our demise. The villagers of Li Jia gasped at the wickedness of such a heart. Aside from Li Yue's family, they had not wronged Wang family village in any substantial manner. How could they be so cruel? Li Yue contemplated the harsh reality ahead, should they be caught. A fierce battle awaited that would be even more brutal than past robberies. She glanced back at the torches, their numbers easily double that of Li Jia village. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing its cubs, she called out to the refugees trailing behind. If you come to steal from us, join us in blocking them. If we can protect our belongings, we shall share some food with you. The man rolled his eyes and glanced back at the crowd. There are so many of us without enough to eat, we lack the strength to fight. First, give us some food, and we promise to help you fend them off. Well, we've reached an agreement, Li Yue thought, knowing that without sustenance, they could not effectively deter their pursuers. Are you their leader? Do they listen to you? The man patted his chest, claiming, of course. But if someone dies for your meager supplies, what then? This posed a genuine dilemma. Not only could they not guarantee the safety of their own village, but they were also uncertain of their own survival. If we were to provide sustenance to these individuals, how would we handle the possibility of them turning against us and joining forces with others to seize our provisions? Li Yue remained in a state of indecision when Xiao Yang approached her, asserting, should any lives be lost, we shall offer compensation, provided that our goods remain intact. They did not expect these elderly, weak, and infirm individuals to assist Li family village. The refugees were not drawn to them in the first place. Among this group, there were able-bodied young men, still possessing a semblance of humanity. Otherwise, they would have lunged at the food when they saw it being distributed in the afternoon. She resolved to take a gamble. Grasping the old man Zhao, Li Yue murmured persistently until Zhao reluctantly handed over a vial of medicine, cautioning her repeatedly to use it sparingly. She distributed a single taro to each of the strong men and children, instructing them to consume a pill. Not everyone received a pill, only the children in each household got one, while the able-bodied men in childless families shared one. On the road of famine, children symbolize hope. Followed closely by strong laborers, without the latter, one could not endure until the end. You are to consume these taros first. What I have given you is poison. Should you betray us, the antidote will not be granted. The individuals were taken aback by Li Yue's cunning. Any thought of rebellion dissipated. They devoured the taros ravenously, nearly choking in the process, but soon managed to swallow, alleviating their gnawing hunger pangs. Where did you acquire these taros? They appear quite fresh. They were dug from the mountains. Those people behind us are likely after these very taros, Li Yue replied, deliberately omitting mention of the wolf meat to avoid inciting their aggression. Even the mere presence of taros served to astonish them, prompting complaints about why they hadn't foraged for them while passing the mountain. They had waited several days at the city gates, yearning to infiltrate the city, but to no avail, and even their attempts to beg for food had been fruitless. As for the rat swarm Li Yue mentioned, they were fortunate enough to have avoided such a fate. Upon hearing about Li Yue's encounter with the rat swarm, the men expressed their disdain. You truly are unfortunate. Realizing that misfortune could lead to unexpected fortune, they contemplated that losing their possessions might have allowed them to uncover food. The group continued their journey without further discussion, while the people from Wang family village had already noticed the departure of those from Li family village. When they reached the campfire, still warm, they cursed in frustration. Hurry and pursue them. They must be feeling guilty, and we must catch up to them. The refugees, exhausted from their pursuit, were disheartened by the thought that the grain might merely be a ruse. Someone pointed to the cooked tree bark on the other side. If they had grain, would they be boiling roots for water? With skeptical eyes, the Li family village members resembled agitated little beasts. It is true. Why do you doubt us so? Believe you? You traveled with them. If you didn't find anything, how could they? Wang Enyi jumped in frustration, explaining that the people from Li family village had already exhausted their resources before the refugees arrived. He gestured to the wild vegetable leaves he was reluctant to swallow. Look at this. These are wild vegetable leaves, freshly dug from the mountains. They have plenty more. A pungent odor wafted through the air, nearly causing nausea. The refugees spotted green leaves and cast doubtful glances toward Wang family village, searching their bodies for any hidden bounty. The mood among Wang family village's people soured, wondering why trouble found them first if they were supposed to confront Li family village. They have wolf meat. Their village has killed many wolves. You killed wolves? You encouraged us to come? If one village could kill one wolf, killing many was an entirely different matter. Surely, they were all strong men. How could these starved individuals possibly be a match for them? The refugees were not fools. Such fortune could not possibly fall into their laps. They looked at Wang family village with discontent. What do you truly mean? Wang Enyi, drenched in sweat and desperate, thought, how could these cursed refugees be so stubborn? No wonder they were close to starving. There are so many of us. How could we possibly be their adversaries? Our priority is to secure their grain first. Once we have it, we can distribute it. Truly, there is an abundance. Did you not see those wooden barrels on their carts? They are filled with grain. The refugees were not particularly concerned with others, but a few did recall having seen barrels on their carts, still pristine. In this season, how could there be such new barrels? There must be something amiss. Realizing he had finally made himself understood, Wang Enyi wiped the sweat from his brow, exasperated by the sheer ignorance of these fools. If they did not pursue now, they would truly escape with the food, the meat, the wild vegetables. He endeavored once more to entice them. With food dangled before them, the refugees quickened their pace. Chapter 69. Scythes cutting refugees, each slice refreshing. The people of Li family village had no time to spare, running ahead in a frenzy. Some stumbled in the darkness, colliding with their knees, only to rise and continue their hurried journey. Li Yue discreetly stashed away the valuable items from her home, including grain and a large iron pot. That group nibbled on a small piece of taro, feeling a fullness in their bellies. They chose to obstruct the pursuers, ultimately deciding to confront them. Once farmers, they felt no remorse for their actions, though they knew that when the night fell, they would struggle to sleep, haunted by their deeds. Wang Enyi and his group quickened their pace as they chased Li Yue's cart, pulling back the curtain to find it utterly empty. After the horses perished, the entire village shared the meager meat, barely surviving for a time. In a frenzy of hunger, they had survived, but cannibalism was the final resort. However, that wretched Li Yue would not be spared. He regretted not having been more ruthless in eliminating her, leaving her to humiliate him instead. And he lamented not having sweet-talked her into submission. Wang Enyi was now consumed by a twisted state of mind. The faster the people of Li family village fled, the closer he and his companions pursued. The cart laden with grain moved slowly, and they quickly caught up to it, illuminated by their torches. They clearly saw the wooden barrels on the ox cart. The barrels, lacking lids, revealed protruding taros that tormented their stomachs. Li Yue, I advise you to relinquish your grain and meat. Perhaps we might spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Wang Enyi shouted triumphantly. The refugees who had followed him were all ears, intrigued by the gossip. Protecting Li family village, one of the newcomers scratched his ear and asked Li Yue, "What is going on? Is he your husband?" "That tall, dark-faced man, who is he?" "My ex-husband. He, a scholar and the son of the academy's head, stirred up trouble and demanded a divorce." The women looked at her disdainfully, perceiving her as a lovesick woman scorned by an unfaithful man. A righteous figure turned to a dog, a heartless scholar. Among the group of refugees trailing Wang Enyi, one robust man spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. He wielded a large knife, its cold gleam threatening as he casually glanced toward Li family village and the refugees. "You lot have no need to risk your lives for unrelated matters. Just leave. I can't be bothered with your personal affairs. Leave the grain. Or don't blame me for my ruthlessness." Before he could finish speaking, an arrow struck his shoulder, and Wang Enyi was similarly hit. Li Yue could not help but clap her hands and stifle her laughter, relishing the irony that the villain perished from his own verbosity. Wang Enyi clutched his arm in agony, howling, "Li Yue, you wretched woman. Ah, my arm. Mother." Wang's mother stumbled toward her son in a panic. Her precious son. An erudite scholar could hardly wield a pen after injuring his arm. The two elder brothers of the Wang family cast worried glances at their younger sibling, sharing a moment of silent dread. With a third brother's arm rendered useless, it would essentially mean he was destined to live as a cripple. In the distance, the shrill cries of the Wang matron echoed, "Get lost, or I'll have your head." The man who had been struck with an arrow in the arm was now sweating profusely, his gaze menacing as he scanned the Qin family village like a venomous predator. Such a formidable opponent was not to be underestimated, yet his arm was too incapacitated to wield a weapon. "You lack compassion. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Brothers, attack. Seize the grain to fill our bellies." With a commanding shout, the desperate refugees surged forward, heedless of their own safety. In the shadows, Xiaoyang released 2 arrows. One narrowly missing a man's ear, taking it clean off. The unfortunate fellow collapsed, clutching his bleeding head in anguish. The other refugees momentarily faltered, shaken by the sudden brutality. "If you fear, you are easy to deal with. I advise you to consider whether your bones are harder than those of the wolves." "We have slain a dozen of them," Li Yue shouted, seizing upon their hesitation. Wang Enyi, his eyes narrowed like a venomous snake, pointed accusingly at Li Yue. "Do not heed this woman's beguiling words. We have only seen 1 or 2 wolves." He cared not for the truth today. He intended to see Li Yue meet her demise. Li Yue conjured a bow and arrow from her spatial pocket, narrowing her eyes as she aimed for Wang Enyi's remaining arm. A pained howl escaped him as he clutched his injured limb, yet the other arm hung limply, devoid of sensation. The torch-wielding men were illuminated, while their adversaries remained cloaked in darkness, allowing for a clear view of their movements. The man squinted, then bellowed, "Extinguish the torches and charge." He could hardly believe that the villagers of Li could thwart them. In the confusion of the darkness, they struck indiscriminately. Wary of friendly fire, Li Yue positioned herself at the rear of their group. "Mother, lead the children beneath the cart. Ensure their safety. They will fight better without the burden of worry." Zhang Suiping acted without hesitation, hurriedly sheltering the Li family children beneath the cart. Chuan Miao gripped her knife tightly. Li Yue ignited a torch to draw the attackers toward her, then leapt onto Zhao's family's cart, urging it forward. "Where?" Zhang Suiping wished to call her daughter back, but was too frightened to raise her voice. "Xiaoyang, come help me." She knew that Xiaoyang was a reliable ally. Whispering her plans into his ear, he swiftly loaded all the wooden barrels onto their cart. The villagers extended their hands, but ultimately restrained their instinct to shout out. As Xiaoyang and Li Yue raced ahead on the cart, the flame of the torch ignited, prompting some to notice their rapid escape. Especially Wang Enyi, who, with keen eyes, shouted at the retreating figures, "That woman is cunning. The cart is laden with grain, and they're making off with it." A small faction remained behind to combat the villagers of Li, while another pursued Li Yue and her companions. In an instant, Li Yue gathered all the taro from the barrels. Xiaoyang glanced at her, astonished to witness the reality of her secret. This cannot be discovered by anyone. He resolved that if necessary, he would unleash a massacre that night and bury them all. As Xiaoyang sprinted on the ground, Li Yue pedaled the cart forward. Disdaining the insufficient force of sitting, she stood to pedal, only to turn and see the pursuers closing in. "Pedal faster," she urged. When it seemed they had distanced themselves, their figures became indistinct. They intentionally circled around a large rock, returning the barrels to her spatial pocket, then emerged from the other side on their now empty cart. They began to pedal back, this time with Xiaoyang doing the pedaling while Li Yue sat atop the cart. The pursuing refugees watched as they returned, their faces breaking into smiles. But as they realized the cart was empty save for Li Yue, their grins faltered. Where the hell did they hide the goods? Some attempted to block Xiaoyang's path, demanding to know where the items were concealed, while others rushed forward, believing the treasure lay ahead. Yet, those who sought to obstruct Xiaoyang and Li Yue were met with fierce resistance. Li Yue, for reasons unknown, conjured a sickle from her hand, swinging it as though harvesting chives. The refugees, witnessing the blade approaching perilously close to their heads, cowered and rolled aside. What a madwoman! With each swing of the sickle, she cut through the throng of refugees, who scrambled to evade her deadly arc. Chapter 70. Brother, save me. Li Yue could not help but place her hands on her hips, laughing uproariously. Observing the once feared refugees now cower like frightened rabbits in a moment of crisis was both amusing and satisfying. As some attempted to climb onto the cart, Xiaoyang delivered a swift kick, sending them sprawling. Meanwhile, Li Yue was not idle, with her left hand on the handle, her right wielding the sickle, and her feet anchored to the cart. She occasionally kicked at passing refugees. She wished she could strap a blade to her foot, enabling her to slice at both sides. The refugees who were kicked cursed as they watched the couple's retreating figures. Madmen. Enough of them. They are surely searching for the grain they have hidden. The torches of Li family village were ablaze, as villagers and refugees engaged in a fierce struggle. Those armed with rolling pins swung them vigorously, while others brandished kitchen knives, sickles, and hoes in a chaotic frenzy. Zhang Suiping stood by the cart, forming the last line of defense, clutching her heavy iron pot to her chest. Occasionally, she wielded a long spoon to strike at passing refugees. Those struck by her blows wobbled and fell, pointing accusatorily at Zhang Suiping. "Go to sleep," she quipped, delivering another swift kick, her heart racing as she approached the downed figure. Surely she hadn't killed them? Blood pooled on the ground, a gruesome testament to the chaos. Old Zhao shouted frantically, running about while occasionally throwing handfuls of medicinal powder. Those affected stumbled as the powder took effect. Old Zhao felt a pang of anguish in his heart. The two sisters-in-law of the Li family feared for their children's safety amidst the fray. Driven by maternal instinct, they brandished their daggers wildly, inflicting wounds upon the assailants. Some men, emboldened by their larger physiques, attempted to snatch the daggers from the sisters. Yet, the Li brothers, who had been waiting for an opportunity, swung their hoes, repelling those who tried to climb onto the cart. The villagers of the Wang family hesitated, keeping their distance. "Village chief, shall we charge?" they whispered, their hearts racing at the sight of the battle. Wang village chief gulped nervously. "Let us observe for now." The Li family's ferocity was undeniable. Each blow landed with deadly accuracy. Heads cracked like beans, but were they truly dead? He crouched down to inspect a nearby unconscious refugee, blood staining the ground. Bringing his hand to the man's nose, he detected a faint breath. Suddenly, the man's eyes flew open. The village chief, drenched in cold sweat, panicked and kicked the man in the face, causing him to faint anew. Although a small portion of the refugees was misled by Li Yue and her companions, a significant number remained, and the villagers of the Li family began to feel the strain. The band of vagrant helpers had already exerted themselves to the utmost. They dared not push themselves too hard, for it seemed folly to risk their lives for the belongings of others. They merely obstructed symbolically, yet as the skirmish escalated, their caution waned. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the desperate struggles for water back in their hometown, stirring a bittersweet nostalgia that tugged at their hearts. Village honor was at stake, and victory was imperative. Zhang Suiping's large iron pot sustained a fracture amidst the fray, causing her heart to ache as fiercely as her chest did from the jarring blow. The recent impact left her chest tingling with pain, unbearable in its intensity. As she beheld a man brandishing a large knife, fear surged within her for those hiding beneath the cart. She circled around the cart, unwilling to stray far from it. The taro hidden within the heavy iron pot had begun to spill out, rolling down occasionally as the pot leaked. The vagrant's eyes glimmered at the sight of food. One picked up a fallen taro, poised to take a bite, only for another to seize it from him. With an involuntary step back, Zhang Suiping covered the gaping hole in the pot, regretting not heeding her daughter's advice. This pot was indeed cumbersome. The entangled vagrants, oblivious to the taro, cast a menacing glare at Zhang Suiping. Old woman, hand over what you have and we'll let you go. This pot isn't worth risking our lives for mere scraps. One man raised his knife, ready to strike her down. It seemed her life would end here today. She closed her eyes. In the next moment, the knife clattered to the ground. Zhang Suiping opened her eyes, a spark of hope igniting within them. Her daughter descended from the heavens like a goddess, arriving on a tricycle. Li Yue's expression was grave as she shifted the bow and arrow in her hands to target others. Xiao Yang rode the tricycle, following her directions with swift precision, rolling over the feet of the vagrants. Bones nearly crumbled beneath the weight, their faces contorted in agony. Mother, are you all right? Li Yue leaped from the tricycle to assist her mother with the heavy iron pot. Words escaped them. What was the purpose of it all? Mother's fine. Are you all right? Daughter? What about those people? The belongings? Li Yue squinted, and Zhang Suiping instantly understood her unspoken meaning. Mother, sit and rest. I'll handle this. Zhang Suiping set down the iron pot, leaning against the cart to ease her aching shoulder, which had grown sore in such a short time. As someone charged at her, Li Yue attempted to kick the assailant away, only to have him latch onto her leg. Oh dear, little lady, what is this? Offering your leg for a hug? Li Yue nearly stumbled in her attempt to maintain composure. Ultimately, it was Zhang Suiping who swung a large spoon, striking the man on the back of the head. Mind your tongue. She nudged her daughter. You're no good in a fight, let me take care of this. Watch the goods. Li Yue begrudgingly got up. Rubbing her leg, she had underestimated her mother, the heroine who fought wolves. Zhang Suiping raised the spoon again, bringing it down with force, swelling the man's head into a grotesque lump. Li Yue glanced at the other women of the village, realizing that compared to them, her own fighting style was far too genteel. Qian Zhaodi, though typically silent, had sprung onto a man's waist, clawing at his eyes. Xiaoqing and her mother sheltered their child, watching from a distance. Her belongings taken by Xiao Yang, these vagrants would only attack those without food. After a prolonged struggle, even with their numbers, the vagrants had gained little advantage. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, followed by Xiao Mother's alarmed cry, Qinger, Qinger. A male vagrant, seeing no food to grab, opted instead to assault the elderly and the young, approaching to search Xiao Mother and Xiaoqing for any valuables. Xiao Xiaobao, shielding his aunt, was shoved to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Mother rushed to help her grandson, only for her daughter to be manhandled from behind. Xiaoqing struck at the vagrant's arm, screaming, Brother, brother, save me. Li Yue, still a distance away, wished to shoot an arrow, but the villagers were engaged in combat with other vagrants. Xiaoqing's cries distracted Xiao Yang, who felt a slice across his arm. Brother, mother, save me. No. Get away. Xiaoqing felt as though an army of ants crawled over her, the vile stench of her assailant overwhelming her senses. The man leered as he held her, his hands roaming as she felt a squeeze on her chest, her mind exploding with despair. Bite him, Li Yue shouted towards Xiaoqing. The sound of her voice pierced through the darkness like a beacon of light, helping to clear Xiaoqing's muddled mind. She sank her teeth into the man's arm with ferocity. Infuriated, he retaliated with a resounding slap across her face. Regretting having dismissed the weapon Li Yue had given her, Xiaoqing lamented her foolishness. In a moment of desperation, a knife plunged into the vagrant's chest. Li Yue stood rooted, a quiet sigh of relief escaping her. Chapter 71. The iron pot is broken. Xiao Mother gasped, her hands trembling as she grappled with the reality of having committed an unthinkable act. She had taken a life. Blood oozed from the man's back, slicking into her palms, sticky and warm. The man turned, unsteadily pointing at her, his eyes wide with horror. Her mind blanketed in confusion. Xiaoqing's face drained of color, astonished that her typically meek mother had dared to wield a knife. The group stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Yang rushed over, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling, then ushered the women and children to Li Yue's side. Xiao Mother, with wide eyes and trembling hands, held her grandson close, speechless. Li Yue urged them to sit on the cart for safety. As someone approached, she fearlessly thrust a dagger towards them. Xiaoqing, gradually returning to her senses, recognized her duty to protect her mother and nephew. The earlier chaos had not resulted in any substantial harm. She reassured herself that in the darkness, no one had witnessed their plight. Xiaoqing, take care of yourself and your mother, Li Yue instructed in the night, producing a dagger for her, cautioning her not to lose it this time. The villagers continued to clash with the vagrants, with Xiaoyang's sharp blade joining the fray. The villagers found renewed vigor, swiftly catching the starving vagrants off guard. If you do not leave now, you shall surely meet your demise here today. His tone was fierce, and the menacing glare he cast deterred anyone from advancing further. Blood stained Li Yue's dagger as the remaining vagrants stumbled to their feet, fleeing in disarray. As for the cowards from Wang family village, upon spotting the villagers from Li family village, they screamed and fled in utter disarray, tumbling over one another in their haste to escape. The villagers hurled stones at them, striking their heads, forcing them to run without pausing for breath. The vagrants, who had spent half the day searching for food, returned panting and exhausted. Upon seeing the bloodied ground, they turned tail, terrified of being pursued by the villagers of Li family village. Once the band of vagrants had fled in fear, the villagers of Li family village finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. The vagrant helpers gazed at the villagers of Li family village. Does what you said earlier still hold true? Old Zhao slumped to the ground, crawling to hand over his medicine before abandoning all pretense of formality. Exhausted, he lay there. Those who received the antidote swallowed it greedily, leaning against nearby trees to rest. A gentle breeze blew, the sounds of empty stomachs echoing like a distant drumbeat in the ears of the villagers. They exchanged knowing smiles. Li Tian fulfilled his promise, handing out 2 or 3 taros to each household. The taros varied in size, roughly resembling the dimensions of a clenched fist. All right, thank you all. Take your taros and go, he said. However, one individual appeared somewhat disgruntled. Sinking his teeth into the soft, glutinous taro, he found himself yearning for more. Why are you like this? There's no need for us to be at the front. We don't need to be at the back either. Li Tian took a puff from his empty smoking pipe and sighed. What can we do? Our food supplies are limited. This was indeed the truth. With so many people in their village, the future remained uncertain. The morning star in the sky served as a beacon. Yet the path ahead for Li family village was shrouded in ambiguity. The man glanced at his fellow villagers, each bearing a sorrowful expression. Please take us with you. Grant our brothers a chance to survive. At worst, we can be added to your village's genealogy. Li Tian felt an urge to exclude certain individuals from their lineage, yet they sought inclusion. Zhang Youfu stepped forward, pushing against the others. Why are you so greedy? It's already generous of us to give you food. Now, hurry up and leave. What can we do? There's nothing we can do. We've already distributed our food, and the supplies for the mountains are insufficient. Ultimately, these individuals left Li family village, their expressions despondent. They didn't venture far, watching quietly. In their small village, they feared being preyed upon if they ventured alone, preferring to follow the larger village. Seeing their forlorn figures, Li Tian chose to ignore them. There were injuries within the village as well, with old man Zhao grimacing as he bandaged the wounds of the others. The deceased were dragged away, and a pit was hastily dug for their burial. Those who were injured and unable to move were dragged to the side by the villagers of Li family, lest they impede the process. Li Tian spat into his hand, grasped a shovel and began digging while muttering to himself, "You should be grateful to us. You came to rob our village, and now you're digging your own graves. Hurry up and reincarnate. Grievances have their roots, and those who incited you to your demise will bear the responsibility." The villagers of Li family had grown numb to the act of killing, treating it as casually as harvesting chives. Li Yue soothed her 2 daughters, lying on a cart while embracing them to sleep. Zhang Suiping, unable to find rest, wept as she pondered how to mend her large iron pot. When Li Yue awoke the next day, she found her mother still clutching the damaged pot, her eyes red as a rabbit's. "Mother, aren't you tired? This pot is broken. How can I possibly sleep?" No one in the village knew how to repair an iron pot. The pot had a gaping hole in the center. Discarding it felt wasteful. Yet keeping it was futile. Zhang Suiping lamented, cursing the group from the previous day, particularly Wang Enyi. Li Yue scoffed, "No need to scold Wang Enyi. He'll never be able to write in this lifetime." The villagers of Li family continued their journey. Li Tian noted the hole in their iron pot, muttering a few words when Zhang Suiping, in a fit of anger, snatched his smoking pipe and tossed it away. "What good is your worthless pipe? It can't feed or quench your thirst. Why do you keep it?" Li Tian, feeling pained, retrieved his beloved possession and hurriedly rode away on his bicycle, escaping his wife's wrath. Zhang Suiping still carried her large iron pot. The villagers trailing behind walked with heads bowed, still shaken from the previous night's conflicts, lacking the energy for gossip. Among the group of refugees trailing closely behind, a young man spotted the damaged pot, exchanged whispers with his companions, and hurriedly approached Zhang Suiping. The other villagers of Li family guarded their wooden buckets, as if protecting against thieves. "Auntie, I can fix that pot, my skills are exceptional." Zhang Suiping shot him a sidelong glance, her nostrils flaring in skepticism as she sized him up. "Why should I trust you?" The young man showcased his well-defined muscles, which, under the daylight, revealed bulging sinews on his arms. His fingernails bore the indelible stains of rust, and his face was sun-kissed, a testament to years spent by the forge. "Please, Auntie, it's a family tradition." Zhang Suiping would not hastily agree to anything regarding her prized iron pot. She merely grunted, walking indifferently, pondering how much taro she should offer in exchange for the repair. Li Yue, pushing the cart, eavesdropped on her mother's gossip. In her view, she had plenty of large pots in her own space. She could easily trade one at the opportune moment, sparing herself the hassle. Li Hao and Li Hua sat at the front of the bicycle, blinking their big eyes at the unfamiliar man. The man wore a broad smile, his face a mask of ingratiation. Li Yue felt her shoulder ache from carrying her growing daughter, who seemed to gain weight daily. She couldn't discern what the two were whispering about, but after a while, her mother approached with a beaming smile, having successfully relieved herself of the large pot. "Mother, did you give away the pot?" Chapter 72, Selling Daughters. Zhang Suiping shot her daughter a glare, withholding any further explanation. By midday, under the sweltering heat, the villagers paused to rest. Her mother was nowhere to be seen. After a short while, she returned, carrying the intact iron pot and clamoring to prepare a meal. The young man kept his distance, holding taros and grinning foolishly at them. After 2 days of travel, exclamations of surprise began to echo from behind. Someone had collapsed, and the number of refugees encountered on the road had increased. 1 month had passed since they left home, and Li Yuan was cooing adorably, her face rounder than before, her cheeks plump enough to poke. "Mother, when it rains, when will it rain again?" Zhang Suiping wiped the sweat from her forehead and sipped from her water pouch. A rain brings a chill. Yet, even after the rain, the weather remained oppressively hot. Perhaps due to the rain, the river was replenished overnight, and finding water on the road was now easier than when they first set out. Along the way, Li Yue and the others were able to forage for wild vegetables. Suddenly, a rabbit darted past them. Both the refugees and the villagers of Li family, with keen eyes, dashed after the rabbit, ignoring Li Tian's shouts from behind. "What a foolish bunch. Is it worth chasing after a mere rabbit? It's not a wild boar," he cursed, realizing he should have instructed everyone to stay put while he rode ahead to catch the rabbit. Old man Zhao, caught off guard by Li Tian's sudden acceleration, fell to the ground, clutching his aching waist. The villagers hurried to help him up, but by then, Li Tian had already vanished from sight in pursuit of the fleeing figure. He weaved through the crowd, calling out to the people. The refugees paid him no heed, some even shoving him aside in annoyance. The bike lost stability, flipping over entirely, and Li Tian found himself in a rather undignified position. It was only then that the villagers realized how many people had chased after the rabbit. It was far too dangerous to stray far from the village. They helped him up, expressing concern. "Village chief, are you all right?" Li Tian grimaced, clutching his waist and cursing. Upon returning to the village, they finally saw someone who had managed to catch a rabbit. Soon after, a scuffle broke out over the single rabbit, raising a cloud of dust. Ultimately, the rabbit took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Li Yu's eyes twitched in irritation. That rabbit was far too cunning. Zhang Suiping sought out old man Zhao for some medicinal oil, and he couldn't help but berate Li Tian once more. Both old friends had injured their waists, unable to stand, sitting in the cart as Li pushed them along, while the eldest, Li Ri, wobbled on his bicycle, carrying his sons forward. "Father, there's a river up ahead, it's enormous," Li Ri called out, prompting Li Yue to hasten her pace. The river stretched long, rivaling the modern Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Its width seemed endless. The villagers of Li family exchanged bewildered glances. This river wasn't on the map. Following the riverbank, they reasoned that after 2 or 3 days of travel, they might find a bridge. Xiao Yang unfurled the map, indicating the relevant coordinates. The refugees continued their journey along the river. Boats floated on the water, and the boatmen cheerfully beckoned to the weary travelers. Would you care to board? We can take you a short distance for a fair price. Upon inquiring about the fare, they were met with the shocking revelation that it cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. The refugees erupted in anger. Why don't you go rob instead? The fishermen, unperturbed by the outburst, leisurely reclined in their small boats. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, only those willing would be caught. The Li family village could not afford such a fare, so they carried their belongings along the riverbank. The river's surface shimmered peacefully under the sunlight. Following behind the refugees, the Li family overheard some gossip. Let me tell you, boarding that boat isn't all that safe. You might pay 1 or 2 taels, but what if these greedy souls, upon seeing your valuables, decide to toss you into the river and seize your goods? What would you do then? Indeed, this reasoning held weight. Those who could charge exorbitant fees for crossing were unlikely to be virtuous souls. Zhang Suiping clutched her chest, realizing the truth in their words. Goodness. That is indeed a possibility. The world is in chaos. Li Yue, alongside her mother, noticed a wooden sign by the roadside, one that was completely blank, hanging around the necks of children, most of whom were girls. For sale, for sale. Just a bowl of rice will buy my daughter. She is capable and can handle all household chores. Hearing this, she was struck by the sight of children being sold, mainly girls, their faces drawn and vacant, staring blankly ahead. Some women, too, bore signs around their necks, kneeling by the roadside, awaiting their fate. Zhang Suiping was incensed. Those heartless fiends, selling their sons and daughters. Women endure so much to bear children, only to end up like this. Li Yue covered her mother's eyes, urging her not to look. There are countless unimaginable things in this world. These common folk could barely care for themselves, let alone others. In the village, some young men nearing marriage age were surreptitiously eyeing these girls, contemplating acquiring one at a low price to serve as a child bride. Zhang Youfu's wife harbored similar thoughts. And when Li Yue turned to see her heading that way, holding taro in her hands, she felt a sense of dread. Mother, jump down and stop her. Zhang Suiping. You truly are a good daughter, she replied. Zhang Youfu was busy whispering with Li Tian about their next steps, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. As Zhang Suiping rushed to intervene, Li Yue quickly called out to Zhang Youfu. Uncle Youfu, Auntie is going to buy someone. We can barely manage our own lives. How can we afford to buy another? What if they fall along the way? Isn't that just throwing money away? It wasn't that she lacked compassion. Outsiders could never compare to those from their own village. The thought of encountering another Qianzhaodi brought a myriad of troubles. Zhang Youfu, caught in a pleasant conversation, turned around to witness his wife and Li Tian's wife grappling with one another, while another man grasped his wife's hand. The old man's temper flared as he shouted from a distance at his son. Get your mother back here. You're making a fool of yourselves. With his short legs, Zhang Youfu hurried back in the direction of home. Zhang Suiping, seeing someone from the Youfu household approaching, shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Youfu's wife. After enjoying a few good days, be cautious. Your husband might just give you a beating. With that, she paid no heed to the man's piercing gaze, filled with resentment, as she turned and hurried away. In the village, only Zhang Youfu's family had been diligently harvesting taro, accumulating a decent stock. Thus, they hadn't gone hungry for 2 meals and were feeling quite elevated. Zhang Youfu approached his wife before the eyes of the entire village and delivered a resounding slap across her face. The man, undeterred, stepped forward to promote his daughter. Uncle and Auntie, my daughter is quite capable. Look at her physique. She'll bear sons. He pinched his daughter's rear, signaling her to speak. The timid girl shrank back but managed to stammer, I eat little and work hard. You won't regret buying me. I can keep you warm at night. Her disheveled hair framed her delicate features, which likely caught Zhang Youfu's wife's attention. Li Yue and the villagers stretched their necks to witness the commotion. Seeing the potential for a deal, others began urging their own daughters forward. Li Yue felt a lump rise in her throat. Let us go, mother. We shouldn't watch this. It's infuriating. With that, she turned her bicycle around and pedaled away swiftly. This wretched world, these loathsome men, and these pitiful women. Chapter 73. Gathering water plants. Walking along the riverbank, the calls of vendors echoed incessantly. Those who had sold their kin wore gratified smiles, while the faces of those sold appeared ashen, devoid of hope for the future. Li Yue furrowed her brow as she hastened her pace with her bicycle, gently patting her daughters' heads. Good girls, don't look. The little ones, innocent and curious, gazed at the scene, the sight of children being sold delivering a profound shock to their young souls. The other girls from the village also hurried along, their spirits heavy. Uttering not a word, fearful that their own parents might entertain the same grim notion. From a distance, Zhang Youfu's wife could still be heard lamenting her failure to acquire a child, provoking Zhang Youfu's ire as he shouted back. Ultimately, after delivering another slap as a warning to cease her complaints, she shrank back, silenced. The Li family continued their journey until sunset, halting only when the last glimmer of light vanished from the river's surface, beginning to kindle a fire to prepare their evening meal. A few refugees foraged for wild vegetables around them, some attempting to catch water plants and fish to stave off hunger. Those fortunate enough to catch fish quickly retreated with their families, carefully using their iron pots to make fish soup. The Li family also drew water from the river to prepare their meal. Li Yue, concerned about the cleanliness of the river water, discreetly replaced it while her sister-in-law and children gathered wild vegetables. As she finished, Chuan Miao cheerfully approached, carrying a large, dark bundle, which became clearer in the firelight to reveal a hefty handful of water plants. Auntie, the villagers are quite fortunate, they can still gather water plants from the river. My father is trying to catch fish. The river was home to edible plants like water chestnuts, water spinach, and duckweed, though some required pristine water quality. As the two chatted, a commotion arose as Sholi emerged from the crowd, beaming with joy, holding a few lively fish. Auntie, Uncle has caught fish. We can have fish for dinner. The fish flopped energetically, splashing water onto Sholi's face, while other children gathered around, jumping with excitement, cheering for their uncle. Since old Zhao introduced seasonings, the children had come to relish fish. The fish soup and grilled fish were so delectable that they yearned for more. Old Zhao beamed with delight, joining the crowd, his voice carrying as he encouraged, "Come on, Xiaoyang, catch more. We'll have grilled fish tonight." Li Ri and his brothers helped nearby with the fish, scaling and cleaning them. Amidst the cheers, villagers praised Xiaoyang's skill, with some eager to learn how to fish. Zhang Suiping busied herself preparing the water plants they would eat that evening, ensuring to clean them thoroughly of any impurities. Li Yu quietly leaned in, Mother. Let us add a few more taros to the fish soup tonight. The thought of taro soaking up the rich flavors of the fish soup made her salivate. On Li Ri's end, the fish were cleaned and placed in the pot, stirred briefly before water was added for the soup. A larger fish was set before the fire to roast. Old Zhao and several children squatted by the fire, their eyes fixed intently on the fish. Li Yu, embracing her daughters, drew closer. A hefty black fish, weighing about 10 pounds, sizzled as its skin turned golden and slightly curled. Brother, make a few slashes in the fish. It will cook through nicely. Sprinkle the seasoning on it, she urged, handing him the spices. Li Ri complied, and as fish oil splattered into the fire, it crackled and popped, releasing a tantalizing aroma. The children could hardly suppress their salivation. The dinner of roasted fish accompanied by fish soup and taro vegetable stew was utterly delightful. Even those families who had not caught any fish relished the waterweed soup, and the enticing aroma compelled them to nibble on a couple of pieces of taro. After the meal, Li Yu intended to take the children back to sleep when her mother called out to her. My daughter, do you have any salt? Xiaoyang brought back so many fish, if we don't salt them, they will spoil in a few days. Li Yu thought to herself that if they feasted heartily for a couple of days, they could consume everything clean. But she refrained from voicing this out of fear of being reprimanded. Wait a moment, let me see. Seizing the opportunity while heading to the outhouse, she rummaged through her space for cooking salt. In ancient times, coarse salt was predominantly used, with its rough granules, while the fine white salt from the supermarket was considered refined. If she were to produce that for her mother to salt the fish, her mother would surely chastise her for being wasteful. After much deliberation, she finally selected salt that bore a resemblance to coarse salt. Yet its hue was far more appealing than that of the ancient variety. Zhang Suiping took the salt, rolling it between her fingers, feeling a pang of regret, but resolutely decided to return and salt the fish. Li Yu, enjoying the tranquility, sat by the riverbank with her two daughters, watching Xiaoyang catch fish. Apart from her, everyone else sat in a neat row, obediently watching the villagers fish. A refreshing breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing an exquisite comfort. The villagers, restless and in need of a bath after a long while, seized the opportunity of the abundant river water to filter out the mud and take a warm bath without the need to boil water. After a short while, Li Yu's pot finally became available, allowing her to boil water for the children's bath. With a curtain for privacy, She retrieved 2 brand new sets of small clothes from her space for the little ones to change into. The 2 youngsters were enamored with their new garments. Mother, these clothes are so soft. Not a single patch. Li Yue gently patted their freshly washed hair, drying them individually with a towel. Tonight, you shall wear these. I'll wash your old clothes, and tomorrow morning you'll still wear the old ones. Once we reach our new home, we'll wear new clothes every day. But wearing new clothes on the road will attract too much attention. The 2 little girls obediently nodded, sitting on the mat, waiting for their hair to dry in the breeze. Zhang Suiping, having finished her bath, lifted the curtain and was taken aback upon seeing her 2 granddaughters dressed in new clothes. My dear, this will keep you cool while sleeping. I'll help you wash your clothes shortly. She urged her mother to quickly change out of her smelly clothes after a bath. Wearing such dirty garments would render the wash pointless. Zhang Suiping grumbled about her daughter's fussiness, yet she obediently changed into the new clothes. As she touched the smooth fabric, her eyes gleamed in the dim light. Goodness, why are these clothes so smooth and soft? Wearing them feels as if I'm not wearing anything at all. They must be expensive, right? Li Yue smiled faintly, not affirming her claim. These were silk nightgowns, breathable and lightweight, styled in an ancient fashion that would not seem out of place even when worn outside. To maintain a low profile, Zhang Suiping decided to be sensible and sleep quietly, avoiding attracting mosquitoes. My daughter, what is this netting? It seems suitable for making clothes. It would be a pity to use it for bed sheets. Li Yue laughed and explained that it was a mosquito net, specifically sized to fit the cart. Afterward, she took her mother's smelly clothes to the river to wash. Many villagers were already there, washing their garments, and upon seeing her, they smiled and praised her filial piety. Your mother is sleeping. Yes, after a long day of travel. It's rare to have the chance to bathe and rest early. You truly are a dutiful daughter. With the mosquito net in place, Li Yue no longer worried about her mother and daughters being bitten, listening to the ants' gossip while she smiled silently. Xiaoqing approached, carrying clothes. Spotting Li Yue, her gaze flickered, and unlike her usual demeanor, she did not scoff or speak, instead rubbing the clothes in her arms, her eyes furtively glancing toward her. Hey Li Yue, what did you use to wash your clothes? How come there are bubbles? An older ant, noticing the fragrant foam as Li Yue washed, could not help but move closer. Help! Help! Li Yue's heart sank. Just as she was about to concoct an excuse, a cry for help rang out. Chapter 74, A Corpse in the River. Rising to investigate, she discovered that old Zhao had slipped into the river while searching for suitable medicinal herbs and was being rescued by the villagers. Oh dear! What is that? Old Zhao, still shaken, was pulled ashore, pointing at something in the water with trembling fingers. Floating on the river's surface was a dark object, indistinct yet undeniably large. Someone joked, Dr. Zhao, that must be waterweed. We caught plenty this afternoon. Xiao Yang put down his fishing rod and approached. What floated in the river did not resemble waterweed. He called for the villagers to find a long stick to fish it out, believing it to be a large fish. The villagers gathered around until they finally managed to retrieve the object from the water. Once they got a good look, gasps erupted. Ah, this is. Those who recognized it stuttered in shock, their screams echoing in the air. The commotion attracted nearby refugees. As the torches drew near, the floating object became clearer, and the screams intensified. The ant who had earlier asked Li Yue for things rushed back, pale and breathless. Oh no, what Xiaoyang pulled up is a corpse. Its face swollen like a steamed bun, and its clothes stripped away. I suspect it was a murder for profit. What? The woman who had been rubbing her clothes suddenly lost her appetite, glancing at the garment in her hands. Does this mean the water is also tainted? The water we used for dinner? Li Yue paused, her hands still, pondering whether to wash or not after already having done so. The villagers' faces turned various shades of green and purple, their expressions fluctuating. Soon, someone retched violently, unable to bear the thought that the water they used for dinner and bathing had been the same as that which the corpse had floated in. Zhang Suiping peeked out from behind the curtain, inquiring about the commotion. After Li Yue finished washing her clothes, she approached her to relay the news of the corpse discovery. She glanced back at her peacefully sleeping granddaughter, letting out a sigh of relief, yet unable to suppress a shiver of dread. It was a pity for the unfortunate soul. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, this large body of water has been contaminated. We even ate fish from it. Do you think those fish swam past the corpse and took a bite?" The more she thought about it, the more unsettled Li Yue felt. "Mother, we've already eaten. Let us not dwell on it." Should we ask old Zhao for some emetics to induce vomiting? To prevent any potential issues from the fish they consumed, Li Yue requested some anti-diarrheal medicine from old Zhao, just in case they felt unwell. Fortunately, everything turned out fine. As bedtime approached, Li Yue, concerned for her little nephew and niece, who might be bitten by mosquitoes while sleeping, gathered them all onto the cart after they had fallen asleep. Her sisters-in-law looked at her with grateful eyes, expressing their thanks. There's no need for such formality among family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao's mother was embracing Xiao Baobao, sleeping in another cart. Xiao Yang hung up a curtain and sprinkled some insect repellent. The villagers had not been idle these past few days. Whenever they stopped, they wove grass mats to shield themselves from the sun and light rain. At dawn the next day, Li Yue went to collect the clothes. After a night of drying in the wind, the garments were thick, and some felt slightly damp to the touch, but it did not affect their wearability. Zhang Suiping reluctantly removed her silk garment. Wearing this feels like a dream. I can hardly bear to take it off. Li Yue smiled, comforting her. Next time we'll wear it in secret. Once we reach Lingnan, we can wear it openly. She changed her two daughters into freshly washed clothes, reminding them, even if they're a bit damp, it's fine, the sun will dry them thoroughly. After a day under the sun, they would surely be sweaty again. The proximity to the river affords the convenience of fetching water for bathing every evening. As dusk fell, Li Yue once again took her clothes to the river for a wash. Zhang Suiping, exasperated, remarked, "Daughter, is it truly necessary to bathe every day? You washed yesterday. Must you do so again today? Besides, your clothes are becoming tattered from all that washing." Li Yue responded, in ancient times, hygiene awareness was rather feeble. Many went for extended periods without bathing, and the risk of illness was high. Thus, bathing could lead to catching a chill, causing many to bathe merely once a year. "Mother, it's hot. A wash does no harm. Don't you find it refreshing to don clean, fragrant clothes afterward?" If conditions had permitted, she would have washed her pajamas from the previous night as well. Zhang Suiping pondered for a moment and conceded that, given the heat, bathing was acceptable. But she repeatedly cautioned her child to dry off quickly after. Some families, having bathed the previous night, were reluctant to wash again after a long day. Noticing Li Yue washing herself and her clothes, others felt too lazy to move. "Li Yue is so diligent, bathing and washing clothes again today," remarked Qian Zhaodi, who, due to her confinement, could not bathe. Observing Li Yue's meticulousness, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking how absurd it was to be so particular when they were fleeing. In the village, others lamented over the black mud stains that remained on their clothes despite washing. Yesterday, a woman approached Li Yue and quietly asked, "Li Yue, could you spare me some of that washing powder you used last night? I saw how much lather it produced. I could use it for my family's laundry." Li Yue had been using laundry detergent, a powder from Zhao Longzheng that she had secretly employed. After glancing around to ensure no one else was watching, she discreetly handed some to the woman. The woman, surprised by the powder's whiteness, brought it to her nose, her eyes lighting up at its delightful fragrance, more pleasant than soap pods. She tried applying it to her clothes, mimicking Li Yue's technique, and soon, white bubbles erupted, washing away a great deal of grime. Afterward, she poured the dirty water directly into the river, watching it drift away, before bringing the freshly washed clothes to her nose. What a wonderful scent! Truly a remarkable product. The two exchanged knowing smiles and, under the cover of night, quietly returned to rest. After Li Yue finished bathing and washing, she lay beneath the mosquito net, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Had it not been for their flight, it would have felt akin to camping in the wild, utterly delightful. Since arriving here, it was the first time she had so peacefully contemplated the sky, the stars shining brightly, twinkling like tiny, unblinking eyes. As she continued to gaze, cradling her soft and fragrant little daughter, she gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. Upon waking, she felt a twinge in her back, realizing it was little Li Yuan's tiny feet pressing against her. The little one blinked her big eyes and waved her small hands and feet, grinning to reveal her tiny gums. Li Yue noticed her stomach growling with hunger. "Oh dear. Are you hungry, my little darling? Mother will feed you." She quickly prepared a bottle of milk, which the little one gulped down eagerly, drinking too hastily. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Yuan's forehead. Li Yue wiped her clean and gently patted her back to ease her. Li Yuan might just be the fabled angelic baby here to repay kindness. Throughout their journey, she had hardly cried, sparing her mother, who had no prior experience in childcare, a great deal of trouble. Mother, something's broken in our home. Li Yue heard Li Hao's voice calling from beyond the curtain while she was still feeding her precious child. She overheard someone mocking her. Li Yue is so lazy. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law have prepared the meals, and she's still asleep. Is there time to travel? Li Yue thought to herself, who is this annoying person and why do they care? Chapter 75. Bartering for grain. Li Yue lifted the curtain, only to discover that some heartless wretch had broken her bicycle's leg during the night. Zhang Suiping noticed as well, her face turning ashen at the sight of the fallen bicycle. With hands on her hips, she angrily exclaimed, "Which scoundrel dares to damage my belongings? If I find out who it is, I'll make them pay dearly." The other bicycles were unharmed, and Xiaoyang approached silently, squatting down to help her with the repairs. Li Yue joined him in fixing the bike. As she stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she felt faint. But a pair of strong hands gripped her arms, steadying her waist. She could sense the potent aura of the person behind her, their breath hot like a furnace. "Daughter, what is wrong?" Zhang Suiping rushed over to support Li Yue, her voice filled with concern. "You must not have taken care of yourself properly during your confinement. You won't end up with any lingering ailments, will you? I told you not to expose yourself to the cold. Look at you now." Li Yue had grown weary of her mother's constant admonitions throughout their journey. Zhang Suiping couldn't help but curse the Wang family's ancestors, then turned to instruct her daughter-in-law to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water for Li Yue. Li Yue preferred white cane sugar over brown, finding the latter's taste peculiar and difficult to acclimate to. Pinching her nose, she took a quick gulp, knowing her mother would scold her for wasting it if she found out. Once she finished the brown sugar water, the village gong sounded again, signaling the start of a new day. They walked along the riverbank for quite some distance and gradually spotted a village with curling smoke rising, exuding a sense of home. Li Tian and the villagers decided to barter for grain or other supplies, for they had nothing on their journey. "Well, you and your husband should go to the village to exchange for some brown sugar. We are running low at home." Li Yue nodded in agreement, following behind Xiaoyang. He suddenly turned, causing her to collide with his solid chest, the impact causing her nose to twinge, and tears sprang to her eyes. Xiaoyang frowned but said nothing, casually taking the burden from her back. She felt warmth in her heart. He was a man of action, preferring deeds over words. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, they encountered a long fence. As they approached, voices called out from the other side, warning them, "You better leave. If you don't blame us for being rude." Li Yue stepped forward to explain their purpose, and after a moment of hesitation, they inquired about what they wished to exchange. Upon learning that Li Yue's group had lost everything to rats, the other side gasped in surprise. "Oh, we also wish to barter for medicinal herbs. There is a doctor in the village." Hearing this, the people on the other side stirred, and soon a gap appeared in the fence. Refugees nearby observed the commotion, drawn closer as the fence was opened. With a loud bang, the people on the other side seemed angered by this act, and when Li Yue attempted to persuade them again, they refused to open the door. "How about this? I can drive them away if you let us in to trade for supplies." A small opening appeared, and the people on the other side saw that only a girl and the village doctor could enter. No one else was permitted. This was a small breakthrough, allowing some entry. The villagers were elated, eagerly voicing their desires for various items, and worried she might forget, they urged her to write them down. Li Yue chuckled bitterly. Knowing they were illiterate, even if she wrote it down, they wouldn't comprehend it when the time came. However, a pressing issue loomed. What will father use to barter for goods once inside? Does anyone have money? This question left everyone stumped, as they were all destitute. Having 10 copper coins would be considered a stroke of luck. "Li Yue, you are quick-witted. See if you can charm them into giving us something for less," someone suggested. Li Yue felt exasperated. "Auntie, you can't expect me to get something for nothing. I lack the means to do so." Before her lips could even meet, others had already given her a discount, showcasing her uncanny ability. Li Yue paid no heed to the opinions of the villagers, seizing Zhao Laoda's arm and leading him through the opening in the fence. The door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. "Girl, aren't you afraid they'll take advantage of the chaos? Look at us. What could we possibly have that would tempt anyone?" Their garments were tattered, and apart from a meager supply of grain, they possessed nothing of value. Perhaps the only item of worth was Zhao Laoda's small medicine bottles. Upon entering the fenced area, they were greeted by several adult men and an elderly gentleman. The old man bowed slightly to Zhao Lao too. "This esteemed doctor is needed to tend to the ailments of our villagers. We can offer some of the goods you require as payment. For our village is currently devoid of currency. This village had no affiliations with those who previously owned fishing boats. Their remaining grain barely sufficed for their own sustenance. And they were devising ways to cope. The influx of refugees on the roads was ever increasing, and fortunately, they had erected the fence to prevent anyone from sneaking in. The current state of affairs was bewildering. It was unclear why so many refugees had suddenly appeared, leaving them too fearful to venture outside, lest their homes be devastated. Li Yue conversed with the elderly man about the troubles outside. His complexion turned ashen as he pondered the uncertain future. For now, they could only take things one step at a time, agreeing amongst themselves that those in need of medical attention should seek out the old doctor, offering whatever items they could spare in exchange. Li Yue refrained from inquiring about the dire state of their grain supply. Her task was simply to procure goods. The number of villagers was scant, and Li Yue found their decision to fortify their village with a fence quite commendable. Were it not for her being accompanied by an elderly man, they would never have allowed her entry, fearing she might divulge their circumstances upon leaving. Rest assured, I shall not speak of what I see here. I will not intrude upon the village. I will remain here while you present the items we need. The old man was pleased with her sense of boundaries. The written words the villagers inscribed were incomprehensible to her. We do have some grain, but we fear it may not last. We wish to exchange taro for some coarse grain, he explained, pulling fresh taro from his pocket. The villagers were taken aback by her offering of such fresh produce. A couple of households proposed a trade of 1 pound of taro for half a pound of grain. Li Yue, however, found the offer unsatisfactory. Look at the size of this taro. My family has children who wish for grain, otherwise we would be reluctant to part with it. She firmly rejected the proposal. The man hesitated, stamping his foot in frustration. He did not wish to miss out on such fresh taro. Very well, wait here while I consult with my family. After a while, he emerged from his home, producing a small bag of grain. Upon inspection, it revealed some moldy brown rice. Li Yue frowned. What is this? I offer fresh taro, and you present me with spoiled grain? The elderly man interjected, Young lady, this is the quality of our rice. If you don't believe me, I can show you my own. Li Yue rolled her eyes, thinking, who would possess rice with a faint hint of mold? Fearing her ire and the possibility of losing the old man's assistance in treating the villagers, he hurriedly returned home to fetch another bag of grain. Opening it revealed a similar disappointing sight. Had he not just retrieved it from his home, Li Yue would have suspected he was intentionally concealing inferior grain for trade. This rice is truly unacceptable. We cannot take this back as it is for the children, the old man lamented. How about you exchange it for our fine rice? It is more expensive, requiring 1 pound of taro for half a pound. He returned yet again, bringing another bag of grain. Though the grains were not as plump as modern rice, they were of far superior quality compared to the previous batch. Li Yue hesitated, discussing whether to accept this new price with the villagers behind the fence. Zhang Suiping's loud voice echoed from outside. This is a rip-off. We shall not trade. Mother, if we miss this opportunity, there may not be another. Ultimately, a reluctant agreement came from Zhang Suiping. Other villagers soon echoed their approval. There was no choice. Eating taro daily would turn them into taro, their very essence infused with its flavor. People needed carbohydrates to sustain hope. Zhao Laotu busied himself treating the villagers, who formed a long queue, predominantly comprising the elderly and children. Some families brought their own grain, inquiring what the village needed, offering surplus sewing supplies in return. Li Yue occupied her time sorting the needles and threads brought in. The village's most pressing need was clothing and rain gear. Previously, they had been fortunate to find shelter in a cave during a storm, but if it rained again while traversing the river, they would have nowhere to hide. Some villagers contributed raincoats, while others provided straw hats. The old man expressed gratitude. We are fortunate that you do not request anything too peculiar, otherwise we would be at a loss. Li Yue smiled gently. Soon, she would devise a way to bring forth items from her space. First, she could produce a thin quilt. Her clothing was far too ostentatious for this world, so she exchanged several pieces for more modest garments suitable for the villagers. By the way, I also have cloth shoes at home. Would you like some? They would be suitable for travel. Li Yue eagerly nodded, yes. Yes, I truly desire them. Heaven knows, her feet were worn raw from daily wear of straw sandals. How many pairs do you have? I wish to give one to each family member. In her space, she possessed black Beijing cloth shoes. If necessary, she would produce those. The villager only had one pair, which was black and intended for men. Li Yue recalled that only her father's size would fit. contemplating the sizes in her family. She decided to discreetly retrieve several pairs of old Beijing cloth shoes from her space when she left. These shoes had a moderately soft sole, available in black, brown, and coffee colors, fitting men well, while women could wear shades of reddish-brown or purple. The more she pondered, the more satisfied she became. It was indeed a splendid plan. Since only Zhao Laodu had accompanied her, he was too preoccupied to notice. In the future, she could present any unusual items as having been exchanged from this village. In gratitude for the old man's protection, she resolved to offer him a pair of cloth shoes as well. While liberation shoes were the most comfortable, their rubber soles would draw too much attention, and she did not wish to bring trouble to the village over a mere pair of shoes. Li Yue's backpack quickly filled to the brim. "Uncle Zhao, please keep an eye on this. I shall go deliver items to the villagers." Old Zhao, too preoccupied to respond, saw the other villagers trailing behind Li Yue. A kind-hearted man from the village even offered to assist her with the load. Upon reaching the fence, they decided to first deliver the goods, allowing Li Yue to lead the way. The villagers gathered around, chattering excitedly. "Li Yue, what's the situation inside? Are there many people in their village? Do they cultivate a lot of grain?" Li Yue cast a disdainful glance at the villagers before surveying the refugees nearby. Zhang Suiping then shouted with hands on her hips, "What are you asking for? Do you still want these items? If not, I'll take them myself." The villagers, momentarily distracted from their gossip, eagerly anticipated the contents of Li Yue's backpack. "Girl, have you brought the tobacco leaves I requested?" her father hollered from afar. "Tobacco leaves? What tobacco leaves? Just leave." Zhang Suiping shot a disapproving look at her husband, exasperated. "At a time like this, with food scarce, you're still thinking about tobacco." Infuriated, she felt like jabbing her husband on the forehead with a tobacco pipe. Li Yue ignored her father's remarks, while Li Tian squeezed through the crowd to glimpse the contents of the backpack. Fortunately, the requested raincoats were included, alleviating their worries about windy or rainy weather. The villagers gasped in astonishment upon seeing the shoes in the backpack. "Why did you get new shoes? The quality is quite remarkable." They longed to touch the shoes, only to have Zhang Suiping sweat their hands away. "What are you doing? Don't ruin them." "TCH, not even allowed to touch? How stingy. It's just a shoe. Not your husband." As the moment to depart approached, Li Yue hurriedly urged her mother to try the shoes at home. Zhang Suiping wished to slip on a pair, but upon opening the box, a pungent odor of sweat repelled the villagers, causing them to step back. "Such fine shoes, but never mind. I'll wait until after my bath tonight to change." She admired the delicate patterns and tight stitching. "These shoes must be quite expensive, Li Yue." Sensing the villagers' continued curiosity about the shoes, Li Yue quickly shouldered her backpack and called out, "Is there anything else you need me to exchange? I can go again." The villagers had little to trade, as their own grain was insufficient. What else could they possibly need? As the gate swung open and quickly closed, the villagers of Li's family settled down once more. The refugees continued to peer in, hoping to catch a glimpse. Chapter 77. Borrowing Raincoats. Upon entering, a refugee approached, attempting to barter with the villagers, only to be driven away with harsh words. Undeterred, they plotted to exchange goods with the village across the fence once the Li villagers departed. When Li Yue entered, old Zhao was in a flurry, beckoning her over. The medicinal herbs in Li's village were limited, so he only prepared prescriptions, leaving the villagers to procure their own supplies. They boiled a pot of water, and old Zhao possessed 2 sets of silver needles. One set was in use, while the other simmered in the water, ready for the next person to use after the first was spent. Despite these constraints, the village chief expressed gratitude, inquiring if Li Yue's village needed anything, promising to share whatever they could spare. As the villagers of Li's family waited outside, they began to cook, the faint aroma of wolf meat wafting in from outside. "Miss Li, what kind of meat is that? It smells divine." With supplies dwindling in this harsh year, Li Yue explained that they had encountered wolves in a cave and had killed them. The meat they were cooking was indeed wolf meat. Wow, how impressive, though tempting. No one dared to ask for meat. It was too precious to waste. They resolved to endure the scarcity until better days arrived. Old Zhao and Li Yue toiled until the late hours, and the villagers reluctantly bid them farewell. The next day, as dawn broke, the villagers of Li prepared to continue their journey. Meanwhile, the other village beyond the fence remained silent and unresponsive. Some refugees, envious of Li's villagers from the previous day, attempted to barter their own belongings. Thanks to Li Yue's warning, the village chief remained vigilant, Any attempts to breach the fence were swiftly quashed, maintaining the tense atmosphere. The heat intensified, and dragonflies hovered low over the river's surface. Everyone sensed rain was imminent, prompting them to quicken their pace. The villagers, led by Li Dazhuang, searched fruitlessly for nearby caves that would provide shelter from the rain, returning with disappointed expressions. How can we manage without a place to hide from the rain? The villagers exchanged worried glances. Li Tian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, "Let us keep moving if it rains heavily. We'll deal with it then." He held on to a glimmer of hope that they might find refuge soon. The villagers pulled their carts onward. Those who had exchanged for raincoats quickly draped them over the children and elderly. "Mother, this is so heavy. I don't want to wear it," protested the 5-year-old Shoshu. Clad in the raincoat Li Yue had procured for the family. This old-fashioned raincoat, made of thick material, was cumbersome. The short-statured Shoshu, with his face nearly buried in the hood, stumbled as the coat dragged along the ground. Zhang Suiping observed, "Eldest daughter-in-law, let Chuan Miao and Xiao Hua wear it. They can support him, but it's wasteful for such a young child." The eldest daughter-in-law, Zhou Xianglan, felt embarrassed by her mother-in-law's reprimand and glanced at her husband. Shoshu, being the youngest boy, was precious to her. Chuan Miao and Xiao Hua were older, and Chanhua also needed to care for Shouan. The Li family possessed 8 raincoats in total. Fearing there wouldn't be enough for the family, Li Yue secretly retrieved another from her space. Unlike modern raincoats, these were not foldable, they were large, akin to a straw mat, and heavy. If the wind blew, they could easily fly away. As the head of the family, Li Tian received one. Old Zhao sat behind him. The 2 old men squeezed under one coat, barely covering their heads while their backs remained exposed. Each of the 3 Li brothers received a coat, as they needed to protect their bodies while transporting goods. Zhang Suiping wore one while holding her granddaughter, and Li Yue donned another to shield both children. Each of the 2 sisters-in-law also wore one. Following a reprimand, Zhou Xianglan wrapped Shoshu in her coat, determined not to let her son get wet, even if it meant she would be soaked herself. The second sister-in-law, Wu Xiufang, shared the same sentiment. "Mother, Xiao Ni and donghua are small enough to share with Shul. Chuan Miao and Xiao Hua can each have one." What had initially been a well-planned arrangement, 8 coats perfectly sufficient for the family, left the Xiao family without any. As they prepared to set off, Li Xing, who had been absent for some time, approached with a troubled expression. Ever since saving Qian Zhaodi from the cave, she had suffered a miscarriage and, feeling vulnerable without her prior support, was cautious not to offend her husband, appearing increasingly despondent. Her third brother had become increasingly proactive in searching for food and fishing, striving to nourish her back to health. Li Xing was devoted to his wife, but his relationship with his parents and siblings was rather strained. "Mother, little sister," he croaked. In less than half a month since the family was divided, he had visibly lost weight. His complexion was poor, with sunken eye sockets and dark circles beneath his eyes, his frame resembling little more than skin and bones, as if his very essence had been siphoned away by some malevolent spirit. He appeared older than even his elder brother. "What brings you here?" Zhang Suiping confronted her son, a mixture of anger and concern flooding her heart. How could he have allowed himself to deteriorate in such a manner? Li Yue remained silent, tending to the child. Li Xing felt an acute sense of embarrassment. "Mother, I wish to borrow a raincoat from home. Zhaodi has just given birth, and her body is struggling." Zhang Suiping rolled her eyes, glancing at the distant Qian family. They too possessed raincoats. The father had one, the mother had one, and Qian Jinbao even boasted his own. Zhang Suiping's heart nearly seized at the thought, and she angrily pointed a finger at her son. "How could I have given birth to such a fool? You can't manage without that woman, can you? The Qian family has 3 coats. Why didn't you ask your in-laws? Now you come crawling back to me. I have none to spare, and, even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Her hatred for Qian Zhaodi was palpable. How could such a wicked woman exist? The maternal family brought nothing but misfortune to the in-laws. Was the Li family merely a punching bag, having failed to borrow the item? Li Xing's face darkened further under his mother's scolding. Li Yue rubbed her temples, at a loss for words regarding her third brother. "Third brother, you see. Our family truly lacks extra provisions, as evidenced by the children huddled together. We cannot allow them to be drenched in the rain for your sake." She hesitated. Qian Jibao could easily share one with his mother. Yu and Qian Zhaodi could share another. Hearing his sister's words, Li Xing turned to glance at Qian Zhaodi, who was looking at him with an expression that stirred a complicated mix of emotions within him. Third brother, you have your own family to care for. Which is perfectly understandable, but you must not show favoritism. It is only natural for a daughter to be filial towards her parents, yet when the scales are tipped, why should one continue to offer warmth to a cold shoulder? Qian Zhaodi, unable to bear it any longer, approached Li Xing and said, "Come on. If they want to lend it, they want to lend it." How petty. Chapter 78, Xiao Baobao speaks. Qian Zhaodi, do not speak in such a sarcastic manner. Your parents aren't being stingy. Why not have them share with you? Qian Zhaodi stiffened and quickly pulled Li Xing back. Behind them, Zhang Suiping could no longer contain herself and spat in disdain. What nonsense is this? Enough, mother, let us be on our way before the rain truly begins. There is a saying about not arguing with fools, and they would not engage with the simple-minded. A gentle drizzle began to fall, the humid air causing fish to surface and bubble in the river. The villagers, upon witnessing this, were filled with joy. Should we not rest here? Look at all the fish. They watched as the fish leapt from the water, their hearts eager to catch them. Li Tian commanded the villagers to rest momentarily. Xiaoyang and the villagers set out to chop wood. Why were they chopping wood? To construct a simple shelter, with stakes driven into the ground and a layer of raincoat laid atop, serving as a curtain against the rain. The underside remained drafty, but thankfully it was summer. The cut wood would be saved for future use. If too short, they would be secured with rope. The eldest sister of the Li family set up a pot to boil water, grateful for the proximity to the river. Li Yue finally soaked her long-desired feet. She first washed the two children's feet, which quickly became murky. They had traveled less than the village children, yet their feet had borne thickened calluses. Li Yue, feeling playful, tickled her daughter's feet, causing them to erupt in laughter. Not far off, Xiao Baobao watched intently, his eyes unblinking. She extended her hand, inviting him to join her and her sisters in play. Xiaomu smiled fondly, ruffling her grandson's hair. Go on. Her little grandson had been silent for too long. A source of concern, perhaps playing with village children would encourage him to speak. Xiao Baobao approached, his large eyes fixed on Li Yue, then glancing at the water basin, his tiny feet peeking out from his shoes. You wish to wash your feet too, do you? Li Yue asked with a beaming smile. Xiao Baobao nodded, then turned to his grandmother with a questioning gaze. It's all right, I will fetch you clean water. This water is a bit dirty from their washing. After a while, Li Yue returned with a fresh basin of hot water. Xiaomu helped Xiao Baobao remove his shoes and placed his small feet into the water. The Xiao family doted on him, hardly allowing him to walk, so his feet bore no blisters. As she touched his soft, smooth feet, she found them utterly adorable. He gazed at Li Yue with longing eyes, and her heart softened. Earlier, when she had tickled her daughter's feet, she had noticed the desire in his gaze, as if he yearned to join but found it difficult to express himself. A playful smile crept onto Li Yue's lips as she began to sneakily tickle the soles of his feet. Xiao Baobao erupted in giggles, clutching his belly in delight. And with a hoarse voice, he uttered, ticklish. Li Yue was momentarily taken aback, as were Xiaomu and the others, their faces lighting up with joy. Little Baobao, you finally spoke. Can you say another word for your grandmother? Tears streamed down Xiaomu's face, overwhelmed with genuine happiness. Her grandson was 3 years old and still had not spoken, though she kept silent about her worries. Her heart was anxious. What will we do if he remains silent as he grows? Seeing his grandmother's tears, Xiao Baobao's expression turned serious. He gently wiped away her tears. He attempted to speak, opening his mouth, but no words came out, only a series of ah. Xiaomu slumped to the ground, her emotions in turmoil. Xiaoqing rushed forward, shaking Xiao Baobao. Try speaking again. You just did, your aunt heard you. Go on, give it another try, please. Xiao Baobao's expression showed resistance. He opened his mouth, but only managed to produce ah. Xiaoqing was on the verge of losing her mind. Just then, Xiaoyang entered, holding a fish he had caught. And upon seeing his mother seated on the ground with red-rimmed eyes, he frowned in confusion. Xiaoqing rushed to explain, brother, I just heard little Baobao speak. Just like that, he spoke. While she spoke, she tickled Xiao Baobao's feet again, but this time, he shrank away, clutching his feet in fear. Li Yue frowned and grasped Xiaoqing's hand. Enough. Little Baobao is uncomfortable. Do not tickle him anymore. Have a bit of patience. It is a good thing that he has begun to speak, and it will come in time. Xiaomu wiped her tears and nodded. Yes. What your sister-in-law says is right. We must take it slow. She lovingly dried her grandson's feet and patted his little head. No need to rush. We will take our time, all right? Your aunt is just too eager. Subsequently, she allowed Xiao Baobao to join Li Yue's daughters in play. Li Yue noticed Xiao Yang's fleeting look of surprise quickly replaced by his usual demeanor as he presented the fish he had caught, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. She softly reassured him. It is a good thing he spoke. He will surely continue to find his voice. Though she herself was uncertain why Xiao Baobao had been mute for so long, she believed that now he had begun to speak, even if his words were unclear. Encouragement was essential. As Xiao Xiaobao and Li Hao engaged in their playful antics, their faces radiated a sense of relaxation. Li Yue's brother's children also rushed over, eager to join in the fun. You little rascals should wash your feet and clean yourselves up before crawling onto the bedding, Zhang Suiping chided with a laugh. Outside, the rain fell incessantly, while inside, laughter echoed throughout the room. Li Yue decided to soak her feet as well, squinting at the overcast sky, her mind wandering to the idea of munching on a bag of sunflower seeds, though her lips felt forlorn without anything to nibble on. She recalled the beans she had exchanged earlier. Mother, since we have no pressing matters, shall we indulge in some bean sprouts? What a splendid idea. After a day of foraging for wild vegetables, I feel as though I've turned into one myself, Zhang Suiping responded enthusiastically, retrieving yellow beans from her cloth pouch to rinse in clean rainwater before finding a basin to sprout them. Meanwhile, the sisters-in-law from the Li household busied themselves steaming taro and mixing it with the flour they had traded to make cakes. Occasionally, a few raindrops fell from above, but everyone pretended not to notice, preferring this over the discomfort of being huddled outside under the awning. The men, clad in raincoats, squatted by the riverbank, fishing with rods. The fish they sought were the loaches dug from the riverbank's mud. Passers-by, observing the lively scene in Li's village, began to emulate their example, and soon the riverbank was lined with people fishing. Unfortunately, some lacked raincoats and, with the rain pouring down, their vision blurred, forcing them to seek refuge under nearby trees, enviously gazing at Li's village. Exhausted from their play, the children listened to the rhythmic patter of rain, gradually drifting into sweet slumber. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Hey, come quick! What was that? It sounded as if a heavy object had fallen into the water. The villagers of Li's village, abandoning their fishing rods, swiftly gathered to investigate. The rain-soaked path was slippery, and someone's cart, unanchored before bedtime, had been swept away by the wind and rolled into the river. Panic ensued as everyone rushed back to check on their own carts. Soon, the wailing of Zhang Youfu's wife filled the air. What a calamity! Why did our cart have to fall into the water? It had so much grain on it. She urged her son to hurry and retrieve the cart. Zhang Youfu sighed heavily. His daughter-in-law also rushed out from the shelter, donning her clothes. Li Yue, hearing the commotion, observed her mother embracing her daughter and frowned. Mother, I'll go take a look. Just a moment, Zhang Suiping waved her hand. By the time Li Yue arrived, the villagers had ceased fishing, and her brothers were busy braiding ropes, brainstorming ways to retrieve the cart. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can feel like choking. Li Tian bellowed to Zhang Youfu amidst the rain. Your cart, yet your two sons refuse to go retrieve it. How do you expect everyone to help? Zhang Youfu scowled, his aged face furrowed. Isn't it that the eldest and second don't know how to swim? Why don't you find someone else in the village? You're the village chief, you must assist. He lowered his voice, setting aside pride to plead with a lifelong rival. The village children often enjoyed fishing in the river. It was odd that your eldest and second couldn't swim. What of it? Is your family's life more valuable than others? If you want to fish, then fish. Li Tian felt anger swell within him at such selfishness. It is natural for one to have self-interest, yet one must not overstep boundaries. Your belongings are your responsibility, and you cannot expect others to risk their lives to help you retrieve them. The river appeared calm, yet its depths remained a mystery. Just days ago, old Zhao nearly drowned after slipping into the water. As a doctor, he held significance in the village. A mere cart was of no consequence compared to a life. Zhang Youfu scanned the crowd, contemplating that only Xiao Yang was approachable. Though he had a stern demeanor, he was always obliging when asked for help. He approached Xiao Yang directly. Xiao Yang, deeply focused on fishing at the riverbank, was aware of the village's happenings but refrained from intervening. Xiao Yang, look here. What are you looking at? You old coot, don't think just because my son-in-law is easy to talk to, you can demand favors. Retrieve your own belongings. The villagers will lend a hand, but don't bother me, Xiao Yang retorted. Zhang Youfu clenched his fists, shooting a glare at Li Tian before storming off. Li Yue approached, shaking the fish from Xiao Yang's bucket. Xiao Yang remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at her before resuming his fishing, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. Zhang Youfu returned home, compelled to send his sons into the river. The two sons hesitated, each expecting the other to go first. But neither budged. Frustrated, he kicked each of them in the backside. Why didn't you secure the cart properly? Do you expect me to do it? The cart is heavy. Both of you get in there. Father. It's freezing in the river at night, and who knows if we'll even find our footing. The villagers, unable to bear the sight, urged, hurry up, or we'll return to fishing. This is wasting our time. The Zhang brothers exchanged glances. The villagers were adamant about not getting in the water. Reluctantly, they stepped in. Zhang Youfu's wife watched her sons enter the water, her heart aching. This was not the village river. Its depths were uncertain. The brothers steeled themselves, supporting each other as they moved toward the cart. The cart's ropes had been secured, and they stood in the water, straining to lift it. The villagers pulled with ropes from above. Zhang Youfu, noticing that after a long struggle they hadn't succeeded, resolutely approached Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, would you please lend a hand? Seeing his desperation, Xiao Yang handed his fishing rod to Li Yue and leisurely made his way over. Zhang Youfu was drenched in sweat. Xiao Yang, I know I've wronged you in the past. I was mistaken. Please hurry. They finally reached the riverbank. And with Xiao Yang's help, the other men from Li's village joined in, putting forth great effort to finally retrieve the cart. While the cart was salvaged, its contents had long since fallen into the river. Zhang Youfu's wife cried out, eldest, second, look in the river for any bundles. Whatever you can salvage is better than nothing. The Zhang brothers, soaked through and with rain still falling, felt their wet clothes cling to their bodies. Their hair soaked as they stifled yawns. Since we're here, we might as well try to salvage something, that as our food supply. The villagers handed the brothers torches. The river water reached their waists and they leaned on each other for support. With the torches held aloft, they could see a bit more clearly beneath the water's surface. Zhang Dazhang's keen eyes spotted the bundle his mother mentioned, along with the wooden tub they used for storing taro. Second brother, over there, let us go. The villagers pulled the cart ashore. Some returned to change clothes, while others lingered by the river, hoping to catch more fish. Only the onlookers Li Yue, Old Zhao, Li Tian, and the Zhang family remained by the riverbank. Suddenly, a swift current surged, causing Zhang Dazhang to stumble as his foot caught on something, toppling him into the water, where he gulped down a mouthful. His younger brother was pulled down along with him, caught off guard by the sudden fall. The unfortunate Zhang Er was dragged into the river by his elder brother, sputtering as he choked on water, letting out a startled cry. Zhang Youfu's wife and Zhang Er's wife were filled with dread. Second, husband, what just happened? Zhang Youfu seized the torch from his wife and stepped forward, peering into the water. The riverbank was slick from the rain, and he lost his footing, yelping as he stumbled. Li Tian reached out to help but was unable to grasp him. Help! Help! Zhang Youfu fell into the water, momentarily bewildered, flailing his arms and calling out for help. Li Tian, exasperated, retorted, the water is only up to your waist. What are you shouting for? No, Lao Li. You must save me. My leg has cramped up. Help me. Zhang Youfu thrashed about in the water, while his two sons, in a panic, attempted to rescue their father. However, their feet slipped, and they both fell into the water. Thus, the trio found themselves floundering together. Li Tian could hardly contain his amusement at the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Li Yue skillfully retrieved a bamboo pole, extending it towards the struggling figures in the water. Uncle Zhang, hold on to this. Li Tian could only stride toward the villagers, beckoning them to come to the rescue. The returning villagers were equally incredulous. Uncle Zhang, your family certainly knows how to create chaos. Zhang Youfu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could hardly hear the comments, consumed by his genuine fear and the pain of his cramping leg. Zhang Laer was also shouting about something biting his backside, exclaiming in pain as he pulled back his hand, revealing blood. With no other option, Li Yue had to pass the bamboo pole to someone else to fetch Xiao Yang. Chapter 80. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Xiao Yang had not anticipated the Zhang family's misfortune. He passed the bucket of fish to Li Yue, who hefted it with difficulty. Upon glancing inside, she was greeted by a writhing mass of fish, their round, bewildered eyes darting as they thrashed about in a desperate attempt to escape. She silently marveled at the skill of the fisherman. Without hesitation, Li Yue secured the lid to prevent any envy from others upon her return. Hearing the commotion, the eldest sister-in-law emerged from the shed, anxiously handing the fish bucket to her hurriedly approaching sister-in-law, while following Xiaoyang to join the fray, pondering what items she could retrieve from her space to aid in the rescue. Upon reaching the riverbank, Li Tian waved the bamboo pole before the Zhang family in the water. The struggling individuals could see nothing in the rain-soaked night, their hands reaching out in vain. Grasping at nothing, old Zhang grabbed the fishing rod. Zhang Youfu continued to shout for help. Quickly find someone to save me. I was wrong. Please help me. My leg is cramping badly. I can't see anything. Given his clarity of thought, it seemed he was not in dire peril. The Zhang brothers finally managed to grasp each other's hands. Xiaoyang approached the bank, raising a torch to illuminate the scene for those below. At last, the brothers secured the slender bamboo pole, and the villagers exerted tremendous effort to pull them to safety. Zhang Youfu swallowed several mouthfuls of water, becoming lightheaded and floating on the surface. When the Zhang brothers turned to see their father unconscious, desperation filled them. Xiao brother, please save my father. We will reward you handsomely, Zheng Lao pleaded, covering his backside in distress. The other villagers, with only average swimming skills, hesitated to jump in, knowing Zhang Youfu's weight could pose a risk to their own lives. Just as Xiaoyang was about to enter the water, Li Yue called out from behind him, handing him 2 items with careful instructions. Use this to secure him underwater. He won't drown immediately, but be careful. The item she provided was an invisible life jacket, which some fashionable young women might find too bulky and unflattering, but this transparent version was virtually undetectable. It was quite expensive, but she deemed it worth the cost to save Zhang Youfu. The villagers assumed Li Yue was merely concerned for her man, as she accompanied him into the rescue. Li Yue then produced a sturdy climbing rope from her space, distributing it among her brothers. I'll tie one end to Xiaoyang and we can pull him back. The rope was equipped with 2 safety clips, one secured to Zhang Youfu and the other to Xiaoyang, ensuring they could pull him to shore as long as the rope remained intact. This type of rope was a lifesaver during bungee jumps. Once Xiaoyang entered the water, everything proceeded smoothly. Li Tian shouted encouragement from above, intermittently conversing with the unconscious Zhang Youfu. After losing consciousness, a person's weight increases. Old Zhao shouted from above. Pinch his philtrum, see if that wakes him up. Xiaoyang complied, pinching the tender flesh of Zhang Youfu's philtrum, drawing blood, yet he remained unresponsive. Zhang Youfu's wife, filled with concern, shouted, be gentle, be gentle. The Zhang brothers, displaying filial piety, faced the rain while their wives urged them to return and change clothes to avoid catching a chill, yet they were reluctant to leave their father. Their wives held umbrellas made of oiled paper to shield them from the rain. Xiaoyang followed Li Yue's instructions, securing the items around Zhang Youfu's waist. He then waved to the people above, and the villagers pulled the unconscious Zhang Youfu to the shore. Xiaoyang moved aside, noticing a bundle in the water, furrowing his brow as he dragged it closer and threw it onto the bank. His strength was considerable, and as the bundle snagged on a rock, it tore, spilling taro into the water. Oh no, my taro! Zhang Youfu's wife exclaimed, lamenting both the loss of the taro and her husband. Those on the bank, some not from Li's village, began using sticks and other tools to retrieve the floating taro. Seeing her husband pulled ashore, she neglected everything else and rushed to reclaim her lost taro. The villagers, having toiled to retrieve it, were unwilling to relinquish their hard-earned haul, leading to a scuffle between her and the group. The 2 Zheng sons, distressed over their father's unconscious state, urged their wives to assist their mother, while they themselves anxiously watched over their father. After Xiaoyang ascended the bank, the villagers carried Zhang Youfu to the shed. He discreetly retrieved the items from around Zhang Youfu's waist and exchanged knowing glances with Li Yue, who stepped forward to reclaim her belongings. Dr. Zhao began to treat Zhang Youfu. Meanwhile, Zhang Youfu's wife returned, wailing in despair. Her hair soaked and disheveled, her face marked with scratches, she rushed at Xiaoyang, demanding, "You owe me for my taro. You took everything. How will I feed my family now? I want to die." As a woman, Xiaoyang could not retaliate but frowned in displeasure, allowing her to vent her frustrations upon him. Zhang Suiping had already been stirred awake by the commotion, dressing quickly to seek clarity on the situation from her daughter. She could no longer remain passive, stepping forward to push Zhang Youfu's wife aside, pointing an accusatory finger as she scolded, "My son-in-law saved your husband. You ungrateful wretch. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also push him and demand compensation? Have some decency. Zhang Lair, feeling embarrassed, covered his backside and offered thanks to Xiaoyang. Li Yue, her expression stern, approached. Should I throw them all back into the water for you to rescue? You. Zhang Youfu's wife was incensed, yet the truth of her words silenced her. And she ceased her outbursts, sobbing as she approached the still unconscious Zhang Youfu, shaking him and weeping inconsolably. The Li family furrowed their brows, realizing that if they did not intervene, the entire village would be roused by her cries. If you continue to allow your mother to cry, believe me, we will toss her into the river to wail to her heart's content. Li Tian, bothered by her wailing, grimaced at Zhang's third son. Unable to bear it, Zhang's third son stepped forward to gently pull his mother away, whispering words of comfort. Old Zhao attempted to expel the water from Zhang Youfu's stomach by positioning him on his side, instructing Xiaoyang to deliver several firm strikes to his chest. With a powerful punch, Zhang Youfu groggily regained consciousness, feeling as though his ribcage might shatter. He spat out a mouthful of water, his bewildered eyes gazing around until they fell upon Li Tian. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he grasped Li Tian's large hand. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Li Tian was so overwhelmed by his display of sentimentality that he nearly lost his dinner. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but despite his efforts, the man clung to him with a grim countenance. At that moment, Zhang Youfu's wife, seeing her husband regain consciousness, rushed forward, only to inadvertently knock him back down to the ground, causing his head to throb painfully. Zhang's second son, clutching his still bleeding backside, approached. Uncle, please examine this bite. It hurts terribly. The ensuing scene left Li Yue feeling uncomfortable as it grew late, and it was time to return home for rest. Outside, the rain continued to fall softly, while by the riverbank, some remained undeterred, fishing for taro. The villagers, showing kindness, lent a hand to Zhang Youfu's family, with the daughter-in-law using a bamboo pole to sift through the water. Hurry, come quickly, it's serious. Chapter 81. The Regret of a Scoundrel. As Zhang's second son lifted his shirt, the villagers discovered two pincers firmly clamped onto his backside, oozing blood. What is this strange creature? The crowd gathered, intrigued by this round, flat object which they had never seen before. Li Yue, upon hearing their chatter, hurried over to investigate and confirmed her suspicions. The crab, with its large eyes darting about, waved its pincers defiantly. A surge of delight filled her, and she reached out to grasp it. Careful, daughter. Zhang Suiping called out anxiously from behind. Mother, I recognize this. It's called a crab, and it tastes delightful when cooked. Though the meat is scarce, its flavor is exquisite. Those who appreciate it adore it, while others find it troublesome. Zhang's second son had sustained a painful wound from the crab, a matter that could escalate if infected, potentially leading to amputation. Seizing an opportunity while old Zhao was distracted, she discreetly added a bit of antibiotic to his drinking bowl. When Zhang's second son took a sip, he noticed the water had an unusual bitterness, but dismissed it as a side effect of the medicine. Crabs could indeed make a fine dish, yet the rain persisted. Li Yue told Xiaoyang to show him the crab before heading back to rest. By dawn, the skies had cleared slightly. The village children sprang out of their slumber, and Li Yue inhaled the earthy aroma with a sense of joy. The clear sky was exceptionally blue, and in the distance, the horizon blended seamlessly with the water. A faint rainbow appeared in the sky. Oh dear, War. Come quickly to see the rainbow. The children, hearing her call, eagerly raised their heads in delight. The adults in the village, witnessing the children's joy, finally allowed smiles to break through their previously furrowed brows. Children are the heart's treasure. Their rare happiness brings joy to all. Li Yue, this is for you, came Xiaoyang's deep voice from nearby. He presented her with a wooden bucket, swaying and heavy. Inside, the lively crabs blinked and clawed at one another, attempting to escape the water. Li Yue, unable to contain herself, let saliva dribble from the corner of her mouth. Breakfast was not yet prepared, so she carried the bucket to the kitchen. Several older children, under Chuanmiao's guidance, had already taken the village's younger ones to gather the wild vegetables that had sprouted overnight. The tender green leaves glistened with dewdrops. Can this strange creature be eaten? Li Yue's sister-in-law wondered aloud. Is it truly edible? Lacking a pot for cooking, Li Yue simply took a stick and skewered the crab, placing it over the fire to roast. The crab transformed from green to red, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Her sister-in-law, eyes wide with anticipation, could not help but swallow hard. Does it taste like roasted bugs? She mused, detecting a similar scent. Once a crab was perfectly cooked, Li Yue demonstrated how to lift the shell, revealing the rich, oily crab roe within. She blew on it gently before offering a piece to her little nephew. The child's eyes widened as he exclaimed to his mother, "Mother, it's delicious. Salty and tasty." With the crab roe being scarce, Li Yue broke off a piece of the tender white meat and offered it to her sister-in-law. Though initially reluctant to accept, she could not resist swallowing it under the hopeful gaze of the onlookers. After finishing, she squinted her eyes in delight. It truly has a hint of saltiness. Does this creature contain salt? River crabs are less salty than their sea counterparts, yet equally delectable. For the villagers, who were accustomed to a diet of taro, the salty flavor was a rare and cherished delicacy. You can roast it, steam it, boil it, or stir-fry it, it's all up to you, Li Yue cheerfully explained to her sister-in-law. Outside, the children's laughter echoed back. Upon venturing out, Li Yue saw that their small baskets were filled to the brim with wild vegetables. Zhang Suiping, holding her granddaughter, smiled as she touched the wild greens, her lips curving into a grin. Li Yue pondered for a moment before turning back. Sister-in-law, let us add some shrimp and crabs to the porridge when we cook. She knew that simply consuming wild vegetables lacked nutritional value. Adding shrimp would provide much-needed protein. Her sister-in-law acknowledged with a sigh before beginning to prepare the porridge. When breakfast arrived, everyone savored the fresh shrimp porridge, their brows relaxing in contentment. Next time, let us fry the shrimp in oil. It will be incredibly fragrant. Zhang Suiping cast an incredulous glance at her daughter, noting her finicky nature even in their desperate times. After their meal, they packed their belongings and set off. The ground remained damp, squelching beneath their feet. Yet, in pursuit of a better future, they had no choice but to hasten their journey. The weather was pleasantly cool, but there was no place to rest, and they walked tirelessly until nightfall, their feet weary. That night, due to the rain, the ground was particularly damp. So Li Yue retrieved a picnic mat from her supplies to shield herself from the moisture. They had food and water, and despite their exhaustion, spirits were relatively high, much improved from before. During their journey, they admired the wildflowers and the occasional fish or shrimp leaping nearby, feeling hopeful about their future. When they paused, they seized the opportunity to catch some fish for a treat. Such good days were rare. Life in Li village had recently flourished, and the villagers' once sunken cheeks now appeared fuller. Meanwhile, Wang village lagged behind. Previously, they had been driven away by the residents of Li village, and half of their people had perished along the way. It must be said, good people do not live long, while calamity endures for a millennium. In the Wang family, 2 more daughters had died, leaving only Wang Laopa and a few others alive. Wang's sister-in-law was frail and weary, struggling to carry her precious burden. Mother, upon encountering Li Yue's family this time, we must speak to her properly. Our health is of utmost importance. Wang Enyi wished he could distance himself from his sister-in-law, but he could not abandon her if he still relied on her for meals. Wang Laopa, with her head drooping, replied, "Rest assured, when we meet that vile woman, I will have a proper discussion with her." No matter what, they needed to entice her with food to survive. As they approached the bridge, the fishermen were there, calling out to customers. Upon inquiring about prices, the villagers shook their heads, opting to follow the same route as Li village. Wang Laopa, panting heavily, asked her son, "Where are we headed now? To the capital? Will we encounter your wife? I wonder how her child is faring?" Wang Enyi felt as though he might suffocate upon hearing his mother mention Li Qingyun. His hands clenched into tight fists, his gaze dark and brooding. His animosity towards Li Qingyun surpassed even his hatred for Li Yue. He fervently hoped he would never cross paths with him again, for if he did, he would show no mercy to that family. The shimmering water in the distance seemed to twist the knife in his heart, reminding him of his sacrifices for Li Qingyun, abandoning wife and children, leaving him with a deep sense of regret. "Enough, mother, do not speak of Li Qingyun. We must first catch up with Li Yue and the others. There are so many fish in the river, and her brothers must have caught plenty. Perhaps we could even procure a couple." Li Yue, soft-hearted, believed that if she knelt before him and begged for forgiveness, she would surely relent for the sake of their 2 children. As for the youngest, Li Yuan, he regrettably forgot about his crying little daughter entirely. Chapter 82, Interception. Wang Enyi and his family walked at the forefront of Wang village, reaching the fence just as Li Yue had. Some refugees attempted to squeeze through the fence, only to be driven back by the villagers inside using the weapons Li Yue had provided them. Their bodies were marred with fresh wounds, blood flowing freely, foreheads scraped raw, and clothes torn to shreds. Upon seeing the weapons, Wang Ne's eyes widened in shock. Li Yue had used these. Did this imply she had been here? Noticing the bicycle tracks on the ground, which were longer and narrower than others, excitement surged through him. He suppressed his rising emotions, approaching the fence respectfully and raising his hand in greeting. I seek Li Yue. Might she be present here? Upon hearing her name, the villagers inside the fence peered out, scrutinizing him. He appeared no different from an ordinary refugee, disheveled and dirty. Who are you to Li Yue? One villager inquired. Wang Ne's mind raced. Li Yue was now known as Xiaoyang's wife, and he could not admit to being her husband. I am her cousin, he replied. The villager regarded him suspiciously, casting a glance at the disheveled Wang family. Then why are you not with her? We became separated, he stammered. Despite knowing Li Yue, these people were hesitant to let him in. Suddenly, an anxious old woman pushed her way forward. I am her mother-in-law. At this proclamation, the fence slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by jeers from the other side. Huh, what nonsense. Trying to impersonate Li Yue's mother-in-law. You seem quite beautiful. But you are a fraud. Fortunately, Li Yue had warned them before departing not to engage with anyone claiming to be her mother-in-law or husband when exchanging goods. Now, they had the audacity to impersonate her cousin. When Wang Ne knocked on the fence again, a pitchfork suddenly shot out from above, causing him to gasp in shock and take a step back. Other refugees nearly suffered injury, retreating in unison. If you don't leave, we shall not be polite. Disheartened by the closed gate, Wang Ne clenched his fists and continued on his way. The old woman continued to shout, What is going on? Everything was fine before. Wang Ne took a deep breath, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Mother, be quiet. If it weren't for your impatience to claim you were Li Yue's mother-in-law, we might have managed to deceive them. For the first time, he felt his own mother was as foolish as a pig. Li Yue was blissfully unaware that her scoundrel of a husband and his family were hastily pursuing her, leisurely riding their bicycles along the path. The ground had been wet for 2 days, but today it was finally dry enough to cycle. She eagerly removed the dirt from her bike chain and mounted her bicycle. Zhang Suiping joined her, her legs finally regaining some sensation. I must say, riding is far more comfortable than walking. After 2 days of trekking, my legs feel like stone. The only downside to riding was the chafing on her inner thighs, which had become red and raw. The handlebars were adorned with several freshly caught fish. As the weather began to heat up again, Li Yue felt a sense of urgency. The remaining bucket was filled with lively fish. When they stopped, they could cook fish soup or crab soup. After days of walking along the riverbank, they finally spotted a bridge in the distance. Li Yue informed the villagers nearby and quickened her pace to reach the bridge first to investigate. To her surprise, the far end of the bridge was occupied by local ruffians, demanding tolls for crossing. Disgruntled refugees shouted, "This bridge was built by the government. What right do you have to charge us?" Huh? Justice? Just look up. The thugs sneered, lounging in chairs placed at the bridge's entrance, weapons in hand. Anyone attempting to cross without paying would meet a swift and brutal end. Having come this far, the villagers of Li Family Village were not about to give up easily. How much is the toll to cross? They shouted, while a commotion erupted at the other end of the bridge. The voices of the two groups clashed in a cacophony. You charge for crossing up and down, splitting the river in two for double the toll. You are leaving us with no way to survive. May the heavens strike you down. This band of extortionists cared only for money, their consciences devoured by greed. Even when reviled, they remained unfazed, smugly humming to themselves. They recognized only people with wealth, disregarding the plight of the impoverished. Some refugees, having finally reached this point, found themselves unable to afford the exorbitant tolls. Frustrated, they could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward with their tools, shouting, "I will fight you." The brigands laughed derisively. With a swift kick, they sent the emaciated refugees sprawling, hardly any of them a match for their strength. The refugees fell to the ground, enduring brutal kicks and threats as blood stained the earth. Anger simmered beneath the surface, but they dared not voice it. The villagers of Li Family Village observed the scene, casting desperate glances towards Li Tian. "Village chief, what shall we do? These beasts." The bridge was made of wood, and Li pondered whether they could first subdue the ruffians, but crossing to the other side would present its own challenges, especially with the guards potentially sabotaging the bridge. Li Tian's face bore deep furrows of anguish. Faced with such villainy, he truly felt at a loss. With a serious expression, he lowered his voice to ask Xiaoyang, "What are your thoughts?" The villagers looked upon Xiaoyang with hopeful eyes, as if he were their beacon of hope. "If all else fails, shall we construct our own boats?" someone suggested. The villagers shot him incredulous looks. Who in the village can build such a thing? You are only complicating matters. If we could build boats, we would have done so back then instead of traveling so far. Everyone scratched their heads, racking their brains for a solution. Sneaking across the river was hardly realistic. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow as he observed the ruffians blocking their path. They did not appear to be from nearby villages, merely opportunists seizing the chance to impose their will. "Listen up, if you don't have money, you can exchange your grain. We're kind-hearted souls who cannot bear to see you suffer. We are flexible." "How much grain would suffice?" a refugee inquired, attempting to negotiate. "Not much, just 10 pounds. 10 pounds? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" The refugees gasped collectively. They had barely that much grain when they set out. Now, to demand 10 pounds was outrageous. If they gave in, would they not be left starving? Some of the refugees, unable to bear their plight, collapsed onto the ground, lamenting and beating their thighs in despair. "Heaven, grant us a path to survival," they cried out in anguish. The entire riverbank echoed with their groans and curses. In contrast to the forlorn refugees, Xiaoyang observed the group blocking their way and the people across the river, leading him to a resolute decision. Chapter 83. The Beauty Trap. Xiaoyang weighed the weapon in his hand, assessing both the arms of the villagers and the villagers themselves. The proverbial bullet strikes the prominent bird, yet this bird cannot remain unscathed. Their meager resources were woefully insufficient to satisfy the demands of those men. "We shall charge through," he declared. "Li Yue, take the women and children of the village to the rear. We will fight our way forward." The daylight commotion would surely alert their adversaries, and they planned to seize the cover of night to launch their assault, leaving their opponents in disarray. Quietly, he laid out his battle strategy, while the villagers of Li Family Village began to prepare a meal right in front of the gang. One of the obstructing group scoffed derisively. "Now they have the time to eat. This must be their last meal before the axe falls." His laughter rang out, but the villagers paid them no heed, vowing to settle the score later. As rice was cooked and the fragrant aroma wafted along the riverbank, the starving refugees couldn't help but swallow hard, their hunched forms inching closer in a desperate attempt to join the feast. The villagers brandished their sharp knives, forcing the intruders to retreat in fear. These refugees were timid as a mouse. Had they been truly brave, they would have simply taken the food by force or slain their foes to cross the river. After their meal, the villagers of Li Family intended to set up tents for a rest, but reconsidered. Their calm demeanor might arouse suspicion among the gang. Thus, they decided to finish their meal, pack their belongings, and return. The gang, witnessing their retreat, taunted the lingering refugees, boasting, "Either pay us with money or grain, or like them, get lost quickly. Don't hinder my business, you bring bad luck." Their arrogant tone was grating to the ears of listeners. As dusk settled, the villagers of Li Family discreetly observed the gang from a distance. The men of the village sought rest to conserve their strength for the impending battle, while the women kept a watchful eye on the children. More refugees continued to trickle in, while some reluctantly turned back or pressed on. The villagers of Li Family had no intention of advancing further. The deeper they wandered, the more perilous their path became, for no one knew what troubles awaited beyond the next junction. For now, this was the most feasible point of breakthrough. With nightfall creeping in, Li Yue stood by the riverbank and, to her astonishment, spotted people from Wang Family Village. What a stroke of ill fortune! This group was moving far too swiftly. They were lightly equipped and had evidently encountered the same plight. Wang Enyi and the old woman from Wang Family Village scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of the villagers from Li Family. The old woman curiously inquired, "Son, why haven't we seen anyone from Li Family Village? Have they crossed the river?" After inquiring about the crossing fees, the village chief returned, crestfallen, shaking his head. "Impossible. Li Family Village has so many people and such wealth, they could never afford the crossing fee. Even if the Li family had wealth, it was insufficient to cover such exorbitant costs, and it was unlikely that Li Tian would spend his resources to ferry others across, nor would he abandon his fellow villagers." The people of Wang family village were perplexed, searching high and low for any sign of the Li villagers, unable to fathom their disappearance. Wang Enyi, undeterred, continued his search. Finally mustering the audacity to inquire whether a group had crossed the river, describing their odd assortment of vehicles, a few two-wheeled carts, with children in front and an elderly woman dragging a heavy iron pot behind. This imagery was indeed memorable. A nearby refugee, who had been waiting for some time, chimed in. Their village is quite affluent and has rice, but they also can't afford the crossing fee, so they went back. What do you mean, went back? Where did they return to? Following the direction indicated by the refugee, the villagers of Wang exchanged puzzled glances, lost in thought. They had encountered no one from Li family village on their way here. I suspect they are hiding nearby, Wang Enyi conjectured, exhibiting rare insight. Just as the old woman was about to protest, he silenced her. Let us find a place to conceal ourselves. If I'm not mistaken, they are likely planning to sneak across under the cover of darkness. For now, let us disregard them. We must cross the river ourselves and wait for them to weaken each other before we seize the opportunity. His eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, fueled by his determination to settle the score. He had already devised a plan. Once he discovered the Li villagers, he would follow them across the river and stealthily pilfer their belongings. As for Li Yue, if she were to plead with him on her knees, perhaps he would consider allowing her to return. Having witnessed so many grotesque figures along the way, Li Yue now appeared strikingly beautiful in comparison. In truth, her beauty had not altered. She merely took better care of herself, avoiding the grime that marred others, and had fared well enough to retain a healthy glow. Wang Enyi gazed at the swirling waters before him, reminiscing about the tender moments shared with Li Yue, her gentle smile warming his heart. He had once genuinely adored her visage, otherwise, he would not have fathered 3 children with her. Alas, her temperament had soured from spoiled to coarse and unrefined. Lost in thought, his mind wandered to Li Qing'an, and his expression grew increasingly conflicted. Yet, the grumbling of his stomach interrupted his reverie, compelling him to seek sustenance. Remaining idle was less appealing than finding something to eat. Mimicking the actions of other refugees, he picked up a twig to fish by the riverbank. Once unaccustomed to menial tasks, he now found himself digging in the dirt for worms to bait his hook. Wang Enyi suppressed his resentment. Had it not been for Li Qing'an, he would not have been reduced to this state. Yes, if he could encounter Li Yue, he would charm her back. As for Xiaoyang, it would be better if he were dead. A surge of resentment welled up within him, convinced that Li Yue's reluctance to return stemmed from Xiaoyang's presence. Today, he would deliver a grand gesture to rid himself of Xiaoyang. As night fell, a veil of mist enveloped the riverside. Li Yue shivered from the cold. The villagers of Li family began to stretch and move about. With the right timing and circumstances, they merely needed to gather their numbers. When the conflict erupted, they did not expect the others to assist them. They merely hoped not to be a hindrance. The gang from Wang family village remained oblivious to the potential disruption of their plans. Father, to ensure absolute certainty, I will draw the people from Wang family village over. Li Yue resolved. Having spent considerable time among them, she understood their nature. They would comply with instructions as long as it benefited them. Just as Wang Enyi had once commanded their loyalty with his title as a scholar. Daughter, be cautious when you go, her father advised. Li Yue nodded, reassured that the gang had not seen her face during the day. Stealthily, she approached the people of Wang family village. Wang Enyi, she called out from behind the fisherman, who had caught only a single fish after an entire afternoon. The sight compelled her to step forward and assist him. Upon seeing Li Yue, Wang Enyi's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement as he sprang to his feet and grasped her hand. Just as he was about to embrace her in his fervor, Li Yue held her hand up before him. Li Yue, I know you were deliberately acting that way in front of them, weren't you? Deep down, you yearn for me. But circumstances have bound you, he asserted, holding her hand tightly, his cheeks flushed. Under the moonlight, Li Yue appeared breathtakingly beautiful, making him realize how foolish he had been in the past. Xiaoyang, look quickly. He has seized your wife's hand. Li Dazhuang exclaimed excitedly, gripping Xiaoyang's hand and gesturing for him to observe. Chapter 84, Licking the Eggshell. In the shroud of darkness, Xiaoyang's expression remained obscured, yet the atmosphere around him felt chillingly frigid. Li Dazhuang rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps. Li Yue sensed a piercing gaze aimed at the back of her head. Startled, she instinctively withdrew her hand, but Wang Enyi tightened his grip even further. Li Yue, I acknowledge my mistakes. I understand that your association with Xiaoyang is due to your parents' coercion. Please come back. We can still be a harmonious family. Wang Eni attempted to present himself as more refined and handsome, oblivious to the fact that he resembled a withered corpse, his self-assured smile appearing particularly unsettling. Suppressing her revulsion, Li Yue nonchalantly retracted her hand, wearing a distant smile. We've caused enough commotion and strife along the way. I have no desire to trouble you further. Let us part ways amicably and live our lives. Survival in itself is a rare achievement. She positioned herself to shield Wang's family from view as the people from Li village gradually approached Wang's family. Moments ago, Xiaoyang had witnessed Li Yue and Wang Eni holding hands, engaged in an intimate conversation. He promptly made a decisive resolution to prevent any mischief from Wang's family by first subduing them. The villagers from Wang village were still eager to watch the unfolding drama when the inhabitants of Li village surged forward. Currently, they were outnumbered, rendering them no match for Li village. Before long, every member of Wang village was bound, including the children. To conserve rope, they were all tied in pairs. The village leader of Wang had his mouth covered, shaking his head in disbelief while pleading for help. Li Tian slapped his face lightly. I'm about to pull off something big today, and I fear you might hinder my plans. So let us do it this way for now. We'll talk later. He conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that no one from Wang village had escaped, before dragging them all into the shadows. Having dealt with Wang village, they now focused on the group gathered at the bridge. Xiaoyang and his companions moved slowly towards the bridge. The few individuals stationed there felt a sense of familiarity with these newcomers. In the dead of night, yawning, they called out, "Hurry up. Pay your toll if you wish to cross. I warn you not to think you can sneak by under the cover of darkness." The guards at night were fewer in number than during the day, with some resting nearby. They took turns to ensure vigilance. The first half of the night passed quietly, but as the second half approached, the inhabitants of Li village took the initiative to strike. The guards on the bridge, their eyes sharp as searchlights, patrolled back and forth while Xiaoyang and a few of his stronger companions edged closer. What is going on? Stay back. Hurry up. The sudden appearance of these robust men was entirely unexpected for them. Xiaoyang stepped forward, swiftly plunging a knife into the abdomen of one of the guards. He did not kill them. Rather, old Zhao provided anesthetics to incapacitate them entirely. By the time those nearby noticed the disturbance, the situation had already been subdued, appearing as if they were merely conversing closely. What is happening, old three? Others from the group approached inquiringly, but in the next moment, Xiaoyang and Li Dazhuang exchanged a glance. Before they could draw closer, a tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, rendering them limp as if they had no bones, collapsing onto the ground with unwilling gazes directed at the inhabitants of Li village. Apologies, but we must cross the river. The people from Li village bowed slightly and beckoned others from their village to join them. The elderly, children, and women led the way, followed closely by the rest. They were oblivious to the fate of those left behind. Under the glow of the fire, the people of Wang village watched in astonishment as the folk from Li village brazenly crossed the river. They too needed to hurry across. If they delayed, they would find it impossible to cross once the group realized what was happening. The inhabitants of Li village crossed the river safely. The bridge was stable, and the men quickened their pace, while other refugees closely followed suit, seizing opportunities as they went, ignoring the roadblock entirely. By the riverside, torches flickered, and many more were evident on the bridge. The leader on this side signaled to his men, "You go check the situation on the other side of the river." A few younger men hesitated, but realizing they could not let such an opportunity slip away, they hurriedly dashed across the bridge. He intended to send a warning, but Li Yue swiftly administered a dose of anesthetic, rendering him completely unconscious. In this world, the death of one or two individuals was a common occurrence. On this side of the river, people craned their necks to observe the activity across the water, their slender figures casting elongated shadows beneath the bridge. The inhabitants of Li village intentionally refrained from lighting torches to maintain their swift advance. That night, they encountered ghosts and vanquished them. They met Buddhas and did the same. A multitude of individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. None could discern the identities of their assailants, as they were all overpowered. The people from Li village pushed carts of various kinds, racing forward as if pursued by phantoms. The cacophony of carts and vehicles echoed through the night. By dawn, they had traveled approximately 10 miles, leaving the bridge far behind. Once they paused, the entire village resembled a deflated balloon, having exhausted themselves. All this commotion had left them famished. Li Yue retrieved a few salted duck eggs from the supermarket and offered them around. Mother, let us have a simple breakfast with these. Zhang Suiping's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the palm-sized salted duck eggs. The eldest sister-in-law from Li's family hurried to rinse rice and prepare porridge, pairing it with taro and salted duck eggs for a quick, nutritious breakfast. She wondered where her sister-in-law had procured such duck eggs, suspecting they were from a previous trade in the village. The golden yolks of the salted duck eggs oozed with oil, causing the children to salivate. Li Yue fed each of her 2 daughters a bite of yolk. The soft, sticky, and savory flavor spread in their mouths. Mother, why didn't you bring this out sooner? Li restuffed his mouth full. The duck egg's perfect balance of saltiness and sweetness, allowing him to devour them effortlessly, even without steamed buns. Zhang Suiping shot a sidelong glance at her foolish son. There are only a few. I only brought them out because you all worked so hard last night. As the family savored the salted duck eggs, their mild flavor attracted the attention of sharp-eyed villagers who approached drawn by the aroma. The duck eggs still bore traces of the white salty brine. And the grandson of Zhang Youfu eyed them, licking his lips in anticipation. Zhang Youfu's wife, with a bold demeanor, asked Li Yue, "Could you spare us some of those duck eggshells for my grandson? We want to take your duck eggs, just the shells." She did not outright ask for the eggs, making it hard for Li Yue to refuse, and she handed over one shell. Seeing this, others began to bring their grandchildren forward, requesting the shells from Li's family. Some lamented, wishing they had asked Li Yue to exchange some earlier. Zhang Suiping considered refusing, knowing they still needed to eat, but seeing her daughter unconcerned, she ultimately remained silent. Those who received the duck egg shells expressed their gratitude profusely. Watching their departing figures, Li Yue felt a pang in her heart. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings towards them. She purposely left a bit of egg white on the shells, having never allowed her own family to lick them. As a small gesture of assistance to the villagers, some children, upon receiving the shells and licking the salty remnants, excitedly showed them to their elders, who, upon seeing their children's delighted faces, felt all fatigue dissipate. "Father, where are we headed next?" A castle appeared not far ahead. Chapter 85. Entering the city to stock up. Li Tian spat a thick phlegm onto the ground and took a deep drag from his pipe, coughing twice before saying, "I don't know." Li Yue's eyes twitched. "You don't know yet, you make all these gestures for effect." The circumstances here are evidently far more favorable than those in the villages they had previously visited. "De Zhuang, go and inquire," Li De Zhuang replied with a grunt, setting down his luggage and squeezing to the roadside to ask about the situation. Upon his return, a smile radiated from his face, impossible to conceal. "Good news. We can enter the city." "Really? How much is the entrance fee?" The crowd eagerly sought further details upon hearing this delightful news. After inquiring about the entrance fee, they discovered that it was somewhat pricier than in their hometown, yet still within an acceptable range. 5 won per person, with so many of us, that adds up. Zhang Suiping calculated the total for her family, nearly 100 won, enough to purchase several pounds of grain in the past. Enough chatter, let us hurry into the city. Compared to the 1 or 2 silver coins to cross the bridge, this is akin to encountering a benevolent deity. Indeed, people often fear comparisons, and this remark eased everyone's minds considerably. 5 won per person could easily be gathered from household to household. At that moment, a villager shouted, "Village chief, I lost all my money to a rat. What should I do? Can you lend me some?" Before Li Tian could respond, Zhang Suiping's voice boomed. "Should I slice off my meat for you to eat?" Someone lifted their garment, pulling out money from their trousers, causing Li Yue to frown at the foul odor. She had sufficient funds, but when she intended to offer money to Xiao Yang, he declined, saying, "No need, keep your money for yourself. I have enough for your family." Concerned that her mother's money might be insufficient, she attempted to give it to her mother, who also gently refused. "I have enough. You two will need money for your future. Save yours." Since her mother declined, Li Yue did not press the matter further. At the city gate, a throng of people queued. Even with a mere 5 won, some families struggled to produce it, lingering at the entrance, hoping to find coins that others might have accidentally dropped. Entering the city required not only payment but also household registration documents, which posed a challenge for some refugees hastily fleeing without anything. Li Tian pulled out the household registration documents from Li family village, clearly indicating the number of families. With a smile, he politely presented the money, saying, "Sir, all the funds from our village are here, and the number of households is clearly accounted for." There had been no births in their village along the way, save for a few elderly who had passed, making calculations straightforward. The guard counted the money and waved them through. Some refugees attempted to blend in with the Li family village group, exchanging furtive glances and mouthing instructions to keep quiet. However, as they reached the end of the line, one or two families were stopped, including the Qian family. From a distance, Li Xing called out, "Brother Dehu." Brother Dehu. When Li Dehu turned around, laden with his baggage, he noticed Li Xing being detained and was puzzled as to why he hadn't kept up. Upon turning, he found unfamiliar faces behind him. "Who are you, and why are you following us?" Li Dehu hurriedly explained to the officer, though he stuttered and trembled. The officer finally grasped the situation. Just as those two families tried to push forward, they were firmly halted by the guard. "I see you're trying to get locked up. With such a meager sum, you think you can escape?" The county magistrate had originally set the entrance fee at 3 won per person, and the additional 2 won were meant for the brothers to enjoy drinks. It was outrageous for these troublesome villagers to seek to cheat them out of that little money. Once the guards understood the entire matter, they dealt with them mercilessly. "Our Lord has graciously set a low entrance fee. Don't take our kindness for granted. Go and ask around other cities if any have an entrance fee as low as ours." Puh. The two families, from the elderly of 60 down to 3-year-old children, received a severe beating from the guards, with the children wailing in terror. Qian Zhaodi and Qian Jibao clung to Li Xing's arm in fright and hurried into the city. Eventually, Li Yue and her large group managed to enter. Both inside and outside the city were overcrowded. Inquiring about prices, they collectively gasped in astonishment. No wonder the entrance fee was cheap. The prices here were exorbitant. Meat buns were 10 won each, steamed buns 5 won each, and coarse rice 50 won per pound. While they deemed it expensive, it was only slightly more than the prices in the previous town, and compared to the exorbitant crossing fees, it was still significantly cheaper. With the sky-high crossing fees in mind, the villagers of Li Family Village felt dazed, thinking everything was inexpensive, even if they couldn't afford it. The villagers found a spot to rest in a narrow alley, while each family planned to stock up on supplies and then reconvene. Li Yue exchanged glances with her mother. Zhang Suiping huffed, "Eldest, you, I, and your sister Xiaoyang will go stock up. No questions allowed." Li Ri nodded, procuring a cart from home. Others in the village also managed to produce carts, while some stood still, patting their pockets for a few copper coins. Others were borrowing money from one another. Those with money at home were buying for themselves and had no intention to share. Li Tian found himself in a dilemma and ultimately approached his wife quietly to ask how much money they had left. "What for? To buy some tobacco this evening?" Zhang Suiping's brow furrowed, ready to scold him. "We can't even fill our bellies, and you want tobacco? You might as well skip meals and clutch your pipe." "Well, actually, I wanted to know if we had enough money. If not, I could lend some to the villagers. I'd make them sign an IOU." Li Tian hesitated before mustering the courage to explain. Observing this, Li Yue offered a suggestion to the families without money. "I believe there are locals in the city. They don't have rivers here, so they must also crave fish and shrimp. You could trade your taro for grain. I'm sure someone will exchange. You can also try bartering the twine and shoes you made on the road. Perhaps you'll manage to swap for something." Those families with fish in the village pondered it as well. They were tired of fish for now and would prefer to exchange for grain. "Thank you. We'll give it a try soon," they replied. After saying this, Li Yue and Xiaoyang pushed their cart to stock up, while a small group of people, including children and the elderly, waited behind, and some gathered in clusters with fish, hoping to test their luck. Li Yue's cart trailed a few other families, and the streets were nearly impassable with the number of carts. Li Ri and Xiaoyang waited at the spot while Li Yue and her mother ventured into an empty alley. When she emerged from the market with a large bag of frozen buns, Zhang Suiping's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. "Daughter, are these buns?" She pinched one of the hard, cold meat buns. "What is this, so chilly?" The frozen buns were still in plastic wrappers, and Li Yue tore them open, placing the frozen buns into the wooden tub they had brought. She had no idea what flavors the various buns were, but she simply opened them and placed them inside. "Daughter, this is amazing. Does it affect you at all?" Li Yue shook her head. "It's no problem. Mother, I'm thinking of taking more buns to share with the villagers as a loan to them, and they can return it later. Otherwise, if we eat the buns, and they don't have any, they might get envious." Zhang Suiping considered this reasoning as well. How could others smell the aroma and not suspect anything? Chapter 86. the hungry children cried. The county town was quite accommodating. Upon entering the city, the guards distributed wooden tokens. When leaving the city, holding the token would suffice to exit. Without it, one would need to pay the entrance fee again. Thus, Li Yue was unconcerned about inspections upon exiting the city. They had come to promote consumption. Balancing a full tub of buns, Li Yue and Zhang Cuiping struggled to carry them. The frozen buns were heavily packed together, their round shapes occupying considerable space. She had also purchased a multitude of pancakes, stacked layer upon layer, enough to sustain her family of over 10 for 3 or 4 days. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Xiaoyang approached when he saw his mother-in-law and Li struggling with the weighty wooden barrels. Curiosity piqued as he grasped the weight in his hands. He wondered what lay within. Li pushed a cart toward them. Li Yue quietly leaned closer to her brother, returned to the village and gather money to purchase this. I know someone who, seeing our plight, is willing to sell it cheaply, far less than in the city. See who might be interested. It's 5 won each. I need to raise funds now and they require cash on the spot. We can pawn jewelry or even sell vegetables, but let us keep it discreet. If others find out, it will be lost. Li spotted a bun larger than his fist, and he couldn't help but salivate. His heart raced as he pushed the barrel back to the gathering point, where he also fetched a bedsheet. Upon arrival, some who had traded taro and fish wore smiles, ready to return for barrels and bundles to buy grain. Li quietly shared with his father the good fortune of his younger sister and displayed the steamed buns to everyone. Such a stroke of luck. All our money is here. Let Li buy as much as she can. Just watch the purchases. Everyone eagerly thrust their money into Li's hands, standing at the alley's entrance, wary of passers-by overhearing their conversation while they jostled to buy their goods. Upon hearing that Li Yue had found a bargain, villagers who had come to shop rushed back, pushing their carts and barrels, clutching their hard-earned money, trailing behind Li in search of Li Yue. While waiting, Li Yue retrieved freshly steamed meat buns from her pocket, offering them to her mother and Xiaoyang. Concerned that Xiaoyang might not have enough to eat, she handed him 5 buns. Both she and her mother devoured 5 meat buns each, their bellies round and satisfied. Daughter, these meat buns are even better than those from our town. Oh dear, eating so well in one go makes me worry about my stomach. Li Yue swallowed the last bite and burped. Don't worry, we've had fish soup on the way. Our bellies are well-oiled and one tea complain. It was also Xiaoyang's first experience with such delicious meat buns. His eyes, filled with questions, turned toward Li Yue. He sensed many uncertainties, but, given her trust in him, felt compelled to protect her. Zhang Cuiping remained uneasy about her daughter suddenly revealing such abundance, but Li Yue waved her hand, assuring her that she was fully aware of her possessions and that what she gave away would be replenished. Xiaoyang and Zhang Cuiping stood watch at the alley's entrance while she ventured into the supermarket. It had been a long time since she felt so comfortable shopping. Strolling through the climate-controlled aisles, she relished the experience. The supermarket was brimming with an array of goods. She made her way to the household section and selected several wooden barrels, as her mother had repurposed all their barrels for storing taro and fish, leaving no space for footbaths. After searching for a while, she finally found a piece of coarse cloth for scrubbing off dirt, imagining how much grime would come off after a long journey without a proper wash. As Li Yue browsed, Zhang Cuiping sat outside chatting with Xiaoyang. Previously, there was something off about where, but now she is willing to settle down and has even shared such a significant secret with you. You must not let her down. Xiaoyang solemnly assured her, rest easy, mother-in-law. I will protect her and ensure that no one bullies her. Zhang Cuiping sighed, everyone knows your temperament. You are not a fool. However, my heart is troubled by one thing, the uncertainty of that man from before. What if he resurfaces? Fear not. I will not allow Li Yue to suffer, he vowed, a man of his word. Even if Li Yue lacked certain abilities, he would provide her with a home, ensuring a good life without thoughts of betrayal. Reassured by his promise, Zhang Cuiping felt a weight lift from her heart. Previously, she had been skeptical of the Wang family match, believing her daughter was simply infatuated. Now, everything had returned to its rightful place, and she hoped for a smooth path ahead. Before long, Li returned with villagers in tow. You all wait here, I will notify my sister. First, hand me a barrel. The villagers merely stated their intent to purchase as much as they could, and she was aware of the amount of money they had. Any excess could simply be claimed as stockpiled at home. When Li finished her shopping, she noticed her mother bringing in the barrels. She had already prepared everything she could take out. In the space, She distributed 2 pounds each of chicken, pork, and beef. Remembering how long it had been since they had enjoyed such meats, though she was cautious not to take too much in case the heat spoiled them. This 2 pounds of meat was intended for the villagers, as she believed that families like Zhang Youfu's would surely be willing to pay for a taste, though they would likely only buy a little. Once the barrel was filled, the unicycle cart rolled out and another wave came in. By evening, nearly all the village carts were packed, and they concealed the goods with bedsheets to avoid drawing attention. At the gathering point, as villagers began to gather, Li Yue waved her hand. Let us quickly leave the city and distribute outside at a leisurely pace. Everyone realized the wisdom in her words, after all. Their carts were full, and they didn't want to attract unwanted attention. The villagers were filled with curiosity, but the contents remained a mystery. As they exited the city, their hearts raced in anticipation. Li Yue rode her bicycle ahead, handing out packages of buns. Brothers, you've worked hard all day. The guards, fatigued from their long vigil, felt their spirits lift upon receiving the bountiful packages. The bags were heavy, indicating they contained delightful treasures, as the faint aroma wafted tantalizingly to their noses. You all should hurry and leave. Don't let them be soft-hearted. The guards exchanged glances, their curiosity about what the Li family was transporting out of the city dissipating. Watching the carts filled to the brim depart the city, they sighed, recognizing the wealth of the village capable of stockpiling so many goods. As they pulled out steaming meat buns from the bags, their stomachs could no longer be restrained. Each took one, the temperature just right. As the savory juices dripped down their chins, they grumbled quietly, wondering which shop in the city had such delicious buns. After exiting the city gates and walking a considerable distance, they paused, each cart overflowing. Their curiosity piqued as the number of people along the roadside dwindled. All right. Let us distribute the goods among ourselves. Li Yue informed her mother that they need not cook that evening. Li Tian shouted. What are we going to eat if we don't cook? As she pulled out an Orleans roasted chicken and a roasted chicken, the villagers of Li family village couldn't help but drool. Zhang Youfu's youngest grandson burst into tears. Grandma, I want to eat that. It smells so good. The village children were driven mad with desire, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Oh, it's simply divine. Zhang Youfu, catching a whiff of the aroma, couldn't help but approach. His eyes gleaming as he inquired, Li Yue, how much for your chicken? He contemplated whether he could muster enough money to buy a couple, thinking that even if he died on the spot from joy, it would be worth it. If only there were some wine to accompany it, he would feel like a living god. Uncle, it's 51, but I have something you will surely like. She winked, pulling out crispy, fried peanuts from her pocket, handing him two. Zhang Youfu savored the salty, fragrant peanuts, his eyes lighting up, regretting that he had no wine. Otherwise, a small drink with the peanuts would be absolutely delightful. Are you still craving wine? I have some inexpensive rice wine. Zhang Youfu, completely taken in by her charm, forgot entirely that he had come to buy meat for his grandson. Upon inquiring about the affordable price of peanuts, one is assured that upon returning home, one's grandson will undoubtedly relish them, forgoing any cravings for meat. Observe how considerate she is, offering popcorn, which at times in supermarkets can cost more than a whole roasted chicken, yet a pound of popcorn can be sold in a considerably larger bag. The villagers eagerly gathered in line before the cart, awaiting the unveiling of the mystery boxes. The first wooden barrel revealed steamed buns, while the second disclosed a mound of pristine rice, the cheapest variety available in her supermarket. The third barrel presented cornmeal. However, brown rice was not stocked there, as it would tarnish the supermarket's reputation. As the barrels were removed, the villagers' eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly perplexed on how to distribute such an abundance of goods. Li Yue, did you purchase all this with our money? Is it truly possible to procure so much? Li Yue nodded affirmatively, admitting her apprehensions of inadequacy. I exchanged all the gold and silver jewelry from my wedding to obtain these provisions, and since villagers can purchase them at a discount, you may repay me gradually as circumstances permit. However, I must insist on a written acknowledgement. The villagers were elated, for they could earn money over time and no longer had to fret over hunger. The children, however, were not included in the meat allocation. That evening, the Li family enjoyed simple fried chicken wrapped in buns. The fragrant, fluffy buns paired with the fried chicken were exquisite, and the children savored every morsel, wishing they could gnaw the bones clean. The village children watched enviously, prompting the Li family to generously share the leftover bones, which, though devoid of meat, still brought immense satisfaction to the youngsters. The happiest among them was old Zhao, who, being relatively affluent, had managed to stockpile some herbs in the city. Yet these morsels were truly a rare delight. He shamelessly devoured an entire chicken, his belly round and contented. The process of writing acknowledgement notes was straightforward. Li Yue produced an ink pen and handed it to Xiao Yang, who was using one for the very first time. Villagers marveled at the white, sturdy paper in the notebook, which they had never encountered before, its whiteness surpassing that of a maiden's visage. Li Yue took Xiao Yang's hand, guiding him in its use, and he felt his hand enveloped by her soft touch, his heart racing uncontrollably. But how do we leave a thumbprint without ink? The villagers were curious about the absence of ink for thumbprints. Old Zhao, with a mischievous grin, pricked a villager's hand with a needle, causing a droplet of blood to surface, prompting a startled cry. "Zhao uncle, you could have given a warning." The villagers lined up to write their notes in an orderly fashion, each household receiving their desired items before returning home, eager for a hearty meal. Li Xing and Qian Zhaodi lingered at the end of the queue. "I, too, would like to write an acknowledgement." Li Yue glanced at her third brother, who remained silent, while Xiao Yang bowed his head, preparing to write. "We also wish for a roasted chicken. Do you have any left?" "None available," Li Xing lamented. And Qian Zhaodi nudged him, signaling him to be discreet. "Sister, could you spare us some chicken bones for Jibao?" Li Yue coldly regarded Qian Jibao, who was shyly retreating, and replied, "The village is filled with small children clamoring for this and that. Jibao is no longer a child. It would be inappropriate for him to ask." Dejected, Li Xing departed with only 2 pounds of rice flour on credit. As they walked away, Qian Zhaodi frowned. To come away with so little, how shameless of Li Yue. Her third brother holds no weight in her eyes. Li Xing remained silent, his brow furrowed. Qian Zhaodi cast envious glances at the Li family, who feasted on meat-filled buns, regretting their earlier decision to partition their household, especially seeing how the main and secondary families savored their meals. That evening, after dinner, the eldest sister-in-law, aware of her sister-in-law's exhausting day of trading and knowing her fondness for foot baths, gathered firewood with Chu and Miao to prepare hot water for her. "Thank you, elder sister." The warm water washed away the day's fatigue. Li Yue discovered some AD vitamins in her supplies and, after dinner, fed them to little Li Yuan. The little one grinned, with oil trickling down the corner of her mouth as she licked her lips, adorably endearing. Li Yue gently caressed her freshly washed, tender little face, her heart melting. Chu and Miao and several other children gathered around to admire the youngest sister, whose face was as soft as an egg, waving her tiny hands in delight. Li Yue found a brand new, unopened red belly band in her supplies and dressed her in it, enhancing her appearance like a little fortune doll. To protect her from mosquito bites, she applied perilla ointment on her small hands and feet. The village elders couldn't help but crowd around this little darling, praising Li Yue for her excellent nurturing skills. Even during the hardships of fleeing, the child had remained plump and healthy. Li Yue smiled shyly, attributing it to her supplies and the occasional milk she provided, as the little one thrived remarkably. At dawn, as each household organized their belongings, they felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The wooden barrels on their carts were filled to about 70 or 80% capacity, with the Li family and Zhang Youfu's family having nearly overflowing carts. The children occasionally pulled out a couple of sweet popcorn kernels from their pockets, squinting with delight as they savored the unprecedented deliciousness of the treat. They had never tasted such fragrant and sweet popcorn before, astonished that corn could yield such delightful fare. Li Yue had also stockpiled corn, sweet potatoes, and other easily preserved vegetables, deeply valuing the hard-earned provisions. The Li family, pushing their cart with enthusiasm, embarked towards a hopeful future, while the Wang family was far less fortunate. That night, after being bound, passing refugees seized their remaining food supplies. Once the Li family had moved far enough away, they finally managed to free themselves from their restraints. Those who had been blocking their path eyed them hungrily, some villagers frightened enough to abandon their carts and flee. By morning, they had made it to the opposite bank, only to find those who had initially restrained them now loosening their own bonds, intending to intercept larger prey. Fortunately, the Wang family had fled swiftly, otherwise, their village would have faced dire consequences. After enduring countless hardships to reach the city where Li Yue had stockpiled goods, they found themselves unable to pay the 5-won toll at the entrance. They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding, perhaps we should resort to banditry. This world grants no means for survival. Not to mention 5-1, they could not muster even a single coin, having lost more than Li's village during their flight, with a significant number of lives claimed. Chapter 88, Crossing Mountains. At the break of dawn, the villagers of Li family set forth on a new journey, their bellies full and spirits high, moving with renewed vigor. The neighboring villages appeared relatively better off, though some refugees were still present. Li Yue rode ahead on her bicycle to scout the way. A commotion arose up ahead, prompting her to pedal forward and inquire about the situation. Observers, intrigued by her peculiar bicycle, initially questioned where she had acquired such a contraption. But upon learning she had crafted it herself, they gradually shifted the conversation. You should return to your village. There are far more refugees now than before. As a woman, you must prioritize your safety. She thanked the well-meaning passerby. Ahead lay a large city, with refugees converging from all directions. Upon entering, two paths diverged, one leading to the capital and the other toward Lingnan. Hearing about the city, Li Yue grew particularly concerned about the entry fee. One cannot always rely on fortune. Uncertain of the situation, they speculated that the entrance fee to the city would not be inexpensive. Where did you come from? Li Yue fabricated a name for a town, and the refugee merely scoffed. We hailed from Famine City. The fee to enter is 50 yuan per person. We couldn't bear the thought of traversing the mountains nearby. If we cannot afford the entrance fee here either, we shall have to take a detour. Li Yue expressed her gratitude to the refugee before returning to inform the villagers of the unfolding circumstances. The villagers had nearly exhausted their funds intended for purchasing grain, reserving only a meager amount for settling in Lingnan. By the time evening approached, they hastily arrived at the city gates, where a lengthy queue of refugees awaited. Li Yue sensed impending trouble. Their burdens were too great, and should the refugees surge forward, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Li Dazhuang returned from the front, confirming the entrance fee of 51 and that a fee would also be required to exit, causing the crowd's eyes to twitch in dismay. These officials are nothing but extortionists. The guards assured them that once within the city, safety would be guaranteed, the barbarians would not dare to approach, and elite troops were stationed inside. However, the villagers held no hope for the protection of these elite soldiers, as their own pockets were emptier than a dry well. Like the previous group of refugees, they resolved to take a detour. After all, the time of the impoverished is deemed least valuable, yet they possessed abundant energy. As they passed by the group, a sharp-eyed refugee mistook their laden cart for a convoy of guards, and many approached, clutching broken bowls and begging. "Sir, madam, please spare us some food. We haven't eaten in days." A woman fell to her knees before the cart of Li's village, her head nearly bleeding from the impact, while a child lay feebly beside her. A kind-hearted villager attempted to toss a small piece of taro, only to be sharply reprimanded by her husband. She retracted her hand, realizing the predatory gazes of those around her, grateful to have been stopped, lest they devour her whole. As someone drew near, all of Li's village, men and women alike, brandished their weapons with fierce expressions. The refugees, witnessing the glint of their tools, halted their advance. The map indicated two alternative routes around the city, one a long detour via the main road, which would take a month due to its extensive circuit, the other scaling the mountains. After a day's journey, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the villagers stood in disbelief. "Village chief, must we truly ascend this mountain?" They had just stockpiled grain. How could they possibly transport such a burden uphill? "Well, we have no choice but to climb. Let us not be sentimental. Each household has barely 50 to 60 jin of grain. Divided among us, it is manageable." Li Tian took a deep drag from his pipe, clouds of smoke swirling as taro and fishing ropes dangled from the cart's handles. Li Yue encouraged her family. "Let us carry more. Tonight, we shall feast." The children busily filled their small baskets to the brim. The cumbersome cart could not be laden with anything else as they ascended. Li Yue pushed her mother's bicycle while wielding a sickle to clear the path behind the villagers. The trail was just wide enough for a person and a cart. Each household was loath to abandon their rickety cart, for there were no beasts of burden in the village. All transport relied on this decrepit vehicle. The grass along the roadside lay flattened by the passage of travelers, and the wild vegetables had been entirely uprooted, leaving no trace of greenery. Clearing the path proved relatively easy, thanks to the existing groundwork. Yet, the ascent was far more arduous than traversing flat land. After an hour of labor, the villagers clamored in exhaustion. "Village chief, let us rest a moment before continuing." "Indeed, we are utterly fatigued." Li Tian struck a long-neglected gong, his own exhaustion rendering him speechless as he collapsed onto the ground. The stones had been scorched by the sun throughout the day, and sitting upon them was painful. Li Yue had barely settled when she sprang back up, feeling the burn of the bicycle seat. Why does it feel hotter up here than down below? She longed to sit but dared not, her legs aching unbearably. Reluctantly, she tore off a few leaves to cushion her bottom, disregarding the possibility of insects, and plopped down on the ground. Fearing the cart might slide down the mountain, they secured it with stones or tied it firmly with ropes before daring to rest. Li Yue retrieved a packet of energy drink from her supplies, sharing a sip with her daughter. No, dear, I too am thirsty. Let me have a sip. Zhang Suiping sat down, drinking from the miraculous beverage, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she wiped her mouth. Unable to remain idle, she immediately checked her large iron pot for any damage. Li Yue hurriedly changed her daughter's diaper, tossing the soiled one into her supplies. Previously, they had suffered from allergies to disposable diapers, leading to rashes. Now, after the change, her bottom was far less irritated. Holding her soft, delicate hand melted Li Yue's heart. The little one's cheeks were flushed with heat, and her neck bore clusters of white dirt, with folds of flesh encircling it. Li Yue found a dry cloth to wipe away the sweat and attended to her back, where perspiration accumulated. The little one, feeling comfortable, waved her tiny hands and babbled mama mama incessantly. Li Hao and Li Hua playfully kicked their legs, teasing their younger sister. Are you hungry? Li Yue asked her two daughters, noticing that no one else was paying attention. The slight licking of their lips indicated that their bellies were indeed craving sustenance. Instead of the meat buns she had brought from home, she produced two thin-skinned xiaomai from her supplies. Let us fill our stomachs first. The xiaomai were the size of a fist, easily concealed in their hands for discreet nibbling, and their flavor was mild. The only drawback was that they left one slightly parched after consumption. She poured each of her daughters a cup of waha, placing them in their small cups. After you finish this, I'll rinse it with water for you. Originally intending to give them yogurt, she reconsidered, knowing it often left a conspicuous white residue around their mouths. The waha was refreshing, and paired with the sweet xiaomai, it was favored by the children. All right. Let us get moving. Just as the two daughters finished their snack and Li Yue prepared to eat a bit herself, her father urged everyone to hurry along. A chilling scream pierced the air, causing Li Yue's heart to skip a beat and the villagers to spring up in alarm.